travel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
线操作就用野蛮部落。
单盘上分，喝东鹏特饮；组团开黑，喝东鹏特饮；巅峰对决，喝东鹏特饮；累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒的帅了。
我是 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，练着说了，动作是疯了，脑中的微潮就推散不空抗。军法实验，我这种没病的人，全跟队里的搞什么进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，不但欠费的网费，当成记忆广播当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。
And I'm wilding out, reckless energy, I'm never signing out. Pull my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. You can catch me in the pit.
再秒一个，再秒这个用物理能这么快，打中的，怎么说？你给他身上喷一个，第二个P90来了，很快。
哎呦，心跳狂点死了，后来被缴械了，超级大招凯出，对方一个一个图卡全部送掉。
这就是为打人去的，由人恭喜拿到了这个击杀，一闪过去大招上成2个，非常帅啊！这个进场，
加一闪把郭老给秒了，对回3个人，老弟已经全崩掉了。
然后一个技能把手枪给拍死了。新界的 A 外的
第3个也有露露，4杀入手。
看一下怎么去操作，直接拧进田里吗？有，先把2楼打掉，再打一个。
闪出了，看到了 YJK 这一枪，再剩一个。
Alright, here we go.
Oh, we will follow it forever. With T Will, Shanghai is your
as it all comes down to this. Gonna have to say goodbye to some teams. And we are looking to see who will be going to that grand final for ACL.
A lot of these teams looked unproven. Now we're seeing teams with layers.
Regali left alone, head-spotted, taken down!
FlyQuest deny Rare Adams' debut.
They've had a really harsh welcome to the big leagues.
It's instead Mini to find another big frag. That quad kill, Mini does it all. This series has been nothing short of phenomenal. Zacher, first peak, second peak, back to a 2v2, looking for the best server in the server, he's right here!
Lin Vision booked themselves straight to Shanghai.
Tom just couldn't thread that needle, couldn't make it work.
Oh,
what? Mercury and Mosaic get 5, it's 4 in the hands of Mercury alone? Tyloo! They will find magic in Yancheng.
And it's these challengers from abroad taking down a peg when it really mattered the most. Damn close games though. Two Chinese teams in Shanghai fighting for that grand final.
Hello， 大家好，这里是江北和小鸽子。
Hi everyone, this is Dove and Jiang Bei.
我们现在所在的位置是浦发银行东方体育中心观众入口的正前方。
We're now at SPD Bank Oriental Sports Center at the entrance of the audience, which is in front of the venue.
历经了30多天的赛程，现在终于来到了 ACL CS2 赛事总决赛的舞台。
Today is the final day of ACL 2025 Counter-Strike. We're now, after 30 days of the tournament stay, finally here.
从盐城到上海，有4支队伍留了下来，他们分别是集结号、FlyQuest、天路和 LVG。
There are only 4 teams left after the tournament stay, from Yancheng to Shanghai, and they are 集结号、FlyQuest、LVG、Tyloo。
而最终，唯一的一张通往 EWC 世界杯的门票将会诞生在2支中国队伍手中。
Well, the final day, the final team will get the ticket to the EWC, which is between Chinese team LVG and Tyloo.
除了季军赛，还有冠军赛，今天还有一场非常有趣的表演赛。
Oh, we can't forget about the show match, which is between the bronze match and the final.
所以今天我相信一定是属于 CNCS 的一场盛宴，我们也期待着各位一起来和我们共享盛典。
I believe we're all looking forward about today's match, including show match, and I believe everyone wanted to watch the grand final today.
所以我们待会儿在场馆见。
We'll see you in there.
Welcome everybody to the Asian CS2 Champions League live from Shanghai. I am Veracity. I'm going to be your desk host for this event, and I'm joined alongside the legends that are Tea Time and Yumi. Boys, it's been a long stint so far. You've been here for over a month now. How's the tournament been as a whole?
It's been fantastic, and I hate the fact that it's coming to a close, but I love the fact that we're finally going to get a champion over here as well, Jasmine. I mean, this has been everything we've ever wanted for Asian Counter-Strike.
I mean, we've been here for a month, but we've not learned as much Chinese as we probably should have, given the amount of time we've been here. But it has been great from start to finish, from the weeks we spent in Yancheng to now this beautiful arena in Shanghai.
Of course, so we started things off with our 8 teams in Yancheng. Now we are down to only 4. Were there any surprising results coming through for either of you throughout the group stages? Like, did you think Rare Atom would potentially make it further through than they did?
I mean, it was always interesting to see whether the veterans could do it or not, but you know, the fact that they falter over here, it seems like a coming of new generation has now been fully confirmed, right? Summer and somebody in the company, you know,
everyone wants to see them around, but it does feel like now the fight is coming in from everyone who's now coming up. And I think for me, the story of the qualifiers was maybe some of the most interesting of all. All these fantastic Chinese.
I mean, Counter-Strike 2 has definitely been a young man's game. Yeah. So when we're looking at the next generation, we're looking at this new era that's being defined by players like Dong. You know, we're talking about 17-year-olds out of academy teams, for example. When we're looking at squads building new rosters, we're always looking for younger talent. And the new Tyloo, Lin Vision as well, they have decided to opt for less experience, but more promise for the future.
Well, how about teams like the Huns? Were you guys kind of surprised at the performance that they put up?
I mean, yes, I think it was generally a disappointing performance from the Mongolian sides overall. Even Chengiz Warriors, sure, we don't get to see them in the main event, but, you know, losing out a map over towards Nomads and whatnot, who Nomads, when they were tested out against some of the top-tier teams that were invited in, Nomads didn't look like they belonged over here. Yeah. And listen, they proved that they should be there, but at the end of the day, there's levels to this game, and I do think that the Mongolian side felt a little bit disappointing on all accounts, pretty much.
Well, we're going to be kicking things off with our third, fourth place decider match. It's going to be GG Hao versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest, I gotta say, I really was utterly convinced that they might have been able to walk away with that victory against Tyloo. Lost it 0-2. But that 11-round comeback by Tyloo, I think it might have put them in their place a little bit.
I mean, it's two different series that FlyQuest arguably could have, well, they definitely could have, but arguably should have won as well, right? So FlyQuest coming into this tournament expecting to walk out with a trophy and a ticket to Riyadh. Instead, they're going to be walking back with potentially third place, but maybe even fourth. I think this has been a bit of a more disappointing run from FlyQuest, but we've seen some amazing promise from them.
Especially because the conversation around them is about in-game leadership, new players coming in, players like Nedic that the Oceanic region has identified as a very high bar talent that, you know, you think you put him into the roster, he'd immediately thrive, but instead he's actually been struggling to find form. Vexite's been the one that's actually shouldered a lot of the burden, and if we look at those games, those two Tyloo encounters, we think about some of the calling that went wrong, how the mental breaking down. These are things that had to be addressed for FlyQuest with the shift to INS as an in-game leader, and it's not hit the ground running just yet. They've attended a few events and they've fallen a little flat. That first Tyloo encounter, they should have won. The second one, they got outclassed.
I would argue, though, I feel like the INS kind of calling style that we've seen this time around is pretty different to what we've seen previously. They had a bit more success this time around. Do you agree?
I don't know. I mean, because obviously it's different because he's no longer the star player compared to when he was calling before, right? Around himself a lot. But it does feel like the success they're having is maybe a result of those players developing more than the calling style itself. Where I look at calling style is to prop you up in difficult situations where your individual players are not going to be able to always call their own shots. And I don't think I've seen that coming out from this INS Urkaz duo just quite yet. Yeah,
I mean, players like Regalia as well did kind of fall a little flat in the times that FlyQuest almost felt like they needed him most. So yeah, there's a few things to improve for FlyQuest, but they definitely have a lot of promise coming into this matchup especially.
I would say, though, the 2-1 victory they had over Rare Atom, maybe that could have given them a little bit of a confidence boost?
I actually think it would have been completely the other way around because it felt like they should have steamrolled through that, but then Ancient, I mean, Rare Atom taking away, even on Inferno, they were saved by that epic 1 versus 3 from Regalia and a half-buy win that was given to them courtesy of Vexite as well, right? If they don't get these 2 critical rounds, it feels like Rare Atom might have been able to get the upset, or if not the upset, at least fight for overtime. I think that might have been one of their shakiest series, actually, in the tournament.
Well, I want to talk really briefly about the Grand Finals matchup that we have. Lin Vision Gaming taking on Tyloo. Could this be the moment that G makes his dreams and wishes come true and does it for the crowd?
The crowd would love that, for sure. I mean,
I would love it too.
If we're talking about pure fandom, I mean, sure, G has taken a lot of international attention, but Tyloo as a brand is definitely identified as the team in China. It's supposed to be the team in China. And so some of the failings that they had before, where they were constantly competing with Rare Atom for major qualification positions, they got leapfrogged by teams like the Mongols, for example. The fans want more from the dragon that is Tyloo. They want this team to succeed. And then you do have this talisman, charismatic, kind of cute, jovial guy in G that's taking a lot of the personal fandom, I guess.
It does feel like, you know, even within the Chinese scene, there's so much love for people like Jamyoung, for example, because he is now a legend for Chinese Counter-Strike. He's the one who, you know, this new generation of fans is going to look at and say, oh my god, that's like what maybe people in our generation said, oh, Bintet. Jamyoung is the guy who is now just the ideal of Tyloo. He is the dragon supposed to lead them forward, and yes, G is definitely, you know, helping them bridge maybe the gate to the west more so, but I do think, you know, for the fans over here, Tyloo, Jamyoung's what it's all about.
Well, we've discussed the, the Tai Lulin Vision matchup. We've also discussed FlyQuest. Thoughts and feelings about GG How being here, making it here to this very stage as the only team to have made it through from the closed qualifiers. Do we think that they've been showing us like a worthy performance so far?
I've actually been very impressed with GG How and the way that they've grown as the tournament has gone on. First off, didn't even know that Lord was going to be coaching them for this period. And so seeing the actual personal improvements from players like Boros, players like Bibu, who don't necessarily speak to like Boros, for example, not exactly seen as like the most intelligent, high IQ player, more of a brute force approach. And Bibu, in some of these clutch moments, just kind of a not talked about player, is more seen as on the supportive side. So there's a lot to like about the way that they've been improving. But the real contrast is that there have also been times where they almost overthink things too much. And sure, they have a lot of personal star power in players like Mini, but he started the tournament well, but he's also deteriorated in his personal form.
I will say, I do think that one of the cool things about GG How is that they seem to be the team that has game planned the best for a longer tournament, right? You know, coming out of the closed qualifiers, being together for so long, having another tournament in the Pneumatic Masters in between as well. They've actually used this with the most planning to actually come out on top, look much, much better as time goes on. You know, like Michael's mentioned, the integration level of players like Bibu has been increased so massively as the tournament's gone on, and it feels like the only way for these guys to go is up, but this is also a very different level now that they're going up against.
But I mean, we see some of these highlights that come up. Sometimes all it takes is one player to pop off, one superstar moment. And, you know, Summer, Jamyoung, they had quite a few of those types of moments. Kind of hoping that GG How, because they have so much firepower, can have those moments for themselves as well.
I would say as well, Osama's have been pretty darn impressed with his performance throughout this event as well. Issa himself, during one of our interviews previously, stating that Osama's might very well be one of the very best players I've ever played alongside.
I mean, listen, Osama's, at least within the Middle Eastern scene, has been considered this homegrown talent. That's probably one of the best homegrown, and that's the important word, talents that we've ever had from the region. That being said, though, this team is not just about Osama's. This team is still very much about Boros coming back up as well. This team is about Issa's GLing growing. And as much as Osama's has conversation as a young player, because like Michael said, young man's game, this is a lot more pillars than just him.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and check in and find out exactly what the players themselves and the teams had to say about this upcoming matchup.
Obviously disappointed. I think we didn't show our game at all, and I personally am very just frustrated and at myself, but sometimes that's how the game goes, and we just have to move on and focus on improving.
As you see, we lost, and that's it. We could have played much better. You can't always win sometimes. Sometimes you lose, maybe because you're worse or you play worse. But now what we can do is just to win the next game for the third place. We need to control what we can control.
So we're now facing GG How for the final match. It'll be a talented team full of good individuals. It'll be a tough match for us, but I think if we just focus on ourselves rather than the opponents, we can definitely take it. Any experience on land is important for us right now with how nervous we are.
I think FlyQuest, they are a very good team, and if I'm not wrong, they made it to the major, but that doesn't mean that at all that we cannot beat them. Actually, we can beat them if we just play how they're supposed to play, and if all individual players perform, overall the team support each other, help each other, and we will beat them.
GG How, hopefully we have a good match against you guys. We'll see you in the server.
Good luck.
Regardless, it is guaranteed to be a darn good matchup as GG How taking on FlyQuest for our 3rd to 4th place decider. Now, boys, the real question is, do you think that GG How has what it takes to keep up that momentum to be able to take down FlyQuest a peg or two, especially when we start to consider the VRS standings that are at play here?
I mean, it's incredibly important. It's very rare that a team like GG How gets to have this full across Asia chance to prove themselves. And the Middle Eastern teams for the past 10 years of Counter-Strike that I've been paying attention, Jasmine, I'm going to be very honest, we've been considered a joke because we have been a joke. You know, at best, maybe there's been one match win in 2020 versus like a D13 with Annihilation, right? At best, in an RMR, you'll take one series off and people are going to be, you know, spamming away, making fun of the other team for losing to the Middle Eastern side. This is the first time in Counter-Strike history when I'm looking at a matchup, I'm saying, actually, the best Middle Eastern team could beat theoretically the best Australian team, and I wouldn't be surprised about it. Are FlyQuest favorites? Yes, absolutely. But it just goes to show you the region is developing outside of just Mongolia and China and Australia. This is the most global Counter-Strike has ever been.
They're in a position where, similar to a team like the Bad News Eagles, for example, when they were first coming up, or the Albanian dream, so to speak, in terms of just upsetting teams at majors, GJ Hao actually have the capacity to be something like that. It's just about how far they can stretch that road. Can they actually make that next leap up? Because until you make it to a major, you make it to one of these large tournaments, it's actually very difficult to earn the respect enough that teams will try and adapt. And I say try because it can still be very hard to deal with.
I feel like especially an event like this, for FlyQuest especially, it's incredibly important to be able to come together as a team, because these boys, they very rarely boot camp. The only opportunities they have is about a week before they end up attending LAN events themselves. So it's not necessarily some of the luxuries that other teams might have, but for them, I really do feel like it's a now or never. And when we take a look at the stats and how Regali especially has been performing for them, he's the highest rated player in the entire tournament so far.
Yes, look, he absolutely has been, but also at the same time, you have to look at this entire team and say that this is a team prepping for the major. This is a team prepping for being maybe one of the lowest seeds at a major as well, realistically, with how rankings work and whatnot. What we need to see from them over here is a performance that, A, reminds us, oh man, what if these were in the finals? Actually, what if they were going against Tyler or Invasion? Maybe those, group stage matches weren't just good enough. But we also need a performance where we can look to the future of FlyQuest and say, yeah, actually, it's okay. Their losses to Ty Lu were because Ty Lu is so damn good, not because FlyQuest has endemic problems where their stars don't step up.
Yeah, I think for the GG House side, though, I think it's very important for us to point out that they did lose 0-2 against Linvision, yes, but the round prior to that, they ended up winning against them 2-0 as well. Any key disconnects you think there might be amongst the team, or is it a case of Linvision were just looking way too strong on the day?
Yeah, I mean, I think Linvision definitely looked stronger in the second encounter. It was just, I mean, also we have this, added context behind the scenes about, Osama's might not be playing at 100%. He's having some personal, I guess, just feeling a little under the weather. Yeah. So it does feel like that sometimes does affect them, but I think the problem with GJ Hao can sometimes be that if somebody isn't heated up, like if you don't get a Boris, you don't get a Mini, you don't get an Osama's to start off the affair, then it can actually be very difficult for the rest of the team to feel like they can energize themselves into the game as well. So it does feel like, you have a lot of potential with how many players can do it and fulfill that role, but if everybody falls flat like I think it did against Linvision, then it becomes very complicated.
Yeah, I mean, we already spoke about Regali and how fantastic he's been at this event, but what about Mini? What does he specifically bring to the table for the side of GG Hao?
I love the contrast between these two players because it feels like in a lot of ways they can be opposites in how the main event has gone. Mini very often has started off a game poorly and he heats into it, right? So he's going to be the safety net to fall back on. Regali, on the other hand, he's the guy who is hot to trot. Just from the very beginning, he's going to be winning every aim duel and whatnot. But if the entire team starts to get stuck up, he'll get his one kill. No doubt about that. Fantastic player for that. But maybe multi-kill potential will go down a little bit more. So it does feel like a tale of two sides. Mini's definitely going to be having his work cut out for him. But if things get close, if things get hairy, you never know.
Well, considering the fact that neither of these two teams have actually played against each other before, do you think that this might be a case of Issa being thrown off his game just a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I think Insa hasn't had a lot of time to actually create the system. And I think there's sometimes criticisms to be levied at whether or not they can get a player like Regali or somebody that is popping off on the team to actually be the one that drags them through the rest of the game. I think they want to try and buy into what INS has as a vision for the future, but sometimes it does require just some extra star power, some extra oomph is needed sometimes to close games, and that's maybe what's lacking. That's what you're hoping players like Vexite, like Netic can actually provide, because these two riflers, they're probably the best the Oceanic region has seen, just in terms of individual star power and potential rise that they could still have.
I want to talk a little bit more about behind the scenes of the team, though. What do you think it is specifically that Lord is able to bring to the table?
Look, Lord over here so far, I'll say this. What I feel like is that Issa has a very good intuitive grasp on what to call when he knows his options. So from what I can tell, Lord is setting up flowcharts for them, Jasmine, right? Lord is saying, hey, this is how we're going to be creating the structure of the team. This is sort of where we're going to be taking the direction of where we're going. And then it's Issa's prerogative to say, okay, now we do this because I know this player is on. Because GG Hao is a very unique team in the sense that you don't actually know who's showing up, and then you need the appropriate flowchart. That selection is Issa, but creation, that's Lord for me.
Yeah, and I'd say, you know, mainly players like Mini, Mini, Bibu, in like mid-late round moments, those two just seem to, like, they're incredibly decisive, very sharp. You see so many of these like 3v3 scenarios where Mini just guns it to one of the bomb sites, takes out the anchor, and then gets the bomb down, for example. Like, those are the types of intuitive moments where Issa will be hands-off. He's trusting his players because he knows that they can feel what's kind of the next right step to take just by themselves.
And I feel like Issa said it himself too, right? He said, I'm loving the fact that my team have complete and utter trust in every single one of the calls I make. They don't really question it, they don't doubt me, they don't try and challenge that at all. But I'm eager to see what these players can bring to the arena, bring to the stage, and whether or not they'll be able to give us that dominant performance all the way from close qualifiers to now. Do you think they have it in them?
GJ absolutely has it in. Then we'll leave predictions for later on. But when it comes to just mano a mano, this is a team that can take it to anyone in the tournament, and that's what they've proven by being, you know, the team that takes down Envision. Technically, right now, GJ Hao has more big wins than FlyQuest does, and I know that doesn't mean much, but let's see what it goes for.
You know what, boys? I'm super excited to welcome our teams to the gorgeous stage and setup that we have behind us right now. I do know they're eager and ready to get the show on the road, so let's go.
Welcome to ACL 2025 Counter-Strike Final Stage. First up, the bronze match.
各位玩家朋友们，欢迎来到2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛 CS2 的比赛现场。让我们有请季军赛的两支战队。首先登场的是来自中东的集结号。
They are a squad known for clutch plays and razor-sharp teamwork. Shout out to 集结号!
"让我们欢迎他们的对手，来自澳洲 FlyQuest。
They are tactical innovators and longtime rebels of CNTS, ready to write another chapter today. Welcome, FlyQuest!
"双方战队已经准备就绪，季军赛一触即发，让我们赛场上见真章。
集结号 or FlyQuest. One takes bronze. Good luck, teams!
Well, there we have it. Pretty cool walkout, if I do say so myself. GG Hao and FlyQuest. This best of 3 VRS points on the line. Third place, walking away with $40,000. And of course, those sweet, sweet points. Which brings me to my next point. Veto-wise, where do we see this matchup going?
I don't know about personally for you, but all I want to see FlyQuest do is play Mirage, because I think this might actually be their best map in terms of like Netic and what he knows he wants to do, Vexite and how important he can be from his short fights, and Regali and just how mobile he can be. It feels like the map that's most intuitive for FlyQuest in this series.
This is going to be very interesting, right? Because when you're looking out towards the veto, I think it's going to really tell us a lot about how FlyQuest are thinking about GJ Hao as opponents right now. Which is, number one, are they going to ban Train or maybe look for another priority on the ban, or maybe even something like a nuke where they've not had the most success, even though I think that's a bit deceptive. Number two, is GJ Hao going to try and punish FlyQuest with something like a nuke pick, right? Because GJ Hao so far in the tournament, despite a great record on Anubis, have very often prioritized Anubis as a ban whenever they know that they can get away with not banning out Train in the first pick situation, right? So that in itself will tell us a lot. Ideally, I'd love to see JJ Howe stick to their guns, go for a Dust 2, FlyQuest go for a Mirage, and then Inferno be the decider. But we could also see FlyQuest lean into the Inferno again. It's been one of their favorite maps when it comes to just picking it versus Asian teams in particular, even though I haven't always loved them on it. It'll tell us a lot about, are they going for comfort? And well, that's what we have. FlyQuest are going for comfort over here. Inferno is going to be what they bring forward. And within this, they're hoping that JJ Howe are just going to be worse in the calling department. Regalia and Vexite can outshine them, but it does feel almost like a bit of a mistake.
So we probably end up on, oh wow, okay, we're probably ending up on an Ancient Decider then, huh? Because I was maybe expecting that this could make it through the veto, but
it could be Nuke.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the JJ Howe calling on Nuke, there've been a couple cute pocket calls, but sometimes I think it's probably just too static for them. Like, especially on an environment like this, I think they want to be a bit more free-flowing. The FlyQuest pick into Inferno, I agree with you, is probably a very astute dive into more of a tactical mindset, but that's just provided that players on the JJ Howe side actually don't find entries on Banana, don't find access through brackets, because FlyQuest are also very active in both those positions, and if they have a bad start with players like Vexite, for example, they could be in for a pretty rough time coming into this series. I'm a little fearful for FlyQuest, because I think the expectation for them coming into this tournament was to win it as a whole. They got devastated the final round of the playoffs, and for them, you know, coming away with third place has to be the absolute minimum. JJ Howe had very limited expectations. They were just happy they made it to Shanghai.
I also just think, Jasmine, that FlyQuest is leaning away from their strengths in a way that I don't appreciate. On Inferno, we've consistently seen Regalia actually paralleled by most of the operas he's going up against, right? Against G both times as well. G's had an incredible performance. It's one of the few places where it feels like op versus op, you're actually going to get a pretty easy flowchart of what to do versus him as well. Mirage, he's unstoppable. He is untouchable. Vexite on short Mirage control as well loves to go for the kind of duels that JJ Howe will fall victim to. So the fact that they're going into an Inferno, for me, this is playing right into JJ Howe.
Well, how about when we start to take a look at the stats a little bit? How are JJ Howe looking on Inferno in particular? Do you think this might be a case of potentially FlyQuest underestimating them?
I just think this is FlyQuest relying too much on, hey, we've got to lean into our homework. Hey, we have to lean into our homework. I think this is just a lack of adaptation coming out from them versus their opponent. They're probably thinking, oh, we don't want to think about the opponent at all. And in a case like this, I think that's a big mistake.
The thing is, if you're always going to come into the veto understanding Inferno, if they've looked at JJ Howe's Inferno and just thought, listen, I mean, the teams they're beating aren't of the same caliber, they're not of the same quality. I do think that there is an angle to be, you know, to be honest, when I see vetoes and I see teams picking into strong maps on their opponent, I actually think that can sometimes be a positive, because I think it shows that there should be some forward planning. They should come in with an understanding of, you know, the timings that people like to take, what the default looks like. Everything should be kind of accounted for in a way that maybe even can catch JJ Howe out, and I actually think it leans into more of an upset, but I do think it does kind of reveal to me that FlyQuest almost see themselves like they can lose this game. Like,
I don't know though, dude. The last time we saw FlyQuest play on Inferno was against Tyloo. They lost that 13-7. For me, I feel like heading into this now, that's got to be a kick to the confidence. That's got to be a kick to the ego, and I don't know, I'm not really feeling very hopeful about it.
Look, I will say that on the other hand, when you look over towards what JJ Howe's picked as well, I think a lot of the same conversation would apply, right? Going into a Dust 2 pick versus very strong aimers, a very strong offer from JJ Howe is doing the exact same thing that FlyQuest is doing on Inferno, which is you're saying, hey, you're leaning into your own strengths. So I could very well see a world where these guys can even maybe exchange map picks. JJ Howe's Dust 2 is definitely their most expected pick to come through. And I think you're right, Jasmine. I do think that FlyQuest has shown weakness on Inferno, not just once, but even twice. Sure, it was 13-11 versus Tyloo, but it felt like they were relying on a lot of half-by wins to get into it. It was 7-1 down in the first time they were playing. So, yeah, both of these teams are coming into this relying on their own map picks in a way that I don't always love. I think I like it more for JJ Howe.
They lost more force buys than they won in that series, though, to be fair. So, in a way, it kind of felt like things balanced out to a certain degree. But I do also agree, like, especially because they got blown out the last time they encountered Tyloo, you know, you learn most from your losses. I need to actually see that improvement. I need to see that they have actually learned, and that they can recoil from actually getting this massive comeback pulled against them on Ancient versus that Tyloo squad, when they probably thought it was already in the bag. They're probably thinking about a third map in the series. I know that the players personally were devastated at the way that they performed when it really came down to just pushing past that final barrier.
Yeah.
I think for FlyQuest, the player who I'm going to be looking out towards for Inferno specifically has to be Liaz, because what we've seen from him is two very different Liazes actually in the first map when they were going against Talu versus the second one. I actually thought the second one, despite being a worse performance overall from the team, looked much better for him. On the CT side, he was being able to read the calls much better. He was dodging more flashes. He was, dodging out more utility and the like. Versus Ray Adam as well, he was doing very, very well in terms of getting good crossfires established. And that's going to be critical versus GJ How. The idea that they're not going to test your boundaries, if that's what you're thinking, it's absurd. Liaz has to be the big difference maker in terms of how much he's upped his game going into the series.
And the fragging responsibilities, it's all on the young guns. But in terms of experience and making sure that everyone is comfortable when the speakers are louder, when you're in a different environment where you don't actually see the end of the room, so to speak, just in your peripheral vision, this can be sometimes a daunting task. And so Liaz and Inns, Liaz has even said it himself in interviews, like, I have to try and put a brave face on for the guys. I have to try and fake it with them because I'm kind of nervous too. But they have to act as central pieces because they're such pillars of the Oceanic scene.
Well, Mamin, I know you mentioned the fact that FlyQuest came into this expecting, hoping, of course, to walk away with an overall grand finals victory, but now they find themselves in an incredibly uncomfortable situation. Yes, it's 3rd to 4th place decider, and yes, after the previous match that they had, their spirits were pretty much in the bin, but now it's very much all to play for. Currently 26 in our VRS standings, and tentatively, of course, they end up climbing 3 places if they walk away with a victory. If they lose, though, they end up losing 2 of those positions. Do you feel like this is going to be another element that is very much weighing heavy on them, given that, the morale might be pretty low right now? We expect it to be in the grand finals, but now also the pressure is on to make sure we can keep on climbing in the VRS.
Look, in my opinion, these players, for them, it should be getting to a point of mild desperation to win this matchup, right? You should be completely betting your life on this when it comes to your CS career, because if you lose over here, you fall down, the major is going to be even harder for you if you underperform in the major. And it's very easy to underperform in major. Your next season, you're starting off with something like, what, 35th in the world, 36th in the world? You're not getting invites to tier 1 tournaments or anything like that anymore after that. I'm sure you might make the major and whatnot, but this one matchup is going to be incredibly important for the next season for FlyQuest, not just saving face here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of complaints from teams that sit outside of that invite list where you're thinking, how do I break through? You have to re-enter the rat race just to climb up those rankings. So when you get an opportunity like this, especially when it's against regional opposition, which is for a team like FlyQuest, even injured on the stage, a rival of Chinese Counter-Strike. The Asian scene has had to deal with seeing an Oceanic team represent and hoist the flag of Asia when they're a separated island way off the southeastern side of China. So I mean, for a lot of people, they would see a team like FlyQuest and think we should have our own sort of domestic Asian team there. So you had Tyloo, you have a team like the Mongols for now. If you want to continue to hoist that flag for the Oceanic region, I agree with T-Time. This is one of those moments where this has to be a turning point for them, in not only individually but also as a squad, because they lucked out being in that range for this start of this season, and they have underperformed at each and every one. When the calling looked good, the fragging didn't show up. When the fragging looked good, the calling felt like it deteriorated. And now they're just trying to strike a comfortable enough balance where, should we end up in that post-major cycle, who's to say FlyQuest don't even start thinking about roster moves? A lot of teams will be thinking about that, because if they fall out of the rankings, they will desperately need the talent to bring them back up.
Well, and especially when you consider, Jasmine, that the season that FlyQuest has had for an Asian or Oceanic team is almost unparalleled, right? Maybe there's 2 teams I can think of in the Mongols and once upon a time Renegades 100 Thieves who've had opportunities like this, where they have attended 5 out of 8 of the top tier events that have happened in the first half of this year. That's a lot. And listen, do you want to have that again next year? Can you have that again next year? The amount of matches that they've won internationally outside of the region has been few and far between. If you can't take down GJ How over here, that's going to be, in my opinion, bottom of the barrel for this team.
Now, what about for GG How? Do you think they are going to be feeling the pressure? If they walk away with a victory in this series, they climb at least 4 places in the VRS rankings, currently sitting in at 30th.
JJ have nothing to lose over here, absolutely, and everything to gain. This means more invitations. This is a team that can play European tournaments on our online circuit. Actually try to as well. This means more invitations for Tier 2. That's going to be happening. Like, they're going to have like 3 more tournaments even before the season ends that are online. It's things like this which absolutely spur them on. But I think more than anything else, let's be honest, this is an insane stage to be on. When are you going to get this chance again as JJ How? You're not going to be in like a show match of Melbourne or this or that. But even when you put away like careers, this is going to be a life highlight for some of these guys. They're coming into it with everything to gain.
Yeah, I mean, being able to experience another country for as long as this as well, and you know, that's not something that a lot of players will have engaged with, especially something that is, you know, so different to their typical culture, for example. So yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be a massive marker within their careers, but it is an opportunity for them not only to market themselves individually, but I do agree, like, they come in with nothing almost because they understood the situation with Osamas. There was a possibility that Lord would have to play, for example, if things escalated. And for them, again, when they made it through those playoffs, all they were really happy about is making it to Shanghai. They wanted to be able to experience the city. They wanted to be able to play in the arena. For them, they understood that the expectations would be limited. I mean, they're going through a coaching change. This team is relatively new. They don't have an entire region that are sitting on their shoulders waiting to see improvements. Like, you need to be at this next tournament. Like, you got a trophy yet? Son, how we doing? Are we winning? No?
I mean, it's even scarier when you consider what this man on the screen can be. Boros has been a bona fide maniac in the past, right? Especially when you free him up of expectations, especially when his best work has been done in teams like Monty, where really no one expects him to do anything, no one expects him to win at all. You put him in an environment like this where he has everything to play for and he's chilled out, that's going to be, I mean, that's a scary thought.
Yeah. Well, I know that Nedic, as the new player that is coming in on side of FlyQuest, you know, he came in March. Do you feel like that's enough time before we start to judge his performance for this event?
It's a difficult question.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we have evidence to support that he's a little nervous or maybe a little uncomfortable. I mean, for a lot of the positions, it does seem like there is good overlap with kind of who he replaces. You know, Inz has had to shift his roles, and he understands that Nedic will be the new fragging guy. But we've seen games where like Vexite and Regalia are popping off from earlier in the tournament, and Netic is struggling. Like, everybody on the team seems to be thriving. Netic's just in the corner like, guys, I'm getting owned over here, actually.
I've not seen a terrible performance from him, though. He's been able to hold his own.
Listen, that first performance on Mirage versus Tyloo might have been one of the ones you want to look out for. I don't think he has performed the way his spots would normally warrant a player to. And that can be fine, right? That can be okay. But at the same time, you also have to look at expectations on, for example, who's removed, right? Dexter, high-fragging IGL, who calls around himself and maybe does call a bit of a flawed structure in terms of what the team wants to play, but is high-fragging, right? So you are still coming in as a star player, then you're also taking a few more roles here and there. You are taking some communication priority, and in all of this, unfortunately, expectations have to be on your shoulder. It's really unfair, Jasmine, very frankly, but you are coming into a team that has a very devoted and loyal fan base that has seen a downturn, and hopes for them are going to be, this is our guy, he's going to turn things around for us.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. He went from being a big fish in a small pond, now he's the small fish in a bigger pond, and the expectations have to be there. He doesn't have that same bark or sort of bite to him. I think we've seen just like, it used to watch Nedic, and he would be almost like a madman, take mid by himself, hyper-aggressive, could be a late-round finisher for the squad as well. And now here on FlyQuest, it does seem like he's confined more to a box, and I don't even know that it's necessarily by Inz's making. It might even just be mentally for him, I don't want to make mistakes. I don't want to cause our team problems. And for a player that is supposed to be a star, you can't think that way.
Yeah, I think that's when things really start to unravel, is when you begin to overthink your own capabilities, and you almost end up forgetting about what it is in the very first place that brought you to this situation, that brought you into FlyQuest, that brought you into a position where you might be able to continue building upon those wins and that experience that you have. But taking a look at the map pool, the win rates that they have as well, anything really surprising for either of you?
I mean, honestly, for me personally, I'm just a little bit surprised about the fact that FlyQuest, generally speaking, have actually lost out on Mirage in this tournament so far. And obviously, that's the one where there's a lot of half-buys coming into it. They probably should have won. when you're considering they've gone 1-1, it seems like, okay, fine. But what's concerning and what was telling was the way they lost that one. And I think that really goes to show something that, Michael, you talk about, which is that second half possibility of FlyQuest crumble.
Yeah, no, I have this unfortunate narrative with FlyQuest that's been weirdly accurate, is that you can have like an actually crazy good map for them. Like they can blow out a team 13-6. I don't care who's actually on the other side of the server. It could be one of the top 10 ranked teams in the world. They could have that first map and then second map, third map. It's like a completely different squad. They just don't have that same confidence anymore. It's like mentally they check out after putting so much effort in at the start. It's almost, I don't even want to say they let their foot off the gas. I just don't think that they play the same. Like they almost don't know how to play from in front in a weird way. Like they would rather, I think, play from behind.
Well, I'm pretty sure all of the players are ready and raring to get the show on the road. They're keen to get this game started. And boys, final predictions from you real quick.
I think I have to go 2-1 FlyQuest. It'll be unfair not to.
I'm actually going to lean 2-0. I'm hoping that we see drastic improvements from earlier.
Well, there we have it. Best of 3, third to fourth place decide, and those sweet, sweet VRS points. Alan, Neo, take it from here.
This is the SPD Bank Oriental Arena here for ACL 2025. We've got the Esports World Cup qualifier on the line, but a little bit later. This is just a third place match. We don't have a spot on the line, but I'm joined by Alan Hender here. My name's Neokai. We've got GG How taking on FlyQuest, and we're starting to gradually fill it up here, Alan.
Yeah, should be a banger of a game. We're really thinking about ranking points. A third place medal potentially we may have heard from behind the scenes.
I've been hearing some bronze medals around here somewhere.
And we're going to kick off on Inferno. The map will be like, say, all good series end, but this one, Neo, is going to start on these dusty streets.
I'm looking forward to seeing what FlyQuest bring. They have had their struggles on this, but going quick, down Banana as well. Mini will start well. Good for first and the second. Looking for 3 and he delivers. Mini starting with a bang down Banana.
They're shook. What do FlyQuest do now? I mean, in these situations now, you're thinking, well, we want a bomb plant. We want something out of this round, but that's not going to happen. No chance from here. Liaz completely surrounded. And GG How, a clean round, so aggressive as well. If that sets the tone, we are in for a banger of a series.
This is rough as well because, you know, this is something that, you know, we were talking a little bit while we're waiting that we're kind of surprised that Inferno's been picked in. This is a map that FlyQuest have actually not looked that good on. Tyloo have been kind of decimating them on this map at the moment. And, you know, I thought this was a map that would just get out the way early, not want to pick into it, second wave ban it, essentially, go somewhere else. But, yeah, you know, what we see there from GG How, they do exactly the same thing that Tyloo were doing, especially G. This is something that G did a hell of a lot. A super proactive play, down Banana, getting in your face, making life uncomfortable. Mini replicates it excellently. So, really nice round. We're going to force buy out from FlyQuest here, though. So, Tech 9s and a P250.
Feels like we're going to go soon. 3 in apartments, smoke now for the long side. Flashes in the mix. They could just pop straight out. More util now coming over. Counter nades look fairly good, but the flash is perfect. Players crossing into pit. Mini is way out in towards library, and the site is lost. Bomb plant surely to come soon, and these CTs are scrambling to get back into a good position.
This gets really spicy here now as well. Boros on for the flank, moving through apartments. And Mini just biding his time, waiting to see if a fight comes to him. They know they've got long control. No moto smoke down either. So it's going to be a raw fight. And Boros starts well, makes his way on apartments. All he has to do is try and find this second place. Spotted, but he's deleted. Netic, the youngster, the new boy on the block of a shot that rattles Boros. And now we might have a bit of a chance here. Bomb starting to tick. Regali flanking. He's spotted out, but just needs to buy time. Oh, and Regali wins it. How in God's name have FlyQuest got away with that?
So crisp. All the pistol headshots flying their way. I mean, the initial opening onto the bomb site, perfect flashes, and nobody in or around pit or balcony for that CT side. They got overwhelmed, completely swamped. The library player was a bit out of position to help his teammates too, but these late kills, Neo. The Regali shot, the drive-by. FlyQuest, well, they get battered in the pistol, but now they're in control. Their buy is so much better than GG How. Just convert this, Neo, and they're off to the races here at the start of this T side.
Oh, that's got to hurt. That's really got to hurt the confidence of a side like GG Hao, who've just lost a round that they traditionally win. That's really got to be a gut punch for them. Netic being turning towards Banana. He's going to be tested here as well. This could be a little spicy, and being out up close. Bibu wins it out. 5-7's deadly. Uh-oh. Issa gets one of his own as well. This round's looking a little precarious at the moment. The opening double goes the way of GG Hao. This double AK M4 buy has got to be very careful here.
GG Hao's leaving 1B. That is a tremendous risk. 5v3. There's no reason really to lean this far over towards A. And it's just Boros on his lonesome. For now though, FlyQuest looking for space elsewhere. There's such a heavy bracket stack. And Osamus, he's not in anymore. He's dishing out the pain.
That is absolutely monstrous. But coming back to what you brought up already, just one here. Boros, what have he got for us? This is so risky, playing in the edge of the smoke. He wants to peek dry, ships the night, they're walking past each other. Boros gets one, Vexite in for the trade, but surely an impossible round. A 1 versus 4. Smoke down, he wants a plant, but he knows he can't risk. He got 30 seconds to work with here, but this should be next to impossible. He wants to isolate, gets one, looks for a second, and he gets stopped by Issa. What a response coming through from GG Hao.
I think FlyQuest should pause, because that round overwhelmed on Banana. They had such a weaponry and utility advantage. You can see here, swinging out dry as pistols. I'm surprised they got duels so good. And the frustration on the faces of FlyQuest is not a surprise. It should have been 3-1 for them in this game. And now it's them with no money, them with no plant, Assault AK on Netic. Whoever wins this Force Buy Wars is going to be loving life.
Yeah, and even looks towards like Vexite, no armor for him, right? So I'm assuming he's dropped over the AK2 Netic. A lot of respect being given over to the youngster. I think Netic has really warmed into this tournament. You know, the jury's still out on this kid about what he can bring to the table. And when he came in towards the playoffs, he was okay, right? Nothing special, maybe even concerning that he wasn't, but as we started getting through this tournament, he's actually started to become unbelievably solid. And having spoken to some of the FlyQuest players, Regali in particular, they couldn't speak any higher of this guy, saying how crisp he is, how hard-working he is. So I'm expecting big things, and maybe something big in this round, because there's a bit of a gap there for him to work with. He's going to sneak his way forward. He wants a fight. Oh, and he nails the shot. Boros gets a taste of his own medicine. Looks for a second. He's spamming through. Coffins. He can't quite get it, but Inns will. Trade comes through. 3 versus 4. B-side taken. This is precarious. And Inns gets another mini. What are we swinging?
Save. It's the only option here for GG Hao. And a third Force Buy win on the trot. The pistol kill is getting out of control. And that one starts with a lackluster smoke on Banana.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure Boros had any idea a player could walk through that in such a good position. Small errors from GG Hao have cost them massively. And now they're forced to save. FlyQuest are in a good position. This game is not following the script we expected at all so far.
It may not be the cleanest, but it is entertaining Counter-Strike at the very least, Alan. We are getting a show here. And hopefully, this is how it continues all the way throughout this series. We've got a pretty interesting veto. We've got Dust 2 coming up next, which has been a great map for GG Hao at times, but and when they lost to Limvision to put them in this third-place game, they actually completely fell apart. But generally, it's been a good map for them. And then at the side of Ancient, that's a bit of a handshake. It's a map that both of these teams like. Both of them have been playing a hell of a lot. I mean, we even jokingly have coined this tournament the Ancient Champions League, how much it got played. In the group stage, I think it was Ancient got played 28 times. The next most played map was Inferno 4 times. So it was the best of ones. It was only Ancient.
That's totally absurd.
Yeah, it was
that is totally absurd.
Only Ancient.
Well, the good news is they should be well versed.
Yeah.
If we end up all the way on Ancient. Still plenty of CS we played before then. Bit of a tech pause potentially, Neo.
Looks like
sure
it
what's
might
going
be.
on?
Maybe Bibu. I'm judging by the fact that he's talked to the admin.
Okay, yeah.
My assumption is that it's him. Maybe I hope in a quick thing of like a mic turning off or something like that. Generally, they're fixed quite easy, or like a TeamSpeak issue. But I mean, Alan, let's talk about the game so far.
Yeah.
One of the wildest starts to the game. 4 spies galore, and all of them successful. I really thought that FlyQuest would be in such a bad spot, and then they respond so well. And you know, credit to Vexite as well, right? Vexite, especially with Inns now becoming the caller. A lot of people look towards Vexite to pick up the slack in the numbers department, in the rifling core, and really bring a lot of these numbers into his team as it's a kind of this young vet in a way, right? Being in the team now for over a year and becoming like a really solid player. But They give the rifle over towards Netic. He buys armor. Vexite drops in the AK, and they put all the faith in him to crack open B. And credit to him, he does it excellently.
It was fabulous. Still, though, it feels like maybe a nervy start for both teams.
Sure.
Of course, losing so many rounds to pistols, getting overwhelmed, maybe not getting the util down in a perfect fashion. These aren't necessarily the best signs for the cleanest Counter-Strike. So my overwhelming feeling at the moment is whoever calms down, whoever focuses in, communicates potentially a little bit better, will be the team that comes off this tech pause in a better position. Still awaiting to see how long we'll be sat here before the game goes live again.
It looks like, though, I just got a thumbs up from Bibu, but we'll take a look at this replay regardless. Obviously, Netty did so well to get that first, but it's just, you know, even small things. The overswing from Mini, I felt like it was pretty unnecessary. There's 3 players coming through CT there. He goes on his own in towards Coffins. Is that required? I don't think so. But we are live. We're back underway 2-all, and we have buys out-ish both ways. And I see a cheeky little auto shotgun there for Mini.
2 in the mix. Spicy. And what have we got? A free B setup from GG Hao. They don't really have the util to take Banana.
I will say, by the way, auto shotgun is one of the most underrated guns in the game. I live and die by it.
Okay, we've heard it here first. If he gets no kills, we'll blame Neo. Keep tabs on that, guys. Get your bingo card ready. For now, though, GG Hao, well, I guess with this util Neo, they have to play so passive. They can't take map control, at least without information. So for now, FlyQuest having their run of the map, full map control, Banana taken, brackets about to be fully seeded. And if they start wrapping towards that long side and in towards Arch, there's no defense. GG Hao will be completely flummoxed to get on top of that.
I do like this call, though, from FlyQuest. You know, the first sort of opening 50 seconds or so, just poke and prod. Just test the waters, see what the response is looking like. Don't do anything too audacious, because we saw when they've gone for quick rounds against those low buys, they have fallen flat. They don't want to be caught off guard again. We've got 3 towards B, and that is where the util and the bomb is starting to head as well. All 5 are here, so this could be quite a messy fight, in fact. First smoke down as well. They want to fight behind it. Above that smoke, Issa spamming through, catches Regali. Netic will catch Bibu, though, in response, and Issa's still here. Auto shotgun, waiting, finding! Oh, Boros gets both! He looks for 3, he can't quite deliver, but surely, job done enough in this situation. But a really tough retake for GG Hao.
Okay, we've got 1 kit on Osamus. This auto shot is not the ideal weapon. I don't think he's going to be able to get a close fight. There might be an AK on the ground on the way in, but does he get that far? Shotgun goes first. There we go. Trade onto a rifle. Buddy system so important, but tagged down so fast.
Team kill.
Team kill in the mix. That's going to sting. And FlyQuest emerge from our Force by Wars victorious.
Now they get a little bit of runway to work with here. Now they get a bit of space to start finding some form, start just settling the nerves a little bit. You know, you spoke about the first team to really calm down, and actually credit to them, FlyQuest did it quite immediately off the back of that tech pause. A slow start to the round, like we said, just testing the waters, seeing what the response is looking like, and then a nice execute as all 5. So I don't see that much of a buy. Just a Deagle and a P250 and a Zeus here as well. Bibu, you cheeky man. This could be a little spicy. Could be at least the consolation kill, especially if somebody can take a bit of distraction away. Molotov can come down as well. Bibu, he can get out with this AK.
This game's had everything. Auto shotty kills.
We just need a
Zeus
knife.
there in the mix. They probably thought the mollies had flushed him out, but it wasn't the case. And you're right. Knife, all that's left. And then we'll have a full house here in the 3rd place game. This round, though, of course, earlier we saw eco rounds, force by rounds slip away, but this feels a little bit more in control. It might be a man advantage, but FlyQuest has info, and Osamus with a USP puts them into a 2-man advantage. What is happening, Neo?
What is going on in this game? Oh my god, he delivers some damage as well. Vexite, not exactly healthy. 54 points of HP for him. This could still be really, really spicy. Bomb. He's going to go down. Boros with an AK. Same for Mini. Bibu, P250. This is still doable. Liao's got full HP. That's the one thing going for them. He's going to boost up here. I just wonder whether he can actually see. Oh my god. Oh, he spotted him out, but he just couldn't quite punish onto his Vexite. Time ticking, but Mini comes through. They know where Liaz is, and a little labor on that first fight, and Boros nails the second. How in God's name have GG Hao walked away with this round?
How dare I say that FlyQuest had won the Force by Wars? They had not. They had not. This one, though, was the weakest eco of all of them.
Yes.
There was so little brought onto the server here. It starts with a Zeus kill on Half-Wall, because they thought they'd put down enough util to flush out that area. How Osamus gets a full-blown USB kill, and it looked like he was being held as FlyQuest were clearing in towards brackets. A mess?
Oh,
Is that
yeah.
how we describe the start of this game for FlyQuest?
Yeah, Lord's going to call a
They've
timeout
had
here.
so many opportunities now to clean this up and get a clean lead,
Yeah.
and they haven't made it happen.
I actually fully understand Lord calling a timeout. He knows as much as kind of we do that this game needs to settle. Even though I do feel like GG How controlled chaos is actually part of their brand and part of their playstyle. This is a little bit too chaotic even for them. Yeah, tilting to least. I actually love the decision as well by BB there, because he's taking damage, he gives the AK to Boros, and then Boros pushes Banana. So nice to move. We spoke about it a little bit earlier with Vexite gave the AK over towards Netic. This was it sort of in response, but Tidal Square again. This time Midi going to bring the AWP into action. First time we see it in this game so far. On the flip side, a double AK Galil, Tech 9 and a Mac 10. It's not a terrible buy, but the way things have been going, I can't predict anything.
Say that again. In one of those games.
Good nade.
It looks like we're going back to a very early play here. 3 in the apartments, 2 in mid, 4 FlyQuest, loads of util. They want to make their move, but it looks like they're changing their mind. I'm not sure if this is just the counter util in towards that long haul of the apartments. Now they're setting up to go. Smokes over the top. Library, Arch, flashes for mid. This AWP could be so handy in the defense, and there's no more flashes. There's no more to deal with Mini, and they're stifled. What do? I guess you have to commit. You put all your util into this. Issa, critical duel, does fall, but the numbers are getting whittled down. Liaz frags onto Pit, missed shot from Cold, and somehow a man advantage round is falling apart for this CT side.
Boros gives Regali a taste of the swing there as well. He might want more. You know, this is kind of Boros' MO, but Liaz hits the shot. It's all down to Bibu. He's been really good in this tournament in these late rounds. This is where he's stepped up and done his best work, but this is so difficult. And Liaz seems like he has his number, and he falls off the angle, though. This can still be a little precarious. That bomb has got about halfway on it left, but I think Bibu has called it. He is out, going to save the AK, and FlyQuest win another Force buy. We have not had a normal gun round be successful just yet.
We haven't had a gun round win as we head into round 8. Here on Inferno. That one looks so good for GG How. Orpa finds the first kill towards long. The T side slows down. They look a bit kind of disorderly as they're wrapping towards the site.
There was 2 things for me that I think just cost GG How. That player in Big Pit who lost the fight on shore, that hurt, and the missed shot from Midi and Cold's air box, right? That sort of one there. I think as well, because he was so nervous about the long player sneaking through the motor smoke, which they were doing, that he was in 2 minds about where to play and how to play it. Maybe if he got on top of Cold's air box, he could have focused on long. The Bauk player could have focused on short. It might have been a little easier, but it was a little bit chaotic in how they set it up. And we get a pause. I don't know if this is, it seems like a technical one again.
I'm just surprised there's not more util coming down. If they had a smoke for Moto, that would have completely ruined the round for the T side. It had no space to move. Right. Well.
What a game. What a game.
It's getting to the point where I don't want to say FlyQuest has a weaponry advantage. GG How is forcing, because that doesn't seem to matter so far. And Boros, good spawn. But Liaz, he's an old dog. And he doesn't need any new tricks. He saw that one coming a mile off.
Did he blow away the gun? He did. That nade's actually quite smart. He just blows the gun away, so it's in a position which is harder to recover, let's say. But saying that, it has been picked up. AWP M4 AK and an Issa with just a 5-7. But 5-7 up close towards mid. I mean, this can always be super difficult to deal with. The only issue is early warning signs seem to be towards B. It's just Bibu here.
They might just save if he sees the site.
Especially with the AWP, right? Surely.
Yeah, they're so committed to brackets. Smoke, though, will delay as Vexite looks elsewhere for a moment, but his FlyQuest commit to numbers here on B. I think their intent is obvious. They're going to be ending on this side of the map. Bibu still has more util though. A resmoke on Banana.
Nice timing.
44 seconds remaining and no HE grenade. They will be loath to go through this smoke, but I think they might have to. Molly's now flying in. Bibu takes a crack. Little bit of damage on Netic, but no frags just yet. And now with this util landing in towards Coffins and CT, I think the only call here is to save and go again in the next.
I don't even hate this call, you know. If he had maybe got a kill or two, especially for Bibu, then you're like, okay, let's give it a go. Let's see what we can do in the retake. But he doesn't get anything, and he's given actually a safe pathway out. Just take it. Yeah. It's a silver lining. And Alan, we can finally say a gun round has won the round as well, and actually cleanly for FlyQuest 2, a flawless one for them, not losing a player. All starts that Boros fight over towards apartments. Nice, easy one to start things off, and that settles all of the nerves. So FlyQuest will take a bit of a trepidatious 2-round lead, but it's a lead which they like all the same.
They've had to fight mighty hard for that slim lead here on their map pick, to put it mildly. I'm intrigued to see the buy here for Gigi Hao, because they save an AWP and 2 rifles. They could fully buy in, maybe an MP9 in the mix and get a lot of util and play a fairly standard round. Let's wait and see. And they kind of have, there you go, Issa late to buy into it, but they've fully bought up. 1 FAMAS, 157. Maybe in a regular game you'd say this is too much, but frankly in this game, Neo, they know FlyQuest are susceptible against these lower buys. They're confident in themselves individually. Why not present this sort of buy against their opponents?
Yeah, it's worked before. Might gonna work again. Oh, that's a good start. Bibu with the support of Boros will catch Netic with the nades, and there is the FAMAS on the reload. Is it going to get caught? This becomes a little awkward. We're trying to fight through bulk. The FAMAS that raises so well. He can't get that second. Liaz will trade, spotting towards Library here. Bibu needs to be a little careful. He's a known quantity. Boros, not so much, but this nade could soften him up as he makes his way through. Bomb will be planted. The numbers favor GG Hao as well, but Liaz, he is walking wounded, 6 points of HP, and surely destined for the grave here in this 2 versus 3, but Regali's getting proactive. Regali wants to fight, and that'll work for the first. Looks for the second, not so lucky in that case, and Boros sees off both. So it's GG Hao who respond, and we can once again say that maybe risky choice to buy here, Alan. It was a good one.
Huge round from Boros. He is really starting to warm up into this game. There's no doubt in my mind, Boros is by some margin the most skilled player of this tournament.
Yes,
He's one of the most skilled players in World Counter-Strike. Of course, potentially plagued by issues beyond just the gameplay, but on this sort of team, he is so dangerous. And also, Asamus there, in and around pit on that FAMAS, is an absolute hero. The late kill he gets here on towards Moto is round-defining. If he goes down without those frags, they have the site, they have a man advantage. It might have even been a save for the CT side. Asamus brings it into play.
Absolutely. He's been lights out for GG Hao. Since this team came together, he has been unbelievably good at Asamus.
Yes. It's probably worth saying, I doubt he's the best rested for this series. To put it lightly, to come here and play good Counter-Strike.
It's impressive.
That is respect. We love that on the broadcast.
Do get a buy in response for FlyQuest, and another nade as well. They got the kill with it in that previous round. This time it just softens up Netic to half. Does make life a little awkward. They actually are deciding to fight here. They're kind of getting stuck on each other, and Mini want to take this duel. At the same time, they'll just fall a little bit out of apartments. This looks like they're setting up to go towards B.
It would be a good time for it. It's just Bibu on that side of the map. Boros now peels back over. Some util on Bibu. Boros gets boosted. So a pretty passive stance from this CT side as they play a very standard setup.
Nice timing on the molly, though, on the CT.
Bibu's still got more nades. 40 seconds, a molly and a smoke. If these go down in good positions, the T side are going to have real problems. They have to commit, and fortunately for them, there's nobody in towards pool to fight. Now Boros gets engaged. Second through the smoke. Now it's real trouble. 23 seconds, bomb down in the open, and now they're just flooding through these smokes. There is no chance for FlyQuest.
Oh my God, Boros, what is that transfer? He doesn't even know what he's hitting, but it's working. And
he knows the blind spots, man.
Exactly.
He just went straight for it.
Poor Regali has nothing in this round. Yeah, I mean, it's so smart of him. You know, drops the bomb and sprays into that deep side. Also keeps his teammate alive and gives him a chance to move through that smoke from Coffins. Fantastic work for GG Hao. Has to be said as well, you know, we've been here a month in China with Counter-Strike. This is one of the most exciting halves, the start of halves, at least we've had all tournament long.
Yes.
What a game we're getting.
That's what the stage does to you, man.
Yeah.
It's just a different ball game. Different environment, pressure now as you're under the lights. We've seen a lot of mistakes in this game. We're not going to spin it a different way, but every round is so unpredictable. Individually, they're showing up. As a team, though, I think both of these sides maybe need to tighten up a little bit. That said, we come into a series like this and we say FlyQuest, we expect them to be the cleaner team.
Yes.
We expect them to have better communication. I expect GG Hao to win crazy rounds over a series. That is how they're going to topple a more well-versed side like FlyQuest.
Nice shot from Mini. Once more, needs to be careful. Thankfully, Asamus was there to bail him out as a just in case. So, opening double for GG Hao, and a nice start for them against this low-ish buy. It's all on Regali to do something quite special, and what a flash from Bibu. That completely nullifies any sort of chance in this round that FlyQuest had. And Vexite, he's been seen as well. There's no way he's surviving. He might try and buy some time. He might try and mess around a little bit, but he is dead upon arrival. Mini sees it off, and it guarantees GG Hao at the very least a tied game of the half. That's pretty good.
When Boris is playing well, he looks robotic.
Yeah, untouchable.
He just snaps to the head. Absolutely flawless spray transfer. If Boris is going to play that sort of Counter-Strike, he's so hard to handle.
Yeah.
He causes so many problems.
15 and 7. What a start for him.
It's almost amazing GG Hao aren't up more rounds when he's playing this well.
And honestly as well, credit to him, Mini's actually looking really solid too. He's putting in a lot of work. Samus, oh, he gets caught off guard though. He'll start things well. That's exactly what they wanted. Netic, oh, he gets the kill, but he's lucky to stay alive there. Very lucky indeed.
A is seeded. The round practically is over. It's the last of a half, so they have to attempt to retake GG Hao, but there is no chance here. Smoke's now landing towards Moto.
Yeah.
Bomb rushing in from apartments.
Boris.
This should be impossible.
Boris has to be absolutely, well, like you said, robotic, and well, it's Netic who does a bit of himself. That's sort of the style that Netic can play against because he is a sort of similar player. He's got a kin to it. Mini, nice shot. But it shouldn't really amount to all too much. So it should be a tied game at the half. There's still plenty of time left on that bomb, but open the retake is never what I fancy. And well, down goes Issa. It's all down to Mini. 6-all for FlyQuest. I don't know, it's hard to really talk about this half in positives and negatives as a whole for the teams because they're going to look back and say, why did we lose so many forced by rounds? Both of them, right? But at the same time think, okay, we've actually made this workable heading in towards the second.
I think they've split this half into two portions. The early part was
the chaos.
all the force buys. It was carnage, it was chaos. It felt like a lot of small mistakes. You saw missed smokes.
Yes.
Individually not on the same page as each other. I think though towards the end of the half we saw better signs for both teams. The Counter-Strike was cleaned up. Still though, it's FlyQuest's map pick. They looked really on edge. Had they not emerged victorious from those force buy wars, they might have had a really brutal scoreline here on the Switch.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's also, I really feel like for this series, I kind of feel like they need the Inferno here. Dust 2, I know against the Vision, the previous game, it wasn't so much, but Dust 2's been a great map for GG Hao. It's been a real part of their pool that they've been trying to flesh out as a map that they like to punish people with, just because they can rely on your Borises. Mini gets really active on that map. Samus is excellent on Dust 2 as well, usually. So you look at this Vita and you're thinking, I don't know, I feel like if FlyQuest want a chance, they actually need this map to push into Ancient.
It's probably true. If any team's going to 2-0 this series, it's likely to be GG Hao. Inferno has looked brutal so far. Individually, they're really warmed up into this game.
Yeah,
and they absolutely could win Inferno from here. There's no doubt in my mind. Boris, if he gets them a few key rounds now in the second half, they could run away with it.
And it also helps as well for GG Hal that the best player at this tournament in terms of so far throughout this playoffs is Regali, and he's been missing, right? He has just not been able to get going. I mean, I do think T-side Inferno Warping is unbelievably difficult at the best of times, right? So I don't blame him too much. But 3 and 7, it's a tough run out for what has been the best player at this tournament, averaging a 1.29 across all the maps he's played, and single-handedly has won FlyQuest the majority of their series. If it wasn't for the performances Regali's been putting in, this side would not even be here. That's how bad things were going at one point. So
yeah,
without him in the server, it actually does make this quite nervy.
Feels that way. I'm going to give Netic a shout out. He's only on 5 kills, but in terms of some of those impact kills, especially the round where he edged around that smoke and fragged Boros, massive. Vexai had his moments too. So they played okay, but you're right. It's got to be a team effort. CT side, we probably expect Regali to be a bit more mobile.
Hopefully.
I mean, one factor, of course, in this first half is neither team could really AWP because they never had any money. If they get off to a better, cleaner start on this CT side, Regali gets on the AWP, got some util to get him into play.
Yeah.
He could be much more of a factor.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, if anything's to go by how things started towards the previous, I'm expecting more chaos, more carnage in towards the next. And, of course, now we've got GG Hal on T side. This is actually where GG Hal do all their best work. So,
yeah.
I actually, you know, the kind of the narrative that we've been building throughout the playoffs has been saying that if GG Hal can get an okay CT, you're in trouble, right? Because T-side, you let Boros loose, you let Samus loose as well. Issa's actually, his calling has really developed across this tournament as well, coming through the closed qualifier into the main event. I think I'm looking towards this T-side. I'm actually quite concerned for FlyQuest right now.
I agree. I feel that way too. I always think T-side is a different ball game because you choose the point of pressure.
Yeah.
You choose the point of contact. And quite critically for GG Hal, you choose who makes the contact. And if it's me, it's Boros.
Yeah.
Every single time. Get Boros on an AK. I don't even care if it's an eco for everybody else.
Yeah.
Get him in the mix. He will make magic happen. Cause problems, fluster rotations, crack open bomb sites. He's so dangerous.
Absolutely. Another player that I want to keep an eye out for in towards this T side is late round post plant Bibu. That's where he's done like basically all of his best work. I'd say like the mid rounds and the general starts rounds, he doesn't actually get too involved generally speaking, but put him in a post plant and for some reason Bibu becomes kind of untouchable. Well, pistol on the way. It's Vexai to start well. Asamas wanting to fight. This is very messy from Asamas. He had so many opportunities to kill and he misses all of them. So Vexai's given a freebie. I cannot believe Asamas let that slip.
That's some KZ right there. Take note. And what do you do now if you're GG Hal? FlyQuest don't need to overplay this situation. I'm somewhat surprised they're actually 4A right now. But if Netic retains this full banana control, I guess it's okay. GG Hal Fred back. The only way into this round, Neo, is to kill Netic quickly and swarm the site. They need this kill right now, and Netic gives ground. FlyQuest surely peek mid in a moment, and they do. All Netic had to do is stay alive. Even if he falls all the way into ruins or backside, he just has to buy time for his teammates.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Just pre-firing. Smoke will come down towards CT. That's one thing to work with at the very least, but look at that rotate coming through. Now 2 coming in through Church. So already this round feels like it's starting to fall apart. There's a 4th in the vicinity too. Yeah, you're right. Dink will come through on towards Vexai. This is so difficult in the 3 versus 5. Time is ticking, 30 seconds. Netic, Lias for 2, and a close by FlyQuest. That is the start they needed. Calm, collected, but confident to kickstart the half. No messing around, no nonsense. Now just make sure you convert the 4 spot.
Might have been some nonsense. Let's see this replay on Banana.
Yeah, this is...
How is Vexai alive? I mean, we know it's hard. He's jumping. He's facing the wrong way. But that will sting GG Hal so much because they probably should have been in an even scenario to start that round.
That's such a tilter as well for Asamas, and it's not what you want. You want to get this guy alive and really online. He hasn't been flying just yet as he was earlier in the tournament. We do get a little bit of investment coming through from GG Hal.
They kind of need a plant, man.
Yeah.
They've bought a fair amount. There will definitely be Galils in the mix or low util if they don't get a plant or at least some frags out of this round. That said, when I see Boros on a Deagle, the round is alive. It is possible.
Oh, he has been just something so special. There's also something about... Oh, my God!
What did I say?
Oh, my God. What is wrong with this kid? How does he hit shots like this? It's such a guarantee. And now he's got a rifle to work with as well. And speaking of, he's needed here. Down he will go. He might have been better off sticking with the Deagle. Inns needs to be careful. Spots another. Inns done so well from Cole's Aerobox. And he's looking for more. Another shot from Mini. Not bad. They're making it expensive. And this is silver linings, but...
There could be a plan here, man.
A
plan towards B. 2 kills already. Anything else is just the cherry on top. This round is successful.
Do you believe? You kind of want to believe.
Not really.
The way things have been going.
If it was Boros, I'd be all in. But this kill has to come in quickly. Ooh. There's still a little bit of util as well on Liaz. And does Inns have any inkling?
No, they got it.
They're actually closing in. Yeah, dead man. Still, 2 kills, a bomb plant given the investment. That's a good day in the office.
Absolutely. Full bites coming towards the next year. Very happy indeed. FlyQuest do take once again a little bit of a 2-round lead, but for the most part, nothing that is worrying us just yet in the GG House side. They're kind of chilling. Oh my God, these
Savage.
shots. I mean, he's just
Savage.
so good. He might have been better off, honestly, sticking with that Deagle. But either way, job done. You're actually still, you're very happy if you're GG out that round. 2 kills and a bomb plant. You're thriving. Coming towards the next round, AKs across the board, and we got the belts of util as well.
And critically, you've kept that FlyQuest money in a bad place.
Yeah.
If you win this round as GG How, it will be a while before there's AWPs on the server, before FlyQuest are back in a good position. Bit of a mortar strike as Osamus is taken a long way down. Got to send some other troops in first. He can't be the first point of contact anymore.
Yeah, he's just too low. Unless they're using him as basically a human flashbang. Looks like Issa will be leading the charge. He'll be that first contact for now. 2 players towards B, but it's not a committed play towards B. We still got a couple up towards apartments, just testing the waters in towards Boiler. See what comes up. Half-full smoke will come through. I think quite smartly, we're just not fighting through this. I just don't think it would have been worth it for GG How, and in hindsight, that's very much the case. This might be an A finish.
I think they need to retake Banana. There's a risk here that FlyQuest are 4A.
Yeah.
Because we can see the minimap. We have the X-ray. We know that they're starting to lean a little bit over.
Oh, he gets in front of the Molotov here. Boros, might have the angle. He actually might have the drop. Oh, he's been spotted. And I don't think you want to take this fight. Not with an MP9. Not against Boros. And he somehow wins it on the swing. How has Boros had that one slip? That is a rarity. But Osamus is moving his way forward.
Timing.
Oh my God.
They're moving so much.
Oh my God, but they're still getting kills here. They're getting both. Netic nails Issa. And it gives a bit of a chance, a final kill to drop him. And there's a player who's rotated over in support. Time ticking, 10 seconds. We've got to go here. FAMAS cannot deliver. That bomb's got to go down, boys. Priorities here in the round. And it will get planted, a 2 versus 3. We might be back on or might not. Osamus goes down, and what a weird and wacky round again.
Inns was so early on that retake. They were not ready. FlyQuest, they truly believed it was some sort of A round. And they were wrong. They had the kill on Arch side from Inns. They knew that nobody had crossed Arch. I'm surprised the anchor came off that B-bomb side. That was, for me, too much. Bit too much of a lean. And they almost got punished. That was a really dangerous scenario as the bomb was going down. Nonetheless, FlyQuest up to 9. They don't get reset. They don't lose when their economy was on the precipice. And now it's GG How saying, we need to go all in. We can't let FlyQuest get a good lead, get economy. We want to break them early.
Nice start though, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it's anybody, it's Boros to drop early. That's exactly what you want. He's quieted down a little bit in towards his T side. We thought he might level up a bit, but he was 15 at the half, and since then only the 1 kill. B-boot. Right idea. How about the execution? He can't quite find the head. Vexite at the same time finds Osamus, and down goes Issa too. So this round has fallen very flat very quickly. It's just Mini and Bibu trying to salvage a 2 versus 5. Surely no chance in hell. Ah, it goes from bad to worse as well. Down goes Bibu. Down goes the round. Mini, he might follow. He might get a consolation kill, but that will be about it. 10-6. And quite surprising, Alan, GG Hao are now non-existent in this game.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a match anymore. FlyQuest are starting to run away with it. They look a lot cleaner for my money. Much fewer mistakes. And they're being very proactive. For a team that gets branded quite a lot as passive, this is great, dynamic, mobile Counter-Strike. They're getting the openers. GG Hao can just about get out another full investment, but now they're running out of time. No rounds yet on this T side, and this is practically do or die. Get something on the board, or we're going to map 2 real soon.
This round has got to have everything for GG Hao. It's a good start. Boros bails out Issa, who... Well, it's actually Samus who took that fight. Issa attacked him up as well with that swing, but Samus was in a lot of trouble there.
Liaz is alone. He needs help so bad. But as they wrap towards the long side, the rotates are perfect. Had GG Hao gone short, this round would have been a walkover. But now it's contested. Counter Molly is brutal to buy time, and I think GG Hao are pulling the plug. They don't feel like this now. It's so telegraphed. They know rotates will be there. We've got a whole minute to play with. Why force the issue? Let's take our time.
Yeah, I like this pause call. This comes back to what we've been talking about with Issa. It's not been that one-dimensional calling anymore. He's actually been starting to flex a bit with the timings and the tempos, and this is a pretty good example. You pause, you freeze, and then you can give a second chance at it. When you look over towards their side, they have a bit of util to work with. 3 smokes and an aid. I can set up something. Oh, spotted out. Netic as well. What in God's name is that? Issa caught on the jiggle one tap. My God, this youngster, what a revelation he's been. And Leah's going to make sure his experience shines through. Down goes Mini and Bibu. Surely no chance in hell. The spray to hold it down, to lock it down. 11 for FlyQuest.
Netic and Liaz have been brilliant on this CT side.
Yeah.
So few mistakes. I mean, scoreline is indicative enough of the way this one is headed. 5 in a row now on the CT side, and that's plenty of buy rounds as well from GG Hao in the mix there. That shot. Kill from Netic is an execution. No opportunity there for his opponents. And now GG Hao, they take their pause. Their money, presumably, is not in a great position either. But they're in that kind of pick your poison scenario now where do you even want to let go of any more rounds? Should we let them get to 12 with 6 map points?
Is it arguably too late as well, this second pause? I mean, I feel like, you know, we had a pause, what, I think it was like 5-4, I think, around that sort of scoreline. When you lose the first 3 rounds, actually, if you've got 3 pauses, I don't mind calling another pause there and just trying to really snuff out this FlyQuest momentum. But for me, it feels a little too late. FlyQuest have built up such a snowball effect now.
There's no awards for saving pauses.
Yeah. Look at the buy that comes through for GG Hao. This feels like a real Hail Mary. A Galil Mac-10, P250 and a double AK buy in the hands of Boros and Mini. They have got to do incredible work here. Oh my God, Regali on the flick was close, but not close enough. We're making our way in towards apartments, and they're actually going at quite a pace here. They're starting to make some decent ground in towards deep apartments. They could pop it while they're still in transition to set up on this CT defense. They can get a little spiky. Oh yeah, there goes Bibu. And Liaz, he can only get 1 as well. That's a really good timing just to get in there quick and start these fights. Bomb will go down. We're not going to give this a go, surely.
That round is a pure chess game. FlyQuest, they did not expect such an early move. They didn't think there were players in apartments. And you called it right. Those CTs, they were thinking about where do we want to play from? Where do we want to get into? They never made it. They never got into position. At least the pit player in Liaz did actually get into his spot. But Inns never stood a chance. Even if they were in good spots, they might have still got overwhelmed. And GG Hao, they were on the brink. They decided we have to force up. They took a pause and decided to run a set round rather than the defaults that haven't been working.
Yep.
So I guess whatever was discussed in that pause was fabulous. They, by luck or a great read, they made the perfect call, especially with the timing there onto that A-bomb site.
Agreed. I do feel like Lord has been such a great addition to this GG Hao side because we know they have the individuals, we know they have the aim. You know, as you mentioned, Boros arguably the best player at this entire event, especially in terms of his just raw ability. Yes. And I think they just need a little bit more of that tactical depth, and Lord has brought that. It's an incredibly experienced coach, a guy who's been around for such a long time and has seen so many different iterations of the game, and it seems like he's really helped this side since coming in. He's only been here for a month and a half, and he's been helping them out massively. Early fighting towards Banana. Boris is just taking so much damage, and he'll go down to the flames. There was nowhere to escape there. Molly's in front, Molly's behind. He's burnt to a crisp, and not the start that he wanted. He's relentless in the fight, and sometimes he lives and dies by the sword.
Certainly does. Sad to say, but Boros, in terms of gun rounds, has been a bit of a non-factor on this half.
Agreed.
And we came in at the swap and we said, if GG Hell get him engaged, they could win this map. Maybe even convincingly, but that has not been the case. FlyQuest with their map control, with their proactive presence, have been so good. And this man, Netic, he might be the best player on this server right now.
Yeah.
He has been fabulous.
He's my MVP. Of this game, Netic has been the best player. The impact, we even spoke about it, at the half, 8-9 was the scoreline, but those 8 kills were unbelievably impactful.
Yes.
2 4-spy rounds were won from Netic alone. One where he's given the AK, another with a pistol. This kid is ridiculous, and I can see why FlyQuest speaks so highly of him. His work ethic, but just his raw ability. Bibu, I spoke about him being good in the late round. He's got no chance in this late round. 1v4, 30 seconds, no chance in hell, especially with that bomb dropped all the way deep in Banana.
This is one of those really painful saves where, yeah, you want to have a go. It's a sexy kill, but it's not going to matter. The round is done, and FlyQuest will be on 12. And let's give FlyQuest some serious credit.
For sure.
4, 5, 6 rounds into this game, we're thinking, have they made a huge error playing Inferno, where these young guns, these aggressive individuals can get in the mix for GG Hao? But since the swap, they've been clean. They've been playing together.
Yeah.
And aside from these hunting these exit kills, they've been on top of all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Genuinely, this FlyQuest side have looked excellent. He actually could have fallen back. There was a molly, but it must have been extinguished by that deep Banana smoke that was there, but it actually extinguished the Molotov that was behind him. I think he just didn't realize. So he went down where he actually very much easily could have survived. Either way, 12-7, 5 map points for FlyQuest. This has been a clinic on this CT side, and I don't think things are going to change here. We get a buy back in place, of course, for GG Hao, and it's a pretty solid one at that. Mini out with the AWP. Only thing he lacks really is utilities. He prioritizes the big green. But this has been an absolutely fantastic second half from FlyQuest. They have offered up little to nothing for GG Hao to work with.
Flawless, frankly. So few mistakes. They had the one round where they get caught out of position with a bad timing on A. But this is Counter-Strike. There's a reason we play best of 24 rounds rather than best of 6 or something.
Yeah.
Because you will make mistakes. It's just the nature. You're playing without information. But outside of that, so many good decisions. Their util, frankly, has taken Boris out of this half.
Yep.
He has struggled so much, especially on Banana, to get engaged. And FlyQuest keep alternating, man. Aggressive, passive, aggressive, passive. GG Hao can't get a read on how Banana's being played.
The smoke down towards Banana for now. That's just keeping the T side at bay. And there was 2 just getting a little bit of an information gather. We've boosted on towards sandbags, and there's nothing behind it really for Mini to work with. And a re-smoke at quite a good timing. And speaking of, we've got 30 seconds to work with, guys. We've got to make a decision. This has got to be a B hit now. We don't really have time to cancel on this, but they're going to have to go through a smoke. And speaking of, one towards CT. This gets a little precarious. They're going to have to go through this. Regali could have a chance to really deliver on something quite special. And here's the youngster. Here's the kid wonder. Netic! Oh, he gets 2. Regali, one of his own as well. And Vexat's here for support to lock it down. Regali again for another. And Bibu, no chance in hell. 5 seconds. And that is the map. We will say it once and we'll say it again, Alan. A CT side clinic from FlyQuest.
What a recovery. Such a shaky start, but towards the end there was no doubt. FlyQuest were cleaner, they were more proactive, they were taking the monstrous individuals of GG Hao out of the game. That was a very much deserved win. They came into this map well prepared, and credit, you know, we questioned the veto. We were wrong. Yeah. They looked incredible towards the end.
Absolutely. And while that first half we can, you know, quite confidently say that Boris was the best player in the server across the entire map, Netic, Arnold, down the hill. What a performance from the youngster. The impact he continued to have all the way throughout was absolutely fantastic, and especially in the absence of Regali, who couldn't really get going. I'm so impressed with what I saw from them in this second half, and for GG Hao, this has really got to be quite gutting. They could not get in towards this game in the way that they would like. Yeah, fantastic work. You look towards Dust 2 now as well. I'm worried for GG Hao.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit scary. At least we know the individuals are here.
Yeah.
We know Boros is engaged. As a team, they were out of it towards the end of that map. But going into Dust 2, it's more fluid, it's more open, it's more spacious.
Yeah.
We've still definitely got a series on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. The big hope as well that for GG How they can push it towards an Ancient. The questions are of can they shut down Netic? Can they shut down Liaz as well? Who has so much impact on that CT side. And Anchor, a rock who couldn't be stopped. Netic, shots like that won them so many rounds. And unfortunately, they got outcalled. The one round that worked for them, that set round, was great, but it's not really replicable. So fantastic work that came through from FlyQuest, may I say, and for GG How. When you look back at it as a whole, it was a lot of Force Fight wins, very few gun round wins as well. So an incredible work. We're going to be throwing it back towards the desk as Jazz, T-Tam, and Yumi are there to break down everything from that incredible map before we head, of course, in towards Dust 2.
FlyQuest with a 13-7 victory going their way. What a dominant CT side it was that we saw coming through from them. 7 rounds to take them the full distance and walk away with the victory.
I mean, that first half was kind of scary in the beginning. Yeah. You see the scoreboard over there as well. It's like a pinball, back and forth and back and forth. Force by on force by. Fortunately, they were able to find some stability. Funnily enough, on the T side as well, in that 4th and 5th round, great kills from Netic, and maybe that was a trailer of the rest of the game to come.
Yeah, it's strange because it did feel like nobody really had their feet beneath them at the start of this game. It was a pure scramble, while Netic had some good influence on rounds. I mean, Boros was also flying off with some of the kills he was getting on that CT side. Only for things that kind of deteriorated in that second half. You didn't have these propellants that GG How necessarily wanted. And when we outlined the start of this game, we were talking about people that can act as trailblazers, get the engine roaring for GG How. They had that at the start of this game, and they still didn't take control. I mean, Netic had some good influence on that T side, but it was on CT where he really had, a field day.
Yeah, Boros was loving that CT side. 15 kills at the halfway mark. Why do you think it was that he, in particular, was able to find so much quick succession in every one of those frags CT side?
I think Boros was likely going to be the player who took to the stage the fastest in general, with the experience and whatnot that he has. Obviously, he also understands coming into this match, as much as we say GG How is a team where everyone does show up. There is circumstances around where, we've already talked about maybe if Samas is not going to be at his best and whatnot. Boros knows he has to be the one to take the team forward, and I do appreciate that he's taking initiative much in the same way we saw Netic doing it, but he realized that maybe he's the best player on the server. So I think there's interesting parallels there, and I think honestly what a story for Netic that he can be compared to someone like Boros on a high.
It's just funny that, like, moving into this stage of the tournament, we expect that there's going to be some shakes, some fumbles, maybe, that the environment is different. But all our conversation with FlyQuest has really been around Vexite, Regali, and maybe Netic. So to see that Vexite and Regali, I mean, Regali especially, basically was sort of underutilized, maybe not required as much, but didn't find the influence that we'd gotten so used to seeing in some of the previous stages of the tournament. For him to be propelled forward by the Netic that we were uncertain of, as well as Inns actually getting a lot of these kills in the mid-round, sort of like a win more fights, and on the retakes, Inns found some fantastic timings as well. I think, honestly, FlyQuest played with a great awareness coming into that second half, especially.
Yeah, I think for Inns, especially 9 kills at the half, and then continuing to keep up that momentum, heading on throughout the rest of the game. But Netic, the man, the myth, the legend himself, we mentioned the fact that he's not been necessarily looking the best from you guys' perspective, at least, but stepping up now when it really counts. Was this the Netic you were hoping to see from the very moment he joined?
I mean, when I was talking about him earlier, I was saying he played like he wasn't confident, like he was playing scared, playing inside of the box. But for him, it seemed like every single fight, especially towards the end of this game, every time you saw him take a duel, it didn't seem like he'd lose it. Like, his movement was good, his aim looked really controlled, and you could see that these moments, these scrambling remnants of a round from GG How, when they were trying to wrangle his kills, they just couldn't hit him. They genuinely couldn't.
And I will say that on the T side, maybe he still had some shivers and shakes where he was being naded down, Molotov and whatnot. But on the CT side, where he's rotating in consistently over towards A when he's already lost the man, because I will say GG How still consistently getting entries and getting 5v4s. Netic comes in, refrags one, moves back over, waits for like Vexite to throw a flashbang, because we had some great rotation from FlyQuest from B to A especially, and with that repeats back out over. That's not just a player who's keyed into his own game, that's a player who's still taking time to listen to comms, listen to what utilities coming over and whatnot, and change his fights around that.
There's a respect to it. You know, he understood. He played with incredible restraint, even though he was having such a solid game. Like, you would be able to identify himself that he was hot coming into that game, but he never made sure, he made sure to never overswing, never give too much away.
Well, you know what, next map is going to be Dust 2. That's GG Howe's pick. Super excited whether or not they'll be able to take us the full distance in this best of 3.
对手是一个非常强劲的对手，我们之前也跟他们交手过几次，然后他们有他们独特的战术风格吧，确实是挺厉害的。赛前我们把他们就是会打到的5个图我们都看完了，这回合是最后一把嘛，那我们这边有把狙。然后呢，但是我们整体的经济是不是很好的？然后像这个 Info 这个图，其实狙能够拿到首杀的机会是比较少的，就是在 A 区的话，所以当时就决定是让一把狙去 B 区，让一把狙去 B 区之后呢，先防对面的那种快节奏，看能不能找机会去偷人。然后 JE 也确实利用他的一个打法，激进的打法去拿到了一个人数优势，然后再打了一个心理盲区，就是马上交出了一个 B 的烟，让对面觉得我们就应该回去 A 了，但其实我们就不在 B。米亚举这一分，那个包在 L 楼其实只是单纯的队员忘记自己带着包了，白菜忘记自己拿着包了，然后其实那个包不是在他身上的，然后但是后续我们也是，因为我们那局开局就说了我们后续要打 A， 所以说那么他那个包也带着就带着吧，就也不去处理这个包了。然后我记得这分后续我们是打 A 成功了，但是我们残局输了，当时是3打2，我觉得也是个人选手那边有点进入残局之后有点打法有点僵硬吧，就是不知道哪里来人，然后该怎么站位，该怎么打。JE 这边他残局之后他不知道 B 小会漏，然后被 B 小杀了。同时牧师在2楼那边被发现了位置之后，没有选择离开2楼，还是选择待在2楼，导致我们输了这一分的残局。今天的队员里面，我觉得白菜跟 JE 这2位选手发挥挺关键的。我记得 Info 有几幕 JE 都是混烟双杀以及连杀，还有拿手杀。白菜的话呢，虽然说我们A 损输了，但是我觉得他在 A 损上面的发挥也是可圈可点的，因为他扛住了好几波，也拿到了好几波连杀。我觉得重点训练的话呢，是选手个人对于游戏的理解吧，因为我觉得我们现在队员说实话还不是很会玩，不是事先布置好或者是事先讲好的一些情况下，队员的临场交流以及那一瞬间的反应跟做出的决策跟操作，我觉得都不是很合理的。很多时候 ，Major 比赛我觉得至少进个 Stage 2吧，对。
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Asian Champions CS2 League, where we are currently in our 3rd to 4th place decider matchup. It is FlyQuest taking on GG How. FlyQuest storming through that Inferno against all of the odds, 13-7. But now it is time for our Dust 2, that's GG How's map pick. Boys, how do we think this one is going to pan out?
Look, on one end, Nedic's been amazing and whatnot. In's looking very good. In's is always, you know, Inferno's sort of his home map. We always know that, so I don't know if that performance will be sustained. But one performance that I'm worried might be sustained is Regali's. And on Dust 2, Nedic would have to be just as good, maybe even better, to make up for a performance where your Opera is missing. Mini was fine. I think Mini's going to be able to bring in some form over here as well, even if he's not the most aggressive. Still concerns for me.
Yeah, no, I think at least in terms of the impact that Regali had throughout this tournament and just in the days he's been with FlyQuest, it's weird to see him not show up on a stage like this, especially when it is important, when they need to find that kind of influence. Like, sure, Vexai and Nedic do seem like they're in fine form. If, again, Ins, like you said, don't think it will carry over. But I think the good news for Regali is that, sure, Mini is looking okay, but I don't think he's enough to take over the game for GG How. Like we'd seen earlier on in the tournament from the close qualifiers, there were moments where Mini was hard carrying GG How through a Dust 2. I have yet to see that re-emerge as we've gone through this tournament.
What about Boros, though? Especially first half Inferno, he was standout player. Second half, a little bit quieter.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to carry over into Dust 2?
I think he's going to do particularly well. It's always been one of his best maps, and I think it'll be difficult to not see that. But the other question is, how well is Issa going to call around that, right? Because no matter what Boros did in that first half, if you're still losing the force spies, if you're still, you know, going down to these 2v2 situations where the Nedic has a chance to step up because you've had a gap in your structure, then I'm relying on Issa a little bit to actually come to the table more so on Dust 2, because Boros can have a superstar performance and they still lose versus FlyQuest.
What did you guys make of the calling then on Inferno second half? Obviously 6-6 half, and then it was downhill from there.
It seems strange because there were moments, and I think Alan pointed this out as well, that, you know, there was a timeout, I think, called by Lord. They took a moment, they burst out apps. You know, there was definitely calls that seemed like they were tailored directly to FlyQuest. But I think the problem with GG How is that they're very comfortable working just like slow defaults, into leads late around explodes. We even saw it towards the end of the game. That's a jump through a smoke at like 20 seconds when they literally would have lost the game if they didn't find a way into the bomb site. So I think it's definitely some moments of indecision from players like Ins especially, but there is a lot to like about the more sporadic style, especially moving into a Dust 2 where you can punish that a lot more.
Well, the crowd here is certainly ready and raring to get the show on the road. I'm loving this decibel counter, the little meter.
I mean, it's so cool because what we have right now is across both team stages, we've got different decibel counters set up all across basically the stage around them specifically, so we get to see who the fans are cheering for more. 80 decibels on either side. It's pretty even, Steven, and this should be a pretty even matchup too.
The teams ain't Chinese.
Quick prediction from you both.
Let's go GG How.
Let's go for it, Neo and Alan.
Dust 2 to follow, map 2 in this third place decider here in the Asian Champions League. GG How, one map down, Neo.
Yeah.
But this is their map pick. We know they've got players that thrive in space.
Exactly.
Thrive with being aggressive. This series is far from over.
This is, hopefully, where GG How are going to do a lot of their best work. They're going to be starting on that CT side, though. T side is where we really see GG How develop on this map. So the big hope is that we can see something quite special come to fruition. Looks like we're going to get a nice and simple B-pop here. And this could be a little spicy. Door smoke going to come through and a pop flash to send them out. And this get a little messy. Retaking B is always super difficult as well. Back plat, down goes Bibu. There is still one more here as well on the site itself, but he gets caught as well. Boros gets nailed, and that might be it.
A talking point of map 1 is that Regali was absent.
Yep.
His team was fabulous. He played his role fine, but he was not the superstar that we've seen so far during this tournament. That round, Regali has announced himself in this third place game. What a duo of duels as he cracks open the B-bomb site.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're GG How? You have no chance to defend if those shots are heading in your direction.
Yeah, Ray Boss as well. He dropped over the P250, and oh my God, Regali gets a third before he falls. What a round he's had. Absolutely excellent. And Netic, one of his own too. Mini gonna save the dualies. That's as good as it gets for them in this one. He is so low himself, and FlyQuest start off well into your opponent's map pick. They, you know, to salvage this tournament a little bit as well for FlyQuest, getting third place is sort of what they need. They're a side who would have came to this tournament and said, we have to win this, or we should win this. And if we don't, it's actually a little worrying because, you know, we need the EWC spot. They're actually not in contention for it currently. Now, there is still a world that we could get 2 teams from Asia get it, depending on if any of them get in towards the top 15, but that'll be a little bit later down the line. But for FlyQuest, they would have really wanted to have got this spot, and they probably felt like they had a really good chance at it, and they did just underperform against Tyloo. So getting third place at the very least, $40,000, great VRS point. It gives them 3 spots as well, puts them inside of the top 20. That's a silver lining in what is overall seen as not a bad tournament, but not what they would have wanted.
Tunnel's aggression is the order of the day. Netic's in a bit of trouble. Molly goes down.
Smart Molly.
He decides, I don't want to fight, and the communication is fantastic. He says to his teammates, there has to be numbers with me here in Tunnels. A bomb site, by virtue of that, has got to be lesser defended, and it's just an easy decision, isn't it? Crawl up long here. The CTs are off the site. We need a bit of util maybe here towards short to push them back, and this round is over. If I'm GG Hao, I'm thinking about saving, if they can, with Netic here.
Yeah, exactly. Netic might be a thorn in the side of exactly that. Oh my word. Netic, that's 2 unbelievably well-taken kills. Given over, and he definitely should have been traded there, but he's so calm, the youngster. And all down to one man, of course, no chance of Bibu in this one. If he can stay alive, it's all right, but I don't think they're in too good of a spot so far. GG Hao still looking very much like the second half GG Hao rather than the first. Bibu, he'll get his consolation. Netic's seen off, but he also falls 6 feet under. So 2-0 start for FlyQuest. And the force buy put to rest as well. You got to be pretty happy.
Definitely not something we could have said at the start of Inferno. This one, a different story. For those that missed it, forced by wards galore to kick off map 1 in this series, but this is a different breed of FlyQuest. They grew into that map 1. They look much more poised now, and the round that follows this should be pretty much a full-blown eco for this CT side. Couple Deagles in the mix. Hey Cheese as well. They can get loaded up towards long. Ins is in a little bit of trouble as he gets surrounded. Molly goes down, takes his fight, and with Liaz here, despite the numbers in their face, they're going to hold firm. They are so much more comfortable now against pistols here on Dust 2.
Absolutely. This looks way more like what we'd expect. Is still a couple of Deagles in play, but it shouldn't be too much. It's a nice shot from Mini, but a nice trade, and that's really all you can ask. Running through. Regali was there to meet Issa and gifted a freebie. Bibu, no chance. He does seem to get a consolation kill every time, but it doesn't really change the outcome. And the nade should see him off. Touchdown as Bibu gets caught. What a start for FlyQuest. Honestly, Alan, there's very little we can complain about for FlyQuest so far.
Throw in the second half of Inferno as well. It was a similar story. Bye round though to follow. This is what we're really interested in. Map pick, of course, for GG Hao. We know they look comfortable on this earlier in the tournament, so surely they have options. Aggressive moves, particularly with some of these players, they could make. And that's my question coming into this map, is how standard, how passive do they want to play? I think they should play a proactive, aggressive game. It just suits some of these members so well. And I think a slow, standard brand of Counter-Strike, I think that's kind of what FlyQuest wants. I think they want a default game where they can just exude their better team play and win out in that direction.
And it's got to be said, you know, since kind of Dust 2 came back into the map pool in Counter-Strike 2, the best teams on Dust 2 are the ones who have really nice ideas about CT side proactivity, really getting to the thick of it, actually start to test the tempo and sort of find out what's going on, really trying to get up in their face a little bit. And we want that from GG Hao. That's where they do their best work traditionally. Mini, missed shot, but he actually sticks around. I don't hate this idea at all. They haven't pushed too far forward. He'll get a smoke down. He also has support from a rifle in CT. But for now, a minute to work with, and it looks like FlyQuest want to make their way continually upshore.
Mid-smoke's down. The key player to watch is Issa. He is the man that has to make a decision. Do I defend A, or do I look towards that B split instead? For now, he's kind of half in, half out. He can peel off to A. Mini is way off. Back towards Car. Deep line on that AWP, and it is a cat walk drop. Flashes over. Vexite takes space. Issa isolated out, and this AWP is in so much trouble. Asama survives
on
in
the reload.
And through the smoke, that is audacious. I guess he felt he couldn't face Long.
He was trying to go on the reload,
Wow.
and he heard the reload as well, but he just didn't expect the second player there. Might give them a chance. Might give them a chance indeed. Ins look down. Yeah, there it is. Gifted over, and Liaz at the same time.
Why are they so far ahead of their teammates, man?
Yeah, where are the short
They're
players?
out of CT, and these teammates aren't even round the corner on short.
Yeah, one of them jumped on Xbox at the time they're fighting in CT. I mean, like, timing is all over the place. I guess nice consolation there as Ins gets caught in the IGL head-to-head, but FlyQuest are more than happy to be walking away with a 4th round in a row to start on your opponent's map pick. This is excellent. GG Halb, I think, are a little bit too slow in terms of what we've seen from them. Not playing together, spacing's awful, but also as well, coming back to it, GG Halb, your best work is proactivity. You guys, they need to fight. In some ways, you can look at it, especially when it's not working, when you're getting really active and say, is this a little bit brain dead? Is it a little bit too audacious? But with how things are going right now, this default style is not working.
No doubt. Frustration starting to show. Small errors will cost them in this series. 4A start for GG Halb. Long, looking to be heavily defended. They get there in the end, but they've shown a lot of presence. And check out the call from FlyQuest. I think they know, Nao.
Yeah.
They know that B has to be lesser defended.
Oh, if they push that smoke. I mean, it's obviously unbelievably risky to push a smoke in any situation, but if they had gone immediately, the timing would have been excellent. Bibu going to flash back in, and that'll now give him some level of foothold towards this side, but he is alone here and surely got no chance. If he can go 1 for 1, even that feels big. Going for 2 would be huge. It's Boros who gets both as Vexite and Neti get caught, and Bibu's there to support. My God, Boros helps them out. Bibu going to get caught, but all that matters, it's a really solid CT round, and it's actually not that expensive for GG Halb. They needed that.
It was a little bit chaotic, that Long fight, but it's got to be said, it must have been quite handy to have the extra rifler there to fight with the 4A start. The smoke on towards tunnels from Bibu, critical.
Yeah.
And I'm actually a little bit surprised FlyQuest didn't go through it, because I thought they knew. I thought they knew it was a 4A start, but maybe they just felt it was a little bit too much of a risk. Hesitancy, though, cost them. They missed their window. This time, delayed long take. A team kill for a mini, but Osamus is so clean. Absolute clinic on Long. What do you do now if you're Regali? He's going to stick around for the fight.
He knows.
Has to win this duel, and Osamus is an absolute monster on Long.
There we go. This is the Osamus that we missed in towards map number 1. We never really saw this guy got going, but he can be a absolute game changer. Look at this timing on the flank as well. Oh, Boros, this is so excellently played. Boros gets the double. His timing could not have been better, but it's that man there, Osamus. What a shutdown towards Long. No space gained at all.
2 big rounds from big man Boros, and despite the team kill, which should have made the long hold a lot more difficult, it doesn't really matter because Osamus is so damn good.
Yeah.
I'm getting a bit nervous for FlyQuest. If Boros starts getting warmed up,
he's tough. He's tough to shut down. We've spoken about this individually. Very easy to say he's probably mechanically the best player in the server. Between him and Regali, the way he's been playing this tournament. As we saw, I heard, but I'm assuming is Issa being the IGL. Yeah. He knows they're on a low buy, so not going to do anything too crazy, you'd hope, for GG Halb towards this one. They've already been punished by it enough in towards Inferno. Oh, boys, be careful. Oh, and they banks around the corner as well. It doesn't actually go into lower tunnels, so Netic's still here, just being a little bit of a nuisance, but thankfully it doesn't amount to all too much. Just see off these kills. They are getting very good space towards Long. So, Osamus, what have you got for us? Good for the first. Time to reload as well as he tucks in towards Gandalf. Still not up on towards the site itself, and Osamus is so crisp. These pistols being put to bed one by one. They drop like dominoes. And Osamus just making sure there is no chance in that one.
felt a little bit nervy as players are crossing Long, but no issues. There's an absolutely savage transfer from Osamus. This kill, boom, head gone. He's warming up as well.
That's scary for me. You know, Boros, we always expect numbers and for him to do well, but if you actually get a Samus online as well, oh, I don't know if FlyQuest can compete. That rifling core might not be able to kind of scratch that surface.
Boros is going to go. Nade behind him.
Softened up by his
Mini can
teammate.
peek up towards top mid. Boros goes for a peek, but thinks better of it. Tags up a little bit against that Molotov. As Mini sticks around too, they are so intent on fighting for this mid control. Issa, though, loses his duel. And I fear, Neo, I don't dislike the idea, but in the execution, despite having all the numbers there, they still end up taking a one-on-one.
What are we doing? Regali, where's his support? He's throwing Util to send Vexite in. Why is no one holding as that smoke starts to dissipate over towards doors? Regali feels like he needed somebody to hold him there. Or at least if he wasn't going to get that, he probably shouldn't have been standing alone in towards short. So back into a 4 versus 4. We've got a minute on the clock now, and FlyQuest still feel a little indecisive about what they want to do here. And Boros sticking around, that's always so scary, because Boros doesn't miss! Oh, he gets 3! What in God's name is that from Boros? How? He makes it look so effortless. And it's Netic left all alone, reeling, wondering where in the hell are my teammates? How has this fallen apart so quickly?
Unplayable. It's the only word for Boros right now. And FlyQuest might need some pauses because just don't give him the chances. We saw it on the second half of Inferno. Boros was out of the game. Netic gives it a good stab, but there is no overlooking this man. A quad kill for the ages as he dominates the opponents.
Take your praise, Sunshine. You deserve it. What a round from him. You know what's even scarier? You know, not only is he absolutely lethal, but now he's getting confidence. He's got the 6th man of the crowd on his side as well. Oh my, you're absolutely spot on though, Alan. They need to call a pause, and they do. I think excellent time from Urkos just to slow this down, saying he can see that things are rocky right now. Let's just try and stamp it out as early as possible.
Give Boros an inch, and he will take a mile. He's not afraid to push. He's so dangerous in man disadvantages. And here, what a trio of frags. Absolutely robotic, as we said earlier.
And a quad in total, right? You got that first one too.
He did.
Oh my God, what a round. What do you even do? I mean, fair play to Netic. That's a great little crouch swing around the corner. The dunk slide, as they call it. But, man, Boros, what a player. What a player.
If I was coaching FlyQuest, the first thing I say after that pause, well, first of all, calm down. Second of all, let's get an AWP on Regali and not allow players to face us mid without being punished. We can't allow that window to be open again.
Well, this one, just pistols for FlyQuest. Half by. Bit of armor across the board for everyone, bar Ins, who's got the deagle. We've got 2 smokes and a flash. So just enough for a slightly patchwork execute. It looks like he wants to go towards A.
Yeah, we can see the mini-map. We know that a B split could be so dangerous against this sort of hold, but it feels like A to me. No.
Oh,
we're going to start rerouting. Maybe they didn't feel like they met enough resistance on B. Still, though, it's 2 settled here in defense. Bibu backside. Boros tucks in close.
Oh, it's Boros again, of course. It's that man. Look at this, though. Inz has snuck his way through. This could be a little precarious. 35 seconds.
They've got to go through this smoke, right? There's going to be, what, 10 seconds left?
Yeah, and they've got a plant. They have no idea about clearances. Boros could do all the work here, just because surely with the time ticking, that clock looming above them, they might just overlook this close left, especially if Bibu takes first contact, and he does. He gets the first, just at range, netting through the smoke. Boros might be overlooked, and he is. Bibu and Boros double B as they shut it down, and Issa gets the last. Just left it a little too late for me there.
Yeah, well, the frags draw the highlights, but the util usage is what deafens the round.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just absolutely no chance. You can't, certainly from that late position, FlyQuest had no alternative, but there was a lot of umming and ahhing in that round. It felt like an A play, back to B, 30 seconds to go, not enough leeway. This round, though, back on a full investment. Util across the board, Critically, though, no AWP on Regali.
True. They really need that, don't they? That
They
T-side
do.
AWP, it will change this game massively, especially because Mini hasn't been too active with the AWP in this series. Yeah, it's just holding the pixel peak. For a moment there, Mini was tempted for it himself, but going to probably opt for the slightly smarter move of smoke, just fall away. Don't need to concede too much ground, but it's not worth that overextension in towards long doors. But we're making our way up short here. Oh, I say that to Boros again. He continues to get away with it. He takes a lot of damage on the retreat, but he's still alive, and that's all that matters.
I can't believe he wins that duel. I can't believe it. You can see, though, the intent from GG Hao that they will fight mid, and Boros sticks around. One-man army. Mid is this man's domain.
Don't push this smoke. Don't push this smoke in. Oh, my God, he's so lucky. If Boros had HP, he wins that fight every day of the week. And luckily, he was down to single digits. Mini.
Watch Bibu. He is so far off this site, and he is alone. And he's
no.
dead.
Oh, no.
Why? Why take the risk?
And they can't even hold to stop this as well. And look, he's waiting around. How does Vexite not punish at least one there? But it doesn't matter. Bomb goes down. You look at the HP over towards the CT side, and it's low in some cases. 1 for Issa. And retaking the B site is statistically one of the hardest sites to retake in all of competitive Counter-Strike.
Look at the util as well. They're sitting on these for as long as they can. This one smoke could pretty much win the round. This is probably T-sided, Nao, in this retake.
Yeah. I'd have to agree. Something quite miraculous has got to happen here. We've got to smoke down towards doors. Time's ticking, guys. We got to go. Issa, he's low, and it looks like he might be first fight as well. A lot of damage to the Flames as well. It gets 2. Oh, my God. How? He just doesn't have the time. They pull off the retake, but they just did not have enough time. So FlyQuest, a sigh of relief as they win it, but whoa, that was closer than they would have liked.
Lord might call a pause.
Yep.
Bibu out of position.
Boros
he is brilliant, but he does take a risk staying out in towards mid and leaving his B bomb side player alone. Bibu is going to really regret not just committing backside. He didn't need to make a move. I don't know if it was a miscommunication and they thought it was an A round. If so, they were wrong. And it's actually GG Hao to bring out double AWP, a switch up from them.
Yeah. They actually flexed this double AWP quite a lot in terms of who picks it up, and this is what makes GG quite interesting. Issa's picked it up, Asamas has picked it up, Bibu picks it up as well, alongside Mini. It's basically only Boros who doesn't wield it all too often. Look at this, Vexite, they're both looking up. They're both looking up, and Boros actually going to fall away. My God, they were so close yet so far, but it's Bibu on that secondary AWP who finds the first, and the fact that it is Bibu should be the indication there's 2 in play. And there's a second. Mini, don't miss. That's a freebie. Takes that every day of the week. There could be a second behind it, but it's just going to fall away. It's still testing, and they're still trying to deliver hunt towards Mini, who somehow escapes.
That's how the double AWPs are supposed to work. And look at Boros. He is a fiend. He is a ghost. He is in behind. This is his world. We just live in it. He has completely taken over this server.
Oh, man.
He is so hard to play against when he's proactive like this.
He's a walking highlight reel. A 1v3 Fnatic required to see off this round and to try and alleviate the pressure of this Dust 2, but this feels difficult. He's got to pull off something unbelievably insane. I mean, Smoke will come down front side, but he gets caught in that transition. Issa sees it off. We're guaranteed 6 for GG Hao at the half. Again, I think they're pretty happy with that so far.
The script for this CT side is becoming pretty obvious. Keep playing into mid. We had those early rounds in the half, didn't we, where it was default, sat back, long control, not at all anymore. Now, the reverse of that is, Nao, long has to be lesser defended.
Yes.
I mean, it has to be. There can't be numbers in that direction. And we can see on the mini-map, it's just a 2-man long take. And maybe they heard me, Nao. So I think they're going for it.
Yeah, you're all right. At the same time, there's a bit of util coming down, and Asamas just going to get out. We haven't really had to speak Asamas' name all too much yet. There's an AWP on the angle. This worries me. Oh, my God, Boros. That was nearly the first mistake he's made all game. He does light up ins. But they're making their way up towards long. You were spot on here, Alan, and this could be really awkward. How's your shots? Mini softens them up, and Molly comes out to bank round. He's going to drop in towards CT. He wants to completely get out of there and let the rifles do the work. Asamas for the first, as In's going to fall. And like we said, damage is still being dealt here. Bomb going down at the very least, and a re-smoke as well to nullify the nade, making a gap. This still becomes a little precarious. We've got guns in play, a double Galil scout, and Boros gets caught on the flank by Regali. 4v4, this is on.
The plan is so good for Regali. He'd love an AWP in this situation, but a scout might be just as good. Numbers whittled down, smoke for the bomb. This could still get very hectic. Important duel when Regali stays alive. And now through the smoke, he's got to take pot shots. He doesn't. Bomb defused. 7 rounds for this CT side. What a recovery for Gigi Hao.
They even did a little bit of a sort of get down, Mr. President. He got in the way. He was being the meat shield just in case any of those pop shots got near, but they were whizzing past. 7-5. Boros is 17-8. What a game.
He was, what, 15? I want to say it was
15 and a half. It was 15 and a half.
And 8 or something at the start of map 1 first half.
So he's improved on that, which is actually unbelievable. You look at the flip side. No one's got above 7 kills over towards FlyQuest.
He's completely formidable.
Yeah.
Mid was his domain.
I also feel like Boros is a stage player. I mean, we look at some of the best runs that he's ever made as a player, and some of them have come on actually quite big and round to me. I mean, even looking back to kind of the Blast Paris Major, for example, that whole tournament for him was nothing short of incredible.
Yeah.
And here again on a stage, and sure, of course, FlyQuest are well-versed for stage environments themselves, but Boros is just a different beast.
Yeah. To steal a term from Maui, you might describe Boros as a noob stomper.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is I'm not saying FlyQuest are noobs. I'm saying when he believes he is the superior to his opponents, he's not scared to make very aggressive and bold moves. Against better teams, he might have been punished for playing so wide on mid, but in this matchup, he is convinced, and potentially rightly so, that he can win every duel he finds himself in.
Yeah, because so far he has been. It's absolutely insane. They have just not found a way. I mean, this round here, this 4K from Boros with 3 quickly taken in towards mid.
This one.
It's these rounds that
Unreal.
make us believe that this kid is untouchable. And Gigi Hao, they need it. They want to push this towards an Ancient. I actually think the way they're playing as well, they deserve an Ancient. This Dust 2 has been really good. Consider as well, and it was a 4-0 start for FlyQuest. That is an excellent recovery. To get to, what, 7 out of the next 8 rounds, that is really, really well done from Gigi Hao. The only hope for them that I need, a pistol round. Just start well. Get a pistol round on a force buy, give yourself a little bit of breathing room, and you're in a really good spot to push this towards the 3rd.
We need Regali. We need him so bad in this series. CT side, he should be AWPing every occasion. I'm surprised he didn't AWP more of that T side, quite frankly. But this clearly is now a matchup where there are some seriously hot Gigi Hao individuals to deal with. And without Regali, I'm not sure they can do it, quite honestly. They need him.
I agree. You know, as much as Netic is being a real revelation for this FlyQuest side, I mean, again, even though we haven't seen enough out of him either compared to what we saw. But good news, of course, is that we do get the second half where FlyQuest just seem to level up massively as they head on towards CT, right? And this is where we gave them a lot of praise. You know, this is still panning out quite similar in a way to how that first map did. It was CT half out of FlyQuest where they looked excellent. We said they were near enough untouchable there with how solid they looked, the setups, the plays, everything was what we want to see. So maybe it's not all doom and gloom just yet. Like I said though, for Gigi Hao, a pistol and a force by round to follow it, and that's where FlyQuest are in trouble.
Let's talk win conditions here for FlyQuest. CT side Inferno, util was fabulous.
Yep.
Boros wasn't a factor on that T side. That will be more difficult here on Dust 2.
Agreed.
I don't think it's going to necessarily be possible to take the individuals out of it quite so much, but they need to limit it as much as they can.
Yes.
They need to maybe take some map control. Definitely, as we're saying, get Regali in the mix. We need a different look from FlyQuest to recover this map.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This pistol could be everything, and Gigi Hao are just going quick towards long. I kind of love it. Liaz, he's going to be first contact, but look at this Netic. He's being held, B-boot. He has the right idea, but he could very simultaneously have the wrong idea if he gets flanked upon. This could be really dicey, and he could start to get wrapped as well. He is actually being wrapped. As this long play progresses, BB's actually in trouble, but Leah's going to get caught. Out of place. Oh, and BB turns around. That's excellent. If he can win this fight, this could be huge. Oh, there it is. So that's one of the insurance policies already cashed in as BB gets his, stops the flank. We've already softened up one. Look towards Liaz, 2 points of HP. Regali, 27. It's not exactly the nicest of spots to be in. And Boros creeps his way forward. This is really quite dicey. A nice timing on the molly. Issa finds one. In still here, but needs a double behind it. And he's already been dinked down. That's going to make life so difficult. This is falling apart for FlyQuest bit by bit. A 2 versus 3. Make that one. Bomb goes down, and surely no chance for Regali. That's what we needed for GG Howell.
They needed that kill out of Long, towards the T side of Long so badly. Doesn't come through. And being T side does too. GG Howell, I mean, the gig was up.
Yeah.
CTs knew exactly what was coming, but it just doesn't matter. Cross Long, stay well grouped, and with shots like that, it is their pistol round before long. 8 then on the T side for GG Howell. And of course, all our talk about FlyQuest being great on the defense, dynamic, proactive, that is predicated on them A, having economy, and B, having enough rounds to play with, neither of which are guaranteed here at the start of the second half.
Little laboured from Boros on the swing of the MAC-10. He does at least soften up Liaz down to 14, so he is 1 foot in the grave, absolutely. Regali, what have you got for us? How's the reaction times? Can you flick up? He can, and he nails a shot on towards Mini. Not enough for the kill, but hits him for 70, so that'll at least make him a little shy about this long control. And again, we talk about these flanks. It didn't work out for Netic, and it won't for Vexite. And well, now if they want to, they can start reclaiming a bit of mid-control and setting up angles towards B.
Netic's still here. Bit of a peek as he moves across those tunnels, smokes it. This really shouldn't be winnable for FlyQuest on a map like Dust 2. They might do better just to stack 4 on one side of the map and then save if they get it wrong.
It's all down to Regali. He's got to hit 2 unbelievable shots here.
One guy is low. Another tag. Ooh. The Deagles really come into play. 4 players for this T side are tagged up. Oh. Regali goes looking, needs to finish his food, and he cannot. Bit off more than he could chew in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, he gets those 2 body shots, which feels like you're putting yourself in a good spot. He softens them up, the pistols see them off, but unfortunately, he had 2 really good opportunities for a kill, and he actually went too quick. He over-flicked. Just a little bit of pressure getting to him. MAC-10, Ovins will get 1, but it's nothing short of a tiny consolation. Bit of cash, though, with the kill bonus of the MAC-10, but that's really all it is. GG Howell, lot to like it.
Could have got very scary. Couple stray Deagle shots in that round.
Yeah.
Potentially flipped on his head. Still, though, these flanks aren't working. It's simple, but effective Counter-Strike so far on this T side from GG Howell. And that's not necessarily a problem. It keeps working. Even so, should be pretty much a full-blown eco on this CT side. You still got the scout on ins, actually, out towards long. And I guess the MO here for this CT side is just limit the economy as much as possible.
Yeah. Double stack towards B. Slowly but surely, just seeing what's on offer. Boros starting to make his way through doors. This is where Boros did all of his best work on the CT side, in through double doors, and now on the T side, he's looking to replicate. He sees the shadow of the short player. That's a lot of information gained by him, and he hits the shot as he always does. Delivers well as Inns gets caught. They're trying to re-aggress in towards tunnels, but it worked against him. And of course, Boros comes up with yet another cracking open the B-bomb site. And this round has nothing behind it. No legs to stand on for FlyQuest at all. The 2 remaining of the Scout and the USP are going to be caught as Boros wants to push. Of course he does. Boros doing his best work, and he is starting to rile up this crowd. He knows they're on his side, and he knows he is absolutely untouchable right now. 22-10, Alan Hender. What are we witnessing?
A star. No more than that has to be said, as he encapsulates this crowd as much as us here on the show. He is doing a number on FlyQuest right now. And we might sound like a broken record, continually saying that Boros can open up this game, wide open, prize it apart. But it's coming to bear. First map, couldn't quite do enough. But here, FlyQuest have no answer whatsoever.
Netic tapping away through that smoke. Playing similarly to where Boros was on that CT side, but needs to have that level of impact if they want a chance here on this first gun round.
Boros has more kills than Regali, Netic, Liaz, and Vexite combined.
Yikes. You really do hate to see it.
That is...
Or love to see it.
That is one of those stats that means you're losing the game. I'm sorry to say. The one piece... no, they're going the wrong way. I was going to say, it looked like they got the call right. It's wrong. It's only 2A, Neo.
Yeah.
This is the hardest map in Counter-Strike to rotate. They're out of position. We need a monstrous hold from Regali, and he's feeling like, I need to give ground. I can't risk going down.
It's actually quite
and leave us in
smart.
a deficit.
If they plant short here, though, Regali is actually completely nullified from repositioning on towards Plat. As long as they don't swing here, and they don't need to, if I'm being completely frank. This is so well played from GG Howl. They know that they have no long information or control, and they've got to expect that they're there, but we don't need to fight. We plant for sure, and look at this, Bibu can do all of the work. He can hold for the rotates. He can get multiple. 2, honestly, is pretty good in that spot, and Issa wants a piece of the pie as he goes fighting in towards short. Regali tagged up, he might just save it if he can, if he's not even given that luxury. Orb recovered, sure, but round done. GG Howl 11. And, you know, we spoke about FlyQuest, that second half of Inferno, untouchable. Well, second half GG Howl on Dust 2, also untouchable.
Difference is, you know, Inferno, GG Howl never got to the point where they could execute.
Yes.
They never got that space in a good position. These rounds are a different story, and even the saves are unlikely to come through. Only one gun makes it into the following round. Frustrated faces here on FlyQuest as they can't find any answers. I feel like they've got to fight for this mid control. I mean, they saw what GG Howl did to them on the reverse. I respect maybe they don't have a Boros figure on the server, but as a team, they surely have something in their pocket to make mid more disrupted instead of giving over all this space and letting GG Howl do what they want.
Yeah, timeout here for FlyQuest. And I mean, if you're Urkos, what do you legitimately say anymore at this point? Because it is, you know, you can talk about the mid control, but they just aren't winning their aim duels. You see a lot of them are just falling flat. You know, even the small thing, for example, Bibu in towards top mid, he should get 1 max there because he's caught them off guard. He shouldn't get away with a second, right? And that's where you look towards this game falling so flat for me. And this feels like it's a real last chance saloon, a bit of a Hail Mary for FlyQuest with the buy. Scout in play, 1 M4, double MP9, and a Deagle. Netic, the youngster who's gifted the premium weapons, got to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Feels like a very standard setup given the investments. Orthodox shouldn't be the MO for FlyQuest on this sort of round. We're getting into must-win territory. Frankly, we are there now. This round has to work, and a mid-crunch is the call. 3 players here offshore. Vexite pulls a lot of attention, but these shore players can't get engaged. It's a nice kill, swiftly traded though. And surely GG Howl realize that mid is too hot to handle. B is taken in the meanwhile. So whilst it's a man deficit, the space is good. They have a lot of room to work with. And I guess Regali didn't know, given that sort of face.
Smoke down as well. Just wondering if they got a gap. No, it's okay. Mini wall cross, nice safe plant as well. And a difficult retake. M4, MP9, and Deagle. The one thing that worries me is just the util. We got 2 smokes to work with, actually. One's picked up by Netic. As he's making his way through. So he scooped up 1 off a corpse.
No kit, though, so they have to go. And right now,
GG Howl can save on the side.
There's no time to waste.
I think even Issa with 76 can actually technically save on the side. Oh, Bibu! What a shot from him. Post-bomb Bibu, that's where he does his best work, and we're seeing it here. Wow. The nade will come deep, but they have called it. They are out of there. They know where they're coming from. They know as well that they can make their way over towards mid to save. Map point GG Howl, and in dominant fashion.
Absolutely. obviously the eyes, and rightly so, of this map have been on Boros, but some of his teammates are on absolute heaters too, so we should highlight them as well.
Bibu, he's actually been excellent. And I actually think Issa's looks fantastic too. Yes. I think not only in terms of just individual form, but I think his calling has actually been quite good. You know, you touched on it a little bit earlier. Some of the calls are simple, but broke, don't fix them, right? And it's really, really good to see.
If FlyQuest's going to give them all the space, you take it.
Yeah.
You just take the room, get into decent afterplans. You're going to win some of those. Boros had a good spawn. Listen, over a series, we'll give him a few of those. We'll give him a few.
You can't blame him for taking that fight, honestly. This is a little weird, though. Issa, he gets so close to a second. But speaking of, that's what Vexite delivers on. He gets both. And, well, this round doesn't amount to all too much. It's still map point for GG Hao, but doesn't look like they'll be closing it here. Samus would need heroics. 1v4 turn 1v3. I mean, it's a minute 15 to work with. If we're being completely frank, it's just more so, how do you actually recover that bomb? Or do you even?
Saving is an option. That said, when the money is this good, I think the move is just try and get guns off the server.
Agreed. Especially
you might be able to get FAMASs out on some of these FlyQuest players.
Ooh.
What have we got then? Regali, top mid, he's ready and waiting. Okay, so we're going to go on a little bit longer, but it still feels like one heck of a deficit to overcome.
Yeah, FlyQuest lived to see another day. So that's at least something to go with. Second half as well, this is something which actually, throughout this tournament, FlyQuest had problems. If you look back to the Tai Lu game in that second map, they were 10-2 up, map number 1, then they lost 11 rounds in a row. And it's actually been something that's played them quite a few times throughout this tournament. And we're seeing them now fall flat in the second half. Sure, Inferno wasn't the case, actually the opposite, and it was a real rarity, but they haven't been able to do this in back-to-back maps. That level of change-up that we saw from FlyQuest and Inferno in the second half, we needed it here again, and it's just not come to fruition. It's up. Over towards Xbox. Is he going through a door here? They might just phase this smoke. It actually does fade away now, so they can start making some moves. One flash through here, Nissa can get a hell of a lot of space.
So Regali goes looking at long. This is the key proactive move on the map right now. But as he's here, short, mid, they've got to be lesser defended. He has to do work. As Samus removed, and GG Hao capitalize on the gap. An absolutely savage opener as they start reeling their way into this B-bomb site, but as smoke keeps them at bay for now. Do they feel like testing this? The rotates surely do work. And Regali gets engaged. Double orb looks good. Free Fnatic. He was probably man of the map on map 1. Hasn't been a bigger fact here on map 2, but that is some of the skill he has to show.
My God, that is nuclear from Netikin towards backside. What a shutdown towards B. And this will force GG Hao into a timeout. Lord not too happy with what he sees now as well, so wants to rally the troops once again. He sees the ship has taken on water, and he wants to make sure that they can sail out of this map smoothly, push this towards the decider of Ancient, which this series rightfully deserves. For FlyQuest, 2 in a row for them, but they need 5 more on top of it to take us to overtime. It feels like such a big ask.
For sure. We were a little bit critical, I guess, of the pausing for GG Hao in map 1. This map can't be the same story. We've got to use them on pretty much every gun round from here until overtime, if required. So,
my God, those shots from Netic, by the way, unbelievable reaction onto the window player.
It's quite scary as well when you got an AWP on the site. It's so easy to get overwhelmed, but he hits his men, hits his mark, and now it's GG Hao to take a bit more of a reserved investment. Couple rifles here in the mix. We know they can still be dangerous in a round like this, don't get me wrong, but at least for FlyQuest, it's the easiest round they've faced in a while.
Yeah, exactly. I put Issa on the AK. I mean, he hit 2 unbelievable shots in that previous one. That one tap from basically mid-doors all the way to car was nothing short of spectacular. Going back towards B. There's Vexite here once again. There's a back 10 running at him. does Boros even realize? Everyone's blind and he doesn't react in time. It's a backside player and he might just go swinging in with a knife. Boros, no, you're surely not going to knife him. He's swinging for the hills. He can't find him as well. Oh my God, he gets it in the end, but it's Boros who gets knifed. The round, the map might be done. It is carnage and chaos here in Dust 2. And surely no chance for Regali. What a way. If that isn't just the most GG How way to end the map, I don't know what is. It's a season off. Boros can smile, but he has had a map for the ages. What a way, Alan, to push us towards the decider.
Yes, indeed. Superstar performance from Boros. Absolutely unleashed on both halves. CT side, he was the master of mid. No opportunities for FlyQuest. And frankly, that was quite a dominant game. That looks so good for GG How. That was their map pick. We know on Ancient, both teams are well versed. He said this being the tournament of Ancients. It's anybody's game now.
My God. Running through these highlights as well, you can just see some of the shots here across this Dust 2. You know, Dust 2 is a map that we very often refer to as a Pugger's Paradise, and that leans into GG How style, and they punished FlyQuest. And now heading towards Ancient, it's a map with sort of similar feelings in a way, right? It's a map that has become quite puggy. We've seen it played so much in this tournament because of how simple it can be played at times. And my God, if Boros has another map like that in towards Ancient, I don't even know how you stop him with your FlyQuest.
Yeah, we were saying his teammates too.
Yeah.
Great performances. FlyQuest individually and as a team never really got traction, especially in the second half here on Dust 2. So looking ahead to later in this series, they did deal with Boros fairly well on map 1, at least in the second half. Can they do that on an Ancient? Can they get the util down? Can Regali be more of a factor in this series? These are the big questions we need to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see maybe enough as well out of Netic. I think, you know, he had his moment. Sure, that AWP 3K was absolutely wonderful from him, but it was a kind of a nothing round, right? And in the end, you look towards them now and, you know, missing the Star Rifler. We're not getting Regali online. We're actually relying a lot on ins to put up numbers. And actually for a while for FlyQuest, that's not been the case. And it's obviously something that a lot of people have been critical of him, but either way, we need somebody else to step up. We're going to throw it back to the desk in just a mere moment before we get on the way with Ancient. We'll leave them to break down Dust 2, what went right and what went very, very wrong for FlyQuest. A muted performance, especially in that second half, and gave themselves no chances at all to get in towards this game. It's an insane shot from him. I kind of want to see Boros fighting for his life in the smoke as well with the knife, but it was GG How who really put on actually quite a clinic in towards that second half.
They absolutely did. Here's that round, Nao. Hopefully you get to see the knife carnage at the end, and what a way it was to end it. Ancient then to cap off this series. Before then, Dust 2 to be broken down by our desk.
Another 13-7 result. However, this time round going in favor of GG How on the stomping ground of Dust 2. Boys, that was an incredibly dominant CT side from them. Able to find, you know, rounds in quick succession, especially when we take a look at Boros, the madman.
Not half bad T-side either, if we're being perfectly fair. It was just an amazing map all around from GG How. If FlyQuest hadn't been able to run away with that pistol and first gun round, this would look even more embarrassing. I think that would have told a better story, if I'm being frank.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like we're not giving this enough energy. Like, Boros actually was dominating. He looked untouchable. Every fight, lightning quick, perfect crosshair placement. It felt like every time he was finding these opportunities behind FlyQuest, he was either elusive and evasive, but then also very fight heavy. Like he was finding great timings, and it always felt like FlyQuest were always catching up. They were they had to fight from behind, and they knew they couldn't wrangle with him. And you could tell because Boros was so confident, the rest of the team also got bolstered. This is why we talk about GG How as a team that just needs that ignition. Is once one guy gets going, he hypes up the rest of the team like, guys, we can do this. They are not as good as us. We are better players in the server. Boros definitely displaying that.
How do you know it'd be the MVP, Mark? You're already talking about it. Wow, cool to think it, but no, absolutely. I think especially when you consider that this was, you know, realistically, this is the same Boros as we saw versus Linvision in the match that they won, where he was just dominating on Dust 2, but he did it on CT side, which is even more difficult in my opinion, because FlyQuest are constantly looking out to see if they can find him in middle. Vex side's constantly trying to punish punish him in middle. Regali is looking down at him as well, and it felt like no matter who's hunting for Boros, Boros was always the one who just had a bigger bite.
I think especially when we take a look at the fact that, you know, last map he had a strong first half, second half quietened down a little bit, but this map in particular, Boros was on absolute fire. And, you know, speaking a little bit more to that confidence that you mentioned, Michael, he's playing up to the crowd. He's loving the environment. He's loving being up on the big stage, and that really has fired up the rest of the team.
It's one of the benefits of being in this third, fourth game where there's no Chinese team. There's no home crowd advantage, so to speak. So, yeah, he's playing with the crowd. They're loving it.
Well, final map is going to be Ancient. That's going to be coming up very shortly. Who will win this best-of-3 series? Only a matter of time to find out.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
we are currently 1-1 in this series. The third to fourth place decider for GG Hao versus FlyQuest. GG Hao, dominant Dust 2 performance from them, especially Boros. What a showing from him individually. How do we think that's going to translate into Ancient?
I think I'm more worried that FlyQuest form might translate into Ancient as well, because the spanking that Boros just gave them, we've seen him alive on 2 maps, and more importantly, we've seen everyone else pick it up too. Where is Regali? I don't care about, you know, that last round 4K or whatever we're getting from. Where is Vexite? Where is Netic coming in with that Inferno-esque performance? Who is going to step up on this team?
And they're going to find themselves on an Ancient where they held a 10-2 lead over Tai Lu, and there was a massive comeback that went the other way around. When we think about this FlyQuest, they would have gone away from that game incredibly disappointed, disheartened, disheveled, and now they find themselves in a position where they could lose out on this third place decider. After starting the series so hot, they could falter, and I have them down. I have them pegged as these one-hit wonders. I worry that we now have entered too far deep into the career of this star that could have been.
Well, it doesn't matter really what it was that they were trying to pull out the bag. No matter how many timeouts they ended up taking, nothing seemed to be working for them. Do you think strategically they were just simply weaker on Dust 2 from the very get-go?
Look, on some level, yes, but also no. Normally, I am someone who's a bit critical of Urkos and his style, but I don't think this was his fault at all. I genuinely think you saw them losing duels that they should have won, and part of that is obviously, you know, Boros having an incredible game, Bibu having some great B-side holds and whatnot as well. But a lot of it comes down to what is Urkos going to say, what is Inns going to say. If you cannot click head, you are dead.
And it's also like you're playing a team like GG Hao. They're not going to let you get to these more tactical style maps. That's why I'm surprised, you know, FlyQuest themselves pushed out of a Mirage, because it actually has looked like a very strong map for them. I understand the individuals on GG Hao are good as well, but surely you have to back yourself in that claim, because, I mean, their Inferno looked great. I just don't think these other maps you can out-tactics the other one just as quite as easily.
I feel like they've had the opposite effect of what GG Hao have, right? It seems like the longer this series has gone on, the more maps these boys are playing, the better they seem to be performing throughout. However, for the side of FlyQuest, it seems to be going the opposite direction. I'm pretty sure we had Liaz with only 5 kills to his name as well. So it seems like across the board, the team as a whole are really, really struggling. So what do you change? What's the approach to ensure that you can walk away with a victory on this Ancient?
That's what scares me about this team, right? Because once upon a time when you looked over towards Dexter leading this team, you know what would happen? Dexter would say, I'm going to call a few rounds around myself, and I'm going to try and make sure that I change everything. Now I look to Regali to be that player, but unfortunately, if he's not showing up, the rest of these guys aren't necessarily my big aggressive men. Maybe Vexite is the only one I even think of.
I mean, he looked great as well the last outing they had on Ancient, so I actually am looking at Vexite, because it's not going to be Liaz. He's not an aggressive style player. Inns can try, but you ideally want Netic or Vexite, someone that can jumpstart the engine. Regali cannot afford to go missing. He has not shown his best form when he's been on this stage so far.
I mean, this guy's supposed to be the player of the tournament. This guy's supposed to be the one who would have gotten MVP if not for his team, right? This is the person who had a simple-esque performance. When you put it in the context of the opponents he's going up against, we need more.
Well, you know what? I'm super excited to see who the crowd are going to be supporting from the very start of this series. You know, Boros has been playing up to the crowd, so let's see whether or not that same energy, that same passion is going to carry on over for the boys, or whether or not FlyQuest might be able to come out on top. What are we thinking here?
I really don't think FlyQuest are going to garner as much support.
Feels bad, man. Maybe.
I know who I'm screaming for.
Especially after they cheered for Boros, and Boros audibly went, "Let's go China!"
Yep, there we have it.
They love it.
Fan support coming on through. I'm here
That's
for
15 decibels. That's a logarithmic scale right there. That's a lot more than you might think. That's actually a little bit indicative of what everyone is thinking. And while everyone's thinking, they're also having some fun with skins.
Oh, I'm loving it. Let's see. What do you reckon? Knife coming on through?
Ain't great.
Oh, Loco.
Put that laptop away.
What a tease.
You got us excited for nothing.
Maybe next time, maybe next time. Boys, I'm super excited to finally close out this best of 3 series one more time. It is FlyQuest taking on GG Hao with a final map of Ancient. Alan, Nayo, take it from here.
Welcome in, everybody. A decider here. Map number 3 of Ancient to decide who is going to be taking that illustrious bronze medal in the 3rd place match-up here at ACL 2025. What a barn burner of a series we've had, Alan. 2 unbelievable maps.
Zeus kills, knife kills right at the end. Boros on point. And both teams would love to get off to a good start on this third and final map. Of course, we've seen pistol rounds not always converted, but still, they love to do some work. Vexite collects Bibu. That is the flank taken out of the game. He goes looking for more. A lot of pot shots, but no connections.
This could still get a little funky. They're not clearing Regali up close as well. He's hit the shot. He's struggling to see them off. He needs some support. The flash is actually pretty good, but it doesn't really affect Boros. He just nails the hit, and well, Vexite one of his own as well. This pistol's actually really not amounted to all too much. GG Hao kind of all over the place. There was really, it felt like there was no direction in that pistol round. Just running around, hoping fights come their way, and they didn't.
Fairly comfortable. Vexite isolates that one-on-one in towards Jaguar at the start, and from there the round is somewhat theirs. I think for FlyQuest, the thing they lacked on map 2 was just any traction. At no point they look competitive in that map. They love just to get off to a nice, clean start here, and the good news for them is GG Hao do not feel like a force buy. Few pistols in the mix, of course they can still be dangerous, but we certainly expect FlyQuest to convert this round.
Well, Hin's going to get a little proactive. Pushing down Shelf, he'll get one. Samus is there, as Samus gets caught, I said Bibu is there, he gets one, but yeah, it's very easy to put to rest. That's all that matters. Make sure there's nothing really in this round, but it was a nothing round, all in all. We're waiting now for the rifles to come into play for GG Hao. Waiting to see if Boros can relive the map like Dust 2. If he can, they're in trouble, but if they can find ways to nullify him, it becomes a completely different map.
He set a jolly high bar if he wants to breach that and look even better. But yes, let's see. What does the young Jordanian have to offer for us here on Ancient? His team needs him to open up rounds. That is where Boros is completely formidable. And no surprises, he is the leading prong here out towards the shelf. Meanwhile, mid is a bit of a mess. Out towards the elbow, trades galore, but now Boros gets engaged. Couple heads taken, but his teammates are falling in the meanwhile. Advantage FlyQuest.
So far, FlyQuest utility has been excellent. This is something you brought up, Alan, throughout this series. The way to really shut down GG Hao is with util. Make life uncomfortable for them. And I mean, this round's an excellent showcase of that. Smoke's coming down, Molly's nades behind it to soften them up, and some really nice shots being hit as well. They're finding ways to make GG Hao feel very uncomfortable at the moment. This is very positive signs for the Aussies.
Absolutely. Bit of time between these maps. It would have been our main criticism of their CT side on Dust 2, is that they never made GG Hao feel uncomfortable. They never disrupted them before the hits came in, and this already feels different. So, we like the change. I guess Bibu here is just going to save the AK and look towards doing a bit of damage in the following round.
He might get hunted here. I'm wondering whether Lias pushes forward. I mean, of course, Lias himself got an AK, but you've got money to spare. I'd actually like the call to go hunt here and just make life completely uncomfortable. Give them nothing to work with in towards the next. We've already seen what just one AK can do in the hands of somebody on GG Hao. Is it worth the risk? Looks like they will respect it and leave it alive, though. 3-0 start. FlyQuest pretty happy with what we're seeing so far.
This map, I'm looking at Vexite and Regali, especially on the CT side. Vexite, if he's going to be playing around, Jaguar and back into Cave, pivotal position to lock down, to have information, to stifle defaults, to get off fast flanks potentially if mid is getting exposed. And then of course Regali, we have mentioned him a lot in this series. We haven't seen the best of Regali, and the reason we hold him in such high regard, Neo, is he's been a monster during this tournament. He can't go out fourth place without showing his best Counter-Strike.
I mean, of the teams remaining, he has been, well, not even just the teams remaining, he has been the best player all playoffs. And
does he look like it now? Unfortunately, the answer is no. We need a little bit more.
Exactly. I think you're spot on. Behind him, Cobra Zero, of course, from the Hunt, and then in third, Zaka. Not too far off. Zaka only 0.07 behind Regali. But we will talk about him, I'm sure, at a later date. For now, this is a map in which can be a bit of an Orpus paradise, and we do need to see him really flex those muscles. Also is a bit of guns to go around. Double AK Galil setup. GG Hao, these are still scary, still quite precarious. Nice timing on the molly. Just to slow down any T-side space creation in towards Cave, but I don't know if you want to be fighting that. It'll be quite smart from Nettic just to fall away, but he's going to get spammed. Oh my god, he's so lucky. 1 point of HP. He is unbelievably fortunate to stay alive.
They desperately need an opener to do this T-side because Util is lacking so much. Vexai goes looking, and possibly to his team's demise. Did they need to make that move? Now they're at a deficit. They're starting to lean over towards B, and that is the wrong call. Regali does find Mini, but we need lightning fast rotations. That bomb does make it into Donut. That was the most precarious moment. Now, saving might be the best choice for the Aussies.
Agreed. Bibu was meant to be that insurance policy, but gets caught deep over towards the other side. Regali, this is a really awkward fight. I mean, he gets 2 pistols, sure, but if Boros nails that shot, it should be okay. All right, maybe still something to work with here. Regali has to pull out the pistol. He's running low on ammo. Same for Asamas as well. Gets a reload off and gets the kill. And Boros there in the back lines to see off Liaz. GG Hao, that's actually a really good round to win. It's a round sort of out of nothing, a double AK Galil, and you make it work.
Vexai will be kicking himself.
Yeah.
I guess he felt there were numbers, or he was going to catch a really great timing, but he didn't. And from there, the round just slips. It's a little bit ugly towards the end, but an inch is as good as a mile, is what they say.
Yeah.
GG Hao collect the round, and now the economy is on the precipice for the defense. 3 MP9s, no money whatsoever in reserve. Lose this, Ecos will follow. GG Hao, this is a 2-for-1 round. Buy one, get one free.
How is your reaction? Regali, oh my god, he gets close. That's been damage dealt towards Boros and Asamas already. This molly's good. It lands directly on Vexai, and he still gets 1. He could get a second! Oh, and he does jumping. The cheek of it to get a second there on towards Issa, having been hit by the molly, tagged up by it as well, and somehow walking away alive with 2! Oh, and Netic's there to get the 3rd. What in God's name has happened to this round? How have GG Hao fallen so flat?
It's all the SMGs as well. Kill bonus.
That's got to be attack pause after this, surely.
Will feel good. Yeah, GG Hao couldn't get engaged. And again, it's a similar story. Defaults are not working for GG Hao. Last gun round, it was mid, where they were brutalized by utility. This time, obviously out towards this shelf, cave, Jaguar position. They do need a pause. At some point, pragmatism says, do a set round.
Yep.
Don't allow a default to be shredded apart. If we can get it to a decent afterplan, we know we've got opportunities. And my only question is, when do they pull that trigger? Because surely it can't slip too much further before they're getting nervous.
Yeah, there's going to be a pause as well. I think it's the right call. Lord needs to get these guys online. We're yet to see anything out of Mini 0-5 so far. Same for Issa as well. Both of which have actually had quite a bit of impact throughout this series in a lot of the up moments for GG Hao. 4-1 right now for FlyQuest, and this CT side is just looking pretty stellar. Early kind of Util making life really difficult, and GG Hao just can't seem to get going. Sure, we're seeing these flashes of brilliance from Boros, but it's not enough. We need the support around him to really kind of level him up, prop him up, put him on a bit of a pedestal. So far, it's just him. Yeah, FlyQuest looking very good. There's actually very little to complain about, really.
Okay, so Eco, half by sort of scenario for GG Hao. They're looking towards the following round for full-blown investments. So I have to wait till then to see exactly what was discussed in their timeout. This one, though, I mean, they're so potent on this sort of weaponry that we'll never count them out. But they need an opener. Util is non-existent for this T side. And actually, FlyQuest are really respecting a B hit. A, wide open mid. Look how passive Liaz is all the way back. But frankly, it looks like the right decision. The bomb's heading out towards B.
Well played.
I think it's a bit of luck, Neo, but they're incredibly incredibly well set up to deal with this sort of B-split scenario.
Yeah. Regali, he can get a few here. There's the second pistol pulled out, but it's taken away from him by the youngster with the AK. Nice, easy work. I mean, honestly, again, like you said, probably a little bit lucky, but that is perfect. Absolutely every position held to at the right angle, the right distance, and every fight taken really well. So far as well, you know, Alan, we've spoken about Regali, right? This sort of talisman for FlyQuest success, and he's been excellent. 8-1 out the gates.
Yeah, that has been on the rifles so far, so
True.
Let's hope his reign continues now that Big Green is on his back. And Vexite, who has been fabulous so far, meets the master, meets his maker. Boros puts him in the ground. That is the Boros that championed his team to a stellar performance on Dust 2, and now with all this mid-space, they're gonna make their move. Donut up next, just Liaz. Flashbang is brutal. How is Liaz not dead? How did he find a kill? That is sensational, but even so, a bomb site getting overrun. Inns up next, he needs to be a hero. He's not being held, he goes wide, Planner down. Now the rotations are nearby. How much more time can he buy? They are so scared to plant. Inns is a monster, and now Netic cleans up shop. What a hold, what a rotation. And now Bibu has got to do something miraculous to recover this round.
He might get one gifted over. That CT player, no, he clears, he checks. Oh, Bibu's the shot. Uh-oh. Hang on a moment, round's still on, but Bibu's looking the wrong way. Does he know? Does he know? Bibu, he doesn't. He's turned around, just ever so cautious over towards Donut, and that'll cost him his life. A little closer than FlyQuest would have wanted, considering how that round fell apart so quickly for GG Hell, but I think you look at kind of the positives, which are, I think Inns does excellent work here. Gets the bomb, falls away, drops a nade to try and make life awkward, but he picks his timing when fighting again, brilliantly. So a really, really nice round at the start, and sure, it gets a little dicey at the end, but all that matters. 6-1.
It was sting for GG Hal. How many advantages is Boros going to give you that you don't convert on? They wanted more out of that round, and Boros goes looking. My God, deja vu on the server as Boros shows Vexite how it's done. Wow. What are you supposed to do?
It must be awful to play against a player like Boros, because it just feels like no matter how you play, whether you're passive, whether you're aggressive, you cannot react quickly enough. He is just that sharp. Yeah. But
on land as well.
Exactly.
So crisp.
You've mentioned it, and I think you're absolutely spot on. How many advantages are we going to squander, right? He's done this, the last 4 rounds, it feels. Opening kills seem to be his middle name, but we're still not turning these into rounds.
I kind of like this for FlyQuest. Inns is on the flank of all flanks, pushing through A. He's telling his teammates, load up B. It can't be elsewhere. Smoke now to block the cave side. 47 seconds to go. There is a player holding mid. It's such long range. That is not a position you want the Tech 9 to be holding when Inns is on the big flank. And with 35 seconds remaining, they're panicking, Neo.
Yeah.
They don't know where to go. Now they pivot out in towards mid, but Inns has moved back. Smoke on towards Donut to buy even more time. And they are absolutely a deer in the headlights. Boros tries to make a move, but they've been absolutely outplayed in this round. FlyQuest reading them like a book. The advantages for Boros seemingly making no difference, and the spam to end it, that is going to sting and then some.
What a read. What a play by Inns. Again.
Yes.
This guy is, you can even arguably say, single-handedly shut down any ideas by GG Hal. That flank alone gets so much information, calls all the rotations over to stock up that site, and he catches the insurance policy up towards Red Room. Super, super well done from him. And once again, Alan, another round with Boros starts well, gets the opener, and they cannot turn it into success. I mean, they get a bomb plant, but it's not really a bomb plant. They got it down in death. So they're not even getting to the point of actually being in post plants, not even being able to contend in these late rounds. It's an awful spot for GG Hal to be in. They've fallen so quiet.
It's a tough one. Lord's got to get them back on the same page. Another way to look at it is, what more do you want from Boros?
Yeah.
He's opening up the map. he's doing it in a way that doesn't give any information over to that other side. They can't really rotate off knowing that Boros is in towards Cave. There's no reaction possible in the moments from FlyQuest, yet still they're getting outmaneuvered, they're getting outplayed. Maybe they need to pump the brakes a little bit more because they cannot find the lesser defended areas. And FlyQuest, this is already a good CT round haul. But man, they want more. And Vexite goes looking, flashes.
Great flash.
Utility, we said it all game long. Why fight Boros with the guns when you can use the nades?
Exactly. Absolutely excellent on the flash there. An opener onto him, of all people, just to make it that much sweeter. Regali, right idea as well. Holding at range, but he's actually just going to fall off and let the rifle do the work. Unfortunate timing on him falling away, actually, as the rifle takes the attention. He probably would have been given a freebie, but doesn't matter. What do we do now here with GG Howard? It's a 4 versus 5. We're just about to hit the minute mark, and we actually have no information really to go off.
We've seen plenty of rounds where GG Howe at the advantage. This should be infinitely harder to play from. Mid is the port of call, and look at this higher-lower setup. Keep your gun out, Vexite. This should be impossible to deal with, and it is. And that's the bomb out mid that now cannot traverse. Netic gets his fight versus Bibu. This would all but seal the round, and it does. In the meanwhile, Regali finds another. FlyQuest in no time will be up to 8, and GG Howe, outside of Boros getting opening kills, they have nothing on this T side.
No, you're absolutely spot on. There is so little on offer. Only a killer piece for Mini and Issa. They have been muted in this map number 3 when it matters most as well. Regali sees it off, and he finds his 11th kill of the half so far. Back to the Regali that we know and love. It's brutal. I mean, they just look so dejected. You look at the player cams, and the vibes over towards GG Howe are so flat. And, you know, this is, again, something that we spoke about a hell of a lot. It might not be a bad idea to call for another pause.
Yeah.
Just use them early. What is the point if you have no foundations to go off?
The common thread of this map is that mid-round, GG Howe fall apart.
Yep.
FlyQuest are reading them, they're outmaneuvering, they're outflanking. At some point, you have to be pragmatic and say, group and hit a site. Let's at least ensure a bomb plant. This time, though, looks a little bit better. We've got Shelf, we've got the B lane position, mid getting claimed here too. So we've got room to maneuver, and FlyQuest, for now, we're in a much more passive stance. We're looking at FlyQuest saying, we need you to make the next move. We need you to reclaim some space. And I guess that's towards mid, as Liaz and Vexite, they're going looking.
I kind of like this call, actually. This could be a little interesting. Asalmas, though, will punish Vexite. In saying that, what do we do now? This is a big fight and a big miss by Regali. Netic has got to do everything! Oh, Netic! That is nuclear from the youngster, and he might have just won them the round. He does! Liaz sees off the last, but Netic, new boy on the block, but his name has been praised time and time again throughout this playoffs, and it's another clinic from him.
Rightfully so. Almost certainly the MVP of map 1.
Yeah.
Boros has been brilliant, but there is a case that Netic, in terms of overall impact and how he slots into his team critically, is looking like a fantastic piece. Him and Regali have been so good. Ins, not necessarily in position on a lot of these rounds, is still having so much good work coming off his back. Mid, though, again, contested. Meanwhile, fights towards B. I think the intent might be clear from GG Howe. They've had enough of playing slow. Let's take some duels.
Yeah, let's just see if we can do what we do best, fight. Unfortunately, you've lost Boros, so you lost the main man in this sort of position. Asalmas has been quiet. Issa and Mini too, not exactly being fantastic. 7 kills across the 3 of them. He's got to change here. Well, Issa might be the one to kickstart things. Regali for the quick trade, back into a 2 versus 2. It's a double stack over towards the A site. They might not be going there, wrapping through Red Room. If they just move towards B, and to be with that flash, they might just do that. Uh-oh. They're walking into the AWP. They're walking into it. There's one. They might expect this to be an open site now as well, and unfortunately, they would be incorrect. Asalmas, he is planting 4 donuts. Oh my, he's still alive. Molly down with the CT Molly, but it will be respected here by Netic as he just tucks his head. 40 seconds is time to work with for Asamas. What do you actually do in this spot? It'll come through, just a 1 point of damage. Netic wants to fight, but can he win out against Asamas? He's given the luxury of getting away.
For a B plant if he feels like it. And it wouldn't be a bad call, Neo, because that molly on Netic could make planting on this A-bomb site practically impossible if he gets it down.
He's coming back. He wants seconds here. He wants this fire. Asamas is the question of can you find it? Bomb will be planted as Netic was in transition away. Who will hit the shot? Jiggle. I think the shoulder might have been spotted there as well. You speak about that Molotov. Well, there it is. It might force out a fight. Asamas loses it as Netic wins another brilliant round. We keep saying it. The impact of this youngster is second to none for FlyQuest.
He's been so good. Phenomenal so far. And in a matchup where we're looking at some of the GG How individuals and saying they're going to blast this server, Netic has stood up to the unrelenting force that is Boros. He has played so well here on map 1 and map 3. And if they're the maps you're going to win this series, who cares about map 2?
Yeah.
Netic has been so good when his team looks good. He seems to be that lightning rod. The rest coalesce around.
Yeah, man, those player cams tell a bleak story. The good news, if you're GG How, if you can get 2 rounds here, you can in your head say, well, FlyQuest lost 11 in a row, so maybe we can win 11 in a row. Boros will start off well to cash in another opener for the superstar. We've seen many an advantage squandered all throughout this half, so I'm not going to say anything set in stone just yet.
They don't need to end on this site. There are so many players in defense, but if they keep finding frags, it is not going to matter. A late revival, finally, and actually for the first time in this half, it pains me to say, they've actually capitalized on a Boros kill in towards Cave early.
Yeah.
Too late, perhaps, but at least they have a little sliver more to work with as the sides reverse.
Doesn't look like a lot of belief there over towards GG How, but the way you've got to approach this now, 1 round at a time. You cannot look at the big picture. You've got to take it individually and say, right, let's win a pistol. We'll start there. Don't think about anything else. Don't think about gun rounds. Don't think about our setups. Let's start by winning the pistol. Then we'll start by winning the force. And then we can start building our way in towards this game. But they have got a long road to recovery.
We asked questions of FlyQuest coming off map 2. We said, what are the win conditions here on this CT side? Regali looking good. It happened.
Yep.
Stifling the defaults happened. They've made the exact changes we wanted to see, and this is the result. Utter dominance here on map 3 so far. We talk about GG How have an opportunity maybe to get back into this map, but the reverse is also true. If FlyQuest get off to a good start, there will be no CT side for the Middle Eastern mix.
Yeah, you're spot on. 13 kills apiece as well for Regali and Netic, but Netic with 3 less deaths, 13 and 3. Not a bad first half at all for him. And it's not only just the number of kills, it's the impact of said kills. Clutches, 1v1s, 1vx's. I mean, this is what Netic does best, and why, I mean, without a doubt, if FlyQuest win this, he is my MVP. You know, there is consistency across the series. Sure, second map does too, a little quiet from everybody, but map 1, incredible. And map 2 so far, him and Regali have been fantastic.
Let's give in some credit.
Yeah.
Some sensational information plays. We imagine he was calling a lot of that CT side too, and a lot of good decisions throughout, particularly man down, stacking the right side, being proactive. They made it difficult for GG How, maybe Urcast too, talking between the maps, because it looked like a completely different squad in terms of the philosophy from Dust 2 to this. And now, they don't need to change anything. They just need to play the same brand of Counter-Strike, and they should be able to just stumble over the finish line. They have so many rounds to play with.
You look at the flip side of things that have been going wrong. We bar that final round. Issa was pretty non-existent. I think he got 3 kills in the end of that final round. He had 2 heading into it. And even at the half, Mini 1 and 11. We're missing him. Bibu 4 and 10. Asamas 5 and 10. It's a one-man show, a one-man army of Boros who's been brilliant, but everybody else has really struggled. And it's, you know, more alarming as well to see Mini doing as bad as he is. Anger's meant to be a map in which a lot of AWPers can thrive on, especially on that CT side.
Yeah, I think the rounds that were sting them the most are when Boros got them clean entries.
Yes.
Frags in towards Jaguar, in towards Cave. They have a phenomenal position, map control, man advantage, CT side flummoxed, and they just can't get the rounds together. Those are the ones that could have made this an even scoreline, but they didn't happen, and now they have an enormous mountain to climb. It's got to start on pistol. There is absolutely no room for error. They need to get probably a decent way into this half before they start losing any rounds to give themselves a chance.
Absolutely. It really feels like there's not a huge amount that FlyQuest need to talk about here. It's just about keeping yourself kind of checked in. We've spoken about this already. Throughout this tournament, the second halves have actually looked quite woeful at times, and in particular, we look towards that Tyloo game and what put them in this third place matchup. 11 rounds in a row, they lost. They cannot afford to let something like that happen again. It was a 10-2 for them, and they fell apart. So let's just make sure that we lock in a bit, boys. Don't let things slip. And also, you know, more than anything, I think even actually more than Tyloo, you don't want to let GG Hao snowball.
I suspect a lot of the Aussie viewers have just unfollowed you after that statement. They're not happy bringing up such a loss. They're thinking that can't happen again.
Don't need to bring
We don't
up bad
like
memories.
any bad omens on the cast. It shouldn't be possible.
No.
It shouldn't happen. But this is Counter-Strike, baby. One round at a time. And it has to start here. A pair of Julies, Mini Osamus. They have got to be a factor in this CT side, or GG Hao will be fourth place.
Osamus, first contact, he'll fall away. Doesn't need to overfight here. Doesn't actually have a lot of support coming through. Only the one extra player, but it is Bibu who starts well. It's Vexite to fall. Small things working well. Issa holding this quick flank coming through. They want to go for this red room push. It's 4 in here. If he can actually get even just a 1-for-1, it's not that bad. 2 would be excellent. Damage dealt, but down he falls. So back into a 4 versus 4. That's why we needed just the 1. Boros needs to be careful too, but they're wrapping back towards this site. This gets precarious now. First fight is so scrappy, but Mini with the Julies needs to rectify a bad half, and he does. Mini for 3, dual wielding and finding all the frags. Mini closes it, and he shuts the door down on that site. Finally, Mini impacting this game.
That is more like it. That's what we wanted to see, some life left in GG Hao. As we get onto this defensive side, the Julie's paying a massive dividend. It looks a little bit nervy as FlyQuest are gaining all this space, but Mini says no. An absolute rock-solid defense. And now we question the investments. FlyQuest say no. We want to maximize gun rounds in this half. We'll save for AKs in the next. GG Hao, no mistakes. Keep this as clean as can be.
Well, Boros,
Laser beam is back. There he is.
Boros is back, baby. That's his 5th opening kill in this game so far as well. So, what a game he's been having. He's been involved in so many opening duels, and most of which he's been winning. 5-2 in opening duels now. And my God, Boros, he makes sure there is not a conversation at all in the low-buy pistol round. Like we said, this is the only way you can approach this if you're GG Hao. 1 round at a time. And if they can overcome this first gun round in what is essentially a bonus buy, that'll be massive.
Heavy B lean from GG Hao. They might get aggressive here from Cave. Boros, Issa on location. Osamus alone in mid, but he's okay. He's using util to deter for now. How are they going to commit to this Cave setup? There's a lot of FlyQuest players around. The bomb is here too. 4 here in this default, and surely some fights are embraced on the server before long. The tension is pretty palpable.
Yeah.
When will they go looking for this map control?
Boros is here. And if Boros is here, you start to believe, oh, I don't like the push though. I don't love the push. This is so risky, yeah. It feels completely unwarranted there. He wants like a move to make the difference, but I just don't think it's required. I don't think it's needed. He's so isolated.
He just feels like he has to be the hero. He has been on a lot of rounds. But was that one step too many? He's left his team in a pretty tiresome position. They do have the correct lean, but utility, weaponry, heavily favours the T side. Captain here and Ins does his job. Issa doesn't last long either.
Wow.
That is an absolute slaughter on the V-Bomb site as FlyQuest punch in 11, 2 to go.
It feels like sometimes, and this is something that we've brought up all throughout this kind of tournament, since, you know, GGL, of course, being here since the close qualifier, it feels like at times, I know he's excellent and he's easily the best player and has been the best player in the server across the board, but Issa needs to rein him in a little bit at times. He cannot let him free roam all the time. Like in that situation, Issa's playing with him in cave. All he needs to say is just, no, wait, let's just see what they do. Let's let them push the smoke. We'll punish them. But you're right, you know, he always wants to be the difference maker. He always wants to be the man that makes the round, and in that case, he lost the round.
Live and die by the sword.
Yep.
Dust 2 CT side. He was taking a lot of fights, but he won practically all of them.
True.
I think it's just part and parcel of Boros. He still might be their best chance to recover this map.
Yeah.
Playing a little bit loose and wild. And it's got to start here. Boros loses the duel. Vexite. How does that medicine taste?
They needed that. They needed that. Samus. Oh, what a reaction is that from Samus? A quick flick to find Vexite, but Inz will deliver one of his own. So still, 4 versus 3, MP9 as well. It's not the best gun for the situation. BB playing all the way back, and I wonder whether he's tempted to go and check on Red Room control here, see what mid is offering up. Asama's doing the same. He's just crept around the slight gap in that smoke. So they've sort of figured out not a lot towards shelf, no one towards elbow for now, but their timing of it is just a little bit off.
Exceedingly cautious
from
FlyQuest. We don't mind it, but the clock becomes a factor before long if you're not careful. They have good amount of util, but we need a decision. Inz, what is the call? Bomb yet to commit. Regali stays in cave. Liaz in the cubby too. Surely going to be a B end, and I think it will. This is a ruse. All of this donut control. Netic goes looking, but it's a strange one, Neo, because he's calling out, I can't see anybody.
Yeah.
And we've still got 2 lurkers on B.
20
Make
seconds.
a call, guys. You need to go.
We gotta go, 20 seconds. Let's make a move. Let's prioritize getting this bomb down. Thankfully, they are gonna be safe in the plant. He's gonna plant inside of that smoke, and that will at least help. And thankfully, Netic there for coverage. A nade that deals a lot of damage. And Bibu, sure, he gets a kill, but he will not be getting anything in this round. A 1v4 turn 3, but it will be FlyQuest finding 12, finding map and series 3rd place point here at ACL 2025. And, well, of course, it won't help him for qualification. It'll help in terms of pride a little bit. Incy's off the last, 12-4, and unfortunately for GG Howe, their story might be up here.
Feels like it. FlyQuest. Love the Masters in this series. Dust 2, a few wobbles, but outside of that, End of Inferno was stellar. Ancient has been just the same. No traction whatsoever here on the decider from GG Howe, as FlyQuest have been near on flawless. Good calling, good rotations, individuals, a team effort. And you can't say that for GG Howe. And look at the call. In's here to end it. Finds an empty site. What a maneuver.
Doesn't get better than that. A site is barren. No one home. The red carpet rolled out for a free plant, more or less, and they're going to plant on the corner. This should be curtains here in this series. Spam through the smoke is getting closer. We're going to boost up on towards plant, but I like this idea. Stick somebody up here. Of course, the shadow will betray, but the fights go well. Vexite, Liaz, Inz all getting a piece of the pie to try and close this. And while Inz may get caught in the backline, is it going to make a difference? MP9 and an AK in a 2 versus 3. We should have no chance in hell as Boros looks around. He's desperate for a fight, and it's one in which he wins. Hang on a moment, time ticking though. They've got to get on the bomb right now. They've got to get on the bomb, and it doesn't look like that'll be the case. Netic closes it with a double of his own as FlyQuest take 3rd place here at ACL 2025.
They saved their best for last in this tournament. What a way to end the series. Vexite, brilliant. Liaz had his moments. Inz on the rotations. Great calling, especially the last round included. But Netic, what a hero. What a series. Map 1 and 3. Boros was good. but Netic was better.
Yeah, my MVP, absolutely Netic. His impact across this series was second to none, right? What a player. But, you know, on the flip side, for GG Hao, let's talk about positives, right? This is a new side in a first proper big LAN, and to get top 4, which is the best of the rest, that's not including the Mongols, that is an incredible feat. They have now cemented themselves as a real contender at the top end of the Asian Counter-Strike scene. This is a really, really impressive squad. We're still trying to figure out where actually is the skill ceiling for this side, because it seems so high. And for a debut tournament, I'm actually really impressed.
Identity has been something that's been lacking in a lot of these GG Hao lineups. This one feels more defined.
Yes.
Same region, similar culture between the players, shared language, which hasn't always been the case on their teams. We see the direction they're heading in, but at least in this series, FlyQuest more well-oiled, more disciplined, more on the same page. Individuals from them look perfectly good as well. They're the better machine, they're the better unit, and they showed it for sure in this series.
Yeah, and a lot of things actually really cleaned up that we've been asking questions about over towards FlyQuest. We talk about the calling over towards Ins and his individual ability, which at times has been a little lackluster, let's put it. And, you know, you look towards the youngster, the new boy of Netic, we still were kind of jury was out coming in towards the tournament. First couple of series, he really couldn't get going either, but all in all, fantastic work. Alan, we're going to be throwing it back over towards the desk, going to break down everything from Ancient and the series, but we'll be back for a spicy little show match soon.
And winning that game 13-4. I gotta say, boys, I'm incredibly impressed with the performance that Netic has been putting up, the numbers he's been putting up throughout this entire series. Would you say that 13-4 scoreline was expected for you?
No, absolutely not. I think anyone who said that would have been lying to you after what we saw in Dust 2, but it is surely a welcome surprise for us at the very least, especially when we painted a bit of a doom and gloom picture at the end of Dust 2, like no one's hitting their shots, oh no, they're losing everything. And now somehow it's all turned around.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that Boros actually never really slowed down in terms of his individual ability. It did feel like he had to hard carry them if there was ever going to be a way that they beat FlyQuest here. Netic was doing a lot of devastating work throughout this series, but especially here on Ancient, it just kind of felt like when FlyQuest were going for some of these initiative-driven plays at the start of their rounds, so often GG Hao were getting caught off and working off of deficits, and they didn't have the bailout. They didn't have other players activate as they went further down the stretch. If Boros wasn't in the server, it felt like they were completely out of those rounds. But it's actually been such a revelation that Netic has been able to perform and increase his performance as the tournament has gone on. A necessary, impactful player to come into the roster, given that there was a lot of questions and speculations about whether or not these lights would be too bright. He showed up when they needed it.
Who knows, maybe he's just one of those players, though, that once the pressure is on, the pressure is mounting, that's when you thrive. That's when you play some of your very best CS, and I'm hoping to see more of him in the future, continue to improve, continue to kind of integrate himself within this FlyQuest team, because I think the promise is certainly there. But I want to talk a little bit more about GG Hao, because that was, if we're being frank, an abysmal T-side from them. I mean, at one point, I'm pretty sure Mini only had 1 kill at the half.
Yep. Yeah, that's a problem, right? You know, sometimes this team does shut down a little bit on 1 or 2 of these players, and normally what you say is, hey, second half, they're going to actually show up regardless, right? They have the mental fortitude. What FlyQuest does is they stamp down on any possibility of resistance as well. Any 1v1s that are coming through, you know, one or two of the last rounds that we saw in the first half as well could have actually been taken by GG Hao, but at the end of the day, if FlyQuest stop that from coming in, you don't have any time to recover if you're Mini. You don't have any time to recover if you're Issa or your Osamas, who are all just being destroyed on every duel.
Well, like there was that one round in the first half where they went on like a semi-force buy, kind of half buy, and you know that is usually a way back in for a lot of teams if they're struggling, when they're trailing. GG Hao just never were able to translate that into any sort of momentum. It felt like FlyQuest were basically undeterred, almost because it's happened to them so much. I almost feel like they're desensitized to the disappointment of losing to a low buy.
I mean, to be honest, Michael, when I saw that round happen, I was like, oh my god, it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
This is going to be FlyQuest crumbling. I've seen this so many times. They win the pistol, they win the follow-up, a half buy, oh no, and credit to them.
Yeah.
Lots of credit to them after a disappointing loss like that Dust 2 was. The fact that Ins is still able to make sure this team stays together even after that force buy win. Jasmine, got to give him credit when I've been, you know, maybe asking a lot of questions.
They had to learn their lesson at some point.
I will say, though, for GG Hao, once we got into the second half, we saw the 2 Julies coming through as well. We saw a bit more aggression from them. It's just a shame we didn't get that a lot sooner, especially when it came to their T-side. So what do you think it was specifically they needed to change and address?
To be fair, they were trying. Like, they were were a lot of places where they tried to take mid control, where they tried, these late round anticipations, what FlyQuest is doing. But you're just seeing consistently being shot down, being flashed up, being taken away.
They'll take third place.
They'll take that third place. But coming on up very, very shortly, we have a show match. We'll get more into that.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。 我人的手雷穿过剑魔，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留判断。不 FPS 当我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打到了对面10秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no can， 不停的扫妹，滴滴答答到滴滴答答，滴滴的刀飞，流线炒作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已被根本几岁，变到死贵，却被以 Z 里对你还洗肺，一般玩个几位，怕是晚上的什么行为，不为别问，我在暗里出几位，不梦但不红卫，老子自己见不自追，想到图我的游戏，默默的盯到玻璃记录，怎么你都抹灰。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天说点击酒店，到头来是黄店店重庆母穴厕所，每次人都那么匪刺，我把你的腿子像匪刺，最后他都没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
小吃店开了，我呆了，闹掰了，碰面火车站和冰箱都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他妈在搜查呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当小心肝。
去菜狗，青楼带头，外面 C 的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，手中什么关口，直播卖的炸肉，纯靠我太熟。
有种来考我，我做长宁，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。
杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀
我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的。
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
但心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
套上最贵的皮肤，挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀。
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
爆出我 play loud 的特质，我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎你屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这3个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我虽然 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
我是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，连着冲了，动作是疯了，脑中的微操就推散不空抗，这把实验我这种没病的人，全看对立的稿子吧，进行一个冲浪。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞入框架，发来欠费的网费，当成奇迹，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。我是复数的差异的拉，你们永远有敌的1号位。
谁都不能拿走我的 S 5杀，不要进出外面和继续找水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂也影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，不一样的游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧。
我没有这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了 ，OK？You
can you are, no can no baby。
对手是一个非常强劲的对手，我们之前也跟他们交手过几次，然后他们有他们独特的战术风格吧，确实是挺厉害的。赛前我们把他们就是会打到的5个图我们都看完了，这回合是最后一把嘛，我们这边有把狙，然后呢，但是我们整体的经济是不是很好的？然后像这个 Info 这个图，其实狙能够拿到首杀的机会是比较少的，就是在 A 区的话，所以当时就决定是让一把狙去 B 区，让一把狙去 B 区之后呢，先防对面的那种快节奏，看能不能找机会去偷人。然后 JE 也确实利用他的一个打法，激进的打法去拿到了一个人数优势，然后再打了一个心理盲区，就是马上交出了一个 B 的烟，让对面觉得我们就应该回去 A 了，但其实我们捡了个 B。 米亚举这一分，那个包在 L 楼其实只是单纯的队员忘记自己带着包了，白菜忘记自己拿着包了。然后其实那个包不是在他身上的，然后但是后续我们也是，因为我们那局开局就说了我们后续要打 A， 所以说那么他那个包也带着就带着吧，就也不去处理这个包了。然后我记得这分后续我们是打 A 成功了，但是我们残局输了，当时是3打2，我觉得也是个人选手那边有点进入残局之后有点打法有点僵硬吧，就是不知道哪里来的人，然后该怎么站位，该怎么打。JE 这边他残局之后他不知道 B 小会漏，然后被 B 小杀了。同时穆斯于在2楼那边被发现了位置之后，没有选择离开2楼，还是选择待在2楼，导致我们输了这一分的残局。今天的队员里面，我觉得白菜跟 JE 这2位选手发挥挺关键的。我记得 Info 有几幕 JE 都是混烟双杀以及连杀，还有拿手杀。白菜的话呢，虽然说我们A 损输了，但是我觉得他在 A 损上面的发挥也是可圈可点的，因为他扛住了好几波，也拿到了好几波连杀。我觉得重点训练的话呢，是选手个人对于游戏的理解吧，因为我觉得我们现在队员说实话还不是很会玩，不是事先布置好或者是事先讲好的一些情况下，队员的临场交流以及那一瞬间的反应跟做出的决策跟操作，我觉得都不是很合理的。很多时候 ，Major 比赛我觉得至少进个 Stage 2吧，对。
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Asian Champions League for CS2. I'm super excited because coming on up very shortly, we have a show match. And boys, this is a show match unlike any other. Care to explain why, Z-Time?
Of course. Welcome to the Shanghai Showdown. I just wanted to say that. I'm not going to lie to you, Jasmine. But of course, we're going to be coming into this with different rounds, different metrics of success, because we know show matches aren't about winning or losing. They're about crushing your opponent in ways that shouldn't be possible in Counter-Strike.
Speak for yourself. It's all about the bragging rights that come along with it. What do you think of this?
Especially if you're one of these like streamers or you're just a personality or an influencer inside of the space. If you're up against some of these ex-pro players, if you could get a few kills, hell, if you could win the game, why didn't I become a pro player then? You know, that's the kind of conversation you start having.
Well, you can kill careers as well in show matches. Shout out Juliana one time.
It kind of reminds me of back when like UK CS players would start to play against like the VPs and other well-known teams, and then they'd immediately take a screenshot, post that on Twitter, and that's your bragging rights for the entire year.
You have people that do that in deathmatch, you know, like
I do that in deathmatch.
There's like 30 people.
Nico, I'm taking a screenshot.
There's 30 people in a server. You're bound to get one eventually.
Thank God for that. Otherwise, I'd never have a chance.
Well, we have a mix of content creators, streamers, and ex-professional players as well. So what's the kind of approach here? It's just going into it, having... Oh, there we go.
I got a list, baby. I got a list. Let's look at this. We got QZ. Once upon a time, Talu legend, right? Coming through. Machine, also known as WJQ Machine, who's apparently the casting god of China. I won't lie to you, I've never heard any Chinese
If people
streams.
don't know, the Chinese commentary is a little bit more relaxed, you know, it's often like, you know, co-streamer-esque, but Machine, he goes hard.
He brings the hype.
Yeah,
he brings the
he's
energy.
an energy man.
Yeah, I love that.
We got a Machine everywhere, apparently. Then you've got Ren.
There's only 3.
Well,
there's only 3.
I'm bad at ending things, Michael. You know, that's why we're still together. Cole on the other side is going to be coming in. And now, listen, legend has it that Cole was actually scouted by Imperial. And then when she said, hey, but isn't Valkyries a better team? Why would I be joining you guys instead?
So just so you're aware,
is.
she's like an influencer, basically, Ren KKK.
Yeah, and then we've obviously got Didi. I think everyone's going to know Didi. If you don't, then listen, Didi, legendary Tyloo player from CSGO as well, has had his moments. Definitely go check out his Wikipedia.
One of the founding eras for the emergence of Asian Counter-Strike, basically, within CSGO.
And then we've got for ourselves like a genuine prospect that we've been keeping an eye out on, like a shoe coming through from Change the Game. Our close qualifiers were pretty good, and that's team Good Luck. On the other side, though,
I've got to ask you, before we start speaking about the other side, knowing that there are so many former Tyloo players among these two teams, is that going to factor into who the crowd end up supporting?
Yes, probably. But also, I mean, some of these players have moved on to then become, you know, creators themselves within the space, either following some of the Counter-Strike that's going on or, you know, just messing around and creating content. So they all have their own respective followings. I don't think either team is going to necessarily have that much more influence over the other.
I think you are wrong, because on the other team we have Dan King.
Yeah, that's true.
And listen, Dan King might not have had the most support from the international Counter-Strike community when he was playing as a player, but my God, as a streamer, he's been killing it. He's been kicking bum all day long when it comes to that, at the very least. So yeah, I think maybe we might have a little bit of bias from the crowd coming out towards that side, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean they've got some streamers. They have their own sort of up and comers. Like we pulled some players from that actually made it through the Chinese qualifier into the closed qualifier. So we pulled a couple of them from there. So we've got like a shoe, like you mentioned, from CTG, and then we've also got I know that's okay.
Just me?
Yeah, I'm fine. And then we've got Shadow as well from XDM. So we pulled some players that seem perspective. Also are trying to gain some support as well. You know, maybe they're the ones that will try and play it up to the crowd.
I actually think it's one of the coolest things about this, which is that for these two players, right? I mean, Shadow and Laikachu, we also have talked so much about them being really good, actually. If this can be their segue to also getting fame in China, that is one of the most difficult things, getting these influencers to also give some, you know, love out towards these up-and-coming players.
I'm pretty sure we've got some more info coming on up about this show match, about our fantastic streamers. So let's go ahead and check it out and find out some more about them.
Shanghai Showdown!
Showdown, baby.
Or
maybe not. Aha,
yeah.
Get baited. Okay, right. Don't worry. We'll play the video for you very soon. But my question for you guys is the whole team good luck, team have fun. The real question is it all, you know, good vibes, wholesome content, or do you reckon there's going to be a bit of trash talk taking place across the stage?
A show match is nothing without a bit of trash talk. Like, people aren't trying to BM each other. Listen, we have these modifiers, fine, but if you're still not trying to knife each other, I don't know what you're doing.
Listen, I just want to see coming through overhead, Dan King yelling out against the other side. I want to see Machine not be in the co-streaming mode. I needed to see him actually shout and roar and say, yeah, you do suck. You never deserved to be in Talu in the first place. I'm the real Chinese legend. Maybe I'm projecting.
Yeah, but there's also a bit of, like, you know, players and commentators. We're, you know, based on our job, you think everyone's extroverted? Not everybody is.
Now let's go ahead and finally check out that video coming on out.
再有什么神秘嘉宾啊 ？Let's go see the mystery guest for our show match. Let's go. 哎呀，男神，你好。This is Machine right here, the actual goat of caster in China.
对。
我们说完成来采访一下。
可以，请坐。
All right, we're gonna take a seat here. 哎呦，完神现在还玩 CS 吗 ？Do you still play CS now or？
啊，打呀！我上周刚打的，这毕竟要为了表演赛做准备嘛。
Yeah, I played Counter-Strike just last week, just to prep for the show match. Yeah. 那你现在武艺什么段位 ？What's your rank in 5E right now？
我现在应该是还没定级，因为我上次定级赛打得不太好，后来我那个卡给它重置了。
Yeah, so right now there's no rank. I'm still in placement. It's because I wasn't doing well the last time I played, so I just reset my rank. Yeah. 就你解说了这么多比赛，那你今天准备运用什么？今天有没有什么职业队的这个战术你可以运用一下 ？So out of all the matches that you've casted, are you gonna deploy any professional team tactic in the show match today?
我感觉你看，我之前看那个天路那个汉堡嘛，大宝哥，他那个动态防守小镇很厉害哦。我觉得今天我们就可以用上，但是后来我又听说那个表演赛好像会打得比较轻松一点嘛，有这娱乐模式什么的。估计就是瞎冲随便玩啊，应该是这样的。
Yeah, so I've been pretty impressed with Tai Lu and Mercury's dynamic defense on Inferno. But then I heard that today's show match we're just gonna have fun. We're gonna stay loose. We're gonna play relaxed. So yeah, we're gonna have some little fun. Yeah. 好，最后一个问题，有没有信心让对面兵败如山倒 ？So last question, are you gonna destroy them?
Of course， 我必须狠狠的虐他们，而且我们有弟弟，有弟弟包赢的感觉。
Yeah, we're gonna absolutely destroy them, and also that we have DD over there. So yeah, we're gonna win for sure, easy. 来 ，Duncan， 表演赛最想单杀对面谁啊 ？So who do you want to kill the most on the show match？
茄子我在别的就是活动里面线下活动里面杀过他很多次了嘛，现在我只想去争夺一下石家庄第一突破手的称号嘛，因为我现在也是弃暗投明了，比较喜欢打步枪，不喜欢打狙击枪了，我想去单杀一下玩机器。
All right, so I would say QZ, but like I've killed him so many times in other show matches before, so I won't say it. Like I'm trying right now, I want to be the #1 entry fragger in Shijiazhuang because I don't even like offing anymore. So that's why I'm going to try to find Machine and get the baddest man of Shijiazhuang title, yeah, from him. I'm going to start rifling now. 好，这个我们打12啊，你觉得对面能拿几分 ？So we're going to be playing Dust 2, and how many rounds do you think they're going to get?
感觉5分以内吧。
Yeah, probably within 5. Yeah. Danky 刚才说你们都拿不了几分，你怎么说 ？So Danky just said he's gonna destroy you guys. Like, what are your thoughts?
我觉得他闹麻了，真的，他现在太膨胀了。每天出去打表演赛，别人都说他是石家庄第一狠人。其实我得让他知道谁才是石家庄第一狠人。
Yeah, listen, Danky is way too overconfident right now with all the show matches that he plays. Like, he thinks he's the baddest man in Shijiazhuang, but he's gonna show him.
Who wins the battle of the trash talk? I'm gonna go ahead and say Machine right there.
Always. He's a professional talker. Of course he's going to be
Apparently he's just winning a lot of show matches in general.
Yeah.
And Dan King is just a pretender who plays a lot of them, but may not win as many.
Well, his slogan, his quote is, "This game will show who's really the king of show matches." Care to hazard a guess as to who's going to win? I want to see the trash talk. I want to see the energy. I want to see the hype. It's all about having fun.
I'm going to win. I get to watch this match. Yeah. I'm the real winner.
Okay.
I would say Machine's team is probably going to win, to be honest.
Yeah.
They seem like they got a bit of bite to them.
They do. I like the confidence, I like the energy, I like the hype. But what I'm super excited for is this epic walkout. I want to see the showmanship coming on through. But more importantly, I want to see the fan support from everybody that's joining us in the chat and everybody joining us in the arena.
Welcome, team. Good luck. 有请多届全国冠军朵拉大王赖克旭。
Welcome， 赖克旭。
翱翔于战场的龙王。
有请 CS 区最抽象的美女主播，喜欢草莓的橘子可。
Welcome， 橘子可。
我的枪法取决于你后背给我的角度大小。
有请2届 Major 贴纸拥有者、前亚洲第1突破手弟弟。
Once the #1 entry fragger in Asia and the owner of 2 major stakers， 弟弟。
我希望你们嘴能比枪硬。
有请前 CS 职业选手、兄弟 CS 代言人、电竞魔导师千赞。
Former Counter-Strike professional player, the spokesperson for Brother CS。
有请 Nico 在中国最忠实的粉丝石家庄解说一哥玩神玩机器 Machine。
The most loyal fan of Nico in China, the top commentator in 石家庄 and the gaming god 玩机器 Machine。
这场比赛才会证明我才是表演赛的大满贯。
Here is team Good Luck。
Now, let's welcome Team Have Fun! 有请 CS 天才少年5 EPL 大奖赛双冠王影子人
CS Prodigy Double Champion of the 5 EPL Cup Shadow。
看我突烟爆闪！
有请狙击女王、人气主播就是江蛋蛋
Sniper Queen and popular streamer 江蛋蛋。
别给我机会，让我举起我的双手。
CS 1.6钢枪战神，前 HLTV Top 17选手赖晓峰。
A god in CS 1.6 former HLTV Top 17 player 赖晓峰。
对面什么冠军啊？跟我对枪。
有请前 EP Horse 主狙0.17 rating 15比0被翻的 FPS 全能王冬瓜强。
The FPS all-around king, the former main sniper of EP Horse 冬瓜强。
随便玩玩。
莽是莽村的莽，天是天路的天。有请石家庄第一狠人，真正的亚裔居
The
Danking。
superstar on Tailu, the baddest man in 石家庄 the true #1 sniper in Asia, Danking。
有面 ，CNCS 有面。
欢迎各位的到来，全明星现已集结，请各位一同登上舞台。
The All Stars have arrived. Who will be the king of the Counter-Strike show match?
Let the games begin.
There we have it, team good luck and team have fun. I know the crowd are ready for this one for sure. You heard the cheering, you heard the trash talk The real question is, how are they going to do with all of these different parameters that we're going to throw at them on the server?
Well, it's going to be interesting, right? Because we're starting things off with a little bit of bullet spread. We're changing things up in the middle with, you know, basic things like, hey, there's going to be a giant chicken.
Don't give away too much.
Surprises.
Yeah.
The whole point is that we're not supposed to know. You might know.
I'm talking about giant chickens, that's all. I just want a giant chicken running around in the match here or there. I love it when they have those, I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, I think it's cool, though, that like we have this internal storyline that they're trying to build of who's actually the GOAT, who's the best at show matches. Because it seems like Dan King wants that title for himself. Doesn't even like AWPing anymore. Introed as the best AWP that China had. And that may not be the case anymore. He's not actively playing, that's why.
You don't know that. Hey, he might still be the best AWP that China has.
Maybe.
At least when it comes to the show matches. And
He wants the rifle. He wants the entry,
well,
though.
I'm going to be honest, man. Competition, that flair never goes away, especially when on the other side you're like, oh my god, this caster keeps saying that he's better than me. Ah! And then somewhere in there, it's there.
Yeah, there ain't no way.
There's absolutely zero chance that they actually care about which caster is cheering for them. Surely, I think the most important thing for them right now is hearing that crowd cheering them on, playing up to that crowd as well. I know a bunch of these people are probably here just to see their favorite creators up here on the big stage. And I know whilst these people might be used to creating content, streaming from the comfort of their homes and whatnot, how do they do on a stage in front of this incredible crowd?
It's also an experience that you don't really get to have. I mean, obviously the crowd doesn't hear us, but even just standing next to everyone going like, woo, for Boros clutches and this and that, I'm like, oh my god, I'm over here, this is the best thing of my life. So yeah, I'm sure it's going to be incredible. There's also a reason why there's so much love going on the stage. You know, you're seeing lots of hugs, you know, the good old French visuals as well, a little bit in there. And, you know, listen, maybe in some of those hugs, you were just saying to them in the air, I will destroy you. But maybe that's just a narrative I'm making in my head.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it was all jovial, all friendly when they get past each other on that stage. But when we're actually in the server, I expect that trash talk. If we don't get those tune-ins, and if I don't see people yelling, I'd be very surprised because, listen, whether or not you're an influencer, a streamer, an ex-player, hell, a commentator, for example, you are used to the idea of people watching what you're doing. I don't think these guys are going to be deterred. There are many show matches that happen in China, especially with some of these types of creators. And so for them, this might just be another day at the office.
Something shouldn't be reminded of.
Why are we memeing out of it?
Yeah, listen, I wish he was over here for the show match as well. Would have been fun. But no, it's also nice to just sort of see all these guys connect to the scene as well, because I think so much of what we've seen in China is that these incredibly large creators are there. They command excellent fan bases, but there hasn't really been the chance to interact with the fans in the same way with, you know, things like regular events and whatnot. And with ACL trying to be a flagship and really push all of Chinese Counter-Strike forward, all of Asian Counter-Strike forward, having these people here and, you know, making what is likely going to be this annual celebration of what Chinese Counter-Strike has been, what these creators have been doing in there, bringing everyone in from around the world as well when it comes to the Asia-Pacific region. I just think it's a cool concept overall when you integrate creators into it as well.
Well, all I'm saying is, if you know, if Machine really did want to win this show match, where's the coach at? No coach.
All right, I'll go down there, Jasmine.
Wait,
Don't
no coach needed?
How are you going to strategically call, oh, well, the modifier is different this time,
Exactly.
boys. The plan is off.
Well, maybe you just need a hype man amongst the team.
Sorry, a lot of my tactics revolved around having gravity. You know? Unfortunately, it might not work in this version.
Got jump throw. Oh no, don't. No. Yeah, no. Listen, at the end of the day, I think a coach would be very good, not for the reason of giving tactics, but just being able to just stand up, maybe go around to the other team and say, yeah, you see how we're owning you? Just, you know, maybe be your trash talk translator.
While they're throwing like smokes at each other in the server, they could be throwing bottle caps at each other. Just trying to distract them.
Oh god, just imagine if that was a mode, that every time you threw utility, a bottle cap fell on your head. Maybe it is, who knows? Hey, you don't know.
I'm talking plastic bottle caps just for reference.
Of course.
Let's actually not hurt each other.
Oh, okay. I think it's time to see which one of Good Luck or Have Fun have the most
I'm
crowd
rooting for Good
support.
Luck. I'm rooting for him.
I know. I'm
Dan
quite.
King's
I really hope they can hear that through our mics as well. You know?
I mean that wasn't bad.
We hit about that 89 decibel mark. Okay, let's see.
Oh, okay. I feel like that was louder.
That sounded a bit louder to me.
Yeah. 90 versus 88. So
yeah,
you know what?
only slightly.
See, it's all about having
enough.
fun. What did I tell you?
Let's see what it's going to be at the end. Though.
It's because of Dan King, man. That guy's got aura here.
Well, I have a question for you. I'm noticing at least 3 people that are playing with watches on. Is that wacky, or is that just me?
Michael will play with the watch.
Yeah.
You play with a watch on?
Yeah. I mean, what's the problem with it?
I
don't aim with my left hand.
Yeah, but still, it's just gonna keep hitting your keyboard.
Nah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I can't play with watches on, with rings on. I can't play with like long sleeve shirts. I can't play with half sleeve shirts.
I have to roll my sleeves.
Sleeves is different though, because you've got friction. You know, that's an entirely different. I'm kind of surprised so many of them have so many long sleeves.
Valid. But you know what, guys? I think we're almost ready to get the show on the road and hop on into our show match. Team Good Luck versus Team Have Fun. I'm gonna go ahead and say Team Have Fun are walking away with the victory here. They're going to be playing on Dust too.
Come on, Good Luck.
Good luck and have fun.
Show match time, baby. We're joined here. As Neo's already losing his mind. We're bringing the energy here in the game of the century. And already a surprise for the viewers, Neo.
Oh, yeah.
All guns, random bullet spread. What the hell is going to happen?
Look at the revolver. Oh, look at the bullets going just straight into the floor.
What's happening?
What's going on? Oh, it's a knife round from Dan King to start. 5-7 up close. Oh, it's still deadly up close. There we go. Tech9 is going nowhere, but everywhere at the same time. What's happening?
Was that skill or luck on the headshots? Because I have no idea.
Oh my God.
The knife is an effective weapon right now.
Yeah, people actually should be knifing.
It has no spread.
Yeah, people should be knifing. Guys, please. Oh my God, this is dreadful viewing.
Oh wow.
XF sees it off. My God. Carnage, mate, I think is
Welcome to the show match. That was madness. What is XF's slogan, Neo? We have
slogans, yeah.
Yes.
XF's slogan is "Top what? You really want to take this fight with me?"
Well, he proved that.
Yeah.
And then some.
And then some, exactly. He was on the original Tyloo team, XF. The OG Tyloo team, as far as I've been told. But
no, this is the move. The shotguns.
Yes.
They already have big spread. Get in there.
P90.
Take some space. Machine here. Oh, the Negev is a bold move. That is going to have wild spread. But the P90, you've got so many bullets to deal with. That is the move. This is top quality strats. How is the shotgun not better than that?
The Zeus, a flying Zeus as well. What's happened? Shaker shotgun. Oh, another Zeus! The P90 pulled out. The knife out as well. Oh my God, Carnage. The Zeus is good though. There's no spread on the Zeus like the knife. That's legitimately quite smart.
He ran out of ammo.
Yeah, that
I don't
shows
think I've ever seen it run out of ammo.
The Negev there. An interesting choice by Jiang. She just couldn't quite control it, but.
Why were the shotguns so bad? I thought that was. I thought they were cheap.
Wait, look at that.
It literally doesn't. It must just fan out over the entire screen. All of the little pellets.
Okay, who's my teammate? You'll never shoot your teammates or you'll lose your HP. Oh, yeah. I think this is the one where are they all the same skin? Yes, yeah, they are. You all start randomly. You all got the same skin.
Right, okay, so this is a game of communication, it seems. These are teammates.
Yeah, these are teammates. This is actually this is quite trippy even for us. Okay, there we go. XF gonna get one. He's gonna get traded. So 1v2 retake on the B site.
Yeah.
QZ, what have you got for us here, mate? At least he knows he's the only one alive on his team. If they're coming, that is.
At least the bullets go where they're aiming now. That should make things a little bit easier.
Oh, Dan King.
And Dan King there. Rolling back the years.
What was the last time he was on Tyloo? 2019, I think it was.
Been a while.
Yeah, been a while, but
right. I guess now we've got to grips with this.
Yeah.
For the next round, we're better prepared.
Exactly. And they all spawn randomly all over the place.
Yes.
Oh
my Lord.
There's a showdown here.
Right.
Oh, it's an immediate fight onto A. It goes really well for Have Fun. It's down to like a shoot. in a matter of moments. However, like Ishu, he was great in the closed qualifier. Was a real star coming through there, so might have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. He knows he's alone as well, but he's also being flanked. He's going to get knifed. He's going to get knifed. He's going to get knifed. Oh, there it is. XF sees it off. Cheeky knife there.
I think a lack of team damage there. I wanted to see more carnage, more madness, but they seem to get it together pretty quickly. I think, unless we're seeing something different, the models stay the same.
Yeah, the models are all the same, yeah.
Right. We've got the rough idea. And we're going again with this format.
Yeah, Costa, me and Alan, you all right?
There you go, we're the same person, actually. I'll have you know.
What, is it on the same? Same again? It is, right?
Yeah, same deal.
Same deal. So we also did get sent the list, but we thought it'd be funnier to find out with you guys.
I'm living this with the viewers.
Yeah.
I understand as much as you, which isn't much, frankly.
Gotta say, XF, mighty sharp so far.
He's good.
Former Tyloo player, now caster. He's been casting the whole month here as well. Yeah, he's crisp.
I'm excited to see what's going to change next. It's also for these players and the teams, just as they're getting to grips with the last kind of curiosity.
Shoot
now
the
it
chickens
changes.
and get surprises. Okay, what would a surprise be?
Whoa, it's massive!
Oh.
Shadow just teleported across the map.
Oh, look at that. DD's in behind somehow. What's going on?
Was that the chicken?
Oh, look at, wait. Oh, they've got bigger as well. Look at the surprise. And they're tiny. That's great. He shot a chicken, he's tiny. Like a shoe, gonna get one. XF. Mach 10 drive-by. Ooh, he'll get it as well. If he wants to win this, he needs a chicken to give him a great surprise.
Where are the chickens? We need another.
Oh, good nade. Good nade. Good molly. Oh, hang on. Ah!
Too small.
He was pre-firing head angle.
How are you supposed to shoot an Oompa Loompa? Impossible.
That's actually quite a good little
that one was good.
Show match. I've never actually seen that one before. That's really well done.
And we're going again, and presumably the surprises are going to change.
Yeah, true.
There's layers here.
Some people turn massive, other people turn small, some people teleport.
So is this a game of who can get to the chickens first?
Yeah.
Who can find them first?
That is your priority. Find a chicken. Oh.
There's a few there, a couple gone.
Teleport.
The teleport is pretty goated. Take the chicken, man.
Oh.
Taking the chicken.
Why is XF take the chicken?
Why would you not take the chicken?
Yeah.
The chicken is instant round win.
Oh,
bit of a loose spray there.
So small.
Right, I think they need a chicken before they hit this site.
It's a 3v4. We need a chicken here to level the playing field. They're so quick when they're that small as well. Oh, there's two tiny ones. There's another tiny one on site. They don't know. DD, what have you got? UMP, don't often see this weapon used and seen off as well. All right, team, good luck. Get a second.
Okay, bit of a resurgence. I mean, they're just finding the chicken. I mean, double chicken. The teleport is
teleport's great.
It's goated.
Because they're like teleporting like in the back lines. It's great. Only head of my eyes. Hit the big heads. Don't miss your shot. You'll lose 20 HP.
Oh my!
A random position.
He's going into spawn.
Oh, they went behind each other. They team shot each other. You can only headshot. Oh.
Look at the mini map. It's like pinball.
You've got to hit the headshots. But you can hit your teammate's headshot to teleport. That's kind of smart that someone did that immediately. How has he died? Oh, because he missed shots. You lose 20 HP. Oh, like
juicy.
a shoe.
That's more like it. Take your time. Don't miss too many shots.
Oh, XF, what a swing.
This is coming right down to it.
Yeah. XF is really crisp right now. I feel like him and Danking on the same team is kind of unfair.
They've got the HP. These guys can only fire, they can only miss 3 more shots on the CT side.
Oh, like a shoe. Oh. Teleport. How did he teleport?
It seems that everybody teleports.
Yeah.
which doesn't necessarily help when you're trying to defend a site.
You get TP'd away in the post plant. Ah, he can't aim at his head.
They want him to die.
Yeah.
They want him to die from the missed shots.
Yeah, so when you miss a shot, it also TPs you away. So he wanted to miss the shot, so he gets TP'd away from the site. This is a genius post-plant strategy.
That almost backfired. The teleports seem a bit delayed to me.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a grips of this. It's like kind of like COD 4 lag switches is what I'm seeing at the moment. People zooming around the map.
Throwback. COD 4. What a game. There was some nice shots. The XF hit quite a nice one. There it is.
That could have gone wrong.
Yo, 100%. 6-2 right now. Oh, missed shot. There's a sitter there, but Army Jiang going to get caught by Renke. Oh, and Shadow on Leica shoot. 2 players who came for the close qualifier.
Juicy.
That's a nice shot. They've also got bigger head hitboxes as well.
That is handy.
I can see their heads are like enlarged.
Okay, we're getting some missed shots here on A. Zooming around. It's hard work to keep tabs on what's going on here, but for the moment...
I feel bad for the observers. This is...
Yeah, it's really hard going. DD can't miss a shot.
Oh, yeah, true.
Or he's dead. No, he just got HP from finding a kill.
Oh,
that is helpful too.
Uh-oh. Oh. 15 HP. Yeah, no chance. Missed shot and you're dead.
He gave it a good stab.
Yeah.
He gave it a good stab.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Well,
so.
in this game mode, that isn't necessarily the philosophy.
Yeah, exactly.
You teleport for 100% of the shots you do take. And get chipped away. Well, if my sums are right, we're about to change again for the game mode.
I think you might be right.
No, we're off again.
One more. I think it's sometimes every 3 rounds, sometimes every 2 rounds. After shots. Oh, nice
First man
one.
in backwards was a good move.
Oh, Shadow, that's crisp. Oh, QZ, what a swing, what a find. Oh, Machine died.
Oh, we've had some missed shots there.
Oh, Shadow doesn't though. Wow. He was low on HP as well.
Oh, missed shot from Danking. Seals his demise. Shadow is next for the grave. And look at that, like a shoe. Fits like one too. Bullet through the head.
So this one, we might be getting a change here. It was a smart idea though, jumping in backwards.
I do like this game mode, but it is a bit hard to follow. When with all the teleporting, I didn't know where to look.
It might be hard to follow as well for like.
Oh, we're off again.
Oh yeah. Look at the size of the heads.
Seems popular, this mode.
Oh, Machine! That is a naughty shot.
Zinger. Yeah, DD chimes in too. This looks very good for the defense. I'm honestly a goated players to get the bomb down, because if they miss a shot, they can't defuse.
Yeah.
They're miles off.
Oh. DGQ got basically teleported right in. Oh.
Diffuser?
Diffuser! He got the shot, and he was danking, and then got teleported away.
Right. Well, that didn't make sense.
Oh, goals. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was an insane shot from Machine. So right at the end here, pretty sure. What's this one? Plant the bomb wherever you want.
Ah, T-spawn, wasting no time.
Get it down. They have more time to defuse though.
You shouldn't be able to win this as CT.
No way. It planted unbelievably open too. Nice swing for one with the AWP onto Shadow, but Jiang With the trade, Molly should seal the fate of QZ and will. Oh, hello, hello. Smoke going to come down from Like a Shoe. I like this idea. Get on it. Uh-oh. Why have we left the bomb? Oh, he's going to defuse it as well.
How?
Why have we left the bomb?
How have they won that round?
Great idea. Like a Shoe dropping a smoke on the bomb and rotating in.
Wow, okay. Well, let's theory craft this.
Where would you plant?
Where would you plant?
Where's the best? Do you know what, actually? In plain sight, maybe on a site.
I think on the T-spawn, head towards tunnels, on the platform on the top.
Okay.
They can't get out of tunnels.
Sure, sure.
And then you can, yeah. It's got to be there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm trying
You
to
could
think
go
what else.
into the long doors.
Yeah, long
and then
doors
just
is good.
chain
And just
util,
yeah,
endless incendiaries and HE grenades.
That's got to be the play, actually. Get in long doors, and then, yeah, incendiaries out towards long, smokes out towards spawn. That's the way to do it.
So are we gonna play a
Just put it in
pistol
pit.
round on that mode now? That would rifle. That would change up the dynamics here.
Yeah, I don't really. That would actually be quite interesting. I was also thinking, if you plant the bomb in pit, just deep in
that
pit.
would be.
Yeah, deep
Yeah,
pit.
that would be interesting.
And then just keep dropping smokes there. It's like, that would be chaos,
It
but it
would
would be
be
funny.
hard work. It would be very hard work
Yeah,
to
it
salvage
would.
the round.
I mean, to be honest, if you could, CT spawn's not bad either, but you just have to get there.
If you make it. Okay. Well, we live in the best moments. That knife obviously stands in high regard. Some deagle shots too later on that would make Boros proud. Boros would be so good at some of these game modes.
Oh, unbelievable, yeah. That deagle headshot
Yeah, he'd
one,
be so good at it.
it'd be untouchable.
It would be unfair.
Well, we'll see what we're getting after the halftime break. I wonder what the team talk's looking like at halftime. It's 6-all, so does feel like do we need a halftime?
I mean, just good luck and have fun, really.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
say in
exactly.
the half-time.
At least it's 6-all. We've had an even game here in the show match.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of show matches.
Super one-sided, yeah.
Exactly. This is no cashes action here. Some kind of an even affair. Everyone's had their moments so far. I think the machine deagle shot up mid. Though,
Yeah, on XF. Oof.
That was crisp.
Yeah.
Juicy. You could say, as we wait for half two to get underway. What's another good slogan?
Yeah, what else
What's some
we got,
others
actually?
in the mix here?
Don't give me the chance. I'll raise my hand and end it. Just for fun.
Got a nice WTF. Please skip this
Please
one.
skip this one.
I believe that is from our side. That's
Yeah.
the translation has sort of fallen through on that one.
This game will show who's really the king of show matches, Machine. I think that's probably...
Wow.
I think that's also sort of to Dan King. Dan King claims to be the king of show matches.
Didi has said, I hope your aim is as strong as your trash talk.
That's a good one, actually.
Fighting talk.
That's a good one.
Right, well, we should be underway soon with the second half of this Barn Stormer. And indeed we are. We're not quite sure of the game mode.
It might be back to the first one, maybe, where it's like bullet spreads everywhere. Oh. Oh, no.
It's the plan again.
Ooh. Well, I kind of like that. They've also been given 3 minutes to discuss this,
Is that
too.
not quite an early smoke? We've got to save that, lads.
Yeah.
Why is there a molly down mid in the meanwhile?
Oh. Dan King.
Oh, this is going to be carnage.
One's hiding there. One's hiding. Oh, like a shoe. He's surely getting knifed. Whoa, he's alive for a little bit. Now it's all down to Didi. He's so far away as well. Didi, what are we doing, mate? Where are we going? What are we doing? Yeah, well, this is
That was
defusing.
too easy. How are the CTs winning these rounds?
Neat plant in long, guys. Plant in double doors or in pit for the vibes, but not in double doors, in long doors, long house. That's where we need to plant and just chain util.
They're not on the same page. It's falling apart.
Ooh, look how small they are.
Right, okay. Everybody's small. It's that medicine.
From Detective Conan.
Well, does this change the game plan in any way? Is there any particular moves?
Yeah, I guess it's who can hit the shots, right? Who would generally be good at aiming at the toes? Bisons are out. Bisons are out.
They move so quickly. They're so fast.
Oh, wow. 2v2. Oh, Bison will get a kill as well. One backside and need to seal the deal, but he goes down to the rifle.
I kind of rate the Bison. You keep moving.
Yep. Impossible to
pace.
track.
You can't be hitting. You're just dishing out lead by the ton. Hard work. Hard work to deal with those Bisons.
Well. Back to normal size. Where am I? When you got a shot, you get sent to a random place on the map. So can you,
shoot your teammate.
Shoot your teammate. Send them somewhere.
I think they've tried that on the T side and it hasn't quite panned out.
Yeah.
So I guess an enemy shot. Yeah, AWPing is the move because you kill them.
Yep.
Anything else and you risk teleporting them right behind you. The T side here with the AKs, they need to be hitting heads.
Yeah. This is a smart idea. And also you're going against Danking too. The Scout was an interesting choice. Oh, teleport.
Went to A, I think.
Oh, teleport again. Missed the no-scope. Then also got teleport. What's happening here?
Okay. Where's the bomb in all of this?
Oh, all being teleported everywhere. Teleported everywhere. We're still trying to go B, though. We're not giving up on that.
This is carnage.
B side to T spawn.
It's like everybody getting chipped down. Nobody can be finished off. I'm surprised the AWPs on the defense haven't done more because it was a very wise decision to bring out the big green, but now we need clean shots. One bullet will do it on Dan King. Headshot found. And through the wall as well. Surely, though, the cleanup should be here. It is not.
Dan King.
The Deagles ring very true.
It was a 2v4. It's all down to QZ. What have you got for us, Sunshine? We need something quite special here. So low on HP and seen off by the Scout as well. That one's
there's some curiosities here. I'm thinking if you're T-side, get the bomb down and then just spam every smoke. If you hit them once, they'll teleport away. They can't retake.
Yeah, like a Bison again, actually, as well, could actually be quite good.
Some sort of light machine gun, something with a lot of, a Galil even with the bigger clip.
M249 could do wonders here. Because as well, if you're executing on towards the site, all you need to do is tag them once and teleport away.
Exactly, yeah, good point. There's two ways to play this. You go for the headshot and the instant kill, or you play the long game, body shot, and take the space. That is the move.
Oh, that's a sharp shot. Very sharp shot indeed. Danky going to use the AWP.
The bomb's just teleported to A off that shot.
You plant. You surely plant.
Definitely plant. And now we might see our fears come into fruition. All you need to do is hit these CTs. It's the only job. You don't need to kill them, just hit them.
I love these teleports. They're so funny. You're like mid-fight and you end up just across the map like that.
Beautiful.
Fantastic work.
What's that now? 9-7, I believe?
9-7, yeah, exactly.
Slim lead. And no
Slim,
doubt.
but a hilarious one, all the same. It's a wild time so far here for the show match.
We're not necessarily the biggest fans of the show matches, which are just a regular game with figures. We like some nuance, some spice, some excitement. Okay.
Oh, this one
again.
again.
The same mode as earlier. Don't shoot your teammates. I don't think I've seen anybody actually die.
True.
From TK damage.
They're actually coming quite well. which is really commendable, I gotta say.
I know. There's probably a joke there about GG How and after plants, but we'll leave it. Maybe they should practice on this game mode.
Yeah, that'll really test you.
There were a few team kills actually in that game.
QZ, having a little look, knows the teammate is over towards A, so anybody else they spot, they know they can take the fight. Well, he's now alone. DGQ sees it off. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Okay. I guess we've cycled all the game modes.
I'm assuming so, yeah.
Either that or it's kind of randomly distributed.
Oh, a rare appearance of the Krieg. I didn't even notice that.
I haven't seen the chicken again.
Yeah, oh, the chicken one was good, yeah. Even though I kind of want to know if they have more surprises. Oh, hello. It's G.
Ready to go. Amped up.
Yeah. Enjoying the show match, I assume. Wow, this is an absolute shutdown by Have Fun. It's all down to QZ. This is the bomb, but only briefly. Danking will make sure that is short-lived. And a bit of BM as well on the body.
Getting near the end of this game now. Team Good Luck. I believe it's Good Luck.
Yes.
I hope it is. It's a bit confusing.
All right. I think you're all right.
As long as the colours haven't switched.
Oh, wait, is it
on
Have
the
Fun,
hide
actually?
switch.
Like yeah, I think it's Have Fun. Oh, wait, no.
Wait a minute.
Losing. Have Fun a CT side.
You know the cast is going well, guys, when we can't work out who's winning.
Insane recoil. All weapons have insane recoil. Yeah, Have Fun, there you go.
Single shot weapons is the move, isn't it?
100%. Scout headshot as well to start things off. Poor QZ.
The Bison is just become an absolute animal. It's like wrestling an eel.
Oh, controlling the AK though, Shadow. That's commendable, yeah. All Scouts, that is the way forward in this sort of a round. Oh, missed shot though. Auto shotgun, not.
Yeah, so you have a bit of time to kind of recover yourself. It's not bad.
I'm assuming is it just like really pulling up. Lovely though. I'm like a shoot. Oh, misses the flick. 1 second, it's the no-scope. Oh, hits another no-scope as well. Don't do it to him. Oh, like a shoe. What is that round? What a time to step up.
I hope they put that into the post-event highlights. It goes Boros, it goes Netic, and it goes to this insane clutch.
From like a shoe.
Exactly.
Wow.
You'd think he was in the grand final with plays like that. Maybe it's an audition.
My God, the no-scopes. Insane. I mean, even though it says they're not no-scopes, they were basically no-scopes at the end.
What team does like she play for?
Was he?
I don't know. He's in the closed qualifier, right?
Yeah, he was changed the game.
Changed the game. He has changed the game.
Oh
dear.
Gravity.
We're on the moon.
They can jump. I wonder if there's ways we can get out of the map a little bit here. Yeah, can we get up on like top of mid? That'd be
they're trying their best.
Might need to boost for it. Oh, you can kind of shoot yourself up, but I think there's actually invisible walls keeping you there.
Well, it's been wacky, it's been crazy, but Have Fun are only 2 rounds from winning this, and this round feels like pretty much a done deal. Look at these players jumping around the map, trying to gain some ground. Yeah, it seems like you get shot backwards as well when you shoot.
They're flying quick.
Whoa!
Whoa! What is going on? So I feel like is one shotguns again probably the best orbs?
I think so. It's been pretty much the best weapon the whole way through.
Oh my God, that was so smart from DGQ. He flew across the site.
That's how you retake. Shoot backwards, get in there, max speed. Tom Cruise would be proud.
So you know in like, what was it Team Fortress 2 where they like use the rockets to fly around?
Oh yeah. Quake as well, shoot the ground. Rocket jump. Not yet seen in Counter-Strike, but we're making a good case here.
Oh, funny. What have we got?
Okay.
Only head of my eyes.
Back to the headshots. It's all the Deegs.
Okay.
This is the Boros mode. Can they be the Terminators?
XF is sharp. Man.
That is revenge for the shot he got earlier.
He is sharp. Oh my God, this is a round from Team Good Luck.
This could go overtime. I don't know if it can for the sake of our schedule, but it could go overtime. Do you just draw a show? Does anybody know?
Oh,
what happens in a show match if it goes
12-all? Yeah, do you just
I
draw?
guess you got to play it. I mean, there's got to be a victor.
Yeah, exactly. So then you just keep. Oh, that could be brutal. Imagine you get a quad OT show match.
Don't jinx it, man. Still got a series to go.
Would be just our luck. Well, Dan King, fortunately, retaking air feels next to impossible. Especially the fact that it's been teleported away.
Much harder to retake now.
Oh, they're teleport behind him. Oh, he hits his shot at the very least. He's still actually getting decent kills, but eventually the bomb will see him off. Chaos, to say the least, in that round.
Yes, sir.
But we're still going. 12-9. And overtime brewing.
How do you analyze this game?
Yeah.
How does one work the desk?
I don't envy the desk trying to break down this one.
It's a rough time. It's a shame we don't have, replays on the desk because you could just get the perfect chicken shot, from every angle. This is the moment, the tactical move.
This is the tactical moment. Oh, shot. XF, taste of his own medicine. He's been good in the opening kills with the Deagle.
Whoa, okay.
Hello.
DGQ missed a shot, but now he's behind the entire enemy team.
Oh, what a swing.
This could be it, man. Two alive.
Oh my God, Jang's hitting some insane shots.
It's all over. And there you have it. Team have fun. Reign victorious. It was the chickens. That was the secret the whole way through. They knew what they were doing.
What a show match. What a show match. I saw some beautiful work. XF hit some nice shots. Like a shoe, the clip of the show match as well.
Exactly.
That quad no scope.
Exactly.
Machine hit insane shot down mid too.
Zinger.
Brilliant work. Jang right at the end there as well. A couple of the eagle shots are fantastic. What a show match. Actually, I'm going to say, I like the difference. I've not seen some of those rounds before in other show matches. That was interesting.
We were kept on our toes.
Yeah.
We weren't quite sure what was going on, but in a good way.
In a good way.
It was masterfully confusing. And I think the worthy winners, I was quite surprised how quickly they caught on to, what weapon to buy.
Yeah.
I thought, they get lost in the mud as it was. But no, they saw, single shot getting an AWP.
Yeah.
Go for the headshots. This sort of thing. Bison's on the move.
When you're small, exactly.
Genius.
They really, have a good mind for the game.
Exactly.
And I gotta say, it was a fun one all the way throughout. Have fun. Looked pretty excellent. Of course, Machine had some fighting words talking about how he wants to prove himself to be the king of the show matches, but unfortunately, that title seems to still remain for Dan King. So, in the end, a interesting
and
part.
riled up the crowd for our grand final, which is some of the aim of these show matches. They've got a taste of some good action, but some fan favourites, of course, to come in that grand final. Hope to get as big a roars, if not more.
Yeah, as big of a roar as Machine and Dan King got coming out.
It's a high bar, man.
It's a high bar, yeah.
It's a high bar.
What was it, 90? I think it was 90, and the second time I was like 94 decibels, it said in here, so...
That's cooking, that's a rock concert.
Yeah, that's pretty loud, gotta be said. Here's that insane clip by Like a Shoe again as well. Even though these don't count as no-scopes, they are no-scopes, more or less. I don't see any scope.
You genuinely could put that in a highlight reel.
Yeah, it's an
of
insane
real
clip.
competition, and you wouldn't know about it. Maybe not this one, but,
Actually,
well.
when he flew across the site, that was pretty good. I'll give him that. That was pretty smart when they flew across the B site. This just flying around, love this. But either way, we're going to be throwing it back over towards the desk as they're going to break down everything from this major Final S map of Dust 2. Jazz and the gang, enjoy breaking this one down.
Team have fun, and fun they had. One thing is for certain, that was absolutely chaotic, but I'm here for it. I love the chaos, I love the energy. Good time.
Yeah, I don't really know how to break it down aside from Dan King did it.
Yeah, there
he
you
did
go.
it.
Finally accomplished his lifelong goal over here in Shanghai, winning a show match, of course.
The show match king.
Hey, listen, it takes more than one to become king.
He's trying.
He'll have to do it again next year. But I have to say, that's on a bit of a serious note, what an incredible game Counter-Strike is, where we get to do all of this random just BS going into everything.
Yeah.
Man, like, can you imagine any other game that lets you turn yourself effectively into rats defy the laws of gravity, increase bullet spread to the point where nothing happens, shoot in a way that damages yourself if you're missing bullets. Like, when you put it all together, kind of wild.
Which one was your favorite parameter though? I'm gonna go with the tiny people. The itty bitty tiny people.
See, visually, whenever I see one of them, it's like, I just imagine a woman walking with a bag like, oh, you're gonna talk to me, huh? Pull out my tiny baby T with an AK, yeah. No, but I mean, personally for me, I do just enjoy no gravity. It just looks like so much fun. It's also one of the few places where I'm always thinking, but if you're jumping and there's no gravity, it's still jumping inaccuracy, like what's going on?
I think the bullet propulsion kind of went crazy, to be honest. Like, I love when players, like, basically, they can still try, you know? Everybody's still trying, but they have to be, like, creative about the way they use it. Like,
well, you say the creative part, on the very first round where it was random recoil, bullet accuracy, we had people pulling out knives, which, gaming the system, perhaps?
They can still get shot during that though, so you know, it's not completely, you know, safe.
Yeah, it's true. Well, let's go ahead and check in with the teams and the players themselves on the stage.
好的，我们进入到喜闻乐见的表演赛采访环节啊，也是恭喜 Team Have Fun 获得了胜利。那来大家这个有什么感想，或者最喜欢哪一局？来每人讲两句。
Welcome to the post-match interview and congratulations, Team Have Fun. Can you tell us more about how you feel about this show match?
我最喜欢的是矮人模式吧，因为让我感觉身临其境，像自己在现实中一样，被粉丝包围的感觉。
I really like the midget mode because it made me feel like I was in real life, you know, getting surrounded by my fans.
我最喜欢就是大头模式，因为确实有点难打。
I like the big head mode because it was pretty difficult. Yeah.
比较喜欢那个间谍模式吧，比较喜欢这种隐藏身份的感觉啊。
I like the spy mode, like being the imposter, yeah, hiding my identity. 也不一定只说这个，也可以说说感想什么的。
我特别喜欢那个可以有后坐力的那个可以飞的，感觉大家操作都很秀。
I like the one with the insane recoil and the one that we could just fly around. So.
我应该比较喜欢那个弹道散开那个，可以贴身肉搏。
I like the insane recoil that it allows you to be really up close and personal.
我要给那个后坐力模式加1分吧，到处飞很好玩，然后也很荣幸来到这里，谢谢大家。
Yeah, the one point for the recoil mode. It was super fun and super glad to be here.
我喜欢那个大头模式，只要你空一下你就拆不了包了，好难受啊，那种无力的感觉。
Yeah, so I like the big head mode. If you missed, yeah, you can't even defuse the bomb. Yeah, it felt really hopeless.
我最喜欢那个小人模式，显得我很大。
I like the midget mode, but I just felt really big in it.
我最喜欢那个间谍模式，因为我最喜欢当内鬼，背刺队友。
I like the spy mode because I really like being the imposter and backstab my teammates.
我喜欢所有模式，希望大家来5亿平台一块玩。
I like all the modes so everybody can play on 5E and have a lot of fun.
All right, let's wrap up the interview.
好的，我们感谢大家接受我们的采访，相信大家玩的也是特别的开心啊。那让我们稍作休息，接下来为大家带来总决赛啊。We're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, it's Tai Lu versus Lin Vision in the grand finals. See you soon.
this energy, I'm never signing out. Pull my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. You can catch me in the pit.
再秒一个，再来！哎呦，我这个这么快，打中的，分出了他身上，喷一个，第二个P90来了，很快。
哎呦，心跳狂点死了，后来被缴械了，超级大招凯都，对方一个一个图卡全部送掉。
这就是打人去的，由人恭喜拿到了这个击杀，闪过去大招省成2个，非常帅啊！这个进场。
加一闪把高老给秒了，对好对，对回3个人，已经全装掉了。
一个技能把冷枪给拍死了。新界的 A 外的第三个也有露露，4杀入手。
看一下怎么去操作，直接拧进田里吗？有，先把2楼打掉，再打一个。
要过底。
闪出来看到了 YJK 这一枪，再剩一个。
Alright, here we go.
Oh, we will follow it forever. With P. Will, Shanghai is your eSports World Cup champion.
，Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Asian Champions CS2 League. Once again, I am Veracity, your desk host, and this time around, we've mixed things up just a little bit. I've got 2 new fantastic analysts joining me on the desk. I've got Naokai and Alan. You boys were commentating over the show match, so a big old change of pace.
Yeah, we had a great time. It was one of the show matches all times. We had fun though, didn't we?
We did. Hopefully no massive chickens running around in this grand final, but if there are, I'm all for it.
So, and Lisa, we got Lin Vision taking on Tai Lu with $100,000 on the line, and of course that sweet, sweet qualification spot to none other than the Esports World Cup. How do we feel about this series?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of got the best possible final we could get in terms of being on home soil. I mean, we're going to have this conversation. This could be one of the only times these guys get to play in an arena as big as this, in front of their home crowd, as an all-Chinese final. I mean, it's an amazing opportunity. And for both of them, they've actually had really decent form at the moment. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, absolutely. This should be the best display of Chinese Counter-Strike maybe there's ever been in Counter-Strike. These are formidable teams, star players. They're on the same page. They're going to the major. A great time to hone their skills, and as Neo says, in front of the home crowd, it doesn't get better than that.
Well, for Lin Vision, you know, taking a look at some of their previous results as well, these boys went from losing 0-2 against GG Hao to revisiting the drawing board, fixing any, you know, mistakes that they were making along the way and coming back incredibly strong. Now, the real question is, do we think that they can keep up this momentum that they seem to have traditionally against Tai Lu?
I mean, they came in towards this tournament. It was, I think, by the time they lost to GG, it was a 23-match win streak. So within Asia, they are dominant, right? You know, ECL recently, 3-1 win over Tai Lu, right? They have just been the side who dominate regionally. It's actually, you know, kind of the meme that we've been told as we've got here is actually with Lin Vision, they're great domestically, but terrible when they go international. And it seems like they do all their prep for the local teams. They've got Tai Lu's number, but any international team, different story. But you come in towards this, and you've kind of got to favor them just because history says that they do normally win this game. They've won the last 5 times out they faced each other.
I think Lin Vision's the better team, but equally, I think Tai Lu is the better players. I mean, they're more spicy individuals. I just think Lin Vision are more on the same page, they're more tender as a lineup. Mercury's still learning that in-game leader position. There's a lot of things for Tai Lu that make it difficult for them to play their best Counter-Strike. But as we said, Lin Vision, particularly in this matchup, for whatever reason, be it map pool, be it good reads, be it preparation, they seem to have the number every single time. It's actually astonishing, given how close these teams are, how often they win.
Yeah, well, for the side of Lin Vision, Zaka in particular has had a standout performance this entire event so far. Was he one of the key members you'd be looking towards heading into this entire tournament?
Absolutely. I mean, without a doubt, he has actually won them alone series, multiple of them, since coming in towards this playoffs. And he has been absolutely fantastic. Third highest rated player of the event, with Regali coming in towards today's action being #1. But a bit of an off day, there's a very decent chance that, especially for a win here, Zaka could walk away with the MVP. The person above him, Cobra Zero, he's already gone. So he's been lights out. And the real hope is that Linvision find ways to continually prop him up. We saw some of the maps that he's won recently. He's been impossible to stop. And while G is a fan favorite and loved, you've got to favor Zaka as the better AWPer.
I think the fun fact about Zaka is that they took him off the AWP. Yeah. They said, we don't think you're good enough at the moment. We think you're taking too many mistakes. He takes that gap away. G is the one that comes in and AWP's in his place. And now Zaka's back on the AWP. He's playing much better Counter-Strike. He's making better decisions. And now he's facing his arch nemesis on the server to prove, I should have held this spot the entire time.
Well, you know what G said previously during the group stages in an interview I had with him. He said, this is the time we finally claim our revenge. Watch your back. The real question is, though, do you think they can actually do it? Is now the moment, is now the time that they make history and walk away with a win?
Yeah, I mean, in both of these situations, I mean, for Linvision, you look towards them and you talk about how they have that history of wins, but Tyloo, they'd love to break this loss streak, right? I think they'd love to be able to finally cement themselves. And we've even seen recently, Tyloo, they've looked great internationally. So the way we look at it at the moment for Tyloo, they've done so much into the Pro League recently. I love what I saw there. Of course, G did become the fan favorite, but they played some good Counter-Strike. We've just got to find ways to just get that last hurdle of winning the domestic competitions that get you big LAN internationals.
The confusing about this matchup is this should be a great game. And it should have been the times they played before, but it hasn't always been. They've had some close series, but for whatever reason, they haven't been competitive so far. So that's kind of the problem with this is, I've got to go off the data. I can't really pick Tyloo to win this series because they played it so many times, presumably on very similar maps, the ones we're going to get, and they haven't won. And whatever's going on between those games, they need to watch a lot of demos. They need to have team talks, need to decide what is actually losing us these series. Because they've got so much data, so much experience against this team, you'd think they should be able to find a fix. They have just so much experience in this matchup that, yeah, there's so much to kind of grow upon and build off that they should stand a chance. I just can't pick against the data.
You say that, though, but they're currently on a 5-game win streak. Best of 3s as well, so I don't know, I'm feeling like maybe the crowd support, G being the character that he is, bringing that energy into the team as well, maybe that leads him into victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he has been, without a doubt, the star of the show. Everybody loves G. When we were in Yancheng for the last kind of 3.5 weeks, whatever, every person on a Tyloo jersey, G on the back. Whenever he was doing interviews, they were all there for his kind of autograph and stuff.
They were literally sticking around after they had finished the games. People were queuing up outside of the venue as well in hopes of seeing G, getting an autograph as well. And you see it here on your screen right now, Attacker himself mentioning that we really do love competing in ACL, and the crowd support says it all.
It's such a difference to maybe 2, 3, maybe 4 years ago. This scene is so much stronger. There's so much more competition. There's depth as well. Of course, these are the cream of the crop, but down below, more and more Chinese teams and more talent to pull upon.
Well, you know what? I'm curious to hear from the teams themselves and see how they're feeling ahead of our grand finals.
一哥先给大家打个招呼 ，So QZ say hi to the fans real quick.
Hello， 大家好，我是杰子。
Hello everybody, I'm QZ. 来，一哥，你觉得这个天路打 LPG， 你觉得谁会赢 ？So what's your prediction? Tyloo versus Linvision.
我觉得个人的话，我要支持一下天路，毕竟老东家对不对？因为像 LPG 跟天路经常都是有交手，其实大家都知根知底。这个说实话，就得看今天这场比赛谁失误，对不对？这个发挥很关键啊。
Yeah, well, obviously both teams have a good chance of winning, but for me personally, I used to be, I used to be a player on Tyloo, so personally, I want Tyloo to win. But these two teams are extremely familiar with each other. They know how each other plays, so it really comes down to the performance during the day. 好，决赛马上就要开始了，有什么想对两支队伍说的吗 ？So our grand final is about to begin. Anything you'd like to say to the teams?
我希望两个中国队啊，就是不管谁去或者谁留，对吧？反正去了就拿好成绩就完事了，干。
All right, so I just want to say to our two Chinese teams, it doesn't matter who qualifies and who stays home. If you qualify, just go out there and make us proud.
This seems to be a common theme across the fans, across the commentators, across everybody. The players themselves, well, on numerous occasions have mentioned it doesn't matter who wins. At least we have our Chinese representation, and I think that's pretty wholesome.
I do as well. I mean, there's obviously so much Tai Lu bias because half the roster played for Tai Lu at some point in their career, so there's a little bit of bias here. But I mean, you are right. This is such a good event for the kind of the scene as a whole. Of course, recently we've seen how the Mongols have gone in towards Tier 1 and become fantastic, but we're actually now starting to see people catching up and people starting to compete and actually really getting a decently fleshed out top end of the Asia scene. And we've already seen with tournaments like this, GG Hao, debut tournament, incredible stuff. What the future looks like for them, who knows? All the teams who came for the Chinese Open qualifier as well, they all impressed us.
Yes.
XDM changed the game. These teams have a lot of stars. I'm really excited to see what we get in the future.
Yeah, it would also be unthinkable in years past that the best Australian team is not in the grand final. Yeah. They're not here in the final because Tai Lu beat them. And Tai Lu and Lin Vision are probably better teams than them right now. So not necessarily just cream of the crop of China. They're up there with the best Mongolians for the best in the region. And obviously looking ahead to future tournaments, they could do real damage to top international teams and squads.
How are we feeling about the form in which Tai Lu is in right now, though? We thinking they're looking pretty hot coming into this?
Good. I like what I see, right? I think there's a lot to like in the team. I mean, Alan, you already touched on it. I think it's very easy to say that pound for pound, there's better players in every facet. Bar the AWPer, I would still say Zach is a better AWPer. He's currently this tournament, and recently he's just been lights out. But everywhere else, maybe we can make arguments about the IGLing. I mean, I think Westman has been quite fantastic. This tournament specifically, decent numbers too. But in terms of the individuals, Jam Young, I mean, he was the star boy and has been considered one of the best riflers in Chinese Counter-Strike over the last 5 years, and he's been showing it.
Yeah, one of the fears for this team is that Mercury has been their best player on previous lineups, especially looking back towards Rare Adam. He's not been bad, but you have to imagine taking up leadership has got to be a bit of a dent in his individual game. Jam Young has been brilliant. G's had a great event. So I do think Tai Lu has favorable individuals. Their three-man core is so strong. Mazea in the past has been fantastic. If he can raise his level a little bit, they'll be even further ahead of Lin Vision. And I think on the reverse, Starry for me should be Lin Vision's best player. Historically, he has been phenomenal for this squad, and he's not necessarily played his best CS here just yet. So for them, that is the biggest upside in this grand final. If Starry shows up, they may just be too hot to handle.
Well, one thing is for certain, they certainly seem to love these 2-1 score lines, don't they? I'm curious though, do we have the confidence in them that maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to make this a swift 2-0?
Well, I think for Lin Vision, they'd love to, just to really cement. This still feels like, at the moment, an argument domestically about who is actually the best. I think, and a lot of this comes from how well Tai Lu do internationally, where Lin Vision don't, right? And this is where this kind of running joke has come from in a bit of a way. But for Lin Vision, I think they'd love to just completely squash this and say, we are better. We've won, you know, as you saw, like 5 times in a row. We've been in such a decent hot streak, but we still have question marks over them. We still have people doubting whether we are actually that good domestically, and we are that good as a Chinese side. We love to squash here on LAN in a big arena like this where the major was played and say, we beat them 2-0.
I think the map pool does lean towards a free mapper. I think Inferno will be picked and won by Tai Lu, so it should be close, and certainly in their previous series, they had one that went to overtime on Train to end it. They're definitely two teams that should be very evenly matched. I would be surprised a lot if this final is a blowout.
Well, during the group stage, we had an interview with Call Me Sue as well, and we asked him about, you know, the calling differences between, you know, being under Stanner's law and now coming into this team. And one of the key things that he pointed out is the fact that there was significantly less frustrations when I was playing with Stan.
Yeah,
everybody was, you know, hype. It was fun, high energy, but on this team, it's very easy to get tilted.
I guess that's what happens when you have someone who was, for the majority of his career, just a star rifler, an out-and-out beast in the server on the rifle, and then becomes an IGL in veterancy in a way, right? Where Stan has always just been that guy who's, again, a veteran in his own regard, but Westmoreland, a very different style of player and caller, and much looser in some ways as well. And I think probably gives Sue a lot more space than what Stan would have, but at the same time, if you're a newer player, is that a good thing?
Well, I think on one hand, Lin Vision's the best team in their region. If they're not winning games, they're going to be angry because they feel like they should be, whereas obviously Wildcard, they're happy to be competitive. And I think the other side is we often look at these teams compared to the top international teams, and we say, kind of wrongly, it's a skill difference is why they're losing, and it's not. It's stuff outside of the server. How do you set up practice? How do you communicate? How do you behave as a team? And unless you've got people above you that can teach you how to do that, it's very hard to learn. There's actually a lot of value in them having a player that has played internationally and has seen different methodologies, because if you just play in China, it's very insular. You might only have a few different approaches.
But then I think the question is as well, how do you kind of integrate him to the point of where he's not getting really distracted? Because that was one of the things he said, is that people are like slamming Des. It's incredibly distracting. I end up in clutch situations and all I can feel is the pressure and, you know, the intensity that's all around me. But now when you're on the big stage, it's the grand finals, there's no room for error. There's no, you know, there's no forgiveness here.
Yeah, it feels like kind of two polar opposite vibes in terms of how these teams approach, right? You look at kind of this LinVision side, it's super serious, very stoic in their approach, especially Starry. That's something that he's been known for. And then you kind of get Tyloo, who are now starting to become a little goofy in their own way. I mean, G, I think, has really led the charge in this. And sure, we've seen moments from Amelia's playing with the camera a little bit, but it's nothing compared to what we've seen out from G. It's just whether we can get this, you know, battle of the minds in terms of in the server and out the server and how they approach it.
My question for you is, Alan, do you think that G in the server while the game is live is that guy to hype them up, bring that energy, and make sure they're able to walk away with a win?
I mean, potentially. I think for Tyloo, for them, this is about hitting hard. Hitting hard early, taking it to LinVision. Do not let LinVision be comfortable. I truly believe they have better players and they have better pieces on this team, and they have to use them. They can't play scared. They can't come into this thinking, we've lost these series before. You know, we can't play passive. They need to play an aggressive brand of Counter-Strike, because LinVision, for me, are the better fundamental team. A slow game shouldn't suit them. They need to take it to their opponents here.
Who do you reckon the fan faves are going to be?
Tyloo, for
Gotta
sure.
be, yeah.
It's got to be. G has been, I mean, I've never seen it like that. And it's actually been a really nice turnaround. For a while, G was kind of disrespected in the scene. People didn't think he was a great AWPer, and they actually didn't like the bubbly personality for a while.
Whereas we thrive in it, we love it.
They love the Jam Youngs and the Starries of the world, the guys who don't show that much emotion. But G, I think, has really done a good job, both in and out of the server, of winning over, not only domestically, but internationally too. He's actually shown just how much of a superstar he can be when he steps up, especially Inferno. Seems to be his pocket map. He is untouchable on it, as FlyQuest met a couple of times.
Well, for the side of LVG, Alan, what have you made of Amelia's performance so far?
He's been fine. I think fundamentally for this team, we're not looking at Amelia saying you need to be the best player. That's not his role. That's not the positions he's in. The surprising thing about this team is that Westmelon is playing a fantastic tournament. He has been so good. He's always been up there with his team, but for someone that is calling, to be calling so well, to be the talisman of his team and playing so well individually, if they win this tournament, I know Zach has got the stats, but Westmelon might be the most important piece.
Well, I know we were mentioning Zaka just a little bit earlier on. So comparatively, Zaka and G, what do they both individually bring to the table for their two respective teams?
Well, I mean, you look towards Zaka, and it is about these flashy moments. I mean, you look towards when they played Dust 2 just the other day, 4K on towards Long. Those are the moments. I mean, he has had to become a little bit more of a carry piece. I think Zaka would have liked. I think he wants a bit more on a Starry, which we just, unfortunately haven't been getting as much this tournament. But he still doesn't seem to crumble under the pressure, where at times G can fall a little flat. We've seen him throughout this tournament have a couple of off maps. He obviously has his pocket maps, which he's fantastic on, but this has still always been the argument for G, especially domestically, is that he's great on a few, but he actually goes missing on a few others as well. So Zaka just feels maybe a little bit more consistent across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Tyloo has Mercury. They already have a playmaker. They don't necessarily need that from the AWPer. Whereas for LinVision, I do think when Starry's not in his best form, you look at Zaka and say, who's going to get us the opening kills? It could be him, and it should be him, and it has been him during this tournament so far. So I think they occupy slightly different pieces in their team. I think they also might be in a position where if you swap them, it wouldn't work as well. Agreed. Because they don't have the right pieces around them. So I think they're in the right teams, and yeah, I think both of them bring different traits, but very effective in both roles.
I think one thing that I absolutely adore about G is that I don't think I've ever actually seen the guy frustrated. I've never actually seen him tilted. I've never seen him, you know, even when they are losing rounds, even when they are down bad, he's still bringing that energy. He's still bringing the smile to the server.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the great thing about G. He feels like a guy with a lot of character. He really does wear his heart on his sleeve. The only criticism I can actually have of a player like G is when you are meant to be, you know, I guess the vibes guy, the guy who keeps everything loud. When they were losing and when they have had maps where they kind of, their off game, I look back to that first series against Tyloo, where actually they should have lost that, against FlyQuest, I say, where they should have lost that series. The way they were playing, they were so all over the place. When he goes quiet, he actually goes just completely quiet, both in and out of the server. They need him just to constantly keep the momentum up, just keep the smiles going. It goes a long way in a team that are very quiet generally.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think sometimes we look at players that are, you know, the more angry players, the more feisty, and we say that's a huge problem. You know, it's really holding back this team. But equally, they are bringing emotion. You know they care. You know they're angry. And if I'm Tyloo, how many more damn games do I need to lose to Linvision before we all get angry? Before we all decide something has to change? And I hope they all have that spirit, because how many more losses before it's just too painful to bear?
Well, I think one of the questions I have for you both is this Westmelon versus Mercury going head-to-head.
Yeah.
How well do they really know each other? Do they know each other potentially a little bit too well? Good reads left, right, and center?
Unbelievably well. I think it is become this running narrative about Linvision, about how they are the best prep Tyloo team in the world. They don't lose to them. They know exactly what they like to do. And Tyloo, that's actually been the other side for them. You've got a newer IGL, a young guy coming in who at one point, you know, he's taken roles of someone who's a bit of a legend of the scene, but at the same time, obviously wasn't put up the numbers, right? And that was Advent. And you look towards them two now, and we've got to find fresh ideas for Tyloo. Whatever they've been trying, and I even have casted a few of these games within the last 5, they've been quite flat.
Yeah, I think beyond just the reading aspect or the familiarity, Westmelon is just so much more experienced. Yeah. And particularly if these games go deep, if they get confusing and flustered and you have to make really big decisions at the end of a grand final, Tyloo don't have somebody that's been in that position to make those decisions before. Linvision do. And I think that is a huge advantage, particularly as we get towards the end of this series.
Well, with that EWC qualification spot on the line, as well as $100,000, this match could very well get either way.
Yeah, absolutely. There's actually a real world, and I was trying to work it out yesterday. There's a world in which actually technically both of these teams could qualify, but whoever loses will have to get into top 15 as well to get the EWC invite. But you want to confirm it. You want to get it locked in here and now. 100,000 on the line, but also just going to EWC is one of the biggest events we've now got on the calendar. It is such a big opportunity to get so much VRS points as well. This would be huge. And of course, we can talk about Linvision struggling internationally and where Tyloo have looked a little better, but you've got to get past this first hurdle. And I think more so than even just the money or the VRS points or the EWC spot, it is actually partly about bragging rights as well. This is a rivalry, and it's become a very big talking point domestically for a long, long time. And especially with now, it's a big fight of who's the second best in the region. The who behind the Mongols is going to be next in line, especially with Asia getting a lot more spots at events now as well. They want to secure themselves at this top end. And
the another factor is a lot of their recent games have been online.
Yeah.
And this is a very different environment to an online game where you're playing at home and you know your setup, you know what you're in for. So I think there is more stakes. I think for this scene in general, getting more teams with high-end VRS, getting more teams into big events, of course, China can only win in this game, obviously, but for them to get further up, and it's so prize money biased as well, VRS, that, yeah, if they can get into more big tournaments, it'll do wonders for the scene.
I have to ask you guys, though, it is no secret that, you know, what Tyloo have consistently lost against Linvision. Realistically speaking, does walking away with a victory now actually prove that you are the best team in your region?
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to just cement it, right? I think more than anything, there is probably a real world as well with how the Asian scene keeps getting better and better and better, that we could see these sort of matchups at international lands, and this could be a really good litmus test going forward, especially towards like 2026, for example. Both of these guys are doing a really good job at climbing in the kind of VRS rankings, regardless of whoever wins here as well. One of these teams will find themselves in the top 20. I think it's 19th if it's Linvision and 20th if it's Tyloo, or vice versa, but it's a really good spot to be in. Even inside of that top 24, we're talking about Cologne invites, we're talking about these big events later on towards the year. This event, with how few big ticket tier 1 lands we actually get in Asia, this is monumental for invites to big events for basically the rest of the year.
I think there's two other factors beyond just in the server, in the game. One is new players.
Yeah.
If a new player comes through the scene, who do they want to play for? The team that's winning. Big surprise. They're going to go to the team that is cemented as the best. And the other factor is that this scene is still growing, it's still burgeoning. There aren't that many sponsors. The sponsor's going to go for the best team. And it's kind of as simple as that. It's cutthroat in the business side of the industry. I guarantee you the management of these teams want them to win as much as the guys on the server. They'd love to be, you can just imagine the branding, best team in China.
Yeah.
Well, Tyloo can't say that at the moment.
Yeah.
They just have to say second best.
So is that you telling me that if they walk away as the winners for ACL 2025, that cements them their spot as being the best team in Asia?
It's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, it's an offline game. I guess it would come down to, I mean, certainly for China, I mean, Mongols would have a say over all of Asia, but certainly for China, I mean, bragging rights are real, and also, you know, they love give the sponsors the footage of the trophy lift. They love that stuff. So they'll certainly paint it that way, whoever wins this. Whether it's true, we'll leave that for the jury.
Put it this way, this is the biggest event we've had for an Asia-specific event in a long, long time, right? Where it's only Asian teams being playing. And of course, Mongols can't play. They're already going to EWC, so it's fine. Yeah. But where we're at the moment, you'd love to be able to say that we won the biggest event in Asia since, what, pre-COVID times, I guess.
Yeah. The real question is, though, if they do end up making it to EWC, how are they going to fare against international competition that's there awaiting them?
Depends who you ask, right? If it's Tai Lu, you actually think, okay, there's a bit of a chance to make a bit of a run. If it's Lin Vision, history and stats say not so much. They've really struggled internationally. It has become this big weight on their shoulders. I'd actually love for them to shake this. I think this is a side with a lot to offer up, but internationally they just seem to get figured out so easily. I think it's actually because they're a style of play that can be prepared for, where you look towards Tai Lu, and because there's so many individuals who can pop off, they become a little bit more difficult to properly plan for. You know, we've seen, especially like the Pro League run that we saw out of Tai Lu, where they were really making good runs. The individuals that would change and show up at different times was kind of insane.
I think individually they have a deficit against international teams. Tai Lu's also a bit more wild, and that might not guarantee you top 8s at every tournament, but it will give you a chance to win. I think Lin Vision, they play a very standard brand of Counter-Strike. You just play a phase, you're going to lose. Unfortunately, phase are just too good in that sort of matchup, so it's kind of bizarre. We felt for a long time that Tai Lu back into Rare Adam, they're actually the better team internationally because they're inconsistent. It's weird to say, but it's kind of the truth. The Lin Vision team, their ceiling is a bit more obvious. I will say though, Zachary is playing so well and so far beyond what I've seen in the past that this gives this team a very different dimension, especially if Starry gets online as well.
Well, Alan, yourself having previously been a coach, what do Lin Vision need to bring to the table and change in order to, you know, take down not only the Chinese competition that's here today, but also internationally?
I mean, certainly for this game, nothing. I think they've proven the MO works, so I wouldn't change masses. There's an angle where you expect Tai Lu to do something a bit different, but you've got to play the strategies that have worked before. Internationally, there's certainly an angle for throwing more spanners in the works, more unorthodox tactics. But again, I do genuinely believe if Zaka plays this level of CS internationally, they are a different threat than they have been in the past.
Yeah, he has been quite muted when we've seen him on the international stage. He doesn't bring as much to the table. And I think as well, you know, you look back to, I remember, you know, Starry, you know, the Ace against G2, when he was starting to make a real name for himself. Clips like this, I feel like we don't get it out from him anymore. They require a lot more out of, I mean, even people like Emilio, I just don't think you should be relying on in big moments. He's a great support player, a good foundation member, but he shouldn't be the one to put up real serious numbers for this side. And that's where this side, I think, have fallen quite flat when we see them play internationally. I just think, you know, we've touched on it, they're just an easier team to prepare for because they haven't changed since, this is Wesso's been calling, their style's always been basically the same.
How do you think that they combat the kind of, you know, fan favorites going up against Tai Lu in this arena here? Do you think they're aware of the fact that the fans are going to be cheering potentially against them? How do you combat that? How do you fix that?
Be the villain. Lean into it. It's actually the best way to go about it. We've seen it happen with quite a few teams coming through where they're making upset runs. Actually being the villain can really be such a burden on the team who is the favorite and has got the sixth man of the fans. Because your best weapon is silence. And if you can silence the crowd and the other team, it's actually perfect.
I don't know though, from my perspective, when you are the villain, you're standing up, playing up to the crowd, telling everybody to shush. I don't see these players doing exactly that. I think maybe G has it in him, sure, but traditionally speaking, we don't see that side of these players.
Yeah, no, I can't remember the last time I saw, I mean, especially Lin Vision. They are just known for no emotions, which I don't know.
How can you be the villain?
I personally like the the emotional side of thing. I think it's why IG's become so popular, but it's hard to really lean into being the villain when you are the overdog in a way, when you don't really show so much. Amelia's had moments. Maybe Amelia steps it up a little bit. He's been playing with the camera a bit, so who knows?
Do you talking on the server? Yeah. I mean, if they're winning these games, there'll be enough boost from the Tai Lu fans here. I think one aspect is we speak internationally about Lin Vision. When they have had their big international outings, it hasn't been as good as they've wanted. And part of that is playing in big environments on big stages. We talk about how good they look domestically. A lot of those games are online or in much smaller environments than this. So it's a great opportunity for experience, and they do need to prove that they can play the same brand of Counter-Strike on a big stage, because they haven't necessarily done that so much in the past.
Yeah, well, we take a look at Tyloo's previous results. They won against FlyQuest twice, walked away with a victory over Rare Atom as well. Would you argue that Rare Atom was like a worthy opponent to go up against them?
Not anymore. Rare Atom maybe 6 months ago when they made that run into the Shanghai Major. I think that was the last dance. This team, it is dead. Unfortunately, Rare Atom, it's the end of the line for them. Unfortunately, I think Karze's time's done. As much as he's obviously a legend of the scene, I think it's over for him. And then you talk about Reba. The only issue with them is I actually think somebody, whether it's Linvision or Tyloo, one of them needs to save Child King. He is top 3 riflers in the region, or in China at least, at the very least. And outside of the Mongols, you could probably actually say top 3 in the entirety of Asia of how good he is, and how good he has been all tournament long. But the rest of that team is below par. We get moments out of Lihang. Summer or somebody, you got to pick one of them. I think there's no point having 2 vets who don't put up numbers in the server anymore. So unfortunately, Rare Atom, I think they're in an awful limbo at the moment. They're not good enough to compete with the top teams. Not even close to Tyloo or Linvision, but they're like too good for the Nomads and for teams that are like, you know, I guess out top 10-ish. Yeah. So yeah, they're in a really awful spot. They don't qualify for LANs because they're not good enough, but they, yeah, I don't know. It's an awful spot for them to be in.
I think that said, they did beat FlyQuest, and FlyQuest a little bit all over the shop, but FlyQuest are an established team, with established in-game leader. I know Inz is back to calling, but he called for years with these players on previous iterations. And for a team like Tyloo, with Mercury new to calling, we believe also they passed that in-game leader role around and settled on Mercury in the end. That is proof that there is, you know, there is some spice here. This team can play good Counter-Strike. You don't just beat FlyQuest. We saw them in that 3rd place game. They made GG Hell on that 3rd map look amateur by just completely outclassing them. So Tyloo have to be doing something right to be taking Linvision so close in all of these finals and looking good against FlyQuest. They must have something behind the scenes that's working well.
Now, one thing that you mentioned is you want to see one of these 2 teams save Child King.
Yeah.
Who would save him?
I mean,
who would you like to see save him?
I think realistically, it would be like if we're talking about upgrades, I actually don't think it would work in Tyloo, as weird as that sounds, just because I actually think they've got enough stars already. You kind of actually look towards a team with needing just a bit more stability more than anything. They've got the individuals who can step up. So maybe Linvision, they actually do lack firepower at times in the rifling core. I mean, obviously we've had Corby Sue come in after his brief little 2-month stint in NA before coming over towards the team, a new player. He's been okay. He's not been lights out. But then you've got 2 players in a way. You've got Amelia and Corby Sue, who both are okay support players, but not lights out. But then you look towards them actually. If Starry's not stepping up, they actually don't have a star rifler where Child King always steps up. Even when they were losing, he was still putting up numbers. And when they were winning, he was the highest rated player of this tournament until they got knocked out with how well he was playing. So, yeah, I don't know. I think Linvision probably feels like the best shout just because he would just be a direct firepower upgrade.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It's also that they might be the best team domestically, but if they keep stumbling internationally, at some point you'd have to look internally and say, maybe we just don't have the right pieces here. At least we're playing international teams. So, yeah, I think particularly maybe even Starry's actually a risk. He's been so good in the past, they're going to give him 6 months. But if he can't turn it around, Child King can play similar positions, and he's feisty, and we know he wants to play in a big team. He could be a great addition for sure.
Well, Alan, I know you mentioned that Linvision don't necessarily need to change anything or revisit the drawing board going up against Tyloo now. So Naokai, the flip side of that, what did Tyloo need to do and bring to the table to secure that victory?
I mean, the big priority when you play against this side is just shutting down Zaka, which is, easier said than done. I mean, we were talking about in the 3rd place game, shutting down Boros, right? And FlyQuest found a way. The rhythm was with utility, and you've got to find ways to make Zaka feel uncomfortable. I actually think if it's down to pure rifling cores, they do have the better players at the moment who can step up in that way. So they've got enough tape to go over, and especially this tournament. I mean, we've seen what it takes to make Linvision feel uncomfortable at times. GG Hal did it, right, in that upper bracket game. So that's where I'm looking at, you maybe look at how GG Hal made them feel uncomfortable in that first outing against them, and what they did to really make them look kind of like a nothing team, and can we incorporate that a little bit into our style? But they've just got to hope that we actually get the individual line. Jam Young, get him playing to the level that we know he can play at. G especially, we know G steps up. We need to get him step up on the maps that he does struggle on. There's maps that he goes really quiet on. If we can get a little bit more of a consistent factor, then we start to believe a little bit. But I don't know, it's difficult. It just always feels like no matter what Tyloo brings to the table, and they have in previous games really tried to do new things and try and catch them off guard with set plays, Linvision just always seem ready for it.
I think they will live and die by the fundamentals in this series with Tyloo. I think we keep saying they have so many good pieces. You look at this lineup on paper and you say they should be probably better than we've seen so far. But new in-game leader, new collection of players, that is hard work to get on the same page, and they need to keep it clean going into this grand final.
Well, you know what, speaking of grand finals, I do believe we have our teams, our players ready and waiting for the grand finals here at the ACL 2025. Without further ado, let's get them out.
完是要给秒掉了，而罗纳是直接把对面2个人全部都给卡住了，先拿到一手3连绝胜，一闪过去大招省成2个，队友直接过来做了一波支援，然后圆坦再停2下，陆这边应该是有点扛不住了，被仓。
过来被缴械了，潮汐大招踩住，猫哥原地站撸，对方全速送掉，
打到先是这一波伤害，恭喜到T1。
对这个4A 的站位能够过得来吗？
上下位交叉刷坦克4杀，开枪后面人撞子弹了，给了小飞烟雾弹准备一波包夹，还在右边全板，这个雷还炸死人，配合队友。
2017年、2018年天路，他们是代表中国 CS 最强的战队。确实，天路也是中国 CS 玩家的就是梦想战队。
其实感觉在中国就是每个队没发挥好都会挨骂。第一次从 LPG 加入到天路，是因为觉得当时如果是我加入天路的话，就是在中国来说的话会很厉害。我们输掉了上海 Major， 可能然后就崩了吧，然后就回到了 LPG。
电竞世界杯对于就是我们来说肯定是非常非常重要的，因为它中国只有1个名额，这肯定是每个职业选手都想为之向往的目标嘛。反正我来到天路就是看看能不能去创造超越2018年天路的那种成绩吧。我必须这次赢下来，破除我们的心魔。是 Starry 邀请我去加入了 LPG。
在游戏外的话，我们和天路的队员可能是朋友，但是我们还是会尽力去赢的。
因为他们那边4个人都是我的前队友 ，Zucker、Starry、Bestman and Amelia， 你们4个都是跟我关系非常好的朋友兄弟嘛。但是在决赛里面我不会手软，我会拿下冠军。
天路不管这次比赛花落谁家，希望我们都能让 CSCS 的观众来为我们骄傲。
我会在这次比赛中证明，我当时回答 LVG 是个正确的选择。
让我们用最热烈的掌声和欢呼声，有请2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛 CS2 2支决赛队伍登场。First up on stage from China, Lead Vision Gaming. Amelia.
Zaka.
Westmelon.
Starry.
Call me Sue. And their opponent, also from China, Tai Lu. G. Mercury.
Jim Young.
Attacker.龙争虎斗，这里是新兴赛事崛起的传奇现场。
棋逢对手 CNCS 德比之战，究竟谁能够问鼎冠军
The ultimate CNCS clash. Who will take the crown?
让我们来问一下，谁是支持 LVG 的粉丝？
支持天路的在哪里？
Well, captains, final words before the battle.
现在让我们听听双方在总决赛前开始的必胜决心 ，Attacker。 Anything you want to say to Lin Vision 白菜？有什么想对 LBG 说的？
天路会赢的。
Tailu's gonna win.
Westman, what's your response? 你想说什么？
天路，我们赛场见。
Tailu, we'll see you in game.
Attacker, are you ready?
Yeah!
Westman, are you ready?
Ready!
Shanghai, are you ready?
We're all ready. Let's back to the panel.
I'm ready, you're ready, the crowd are ready, Shanghai is ready, but more importantly, our two teams are ready to duke it out on the server for our grand finals for $100,000 and a qualification spot to the Esports World Cup. One thing that I really loved to hear there from G is all of these guys that I'm facing against now are some of my best friends in real life. But don't be mistaken, I am not going to hold back, and this is certainly going to be a match, a series for the ages.
I mean, if anything, he knows them as well as they know themselves in the server. I mean, you know, some of G's best work was with 4 of them, all bar Call Me Sue, right? So, you know, he's going to know them very well, but they're also going to know him very well. The style of play, what he likes to do in the server, they're going to know his tendencies. So this is interesting. It's, you know, it's one of those few times where friends have to go against each other, become rivals for a brief moment and kind of shed off all of the internal, you know, love that you have to guys that you started your career with.
It's got to change. The blinders have to come down when you get on the server, and only winning matters at this point. It's the only thing people are going to remember. And certainly going into this sort of series, he has an opportunity to cement himself as one of the best players in his entire region. He's on a team with Mercury, Jamyoung and Mosaic, players that at times in the past we have looked at and say you're going to champion your team to titles. Now is G's chance to join that group.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our veto. Is there any team in particular you think it might favor?
It's tough to say in that sense. I mean, Inferno has to be the pick here for Tailu. This has been their map. They are at times untouchable on it, and it's where G does his best work. So that is no surprise to me. For Lin Vision, they do have a couple of choices. I wouldn't hate the Ancient.
I would pick Ancient. They have picked Nuke in a couple of their games. They picked it once. They did pick Ancient, and they're going to go for it again. I think it makes sense. Nuke is a more even map, and certainly with these two coming out first, I expect Train to be the decider. And I would be pretty stunned, actually, if we didn't make it there, because these two maps, for me, favor the team that picked them quite a lot.
We're going to get that Train decider, yeah. It'd be quite sick if we do get it, actually. It's a map that's actually become, having had a couple of conversations with some of the Chinese casters and players, most people hate it here in the region, and it actually is going to get a second wave ban there by Tailu. It's become a little hated. I don't mind that ban at the moment. Well, they haven't played it a lot. Lin Vision are actually flawless on it, so maybe just don't want to be taking the risk there. This veto, though, does feel like it's set up to go all three. The only thing where you talk about who does it favor, I think with this veto, you kind of have to lean Lin Vision, because that third map is also a map that they like to pick into regularly, not always the most successfully, but they like to pick into it. You've got to say you favor them just a little bit.
I don't know if you guys would agree, but I felt like Lin Vision walking out just then were oozing confidence, playing up to the cameras, and I wasn't seeing any of that coming through from Tailu.
Hey, maybe that's a good sign, right? You know, maybe they're, you know, locking in a little bit. You know, if we're even getting G going in more serious, maybe it's actually a good sign. You know, this is a side that have very good experiences when it comes towards lands and, you know, stage environments, and I would say they perform better on them than Lin Vision do. So, I don't know, maybe it's a good sign.
Certainly the crowd was behind them. When they were sitting down, the crowd was really geeing them up. So I think the fans are on the side of Tyloo. And this veto for me is curious because you've given Lin Vision the 2 maps they could have picked in this series by not putting it to train. They need to have a lot of confidence, I think, in their nuke, because they've allowed a veto through that I think Lin Vision are going to really like.
Is that speaking to their confidence that they can close this out in 2, though?
I mean, it might speak to the fact that they had to change something. They looked at these previous games and we just keep losing them, man. We got to change something. And certainly, they might have lost these nuke games and the ancient games, but they have footage, they have experience, and that does, even in losses, count for something. They can see what worked, how are they defaulting, which players should we be scared of, where do we put the util to deal with Zaka, because he has been a menace in their previous games. But that said, it is one thing to know the issues, to know the things you might be able to exploit, and then to actually do it on the server. A very different ball game to make it work when you're live in a grand final on a stage.
Are you feeling like we're going to go the distance? Are we going to get those full 3 maps?
Yeah, I think we're guaranteed. I mean, the way it looks to me, I think Inferno should be taken by Tyloo every day of the week. And then you look towards Ancient, it's just become such a staple for Lin Vision. It's a map in which they've become unbelievably solid on. They don't really seem to falter that often. And even if you have all the tape in the world, they just have got a better approach into how to break down this map. So I think Nuke is going to be required here, but I have to hedge my bet in the favor of Lin Vision just because they do like that map. You know, regardless of how much tape there is to work with, I have to look towards what Tyloo do on their T-side outside, and they have looked a little weak, especially when they played against each other too. You know, recently within this year, 2 for 2 Lin Vision, 13-10s, they've looked pretty solid.
Yeah, one thing is for certain, just taking a look at the crowd there, the meme game is on point.
Yeah, Jess, you're a meme now, by the way, in China.
I'm a walking meme.
Yeah, you, Gavin, and G, apparently it's now quite a popular meme on the forum.
Is it, how popular are we talking?
I think we're talking pretty popular.
I'll try not to think about that one. Basically, if you haven't seen the meme, G's like smiling at Gavin, it's good vibes galore, and then he looks at me and he's terrified. He just looks so stone cold. Oh, can we get a successful case opening now?
Yeah, the guy who got the Krieg earlier was pretty unfortunate. And then the guy who got like... Oh, I went over a red.
Oh my god, I got so excited for his
It happens to the best of us.
It went over
What
a
can
red.
you do?
Oh man, I'm looking forward to this grand finals though. I feel like national pride.
Yeah.
At least we know that they are guaranteed a Chinese team making it through to the Esports World Cup. And I think that's the biggest thing here. You know, we heard Lin Vision say it earlier on in their videos that no matter what the result is, at least we get a Chinese team go through. And I think both of these 2 teams share that very same sentiment.
True, but not on the server.
True.
You don't come in saying, that's all right, they'll go. It's fine, one of the Chinese teams is going to make it. I guarantee you, you don't get to this level of competition unless you're cutthroat. You don't get this far unless you come into every game believing this is going to sting me eternally if I don't win this. They really want to win this series.
And put it this way, if it wasn't for ACL, when is the last time and when would be the next time that we get a all-Chinese final in an international LAN in a stadium that can seat up to 10,000 people? I mean, it's such a rarity for the region, and if this is one of the last times, I mean, who knows, right? You know, we've talked about ACL in 1 or 2 tournaments in the future, but you know, there's no guarantee that FlyQuest won't be in the final next time, or we get a GG Howl miracle run, something
What if Mongols show up?
Exactly.
Then they're all in trouble.
Exactly. If the Mongols have to come here to go to EWC, then who knows for the rest of the team. So to get a Tyloo Lin Vision, this rivalry of the ages has been going on for such a long time, on stage in a final, in front of a crowd like this in Shanghai, I mean, I don't know when it'll happen again, and it might not.
It's a bit of a death stare, isn't it?
There he is, he's back.
Means business.
Starry doesn't give a damn, doesn't care.
He's ready. He's ready for this series, and I'm also ready to find out whether or not Tyloo can finally break the curse and come out on top. We mentioned it earlier, 5-match win streak behind them right now.
Yep.
For Lin Vision, do you think they're going to be quaking in their boots just a little bit, seeing the form in which Tyloo have come out with now?
It's tough. I get what you mean as well, because Tyloo actually looked really decent recently, but I think, especially if you're Gum here, for example, you know, the coach, you're just saying, guys, we don't lose these guys. What is there to be scared of? And sure, you know, they are online. I think that is like the big caveat, but you can always just say, guys, we're 5 for 5 this year. We're in a really solid form. We just don't lose to them. What's going to change? Yes, we're in front of a big crowd, and that is a big change. But in the same vein, if we just play our game and just focus in on what's in front of us, we should win because we do historically.
Yeah, I think at least the one thing that they have working in their favor is that the crowd have been cheering regardless of who it is. I've heard 0 booing.
True.
all in good spirits. Everybody's here for a good time. Maybe not for a long time, but a good time nonetheless. Competing in Shanghai on that glorious stage. I'm curious to see which team is going to be looking a bit more comfortable. I mentioned it earlier, Lin Vision were looking more confident, but Alan, do you think Tai Lu are coming into this with that confidence that we mentioned earlier?
It's a difficult question because if you just look at the stats, they're going to lose. They've lost too many times in a row, but we have positives about this team. For me, the biggest certainty in this series is actually that Tai Lu's going to win Inferno. Over anything else, who knows which player is going to be the best come the end, who knows who will be the MVP of this tournament, but Tai Lu will win Inferno. This will go 3 maps, I think, at a minimum. They should be competitive. I do believe they have the better players. I think Mercury for me is the most individually, mechanically talented player Asia may have ever produced. It's quite a strong statement,
it is.
But he is so good mechanically when he's on his game that he can do an absolute number on the opposition. For me, that's where Tai Lu has to find confidence. Yes, they've lost in this matchup. Yes, their streak isn't looking great, but they have good individuals. They're on good form. If you can get those individuals into good fights, I think they will win them on aggregate.
Yeah.
It just obviously, as we've seen in the previous games, fundamentally, they're not a match to get into those positions as often as they'd like.
And for the showman, I love it. So for Tai Lu, the past 19 games that they've played, they have only lost 2 of them. And both of those series were to none other than Lin Vision as well. So that's surely going to be an element that factors into this. Yes, we can be strong when we want to be, but Lin Vision could very well be our kryptonite.
I think if you are kind of joking, for example, you're saying to the boys is, yes, I know we've had our struggles against the side, and you know the running meme of they only prepare for us, and they're the only team that they seem to have down. But I think what you're saying on the flip side is we're better on stage, and we've proved it. These guys can't play as well in a LAN environment, in a crowd environment, as well as we have in the past. And there's so much kind of history to prove that as well. With Lin Vision have actually looked really shaky in front of crowds, and when they're not in the comfort of their own home, online, you'd actually go 10 for 10 and say Lin Vision win this game. But I think one of the elements that Tai Lu have really got in their favor is that they actually play up to the occasion. We've seen it happen, especially when they really start to get in a good rhythm. They're a side who really start to feel that this is their comfort zone. And I don't know, for me, if Lin Vision are like that. Every time I've seen them recently, they just look a little off for me.
That said, I think it's a fear in this grand final, particularly if it goes close, that Mercury has never called a game like this.
Yes.
If it goes deep, if it gets really difficult, especially if we hit overtime on a 3rd map, every decision is life or death. And Westmelon, absolutely categorically, is going to be more comfortable, I believe, in that position. So Mercury, he needs to be fabulous on the server. He needs to make great calls. He is probably the best chance Tai Lu has to right the curse, to win this series.
It makes me wonder exactly, you know, especially if we get into situations like we're talking about where for Mercury he doesn't have the depth of calling or depth of strike book, and he's running out of ideas or just ways to rally the troops. How much you need on this one, attacker? How much of his experience you fall back on? You know, while Mercury's the caller, attacker's the captain, he's the father figure in this team. How much you need on him in the mid rounds for him to step up in a big way? You know, we even kind of joked that they did for a while kind of juggle the IGL roles, but he's had his stint at before, right? He's a player who can step up and can pull it off if he needs to. So maybe he becomes a bit of a supporting element in some ways when, you know, Westmelon, of course, doesn't need that.
I'm quite curious to see the pacing and the timings in which these timeouts come out then. Because like you mentioned, you know, what do you do when you've been through the entire strat book, when you're running out of ideas, when you don't quite know how to counter them? At what point do you decide, you know what, we need a timeout, we need to revisit the drawing board, we need to figure out what on earth is going wrong for us right now? Because GG, how, you know, they managed to walk away with a victory over Lin Vision previously. So for Lin Vision, having lost against them, coming back to win against them as well, we know this is a team that is very much capable of figuring out their mistakes on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, who cares about what I say? Let's, you know, coach fantastic, endpoint's greatest ever. This is actually a good, you know, in your situation, what do you do?
I mean, I never coached a game on a stage like this, but burn them early. I mean, everybody always thinks, you know, save them for the overtimes. I think the opposite in a game like this. Get off to a slow start and you could lose the series before it's even started. You've got no time to play yourself into form. Warming up isn't as simple as it might be at home as well. You're not playing any warm-up scrims, you're coming straight out and you're playing. So I think as soon as the first half starts to slip, you burn them. You get 2, 3, maybe all through your pauses just to prevent a landslide, because if, especially if a Tyloo gets in the lead, I think they could run away with one of these maps, absolutely.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the longer that they are setting up on stage, the more they might very well be overthinking this, the more they might be getting into their own heads, listening to the crowd, paying attention to what's going on around them. And maybe, just maybe, you know, it could be throwing them off their warm-up just a little bit.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I think in some ways a good sign. Amelia having a little bit of fun there before the admin told him off. Get back
No fun allowed.
But I think in general, yeah, you know, it is a good sign that they're still keeping loose. I mean, sometimes seeing some absolute facts here. Bars.
No contest.
No contest.
No contest.
Who is in the SPD arena? But yeah, you know, you look at this and I think you are right. You know, the longer it this way, you just want, you don't want that kind of thing looming over you of are things going to break and whatnot. You just want to get.
You
into
don't
the
want to
game.
lose that momentum.
I think also as well, you know, everyone feels, even us being up here, right? We feel the excitement in this arena. You actually want to use that getting in towards the game, and you want to be able to kind of feel really pumped up and like, I want to do something here. But the longer you wait, the more it sort of dispels.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, they'll have to do with all of the case openings that we've got going on here.
I think a player we needed to mention actually that we haven't yet is Jamyoung. He's been the best player for Tyloo during this tournament. Historically, particularly on Rare Atom, a sensational player. Late round, he is fabulous. So good in the clutch. And certainly coming into this game, where it could get a lot of afterplans, a lot of chaotic scenarios, Jamyoung might find himself in positions to win critical rounds, and they need him. And in terms of the MVP race, he's probably the only person that could topple Zaka this late in the tournament. I'm not sure anybody else from Tyloo is in that conversation right now.
And it also just feels like for me, he's just one of those few players who just, in some ways, in good ways and bad ways, just doesn't care. He plays his game, do you know what I mean? And I think in ways that's actually quite respectable. It doesn't seem like any occasion really gets to him. He just plays the level that we always sort of expect out from him, no matter the situation, no matter essentially what's in front of him. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table, but they do rely on him. We need to see him support G in a lot of the numbers game, especially when there's so much firepower on the other side with Zaka individually.
The real question is, though, how do you specifically shut down Zaka?
I don't know if you can, if I'm being honest. I think they've got to find gaps elsewhere. And I think those gaps come in terms of the rifling core, which they do just have a better rifling core. The individuals over towards Tyloo are just that fantastic.
Beautiful. What a moment.
What a guy. What a guy.
Well, pressure's not getting to him, that's for sure.
No, but on the Zaka question, I think for anybody that watched the third place game, they might have seen the answer. It's util.
Yeah.
It's defoing, it's keeping it clean. I'd imagine for Tyloo, that is their biggest flaw right now as a team. It's learning how to have good fundamentals. If they leave gaps, for sure Zaka could continue to be the huge factor he has been in this tournament.
Shout out to our camera guy. That was impeccable. That cut was great. Was he trying to play rock, paper, scissors?
I don't actually know. As you can tell, though, we are just waiting for this game to get out of the way, and we're enjoying, well, just
We're
G,
enjoying
really.
the vibes. We're here for a good time. Oh, one thing that I also wanted to mention was the sheer amount of Tyloo merch that was on offer, especially during group stages. That was a great turnout.
I bought some.
Yeah, you
really
did.
good.
You did. It was a pretty nice
Actually, I
hoodie.
can't lie. It's one of the, I think it's the best esports merch I've ever seen in terms of like non-jersey merch. It's like, it's pretty cool. It's very minimalistic.
Doesn't look too gamer.
Exactly,
You know what I mean?
and that's what I can get behind. So I a lot of respect for it, to be fair. I think also FlyQuest have got like one of the best jerseys I've seen.
They do.
Oh, yeah.
I adore their jersey. It is unbelievably good.
I quite like the pink one.
Yes, yeah.
Pink one looks kind of fire. I'm surprisingly not seeing too many people wearing jerseys here, though.
Yeah. I mean, people in Shanghai are so fashionable, right?
I know, it's all just Balenciaga.
Yeah, they show us
They haven't
up,
got any
really.
time for jerseys.
They are unbelievably fashionable here. It is the place to be. They are so dripped out.
Oh, it's finally time for us to figure out who the fan favorites are going to be out of Lim Vision or Tyloo. I'm expecting this to hit the like 120.
I think Tyloo might double them.
Double, right?
Well,
okay,
it doesn't work that way for decibels, but yeah, they might be a heck of a lot more.
They could get 100 potentially.
I want to see like a 120.
Let's see.
Oh boy.
This feels like a sensor malfunction to me. That's definitely
yeah,
louder.
that was absolutely loud.
It capped at 90, right? I feel like it hit 90 as well, and then it stopped.
I think it hit like 87.
Yeah,
or
no,
something.
90. Look, both 90.
Oh, okay.
Ty Lue definitely won that.
Yeah, Ty Lue definitely won that. I feel like Lin Vision might have stolen a few decibels here or there. What are they holding up now? Are they more memes?
I think so. None of which we get.
That's kind of the fun of it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, what are these shapes? What is happening?
Is that a double case opening? I want to see the other one above it as well.
No? What was that?
Oh, the disappointment. You can't cut away.
That's unfortunate.
You can't cut away when they're opening the case. What do you mean?
Too good down the drain.
Well, it seems to be Lin Vision with the issue. We've got some admins standing around.
The more admins there, the worse. The worse.
That's probably
true. Oh my
true.
gosh, you know what? During group stages, you literally said you have a meter for how bad the tech issue is, right? As soon as the headsets are off, you said we're on like a tier 2 scale where you know things are bad.
Three scales. Normal tech pause, you're just chilling. Normal tech pause, whatever. Stage 2, headsets are off. That's when things are a little bit rough. Stage 3, people stand up, you're in trouble.
Oh no,
God.
everyone stood up.
No, it's team huddle.
That's the team huddle, you're good.
I nearly cursed that into fruition here. Team huddle, that's fine. If they're standing up for technical issues, then you're in trouble. Team huddle, that's fine.
How do we know this is actually a team huddle? This isn't just them.
Good news is, if they are doing a team huddle, then surely you do a team huddle just before you go live, right?
You'd think so. I'm not seeing much happening on the Lin Vision side of things, so.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, we pray.
We try.
We pray.
We know as little as you, I guess.
Yeah,
so
and we hate waiting as much as you.
You just know everybody in the chat is spamming a way to get this game underway.
Yeah.
Any
Hostile
minute
start
now.
Game.
Any minute now. As though the casters have any control over when the game starts.
We can tell you that admins are still there at Lin Vision, though, so we are waiting. At least it's not Zaka, though, so that's one thing. He can stay locked in and warming up, I guess.
Are they warming up? I don't see anyone actually warming up.
No, I don't either.
Oh, okay. Team huddle done. Are they aware of the fact that the admin is still on the other side of the stage, though?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. It's a bit kind of melodramatic, do your big huddle, your big scream, and then sit down for 20 minutes for a tech pause.
Do we see another
Kind of
team
ruins the
huddle
vibe.
come through, though?
Okay, well, we're still discussing something.
I would love to know what's going on.
Same here.
I know it stings, but we can't start a grand final with technical issues. Got to be a fair playing field. Had some fairly quick stage changeovers, so it happens.
I wonder who it is. Is it Westmelon? Yeah, it might be.
I guess so.
Yeah, he's kind of crucial to this team. You need him. You need him in the game, to be fair. So.
Some would argue it's a grand finals, Neo. You need everybody to show up.
Yeah, Westmelon in particular feels quite important for Lin Vision, but we'll see.
He does need his PC for this game, unfortunately.
Okay, they're still taking a look at the PC.
Gets to a point in these pauses where staying calm is actually a factor. Some players get really frustrated to a level which is honestly confusing because you don't achieve anything, but this is part and parcel of offline Counter-Strike.
It's true, and especially, you know, aside, they don't have as much experience. I mean, they do have a lot, but for Lin Vision, it's just less successful experience. So, especially when you're the ones with the issues, it's like you actually don't get the luxury of just warming up and just kind of going through the motions, having a bit of a conversation now as well. Your conversation is actually, at the moment, really drowned out by trying to fix this problem with the admins, not about talking where Ty Lue have got this sort of additional 10 minutes or so where they can say, all right, this is what we're
believe
doing.
also because the game hasn't started, their tech pauses will be mic open.
Yes,
the game isn't live yet. So Ty Lue can continue discussing. It's always strange, these pauses. I always wonder if, you know, they call the pistol like half an hour ago and then they go in game and everyone's just like forgotten. So who knows?
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out some more about this matchup.
2017年、2018年天路他们是代表中国 CS 最强的战队。确实，天路也是中国 CS 玩家的就是梦想战队。
其实感觉在中国就是每个队没发挥好都会挨骂。第一次从 LPG 加入到天路是因为觉得当时如果是我加入天路的话，就是在中国来说的话会很厉害。我们输掉了上海 Major， 可能然后就崩了吧，然后就回到了 LPG。
电竞世界杯对于就是我们来说肯定是非常非常重要的，因为它中国只有1个名额，这肯定是每个职业选手都想为之向往的目标嘛。反正我来到天路就是看看能不能去创造超越2018年天路的那种成绩吧。也必须这次赢下来，破除我们的心魔。是 Starry 邀请我去加入了 LBG。
在游戏外的话，我们和天路的队员可能是朋友，但是我们还是会尽力去赢的。
因为他们那边4个人都是我的前队友 ，Zucker、Starry、Bestman and Amelia， 你们4个都是跟我关系非常好的朋友兄弟嘛。但是在决赛里面我不会手软，我会拿下冠军。
天路不管这次比赛花落谁家，希望我们都能让 CS 的观众来为我们骄傲。
我会在这次比赛中证明，我当时回到 LVE 是个正确的选择。
The storylines simply write themselves. I'm super excited for this Tai Lu versus Lin Vision showdown. Two great Chinese teams going head-to-head. Historically speaking, Tai Lu don't have the most amount of success when facing off against Lin Vision, but who knows, this could be the time in which they rewrite history and change things.
They'd love to break that loss streak here, right, and finally get this win over the line. And not only that, you know, there's all the kind of externalities around it about, you know, the bragging rights, the EWC spot, 100 grand, VRS points, being inside of the top 20, all the things that come with just this win alone. But it's an incredible rare thing to get a tier 1 Asia, you know, only LAN, and to get it in, you know, a massive arena like this where the major was played only a mere few months ago, right? So it's a big deal for these two sides. But Tai Lu, they'd love to be able to prove that, you know, while Lin Vision might have their edge online, they are actually the bit more of the side that can offer up so much more on LAN environments as they have recently.
I don't know, they could be a little bit shaky now though with the tech issues going.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Potentially, I'd hope they'd been in similar scenarios before. It's just a factor of experience. There are a couple of guys on this server that haven't played all so much. Call Me Sue being probably the most notable of that. So potential to get flustered, but you'd hope the more stalwarts, the older players in the team are saying this just happens. There's no need to get flustered. It's not too late in the day yet where that's becoming a factor either, so just sit back and relax. It's a best of 3, fortunately not a best of 5. It shouldn't change too much, I'd hope, for these teams.
I would argue the younger guns would be able to kind of raise the roof, raise the energy, and give them some more positivity, especially when there are tech issues like this. We saw G having a bit of a joke around, playing up to the crowd. I love that from him. But yeah, we mentioned it already. Lin Vision 5-0 against Tai Lu.
Yeah, and some of these as well, you know, as we mentioned, all online, but qualifiers for big things, right? I think as a whole, you know, already got a Pro League spot. They'd love to get an EWC spot on top of that as well. I mean, where they're at, they're starting to rack up some serious LAN invites of just battering one team. It's a real gut punch to Tai Lu, because Tai Lu's year actually could have looked unbelievably better if they could just get one thing out of the way, and it's just beating these guys.
It's so painful, this region where it is right now. The other thing is, Nao, if one of them gets over the cusp for VRS invites, they're not in the qualifiers.
Yeah.
And suddenly the other team is like, thank God. Thank God, we just have to play Roatham now. It's going to be so much easier. Instead, they have to battle each other. And in some ways, it's actually good for one team to be dominant, because then they have a chance of getting those VRS points. So it's going to sting for the crowd, like in Tyloo, but Linvision, they do have a pretty good chance. They're going to be playing so many events over the next few months. They've got a better chance than Tyloo, probably, to crack into that higher VRS off that alone.
We literally just need Linvision to perform, not even, just like, not well, we just get a couple of wins at the lands that they're qualifying for to actually start spiraling up the ranking, like you're saying, right? And really start to cement themselves inside of that top 15 where they don't need qualifiers. They get there on VRS alone. That's what we need actually out of the side. So yeah, you're right. You know, it's a really good thing in a way.
They're
for the
so
whole
close
scene.
as well.
Exactly.
That's why it's so
good.
painful.
They're like 4 spots away basically from kind of being guaranteed in that spot. But I think if we're being honest, the way things have kind of panned out, at least over the last sort of 6 months, even a little bit longer, is that Tyloo have looked the better side when it comes to internationally. It's just this domestic thing.
They've got to get there, I guess, is the problem.
It's so frustrating for them because every time they do get that chance to play internationally, they're actually pretty good against some decent teams. And they're one of the better teams from the region that we've seen, especially over for a while, maybe bar Mongols. They're actually really good at punching up.
Yeah, they are, yeah. It's they're in that transitional period of this region. They're where I guess Brazil would have been quite a while ago now, but in terms of their top team hasn't quite ascended, hasn't quite broken through that level. It's an exciting time for a scene as well. So yeah, certainly Tyloo, they're at the lesser at the moment, but they'd love to reverse those odds because their VRS is actually really good. If they could just get into 1 or 2 bigger events, and they have got the major, win a few series against big teams, it's not unthinkable they could get inside what is going to be like top 18 maybe, top 15 might be good enough to get those VRS invites.
Well, one thing I'd love to revisit is this veto that we have, kicking things off on Inferno. That's Tyloo's map pick, and then Ancient, and then 3rd place will be a nuke if we need it. Real question is, will we need it? Why would we need it? And how do we avoid getting to that stage in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the way we look at this veto is that they should just win their own map picks 9 times out of 10, and it's actually whether today is a day that we get the shock. Like Tyloo losing on Inferno, it feels so unlikely just because of how good they've been. It's always been their punish map and the map that they use to kind of batter other teams with. And then the flip side, Ancient is just the staple part of Linvision's pool. All the way through the qualifier, they've been doing that. So it's the hope of whether we can actually just play our game, and it should be destined to go towards nuke. And that's when it's a little bit more of a coin flip, a little bit more up in the air. But then you'd still lean Linvision.
You still lean Linvision because we came into this series saying they're going to pick Ancient or nuke, and they've got both in this series. So certainly we expect a free mapper, but Linvision, they're probably going to have 2 chances to win this series.
Well, I'm curious to find out who will be winning out on that Inferno. I know you're favoring Tyloo on their respective map picks, but we'll be back in 15 minutes.
对手是一个非常强劲的对手，我们之前也跟他们交手过几次，然后他们有他们独特的战术风格吧，确实是挺厉害的。赛前我们把他们就是会打到的5个图我们都看完了，这回合是最后一把嘛，那我们这边有把狙。然后呢，但是我们整体的经济是不是很好的？然后像这个 Info 这个图，其实狙能够拿到首杀的机会是比较少的，就是在 A 区的话，所以当时就决定是让一把狙去 B 区，让一把狙去 B 区之后呢，先防对面的那种快节奏，看能不能找机会去偷人。然后 JE 也确实利用他的一个打法，激进的打法去拿到了一个人数优势，然后再打了一个心理盲区，就是马上交出了一个 B 的烟，让对面觉得我们就应该回去 A 了，但其实我们就不在 B。妙举这一分，那个包在 L 楼其实只是单纯的队员忘记自己带着包了，白菜忘记自己拿着包了，然后其实那个包不是在他身上的，然后但是后续我们也是，因为我们那局开局就说了我们后续要打 A， 所以说那么他那个包也带着就带着吧，就也不去处理这个包了。然后我记得这分后续我们是打 A 成功了，但是我们残局输了，当时是3打2，我觉得也是个人选手那边有点进入残局之后有点打法有点僵硬吧，就是不知道哪里来人，然后该怎么站位，该怎么打。JE 这边他残局之后他不知道 B 小会漏，然后被 B 小杀了。同时牧师在2楼那边被发现了位置之后，没有选择离开2楼，还是选择待在2楼，导致我们输了这一分的残局。今天的队员里面，我觉得白菜跟 JE 这2位选手发挥挺关键的。我记得 Info 有几幕 JE 都是混烟双杀以及连杀，还有拿手杀。白菜的话呢，虽然说我们A 损输了，但是我觉得他在 A 损上面的发挥也是可圈可点的，因为他扛住了好几波，也拿到了好几波连杀。我觉得重点训练的话呢，是选手个人对于游戏的理解吧，因为我觉得我们现在队员说实话还不是很会玩，不是事先布置好或者是事先讲好的一些情况下，队员的临场交流以及那一瞬间的反应跟做出的决策跟操作，我觉得都不是很合理的。很多时候 ，Major 比赛我觉得至少进个 Stage 2吧，对。
再秒一个，再来！哎呦，我对面这么快，这么打中的，小分计划听他身上喷一个，第2个 P90来了，很快。
哎呦，心跳狂点死了，后来被缴械了，超级大招凯出，对方一个图卡全部送掉。
这就是什么打人去的？牛人风景拿到了这个击杀，一闪过去，大招上墙2个，非常帅啊！这个进场。
加入一闪把多老给秒了，对回3个人，已经全崩掉了。
一个技能把堵枪给拍死了。
新界的 A 外的
第3个也有露露，4杀入手。
看一下怎么去操作，直接拧进田里吗？有，先把2楼打掉，再打一个。
闪出来看到了 YJK 这一枪，再剩一个。
Here we go.
Oh, we were sorry forever. With K Will, Shanghai is your eSports World Cup champion.
Oh boy, the grand finals are just about ready here at the ACL 2025. Neo, how you feeling, brother? You hanging in there?
I'm glad that we're getting the game on the way, is all that matters for me. I can confirm, right now I can see all 5 of Linvision in the server. So that's all that matters. Hopefully it's fixed, hopefully we can get the show on the road. This is a final that we've already really gone arm length building up. I think we said everything that is to be said already about
That is true.
Tyloo and Linvision. We're so excited to get this game underway.
Yes, we are. I do believe our commentators are ready and waiting as well to get the show on the ref. Come on, ref. Not like this.
We are shadows. We are shadows.
This is your
Very
fault, Neo.
spooky.
This is what happens when Neo says we're just about ready. You said you saw all 5 players. This is fake news.
I hear we are shadows.
Fake news, fake news.
Okay.
I assume we're still live. We
so.
quite literally and figuratively are in the dark at the moment. We don't know what's going on. Hopefully the teams know more than us, because
well, apparently Neo kind of knew more than us. All 5 on the server, bro. I think you're lying.
They are, I see it, but maybe it's Tyloo this time. That would actually be the biggest case of irony ever, really. But either way, I thought we were ready, but wrong I was.
Baited.
Wrong I was. That is the caster curse, saying we're ready and then we're not. But you hate to see it.
You do hate to see it, brother, don't you?
Well, I want to see some Counter-Strike.
Everyone here wants to see some
Counter-Strike.
I gotta say, I've never wanted to watch Inferno more, and I hate that map.
Inferno as well.
My least favorite map, and I've never wanted to watch a map of Inferno more than right now.
Strong words.
The worst map in the pool. Get it gone.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Post-major, get it gone.
I have a question for you. Train. Why is it barely played in Asia?
Because it's garbage. No, it is just
Top tier analysis there.
I just feel like, generally speaking, with Train, I think this is, with a map like this, when it comes back into the pool, it's the least played map, but month on month, it's actually growing quite exponentially in how much it's getting played. So I think it's just a time thing. People get comfortable with their vetoes and their pools. And, when Train got taken out, so when Vertigo got taken out, it was already a ban for so many teams. So it's like, why don't we just stick with the veto we've got and just ban Train? Which I think in a lot of teams, a lot of cases, that's actually what they did. The map is starting to slowly become played a lot more, especially at the top level as well. Tier 2 teams use it a lot as punished picks in vetoes, but yeah.
Oh boy, okay, I've just heard in my ear that we are just about ready to start. The huddles have happened. These teams are ready. It is finally time for the ACL 2025 Grand Finals with 100K on the line and an Esports World Cup spot on the line. Boys, take it away.
Waiting to see a Chinese team move.
Well, it seems like we are finally ready to go. A little while to ramp up into things. Shout out everybody on the desk for entertaining us as best as we possibly can. But it does seem we are not quite out of the woods just yet.
And Michael, we have to remember how we've gotten here. We have to remember the legacy that's behind this city. We have to remember exactly how we look to move forward with Shanghai as well. In 1842, the Treaty of Nanking was signed. Shanghai crowned the gateway to the world for China and the East. Today, nearly 200 years later, in the year of the snake, we stand here once again hoping that it can be a gateway for Chinese Counter-Strike to go out and conquer. The Esports World Cup awaits. $100,000 to go into the pockets of the winning champions. Who will be China's new emperor of Counter-Strike? That's what we're here to find out today.
No, I mean, there's definitely a lot of conversations to be had. I know a lot of it has been brought through by our desk, but there could be a changing of the guard. Tyloo is a brand, obviously, that's recognized and understood to be the Chinese organization within Counter-Strike. And right now, it does seem like they've hit a good stride, but I think there's been some rumblings. We saw the crowd are very interactive with the Linvision guys. They understand the journey that they've been on individually, the quest to become an in-game leader, I guess, for Westmelon, the changing of hands from X-Pro, bringing in players, younger players like Amelia, for example, that have seemed to elevate as time has gone on. But finally, we are ready to jump straight into our grand finals. First map in the series, Inferno. EWC slot on the line.
And it's going to be Linvision on this T side, starting off with a lot of utility. They want to take over this A site where Tai Lu has 3 defenders. Tai Lu coming through with 3 sets of dualies as well. They've got firepower for days, but the day is long. And Linvision right now scaling up through short. Mercury called into action, comes up, first kill found, looking for a multi to start off the day, but it's Komisu to shut him down. He's the one who gets out the double. G's lost in the sauce of the A site, and Linvision will crown themselves in that first pistol round unless Mosea and Jam Young have something to say about it. No kit makes their conversation sound awfully muted.
They'll have to wait out that smoke. Like you said, there's no kit available, but they at least have a smoke themselves, a flash that they can maybe use as well to break past into this bomb site. But Komisu, this young addition, the new guard that Lin have used, has brought them into a commanding spot. And inside of the site, it'll be Westmelon that swings and takes contact first to break blood. Linvision take the pistol.
It might have been a tough time to get this started, but now that it has, you have to remember every single round for these teams is going to be swaying the crowd. There is no real home team once the Counter-Strike starts flowing. That's what you have to love about the Chinese crowd. Yes, they might have more supporters for Tai Lu because of a legacy, but they realize as well Linvision's story is being written here and now. That pistol round goes a long way. 5-7's out for Tai Lu as it's going to be a force spy to try and keep the momentum from shifting too hard the other way off the back of the pistol. Attacker, one of the legacy players from Tai Lu, still around, is hoping to be perhaps the sail for the second wind.
We just know that Tai Lu can be so dominant. The clashing of these different styles.
But at the same time, it's Linvision walking into short. It's G unable to find a frag, and that's where he was set up for success as well. Linvision off to a flying start. 2-0, easy as that.
Courtesy Westmelon. I mean, back-to-back rounds where he's able to have so much impact from a 3-piece in that pistol, and now getting the double entry up short. Tai Lu's force will not be one to be reckoned with. It's lovely to see that somebody like Westmelon can shoulder the responsibility. Always seen as a fragging in-game leader, went from, you know, effectively lurking as his roles to then being hyper-aggressive and, you know, trying to transit from star player positions into in-game leaders, something that he can use as this guy that for his whole career has been under the Linvision banner. And when you've got players like Zacher, like Starry, where sometimes their performances have waned when you've gotten deeper into tournaments, qualifications through to international events, when you're bringing in someone like Amelia out from effectively 5E,
yeah,
and then you bring in a Komisu that comes largely in his experiences from America.
Yeah.
You need someone like Westmelon that can be both fragger and leader. And now that he's off to a good start, maybe it'll ease the rest of the squad up as well.
It's always supposed to be between him and Starry about who can actually get this squad going, who can have them activate. Give them the time to ease into the stage. As comfortable as they might seem in the pre-show, it is very different when the guns start blazing, when the util starts coming in, and then you have to perform with the thunder of the crowd.
Yeah, I think the good news is that China got what they wanted. 2 teams that they could root for feasibly in the finals. So, you know, Tai Lu does have a loyal fan base, but they can also praise Linvision. They won't feel guilty about it.
Nothing to shift loyalties like a match on home soil as well, Michael. Yeah. At the end of the day, what makes a fan is the memories that the team gives them. As much as it's been nice to see Tai Lu across the years, you know, you're looking back to London with the Face It Major, you're thinking back to the times when they bring in imports, Excurate, Bintet, they're giving the Chinese scene, the entire Asian scene a way forward. Now, you're at home, you're in an arena, you can hear your friends chanting around you, you can hear everyone roaring while Linvision potentially wins. That's what steals hearts and minds, and right now Linvision are looking to do just that in the Sante Eco. 1 for 1, you're going into pistols. An AK quickly picked up as well. Zaka has to be careful. You don't want to be giving up too much, and that's exactly what's happening over here. Linvision might be giving it up to the USP. Starry as well, caught on the side of the head. Tyloo will not give up this round so easily. Starry will fall. Tyloo remind them who is king of the arena.
Their force buy did not see success, but then suddenly you get the aggression of the 5-7. Just having this forward play, Mosaic able to disrupt so much, created such chaos that Lin couldn't answer back. G, the only turncoat, and able to benefit from his teammates, his ex-teammates' failings. That could already knock your confidence quite quickly here if you're Lin.
Fortunately for them, they do have 4 AKs coming into the next round regardless. The earlier success they had with the MAC-10s gave them plenty of cash, keeping lots of players alive there. Certainly helped as well.
Yeah,
Tyloo.
loving that Tyloo were setting the tone, though, over towards Banana very quickly. It's something that we saw earlier in the tournament as well, when we saw them in the playoffs. We like that they can be that aggressive like that. That's really terrible timing for Attacker. And while he's blind, he walks in with a nade out. He thought he backed off, but Call Me Sue and Westmelon deliver blow after blow.
It's jitters for the veteran as Attacker will commit a critical error. One that could have been round deciding, honestly. Flashbang timing looked good. Both players were cut off by it as well. For Linvision, you would have had a great showing, and as Amelia is hunting down Jamyoung as well, Tyloo will have to question what went wrong.
It's a flashbang we've seen Attacker set up with before. You know, that's something that is rehearsed. They should be familiar with that timing, but 1 second, or less than that, probably a microsecond too soon, and takes the flashbang to the face.
And here's the thing, Michael.
Crazy.
Inferno has been the one map between these teams that every time they faced off, and Tyloo has still won. Largely because of Attacker and what he's able to do on the CT side. The kind of pressure he puts on, very often, you're not receiving that as a Starry or Call Me Sue. These guys are very often actually picked apart by Attacker, coming through in weird timings, asking for good flashes. Mercury and G help him be enabled, and it feels like that's what controls rounds for them. Now, though, if you're shaking, this could be problematic.
Again, I'd almost not even know, I wouldn't even know if it's Attacker that's messed up, or if the flash is maybe wider than it's supposed to be. It could be either or. Either way, we see the result. Hardly a competitive effort there on that defense. Everything got discombobulated there for Tyloo.
G has been able to rustle up an op though, and he's starting things off with a quick deep nade from Mercury to take the peak. Mercury, aggro as he might be, this smoke's only got a limited amount of time on it. Starry doesn't want to take this fight away either. Now it's Emilia who finally takes him down. Right through the smoke, Mercury will be eliminated. He tries to turn things around using his own hands as the IGL. But this is a problem with fragging IGLs. Very often their calling can be tied to performance as well. And you do wonder if Mercury might be affected by it. For now, though, Tyloo hasn't lost a round. They still have Jamyoung out towards the B-bomb site. Linvision making it their primary target.
I mean, an MP9, I mean, he's got stalling utility as well, but because Lin have been quite slow about their approach, Jamyoung will largely be flying blind. We'll see that flash and we'll eat it as well.
That incendiary's gone too deep. Jamyoung still gets one while fully flashed up. He has a chance for more, but will not be able to put it to use. Delays. He's made it a 4 versus 4. They have a smoke as well as a lot of attacking utility through Attacker as well. And he's been fast on the rotation. They can make their way forward. Mosaic will be late as he's worried about a lurker, but Starry's actually still on the B-bomb site with them. Linvision with the time ticking down might just be careful about not missing out on exits potentially.
Tyloo are saving.
Yeah, I mean, Tyloo, I thought maybe they'd put post up G to wait for the op to, rather, for the smoke to expire, but because of how low their loss bonus is, I suppose they don't want to even risk that.
I mean, it's also the fact they have no kits. There was another refresh on the smoke available.
Yeah.
I think they understood that the resources from Lin actually weren't stressed out as much as they could have been. Had Jamyoung actually been able to get his incendiary down, stop them from actually breaching into B. If they understood that there would have to be another smoke used perhaps on the attack, then they could have justified it. You know, there's a lot of small little calculations there for Tyloo because they clustered in spawn, really evaluated, and then reflected.
It's a little bit surprising over there as well that Jamyoung throws this deeper incendiary. Lin Vision clearly catching them off guard in the timings. And, you know, maybe if you guys remember about an hour and 15 minutes ago, we did actually have a graphic on the screen explaining, yeah, these IGLs know each other very well. They know their timings very well. So all of these little change-ups that maybe, you know, Jamyoung's not expecting a 110 push through when he's alone over there. Otherwise, a shallower Molotov maybe gives them more time. You can throw off a smoke. Their flashbang comes through. We've seen Vexite have a double kill, get a round-winning play exactly with that circumstance.
I think the funny thing is, and I'm not sure if this was something that was discussed by the desk as well, but for Mercury, this is a massive proving moment as well. As an in-game leader, as like you said, a fragging in-game leader, he is effective. I mean, he's a fairly rookie player, you know, in terms of taking in that new responsibility. Sure, he's done great work with this core as he's grown over the past couple of years. But in this role, it is a whole different beast. Where Westmelon has had more time, while the environment might also just be as foreign.
Flashbang being planned out from Lin Vision. Tyloo only have two players over here on the A bomb side. It's going to be Mercury out towards Long, who's really going to be called into question. Mercury with 3 massive frags as Mowdown on brackets. It's not what Lin Vision expected at all. No one being caught off by the flashes, and now rotation comes in as well. It's the MM squad, Mosea, to close things out.
What a crossfire. I mean, the MP9 did seem to draw a lot of the attention. Even if those two players came out swinging towards Long, Mercury dealt with those first two, and it was incredibly difficult for them to do anything about it. Spacing is pretty damn bad there for Lin. A complete lineup that Mercury will be more than satisfied with, and that will do a lot to boost the confidence.
That's going to be a big moment over here, Tyloo. Once again, starting off 3 towards that B bomb side, but it will be a defensive play. G's holding down the line. Amelia trying to get ahead of the CT incendiary, and now Jamyoung's doing the same to the T side, pushing into Banana. Zacher, though, reacts. A reminder that there is not just one veteran in this duel. Zacher wants to keep pushing forward. It's going to be, in fact, a recession called out from Lin Vision. Why? Because Starry has full apps control.
He'll be establishing where Attacker is. Like we mentioned previously, a player that likes to take a timing, likes to get aggressive. And as they start to make their move on towards this A bomb site, he does still have the support of Mercury from Long. Reinforcements coming too.
It's a library smoke, not for Moto. Attacker's going to be caught with a smoke in his hand again, but Mosea is supposed to be covering up the cross. You still have rotations being called over as well. Mercury needs to find a multi-kill over here, but he can't decide between targets on time. Westmelon takes him down. G started off the round with the kill. Now he has to end with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, I mean, this really could have been a solid hold from Tyloo. Had they been able to actually establish the crossfire properly. The first chain of command in terms of who takes first contact broke down almost instantly. The fact that Attacker's able to go down without the site players able to properly stuff the apartments is actually quite absurd.
I do wonder if that's just a reaction to the library smoke as well, where they're just immediately assuming, yeah, it's going to be a play for Arches. Watch out for the Arches smoke too. You know, I'd love to believe that that's an elaborate plan from Lin Vision to react to the fact that there's 3 players starting off on the B bomb site.
Yeah, you just basically can't afford to get pincered like that, and maybe Attacker chose the wrong position.
G protects himself, and he protects the chances of Tyloo going into the next round. Their money will be in tatters, but at the very least, they have a man in a Superman outfit. Can he fly, though? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, in a weird way, you know, G has become our international heartthrob of Tyloo. A new face, a smiling one, where once upon a time, Tyloo was seen as this intimidating beast from the East.
The wild men from China. That's what they felt like.
You didn't know how they'd react.
Yeah.
You didn't know nothing about him.
You didn't know what they do on the server either most of the time.
Yeah. And now you get this personality, the turncoat away from Lin Vision.
And he's the one taking them down. He's the one providing all the threat. Look at that grenade. It is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, the fact that they have history, this will matter that much more for G. That he made the right decision.
Jamyoung is yet to wake up into the game. A sleeping beast, but one Lin Vision would like to poke on this B-bomb site. Bomb will start to be ferried backwards. Starry wants to establish some control over apartments and relay a bit of threat at the very least. They've cleared out the top of Banana. They're hoping that there will be rotations called out from Tai Lu, but they're playing the numbers advantage. Mercury will start to make a move. G is here with a lot of utility. That HE, it could be critical. He watches, he waits. He'll be given the duel. They need to not line up, but in fact, he shoots between them. The smoke to split out arches is going to keep him busy over there as well. Mercury taking up the graveyard position. A smoke to his side reveals their intent, and he's able to take advantage of them before being taken down. Attacker needs to step up. Called into question before. It's not an answer. Starry, 3 already, looks for the ace, looks for the bomb, but time's not on his side. The plant can be guaranteed. Mosea moves back to apartments.
Yeah, the reroute. He's waiting for Jamyoung to try and link up. Some way that they can try and split back into this site. 2 different angles.
Starry moves back over through the smoke. Mosea caught off on the side as well. He's looking for the ace, and Jamyoung's normally the man under pressure, but he finally shows up. Second round secured for Tai Lu against all odds. Starry cannot complete his big moment.
Yeah, that has to be, I mean, a frustrating one. He had the perfect read. He just had to hit a blinder of a shot. And when he fails, he knows his time is up. Didn't have the health to trade, needed a headshot angle, needed a fast kill, and Starry almost bails them out, but...
My God, that second kill.
It almost felt like Lin Vision had created this casket for themselves, even coming in towards that A-bomb site. A play for a smoke down at the archers. They also tried and smoke off Moto. The Moto smoke's actually not ideal, so Tai Lu were able to run past it around the left side. And because there was an incendiary put down by Tai Lu, they were funneled completely. Fast play this time over on Banana and Amelia. A double entry. A very satisfying way to open a combo with an HE, a Molotov deep, and a spam to top it off. A 2-man deficit in the first 20 seconds.
How often have we seen Amelia be the player to come into action when Lin Vision are slightly against the ropes right now? They come into the round with the Tech 9, a reminder that Tai Lu could have reset their economy. That reminder is enough for Amelia to step up and show up on Banana. Meanwhile, what's this? Starry goes out into brackets. He's found there's no one there. Peeks out. G wasn't ready, but Attacker was. And now they have to be careful. Mercury's still here, even if Jamyoung's already dead. Mercury playing in from behind the smoke.
His position is ratty.
It's fantastic. First kill's free. Can he get the second? No, he doesn't have the HP for the trade, but Attacker will complete what he started. Headshot through the smoke, and G's trying to cover off, but while the bomb's planted, G lines it up through the smoke, reminds Zaka why he was the replacement. And now it's Call Me Sue, a man who sailed across the 7 seas. And a 1 versus 2 will not complete that fast, spots them out. Information is there, but it goes both ways. He will not persevere. Attacker saves the day. Another 1 versus 1 for Tai Lu.
Another post-plant clutch. And always going to be helped by G getting that smoke spam timing. I mean, a 3-piece from Attacker is fantastic, but you saw how Su was set up. He had a couple swings, a couple chances, and it falls between his fingertips. Still the start from a 3-on-5 for it to come down to that.
And that's where, I mean, we're praising Lin Vision for having the more experienced IGL, maybe some of the more experienced players when it comes to stages like this. They've been to more majors than Tai Lu have in recent history. But at the end of the day, that doesn't take away from how fast Tai Lu's decision-making has been in these mid-rounds, how quick they've been to rotate on maps like Inferno. Their strength coming in from very convincing calls made by Mercury, made by sometimes Attacker as well.
Yeah. I think one of the interesting things about this Tai Lu is just the evolution that they've undergone as they've, proceeded between Jamyoung, Mosea, Mercury, all of them trying to shoulder the responsibility of in-game leader, but all of them are under the tutelage of a very slow, very passive Advent. And we've seen that evolution of styles as we've gone through those players. They like to be a little bit more proactive now. They like to be a little bit more forward playing in their crossfires instead of being hyper-contained inside of bomb sites. They love stacking sites. That's still a tendency brought over from that Advent system. But on Inferno, when you have that extra man, especially with the firepower they have, it can make a world of a difference.
Lin go into another force buy over here, Michael. They really want to pressure the Tai Lu economy, but in that quest, they might end up losing more and they stand to gain. It's slow development. Banana was given up for free, they just don't know it. Tyloo are getting ready to maybe even get a quick sideline out through brackets. No, in fact, Jamyoung's rotated backwards with the MP9. He wants to stack up the B-bomb set, reinforce it. They already have presumably what looks like a boost back in shelter for brackets control. But he's second-guessing himself, and that could be Linvision's advantage here on this B-bomb site.
It's just the fact that there's a refresh on that smoke. Lin are still going to commit to it. I mean, they have no other control on the map, but the question will be whether or not Tyloo allowed them to operate this way.
G's ready with the AWP, but he's flashed away behind pillar. Not the best position for the weapon, but no, they're coming in through the smoke as well. It's going to be double isolates. G doesn't realize he's being wrapped in through pillar, but regardless, he gets the first, not the second. A shot given up and not actually a kill landed. Jamyoung tries to fight back, but he's found himself trapped. And Linvision, how many times have we seen this exact play being ran, control for spawn, but this time they changed it up with some pushes through into the site as well.
I think Tyloo were convinced that this was a failed smoke thrown by Linvision. They didn't bounce it off the wall, they underarm it, and it seemed like it didn't go far enough inside of spawn, only for Lin to target that exact area. Tyloo got caught completely off guard. You saw G's reaction. They were dazed and confused. And like you said, it's a small variation on what Lin loved to do on these low-buy rounds. Target more conventional positions and basically break the crossfire. A very interesting change.
This is also what you have to love about Asian Counter-Strike over the past 3 years or so. Mongols, Tyloo, Rare Atom when they were still coming out and above. These teams have come through with intricate force-buy rounds that they have planned and weave into their wins. Asia's always been characterized by anti-eco losses, anti-force-buy losses, but more and more it has become by design, not by accident.
Yeah, I mean, even from our close qualifiers, what the Nomads had quite a few cool ones on Ancient, for example. It might be a saving grace for some, and it could definitely save Linvision's half as well, fighting for an advantage. Because they've now put Tyloo onto a pretty poor buy themselves.
Tyloo have won an eco.
And they have some cheeky setups that they like to run on these buys as well. We've already seen it demonstrated in this map.
Yeah, ask FlyQuest about that. I'm sure they'll be unhappy to tell you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Lin have already experienced it, so they know what it's all about.
Lin are hoping to break the trend on Inferno, break the CT side as well. Jamyoung, lots of information gained, but he was loud about it. I think Linvision have an idea that they could have someone going aggressive, but they're not ready for the quick pincer in from Attacker. This A-side anchor is being washed out for by Zacker's op, though. Zacker will no longer be covering it. They check it in the corner. They get the information or the read, but either way, it's going to be Tyloo's death sentence being written down. Can Linvision complete it?
Yeah, they'll still have to pick the right site. I mean, going towards the area just retaken by a smoke molly combo.
There's 30 seconds left.
Westmelon is thinking about it, but he's just trying to throw a ruse. I mean, a smoke that's thrown, an instant Molotov as well. You might see a G that's displaced, but he's actually caught Amelia. He's identified the information, and Westmelon is calling the troops right back over to B. He needs to front run with this, but Jamyoung gets his kill, and the ult of Zacker comes out with a pistol. Jamyoung just trying to buy time, and with 10 seconds left, G is out of position, Jamyoung is isolated, but they can't get this bomb down, not quite safely. A trade for Starry, and just barely enough time to plant.
Jamyoung has given them a chance. A string to pull, but can G make his way to the tapestry? Both sides having utility, both sides having ample time to reposition. Starry is without a clue, and I dare say G is as well, and G wins it out. Jamyoung gives him a chance. It's the alley-oop to the young Oppa, and Tyloo do not come without tricks of their own. A 3 versus 5.
The two international Chinese stars. People latched on to Starry when he was too young to compete. And G just finding perfect timing.
I mean, just look at how much time Jamyoung's able to buy as well.
Yeah.
By pushing forward into Zacher, he takes him down. He's assuming the spacing is going to be worse at the immediate time to strike.
I mean, 12 seconds, right? So
and then he backs off.
Yeah, they had to scramble.
He doesn't overcommit. And now, at the very least, Emilia can start out strong. These difficult buys have been a curse for both teams.
Tyloo won't want to cede control. With some aggression thrown earlier, a man deficit, and 3 smokes used.
G looks away. Now he's been spotted out as well. The deep grenade, at least doing a little bit of damage, but Linvision, I wonder if they're going to get the read about this being an AWP alone on the B bomb side. He's starting to rotate back to A.
Call. I mean, a full gamble being called here by Tyloo. Last round of the half.
Tyloo are hoping that they're going to be assuming that there's multiple players there because of the AWP. And if they get enough time to push down middle, that would work. But Linvision, they're not biting into it.
Yeah, they've absolutely chosen wrong. It's a brave call. I think they just wanted to reassert themselves on inside of brackets. But there is no point. They're on the wrong side of the map.
It's a last round of the half.
They have to go for it.
They don't have HEs.
They're deeply out of position.
They don't have incendiaries. HEs are there, but what use will they be? These smokes have been refreshed. Linvision didn't need to use them initially. How do you break into this bomb site?
Those HEs have to be the way in. Coupled with a flash.
But can they use them? Looks like they're far away. It's going to be a push coming out through coffins. But Starry's already put them to bed. Another Molotov being used over here as well. Mosea reveals position. Tyloo. This gamble is falling apart. No reason to peek, and Komi Su's putting them down. Mosea to fall. And once again, it's a side with the worst buy to come out on top. Linvision edge out the T side of the half.
I mean, that's a brave choice. I almost can't believe it. You know, G had so much room. I was saying to you, they cannot afford to cede territory. They couldn't afford to. They're 4v5. They have limited resources. Why on earth would they let that go? And for Lin, that might have been the easiest round the whole half. They had to buy into these low investments. They had to create clever strategies, try and find unique timings.
Or alternatively, why don't we just walk into an empty bomb site?
If it were only that simple every time. And that's why, you know, this call about the evolution, the talk about Mercury as an in-game leader, sometimes old habits do die hard. And in moments where we used to see Advent, there would sometimes be gambles, but the reason he loved to call them is that more often than not, he was right.
Advent was, he was a reading man, let's just put it that way. He felt like he had a real grip over the game. He had a real read on the pulse of what the other team was doing, except for in the most important matches. Sometimes that's where it felt like the turtle was putting its head through the wrong shell.
But this is, I feel like that could be something that haunts Tyloo coming out of this map if they don't recover things in the second half. Because right now it does feel like Lin are playing quite sharp, whether it's players like Westmelon, whether it's Starry. Sure, these players have fallen short a little bit in these late rounds. But at least for them, they know that when they get into hectic 3v3s, 4v5s, when they're entering into bomb sites, these players are delivering some pretty brutal shots.
As much as this is a heartbreaking round, we also have to remember, and Tyloo has to remember, they've had their fair share of stolen rounds as well. You know, you're looking at an eco where you've got a quick round win. You're looking at that destruction derby between Jamyoung and G, where they're almost 2 versus 5. Them, third player was there as well.
But you create crossfires. Your opponents try and disrespect smokes against those low buys. You are getting what you ask for. At the same time as well, I don't think that there's any reason to not characterize this half as anything but controlled chaos. We
Who was controlling it? We're not always sure.
Yeah. We like to say that however many rounds you see, that's about how many times they controlled it. But a really solid half for Linvision. They're going to be satisfied with that. 7-5, especially when they lost so many of those rounds. They could have actually extended their lead. For them to be able to rectify it by the end is promising. But it is a pretty weak start, I will say, for Zacher. Someone that we've highlighted a lot. You know, just whether it's his rifling, his AWPing, he does seem to be a star demonstrator.
He's called a big game player, a big round player as well. But now on this CT side, he has a chance to turn things around.
He did have a very, very weak half once upon a time on Nuke, and then ended up dominating like 21-4.
21 kills in that second half, yeah. Tyloo, however, I do feel like all 5 of their players are, you know, at the very least woken up, and no one's going to be looked at to lose a duel. Can they maintain that form going into this T side? Dualies in the apartments. Mazaya quite far away from Attacker. Attacker's trying to go for that late peek sneak. Will not find Starry. All in the meanwhile, though, this brackets control is being fought for. Zacker's being goosed down as well, but they won't expect Amelia to be coming through the bedroom.
That's only if he does continue to push, because timing's actually not worked for him.
Starry's moved back as well into apartment. That leaves Amelia very isolated.
They're calling it, I mean, they're effectively calling it clear. Amelia's saying that he can lock off a potential rotate in through mid, and they're creeping up long, all in this timing.
Now listen, you do have 2 dualies on this A-bomb site. This is not without defense, and in fact, the real risk might be... Oh, Amelia spotted out. Jamyang taken down, but Starry's going to be caught off. They thought it was just a lurker. Amelia, at the very least, is close by and after the bomb site that he can cordon control of the apartments. Lin will play the late round without a kit. They only have a flashbang to support.
They'll have numbers at least for this retake.
Those numbers might dwindle.
But they're clustered.
Altogether, G misses that first opportunity. He'll miss them all. Only one taken away. It's Attacker who has to play his old position. Now on the T side, doubling up inside the bomb site. Good crossfire established. Attacker is able to catch Westman, and by surprise, he gets Zacher as well. And where he may have faltered in the beginning of this game, now he is very much here to maintain control.
That was actually crazy. The timing that Tyloo were able to hit. Amelia just seemed to be convinced that he doesn't see anyone second middle. He's peeking in through mid. He sees no one setting up in towards those brackets. And he calls that rotate. He has control of A. They had the other side of the apartments as well, so there was no way that people could have slipped past in their mind. And Tyloo find them up this massive gap.
You even saw Starry start to move back and prep up the rotate. That's where he gets caught out without having a real chance to fight back. Invasion now with 4 players back towards his B-bomb site have a target. It is Jamyang who they look to take down, but it comes with a price. The price is facing down the rest of Tyloo. Zacher's 5-7, hoping to slip by unexpected, but Attacker knows better. And despite the stack being there as the welcoming party, it is knocked down like a domino.
Yeah, I mean, a lovely cleanup. Hyper aggression over towards B, leaving Starry and Nova on the A side of the map. And not a soul will come his way. He's hoping for an exit now. But just like that, you know, 2-round advantage coming out of the half. Pistol, a conversion against the force buy. Tyloo may be able to heat themselves up as well. And we'll look to players like Jamyang in some of the more controlling plays that he goes for. Starry will get his money, but only the one time over.
G gets away with 13 HP over there as well. And now we'll see the eco.
Yeah, well, just to continue my point on Jamyang, you know, this is a guy that we used to characterize as like late round lurking, never taking first duels, unless, you know, he was diving down a vent on Nuke, for example. Now it seems like he's almost moving into like aggressive control roles on these extremities, and he can be, I mean, we've seen him take over games as well. He's been more active, more activated under Mercury's leadership.
There's passive players who you know their aim is incredible, but you wonder if they could take up the mantle of aggression. Jamyang has answered that question, but is he about to wear that mantle into another stack?
Yeah,
is
he
this
might get
going to
more
be
than he asked for?
Another opportunity for an eco win? Tyloo without any information. They're walking into a graveyard. It is quiet, and that's where Jamyang will make sure it stays quiet. Linvision only get 1 on the fadeaway, but that bomb is still very much in Tyloo's possession. They can move back and over into the A side, but will they do so?
He's hoping Lin will, they're really hoping that Lin will be the one to make that mistake. Make that first move.
This could be trouble. There's only USBs and a CZ, but danger still lurks. All the utility used, Mercury goes over, USB taken down from Starry, and they're going to be able to finish things off comfortably. So 3 players alive, and sure, it's damage dealt, but not enough.
Yeah, it gets a little concerning there just for a moment. As soon as the play gets stuffed over towards B, when we understand that the A bomb site is completely vacant, but from their point of view, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. They knew they'd cleared at least a couple players, so let them reset, expect all 3, and they keep their wits about them.
Now we see Zacher on the AWP, now we see his chance to turn things around. Touted as one of the players in contention for best AWPer of the tournament. Undoubtedly, one of the main reasons why Linvision have been able to make it to this point, but to go beyond still requires a performance from him that we have yet to witness.
Yeah, in theory, he's supposed to be the one that takes the mantle, takes the crown away from players like Dan King that were able to create the title. We've yet to see Zacher perform at that level just yet.
Tyloo are playing this so slowly. And while Lin aren't completely passive, they are getting some aggression out towards apartments. You don't know if they're going to come out on top. That AK gives Mosaic the advantage. Emilia's not able to chase him down either. He's too worried about attacker's position. And now that pressure on Zacher, it's increased. Emilia only good for the one. Mosaic once again comes out on top. And with Westmelon falling, it's Zacher to perform. First kill found. Circles around. Bomb's been dropped. Looking for more. Zacher is in the server once again. The scope of death, and he smells it! He smells it!
That's the Zacher that we want! Another blistering round.
A reminder of why he is the one who is touted by the world as not the smiling AWPer from China. He's the one called the Beast from the East.
I mean, a struggling first half, but this isn't the first time we've seen Zacher struggle in one half and thrive in the next. That could be a worrying sign for what's to come here for Tyloo. An immediate call for a timeout. They got the kills they wanted. There were a flurry of frags over towards A. Even when they were taking damage, they were finding those trades before a player even really hit the floor. And for Zacher to do this.
I mean, Tyloo barely give him time as well. I know it seems like 1 by 1, but honestly, Zacher just resets the second his scope is there as well. Tyloo almost spaced themselves, you know, as well as you could, given where they were.
They're spread to their different positions, but he picked each target perfectly. So 1 star may have been a slumber for a half, but he does not remain so. And Tyloo get a taste of that lead once more. Maybe that's the last time they'll taste the lead.
Yeah, with it being brought back to even, Linvision certainly hope so. Tyloo, however, in a position where their money could be called into question in that next round. They will opt into targeting this B-bomb site. Protected by Westmelon and Call Me Sue. Both players have had a pretty decent performance overall. Flashes and incendiaries, it's all to the benefit of Westmelon. He has to perform a quick double, and Sue's going out into the bomb site, hoping against hope itself that flashbang would expire, but they never stop throwing utility. Emilia falling in the back lines, and the back stab is unsuccessful. And Lina's still fighting. Zacher's still going. Misses his opportunity, wanted to take down the bomb planter, and now surely they retreat.
Yeah, he put himself pretty far into that smoke just to see if he could chance a kill on the planter. That felt like an awkward state of affairs. Tyloo got caught by the flashes themselves, and so there was a real possibility Sue ends up somehow in new box. But yeah, blind as a bat, and more than they could handle. Good util out from Tyloo on that B burst, just being able to continuously layer those flashes. You could see that Lin had their own idea of what they wanted to do and how to react off the smokes. But once that's disrupted, even with Westmelon finding his kills, Su is maybe even a little too brave. Not the clearest of choices. And when he committed to an idea, he committed. Oh, wow.
That looks kind of crazy, actually.
That's a crazy shot.
Yeah.
Full blind recovery.
Running out of bullets as well.
Yeah.
Time at this time called out from Linvision. And you have to start asking the question, do we fight on banana? Do we look for aggression? Do we stick to what the plan is and what the plan was? Some decisions around the economy to be made as well. Certainly a possibility of a farmers being dropped by Zaka. But it doesn't feel like that's what they're opting into. They want to play it conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a way that you can choose to activate Zaka, especially if you're maybe going to see Tyloo on this default, try and get a smoke down mid. There are ways in which you can create opportunities, pushes through the apartments, for example. You know, the HE timing on smokes, especially during the default.
Envision getting aggressive. Is this their answer? Zacher's found one in middle. Mosea traditionally would be the player to move back and regain control, but Starry's playing very far forward. Emilia's being hunted for. Mosea's going to be given up the head, but he doesn't quite find it. Emilia, so many chances to fight back, none of them actually put to use. And now it's Zacher again. But he's going to be smoked off. Surely he is.
It's that Mosea Mercury combo. I mean, when they're allowed to play with each other, they can be a devastating pair. Jamyang still holding onto the bottom side of B as Lin look for some space back.
Zacher's looking to save over here. Jamyang's forcing him to come back over. Su picks up an AK-47 as well.
Timing on that was perfect.
Yeah, couldn't be better. Is this even home? Is this a safe call? Surely
yeah,
it is.
Once they realize that they're on the wrong side of the map, and you know there's smokes on both sides. It's not like G could, or rather Zacher could feel that safe getting past those smokes ahead of the play. These are long-ranged angles where, especially if you tried past Moto, very high chance that he just ends up dying through the smoke.
This next round does feel like Linvision's potentially last chance to break the curse of Inferno versus Tyloo. Every single time these teams have played a series, it feels like Tyloo has a guaranteed win on Inferno, but Linvision steals the series. We've seen so many chances here for Lin to have a much better first half, but Tyloo came through well prepared with their own force buys, their own half buys, good stacks on the ecos even. And Lin couldn't take that overwhelming lead that they were hoping for. Now, it's Tyloo with full control in this second half.
And you can definitely see just how good both these squads are, especially the fact that they rely more on their tactics and their adaptations. You know, it helps. It is obviously a massive benefit to have players that are as skilled as they are on these rosters. But, you know, you look at how the kills are being distributed. You see how which players are answering in rounds. It's almost different every single time. This is what we mean when we talked about, you know, teams within the Asian Champions League. Not all of them were able to win off of holistic performances. Some had to rely more heavily on their stars. And while there is a little reliance, there is also a responsibility to play within the calls.
That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, miss smoke there from Linvision. I think they tried to block things off down towards middle, but a beautiful shot from Zacher. Instant punishment and an instant reposition.
Smokes being missed can be critical, but shots being missed is inexcusable right now. Zacher knows that as well. Lands that perfect first kill. Great advantage, also starts moving over towards Arches, so they have a faster rotation for the B-bomb site should the need arise. So far, Linvision have really prioritized aggression through apartments, and it's paid off quite a few times. Even in that last round, you looked over towards how Emilia is able to slink away. Sure, doesn't get the kills, but was in a good position to be able to fight back with Starry too. Tyloo still want to recommit to A. At least that's what the bomb would say.
They can't afford to stall much longer. Westmelon a smoke down at the mouth of B. Unless he hears steps, unless he hears HEs, Molotovs, or something over on that B bomb site, I'm actually kind of surprised to see that the rotate has come out for Lin. They're still sticking with this brackets control as well.
Bomb's been dropped. They can't recover it over here either. Attacker's the last one who can maybe make a stand. Gets himself the first. Su's still watching out for Jamyang. Will be spotted out, and now he knows he has to stay alive. Zacher with that deep grenade, but time is not on their side for the Tyloo. Bomb now going to be picked up. Jamyang finds two. He gets the pathway into the side, but they're taking time. It'll be barely blunted. Tyloo are risking it. They really are. Su's not sure. It's a millisecond. It is the absolute millisecond. And Su is now called into a question. Do I save this AK or do I contest the Time Lord of Tyloo?
That is crazy. I actually didn't think they had it. I mean, they spent so much time floundering back and forth. Su may even still give this a shot. See if he can maybe dive in and catch them off guard. Jamyang, unsuspecting. There's a kid he can recover en route, but there's Attacker right behind him. No tricks. Not a thing that Su can do.
Sorry feels like he did everything there that he could have, right? I mean, sure, maybe you can say he knows where Attacker is, yada, 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 but he drops the bomb over in apartments, makes it so much longer. Su taking that fight again out towards Jamyang later on was just not an option. He was already tagged down low by the earlier trade. Jamyang then makes a beeline in through Boiler to apartments. He knows that's the only way they're going to get the bomb. Gets a double kill coming out of apartments when Zacher is searching for him.
Yeah. There does appear to be some kind of plot armor here for Tyloo.
I mean, Jamyang's the one weaving it.
Just whenever a challenge arises, another hero is formed. The metamorphosis of every player when pressure seems to rise. And we've yet to see that same emergence from Lin. They have been so close so many times. We think about all those 1v1s that came down to clutch plays from Tyloo in that first half as well. There will have been moments, as there have been many times these two have encountered each other on this map, where Lin could say to themselves afterwards, we should have won. But yet Tyloo continue to.
Tyloo are going in early on to brackets. Emilia is going to be taken down over here. Attacker and Mercury are ready, and now Sari's confused. Where do I go? What do I do? Who do I fight with? Mosea might have even spotted him. Sari peeks out again! Takes him down. Zacher around, watching out for the long push to come in. Now he realizes short's a real priority. Tyloo might have gotten the early kill, but it's Lin to take the advantage. Call me Su. Back into the bomb site, but look out for Mercury. He's making a play. Westmelon! He's ready for it. And now let's see whether the plot armor remains.
That was their way out. That was their security. They were hoping, praying that there was this timing. But now Westmelon is up to tricks of his own. Inside of that smoke, he reveals himself, and the damage is good on Attacker. Reinforcements in from Su. He'll rotate quick. G able to deal with that. But they are both so low. Health will not be their friend, and with Attacker down, it's on G. A smoke that can serve as a shield. But the shield has holes in it.
He's being spammed down. Attacker's the one with the pistol. Maybe if he'd taken down Westmelon, there was an option, but Westmelon, I mean, what a player coming in through the chaos, pushing the smoke, making sure that he has control over Banana so that the late round can still always be a crunch. He knew that if they tried to take Banana control through middle, that's just game over.
Yeah, it's immediate recognition there from Westmelon. Maybe just getting an update from his teammates as they're taking all these fights over towards lane. If they are not progressing, if they are stopping, freezing, tell me what's happening. These smokes that are down, he's flying a little blind, and just this consideration of Mercury potentially slipping the smoke saves the round for Lin. Because had Mercury been able to get a deeper foothold in through spawn, chances become more and more slim there for Tyloo.
And let's not forget what all of those 1v1s mean.
Yeah.
T-side or not, your wallet's feeling light.
Yeah, one of the burdens Tyloo will have to address. But I am very prepared, given the way that this game has been going, for something completely different. something that is minorly tweaked. Some way to get some ground, and that may be in the future for Attacker.
Zacher just starts off hyper-aggressive right down middle. He has a sight line. He's going to be smoked off. Still goes for the jump spot as well in mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a dangerous thing to do, especially with that smoke being so deep. Would have been easy enough, actually, if there was a Tyloo member there to see him, maybe spam him, especially because he jumps into the center of the smoke instead of out of it.
Westmelon, he knows what Jamyang is up to. Jamyang loves to play around those logs while this smoke is still blooming, then look to recover at the end of it. Another smoke, Westmelon. Spam is set up. Could be a moment. He's hoping that someone tries to go for information, but Tyloo are going for territory instead. Westmelon is about to be given a very rude surprise, or maybe he's the one holding all the cards. Drops down, makes noise. Is he about to be run down? No. Tyloo decide against it.
Yeah, I mean, he'll just be happy that they didn't immediately pounce off that information, have a flash primed, ready to go. There will be stolen util here from Lin. The flash is here from Su. Could set up Westmelon, but he's taken down immediately. The trade's there from Jamyang. Su a double, and he's trying again for these headshot angles. Zacher's there as reinforcements, and now the stopping power is here. It will be on Mosea to recover this round. And he will have time, but that smoke will not last forever. And a crossfire that can be built instantly. And far too many members. They had the sight line. They lock it down. And Tyloo gets stumped.
Tyloo were worried about a setup in sandbags. That's what they Molotov out when they hear Westmelon dropping down and receding. They're expecting it to be a bait play with multiple players. When they realize it's not, that's when they try and remedy. That's when they try and accelerate. But what are they met by? Fire, fire, fire. And with that, a little bit of flashbang here and there. This time it's Westmelon who's unable to get the kill, sure. But the fact that then Su steps up and buys time for Zacher to get the rotation through Coffin, Tyloo is never getting into that bomb site. Now they find their money broken. Westmelon has to be careful. This time Jamyang might feel a little bit more brave. Mosea's already found one. Jamyang will be traded.
Yeah, there was a real chance there from Jamyang. Maybe if he had a better pistol. But he had a solid timing. Definitely caught Westmelon off guard. They should do well to get rid of this AK somehow. Make sure it's irrecoverable. But Emilia will sit on top of it and ensure that it stays in safe hands.
Mosea is really their only threat now. With this Deagle that can look to hunt out a 1 versus 1. Zacher zoomed in, will need to get the flick, and he will be able to adjust. Only Kopse shot through the wall, but now he covers off apartments. A deep incendiary just to make sure. Attacker likely to disrespect that. No. Backs off.
Of course, one of the primary objectives will be to exhaust as much utility as possible, see if they can funnel or flush out a kill somehow. And if they can create room like they have now, they can also get their hands on some weaponry. Attacker AK in his possession, but now that Mosea has been dealt with, there will be an acceleration and the crossfire here for the A players. Too much to handle. A tying round. And once again, these two not creating much distance from each other. These timeouts have been pretty damn devastating. And it's kind of, I think we're probably at like a 35, I'd say almost something around that wavelength of success rate for the team calling it into the following round. Because, when you call your own tactical, the other team also has time to discuss.
This one's, of course, a bit of a technical issue going on right now.
And it's, listen, when you see these tactical timeouts, I'm not saying the openings or the finesse has changed too much, but it has resulted in a couple of swinging moments so far in this game. These coaches will be earning their keep, especially today.
And I mean, the coaches are something that's so hard not to talk about as well. Zhouking standing behind Tyloo.
Yeah.
One of the big remnants of the Advent system. Obviously, we actually saw him standing in Tyloo as well for a little while when Starry was removed from the team, when there was questions about what was going on and whatnot.
Yeah.
And it felt like he could still perform. Now standing behind him, it's Gum on the other side, who feels like the much less celebrated coach within the Chinese Counter-Strike region, but he has been heralding Lin Vision for so long, has held hands with Westmelon to lead them to the forefront of Asia over these past few years. Was there as the coach that helped Lin Vision qualify to their first major as well.
Yeah, it's just been a real, it has been a growth of a brand in its entirety.
Yeah.
Under not only just, you know, Gum and Westmelon, but all the players that have walked through those doors.
I mean, I remember the first time Lin Vision was in a position to qualify for the major, I believe was in fact, if memory serves, might have been Antwerp, where unfortunately they just couldn't get the visa in time. They were locked out of the country. They couldn't make it their way back in time to be able to apply and this and that, and it felt like they'd really missed a window. But to persevere, to keep going through, and now in Counter-Strike 2, now it feels like they might be at their strongest ever. As we prepare for both the Austin Major and the Esports World Cup. One of those already guaranteed for Lin Vision, the other they hope to secure right now.
Yeah, they knew they had to battle pressure today. That's the one thing that Lin had to understand coming into the arena. There would be support for them, but not quite the same as what is present for Tai Lu. They have to earn that respect, but also as you scale up, as you move from country to country, when you go to foreign waters, and there is a new crowd to team for, a bigger name, a team you may yourself be a fan of.
Yeah.
Players you may be a personal fan of. You can't come in with smiles on your faces. You can't come in with complete friendliness to your opposition, because instead of being someone that you admire and look up to, they become your peers.
And that's one of the things that makes Call Me Su's journey so impressive in terms of how fast he's integrated, how fast he's able to take it to his own countrymen and their idols that are in front of him.
How many people get opportunities to play with, you know, big-time in-game leaders as well so early into their journey?
Yeah.
And one that's known for his tactical mind.
One that's known for rearing talent as well in recent years. Stanislaw, maybe not something you said about him before, but now as we head back into the 23rd round, 11-11, but momentum should be in the hands of Lin Vision. Jamyoung wants to swing it back. The IGL has been taken down. It's regicide on the server, but Su looks to avenge. Zaka, quick to make sure that the bomb can't be planted. Little does he know the bomb is yet to even progress. G now makes his way over. It's going to be a delayed retake that is planned out from Lin Vision. More HEs being deployed, but they don't fully pop it open. Amelia had a chance to find a kill. It cannot be used. Tai Lu have been able to successfully get themselves in post-plant positions. There are no incendiaries to flush them out either. It will only be smokes from the CT side to cordon of Banana, but Jamyoung, he is the lighthouse for the team, stands tall, watches out for ships in the sea, but now as he's flashed not once but twice, G right next to him as well. Call Me Su aggresses forward, cannot find the frags. There's Mercury and G to come through, but as Zacher's being closed in on, Tai Lu will find the 12. Mercury will not allow him to cock that rifle again.
It is hectic. The flashes were on the money, but they just simply cannot capitalize. They had so much to block and section the site. Maybe they didn't have the incendiaries to displace, but playing around and behind these smokes in front of them, Tai Lu play as a pack around the util that the CTs throw. And just like that, that cohesion is enough to bring Lin out of it. It's another full investment though. Zacher has what he wants in this AWP. And he wants more than just to simply play passive, play safe. Wants to be a playmaker. But the timing here for Tai Lu, the burst in through middle, they take control of brackets immediately. Amelia caught in a flash and so dazed and confused, bumping straight into the wall. He cannot escape the clutches of Tai Lu.
G has to be careful. He starts to move back over. He's going to be caught by the rotate, but who's catching who? Su takes him down. Still, the A side not undefended. Starry lies in wait, largely playing back in pit, and that's what they're worried about. Mosea doesn't expect him to change position, but he's only good for the one. Watch out for Westmelon coming in from above. Oversight from the Overlord. They're pairing up, and Tai Lu have only Mercury, and even he will not stand for long. It's overtime in Shanghai.
A long state of affairs for this first map. Took us a while to get into it. Controlled chaos from the start. And then now we get to the final hurdle there for Tai Lu. They break in, they find that advantage, only to be totally disrupted and displaced by Starry. Lin's reinforcements was late. They were not in great spots. And yet with that step too far and being unable to wrangle the site, these teams are inseparable. There is always a twist with these rounds. Nothing quite seems as linear as you'd like. But now we move into this overtime where money becomes less of a factor. Full investment, deep push, an immediate call here from Cole Misu. A bluff. They don't even consider it. It's not even in the back of their mind. They're setting up for boosts, and Su will catch two.
The bomb dropped as well by Zakher, and Mosea stabbed in the back. A statement round from Lin Vision. As they come in, not a single player felled. And that push from Su, Michael, it was a risk. Attacker, at the very least, will take down Starry. But he has no bomb, and he has no chance. Michael, Su's the only player who bought a kit from this team. He's pushing down middle. If he gets taken down over there, a post plant becomes 10 times harder.
That just means you got to rotate through middle somehow for the retake. They wanted to play faster pace, though.
Yeah.
And it is an incredible decision there from Su. Tai Lu get too comfortable. They've been building defaults. They've been very mid-focused in some of these rounds as well. But this decision, this time over, was perfect.
And if I'm not mistaken, a quick shout out to Zakher as well for that oversight. I believe he was gone from about 2 and 8 to 16 and 12.
Yeah.
That's a change in the graph.
Sometimes one half doesn't go your way, and the other one does.
A lot of time for Tai Lu to think as Attacker looks to save this AK.
Yeah, what do they change? Do they, I mean, who's, you know, I almost don't want to say whose fault is it, but there was a gap. It's something that needs to be fixed. Lin are unlikely to do it again, but should they try, it should be identified.
It's also cool to see because so far the only aggression Lin have thrown down middle has actually been Zakher peeking with his AWP, which is why G would probably feel more scared that, hey, I don't want to take the late peek in from stairs when I don't have the best spawn. So maybe we just don't play oversight. Combine that with a flashbang, combine that with the fear of Zakher, yeah. Great hole found by Westmelon, or maybe Su's making the call, whoever it is. Lin Vision come out on top with 13.
I mean, it's the same thing that Tai Lu tried to do on their CT side. So it is right out of their own respective playbook.
Not
Deep smoke.
again.
Amelia's going for it again.
Jam
They didn't
Young.
think this was possible. Jam Young, a great kill. That dispatches of the threats, and that will call Lin's aggression off.
That deep smoke in to the banana stairs, that might have been what alerted Jam Young. In fact, it's the only thing different. Smoke down the middle. And Lin Vision, are they pulling a Tai Lu? Are they calling 4 to A?
It seems to be.
Early on. But this gamble, it might work. Westmelon still needs a kill. He needs support coming in. And with Jam Young and Mercury both getting immediate frags, it's over. Starry and Su fight back, yes. But no, Starry's dropped the bomb. Su's still playing distraction. Mercury cannot make a move out from long. Starry will have a duel. Mercury wins it. Su trying to make his way back over. Desperation in that play. But Tai Lu strike back.
Yeah, I mean, a total scramble. Both teams trying to hit the same timing on this A-bomb site. And it seemed, I mean, right call, at the very least, there from Lin Vision. but the moment was just a little too shallow. The fact that Westmelon gets caught by a flash, he doesn't feel like he has enough space even to get util out to buy some time for that rotate that was a second out.
Fantastic flashes from G coming out in that round over there as well. And the inseparability continues. Tyloo, is this acceleration? No, just a threat. The retake utility forces them back. Linvision, Apartments control once again. That's how they'll play this late round. But Tyloo are faking the recession.
Well, they've done nothing to indicate it, but they have effectively cut all sound. They waited for smokes to fade, see if Lin were going to try and burst open smokes themselves. If they did, there'll be a lot of players there to greet some of those B defenders, whether it was Sue or Westmelon. So now that the smokes have dispersed, now they go back to a more control.
Emilia started to rotate away. This is problematic.
There's a
Zacher needs to
gap.
make a play. Zacher needs to go out in through short and take control. Otherwise, this is going to be Arches completely given up and over. Sorry, smokes himself off. And all in the meanwhile, that bomb is still set up outside the B bomb side. Tyloo's trying to be sneaky and maybe Mercury secured it. You see Westmelon moving away, but he decides against it. This incendiary he has could be instrumental. Tyloo are unsure. Where do we go? What do we do? They'll stick to their guns, but there's still flames to walk through, and a flashbang as well. Westmelon with 2 and Tyloo. Those kills on the A-bomb side prove useless if they cannot get this round. It's Sue to defend, G to try ascend, and ascend he will right into the bomb site. Somehow control will still not be secured though. Starry right through the smoke, a flashbang as well. He threatens the push attacker. Worried, but it will not take the peak. That's where he misses out on information. Starry's concerned about a deep banana presence. He's got a kit, but he doesn't have an idea. Starry almost gets the turnaround, but attacker will be a safe pair of hands.
As if he's done that. Attacker 2 kills from spawn when they needed him the most. 13 seconds on that clock. Sue just wanted to buy time, and G overpowers him just in the nick of time. Even the spam from attacker on point.
What is it with these veteran Chinese riflers on Tyloo? First it was Jam Young on the A-bomb side getting that double kill, crunch of time. Now it's attacker doing the same.
Because Tyloo had a pretty good read. They understood what they wanted to do. They find this kill onto a Zacher who completely disregards long control. I don't think he realized that Starry had smoked himself off and had blocked his vision completely, only keeping tabs on the apartments. And, you know, when there's this massive gap that is exploited, when Tyloo have this man advantage, for just even a moment, they still were indecisive. They try to pounce and they get picked apart. They have to bridge past smokes. And their trading didn't look great until attacker. There's always a twist.
And he has very often been the man to deliver it.
Now, there's no way that Tyloo would try and be aggressive, right? I mean, deep smoke on mid, one that can allow you to play around with it. But it should be considered, it should be watched for. The HE is completely off the mark. In fact, they blow the smoke open themselves, and so Mercury gets his kill.
Starry has to try and get the backstab, and Mercury in the meanwhile completely lost inside the flashbang. It's traded, and Emilia is the one to maybe tilt the scales a little bit.
Almost seemed like he wanted to save him. Create a crossfire just at the mouth to those T steps, but just arriving a little too late.
Mosea looking for information. He might not like what he gets. G has substituted him. The AWP has to sing, but a flash in his hand. Manages to get away, manages to deploy the incendiary, but it's still going to be the bomb to cross Mosea, making sure Emilia can hunt down the AWP. G. A spam! He lines it up. The damage is good. The kill is better. Linvision find themselves at a deficit, one that they didn't even see coming.
These smokes are still fresh though. I mean, they've got a Molotov as well, but being in that deficit, Sue may have to make a play.
It feels like Zacher's too concerned about Banana. There's 3 players coming in over here. Zacher plays distraction. Sue will not peek. Sue will not peek. He's all alone inside the smoke. G will try and close the distance. The time is on the side of Tyloo. He's lined him up. Oh my goodness. G switches out to the AK-47 mid-jump.
But there's no kits.
He didn't pick it up.
He didn't pick it up.
Again.
Still.
It's the Time Lords of Tyloo.
How has he gotten away with that?
He can't believe it himself.
And what looked like a mistake, it seemed like one there from Sue, almost ends up in complete heroics. They don't play off each other. They don't play a crossfire. They play for the element of surprise. But they can't surprise G.
My God.
The tiniest of margins.
You can
A
see
moment
the
of hesitation would have done it. And so now a 2-round deficit here for Lin Vision. They were the ones that toyed with the lead the most. They had it. Only for Tyloo to answer back time after time.
G now gets aggressive early on. Flashbang forces him away. Lin Vision scale and fast. They're looking for Mercury. Mercury stays elusive. Instead, is going to be smoked off. Westmoreland's already inside the bomb site. G's already. Mercury's response is single in nature. There's no way for him to get onto the bomb site. Starry ensures it. And Tyloo have the money to try and make this play, but it will leave G a little bit wanting in that next round. Should they both lose their lives here?
That happened to Zacher. That exact same thing happened to Zacher. There was a moment where, you know, the pace had changed. They'd shifted. You know, when Tyloo were on the attack, they were wrapping up towards long. Zacher also went for the exact same short side peek with that AWP, not realizing, not recognizing that long was open. Both of these squads, the call on urgency, on what the gap is, what could be exploited, what to shield yourself from, we're starting to ignore those fears. And it's creating these opportunities, these massive exploits. I mean, the whole setup breaks down pretty much instantly as Lin accelerates. And so there is this looming threat now here for Tyloo that Lin could push us into another overtime.
It's going to be a fight for Banana initially. Tyloo want to just make sure Lin does not have control over here. A deep grenade as well, but Mosea's not peeking behind it. He knows what his job is. Play deep. Be unexpected. Force them to retake in a way where you have the advantage just for one duel. G finds Westmelon, and as Amelia looks to scale up, the smoke will scare him away.
They're also the type of team, Tyloo, sometimes love investigating deep in through past that smoke.
Surely not under this kind of pressure.
And HE to blow it, to fake almost a blow open. And so it will be a consideration. Zacher will make his move back. A player that's shifted back into that responsibility of an AWPer, but is used to playing extremities.
It's going to be a 3 versus 4 on this A-bomb site, the way Zacher's going about it.
But it's a hesitant approach here from Lin so far.
And time's not on their side. Mercury taken down still. Emilia gets the better of him. An attacker out in the open with the MP9 is going to be good for one. Jamyoung has to follow up now. Watches out for Starry as well. That's the real threat coming in from apartments. He knows it as well. But that's the crossfire that was supposed to be covered by Mosea. With Mosea failing that kill, it all comes down on the G. 1 versus 2. Full belt. But does he dare to reveal anything from it?
I mean, it'll feel like he'll have to, unless he feels like he can get this timing into the bomb site itself. But this crossfire is incredibly hard to break.
And the Molotov wouldn't take anything away from it either. He's looking for that first duel. Zacher doesn't spot him out, but the position's going to be revealed by G regardless. Starry shows off his shoulder. Critical error, but Zacher is unknown as well inside the bomb site. G is expecting this to be a double mini pit play. Zacher now only has to fire inside the smoke before it blooms. Another 1v1, and finally, Linvision come out on top.
He didn't realize just how good a play he made by sitting on top of that truck. Starry makes that misstep. He wants to peek ahead of it, hopes to catch him while he's clearing inside of the site. And while G spends that extra time full clearing into mini pit, you're right, he was convinced it was a double setup in some capacity. Zacher takes the right time to strike because there was this urgency for G. And of course, we go again. Neither side able to close, both making these critical mistakes, small errors that cascade. But a mistake will only haunt you if it's punished. And the good news is that both teams are doing a fair share of punishment.
Oh, no.
Emilia taking a lot of damage to those flames. Unforced health loss.
They won't be happy about that at all. Starry's been a difficult man in these past few rounds. Now he hopes to keep the CT side here on A or just play for the late round. Linvision, a commitment into B gives them the first kill. Mosea is dead, Jamyang the same fate. And Tyloo, it's rare that I say this in overtime, but there's a real argument for them to just save. Mercury can throw his life away if he wants to, but he decides against it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see them pivoting back. They'll hate having this conversation as well, but it may well be worth it. And sometimes it is as simple as that. It's strange to think that we've gone into as many rounds as this. And how often did we actually see a double entry into a full save? A lot of contests in through spawn. I think I can maybe count 2 times from regulation till now. A lot of retake attempts, a lot of chances. And some of that is retained utility, some of that is brave and bold peaks that help to incentivize those types of moments. But I think also they recognize from their prior outings with each other how quickly things can get out of hand if you don't keep pressure applied. This has been so close. And I've talked a lot about, you know, the holistic style, but now we see a little separation with Kolmisu at 27 kills.
He's supposed to be the rookie to stages like this.
He's been the one that's changed Linvision. The outlook, the extra firepower. I imagine the voice sometimes to slow things down because, we talk a lot about Westbell and his growth as an in-game leader, but in terms of accomplishments, he's done quite a lot for Linvision, but in terms of getting themselves through moments like this, doesn't have the resume.
And let's be frank about it. Modern day Counter-Strike, there are very few IGLs who can truly do their job without a secondary on their side.
If it were an easy job, we'd have tons of them.
Yeah. They're sparse and few in between. Oh my God, that grenade is devastating.
Yeah, I mean, they give one back to Emilia, but Mosea and Jamyang, sorry, will not be that pleased. In fact, Starry also tanks a nade, but it's by themselves. A
technical issue going on as we have had a disconnection. Tyloo will be able to reset the round. Of course, that was seen before damage was dealt, I'm sure, but because disconnections take about like 20 seconds or so after it's actually happened. Feature of CS that way.
Must have flagged the referee at least.
Yeah.
So I guess nobody got naded in the end after all.
There you go. Easy does it. And one of the questions that you always have to ask for this Tyloo side is, when it comes to secondary callers, they've got plenty of voices, right? They've got Jamyang, clearly G likes to call some of his own moves as well and whatnot. Mercury, Mosea, like you said, he's had a voice in the past. He's trying to take on the mantle. And Tyloo did feel like for a while when they added Starry into the team, it became too many cooks. It's surprising that Attacker is the one who reduces one in many ways. I do wonder if it's been fully streamlined. The hierarchy's set more clearly now.
Yeah, I was never really that convinced that that Starry was that vocal a player.
Maybe not.
But he's a damn good shooter.
And really good at doing his own thing.
Yeah.
Been lurking since pretty much he's been inaugurated into Asian Counter-Strike. Once upon a time, we had Starry, Westmelon playing extremities very often. You looked out to where Jamyoung, the dominator of apartments, basically just always came out on top. Mongols would have Cabal playing the lurk in the very early days of that new wave of Asian Counter-Strike coming out of the pandemic. So many roles have been moved around. But I have to say, a lot of these guys, class has remained.
Yeah, it is just interesting, though, because when we look at the Asian region, when we think about veterans within the scene, the ones that are retained and that exist the most are often actually quite young players. You know, we talk about like veteran players in the European scene or the American scene.
Even the Australian scene.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at players that are, you know, pushing 30. And or some of them even past that.
Shout out to Snappy and Carrigan.
Yeah, some of them have crossed that bridge a long time ago. But, you know, for example, when we look at Lin Vision, Westmelon is the veteran. That's because he started playing with Lin when he was 17 years old.
How old is he now again?
24.
Ooh. Old man Westmelon, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's an early 20s.
Turned 24. I wasn't sure
if
he's 23 or not. But same thing for Jamyoung.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Young is still, you know, keeping
it's relative.
To it. Mr. Jamyoung came in as a prodigy, one of Advent's first discoveries, one of the first truly great scouted players from the Chinese scene coming out from not a Tyloo roster, right?
Yeah.
That's where all the talent went. And Tyloo had the world convinced at that time that maybe there aren't other Chinese players who are ready to step into the server with them. That's why they looked at your Bintets. That's why they looked at your Excurates. And yes, they absolutely made it work. But it was Vici at the time, then Rare Atom later on, that showed us that's not true. Watch out for 5e. There's some crazy players going around there. And those very same crazy players today are in Lin Vision, they're in Tyloo, and they're going to be in the Austin Major pretty soon.
Yeah, I think the crazy thing is that, you know, when we look at the EU talent discovery or the North American talent discovery, a lot of it actually was through pugging platforms, and it did feel like for a while there was a hesitation from the Chinese organizations, or just I mean Asian organizations in general, to take that risk. You know, it took a while to convince even those international markets to also take that risk. I mean, the big conversation a long time ago about Stewie 2K, for example, was there any actual justification to bring him in? How were they going to integrate him? Would they give him chances? Would he be given the roles that he wants? And would he perform at that stage? But, you know, we've seen more and more as organizations have taken those risks. Not everything is a complete success.
I mean, look at what happened in Europe as well with the era that ROP seems to usher in, right? You know, this guy comes in from FPL. And before that, let's be very frank about it, pugging players were treated kind of as, yeah, okay, maybe you'll be good in a year. No one comes into Tier 1 and is a stud from the start. ROP disproves that. Then, wait, what's this? This guy in AAA, a random French team, is being competed for by G2 and Vitality. Who could that be?
I wonder.
Yeah. Oh, only the man Zywoo, who's been top 3, it feels like every single year of his career after that first one. Right. This is that modern era of Counter-Strike. But today, Europe has switched over to academy systems. Europe will have your Monacies, your Chaosicas.
Yeah, the pipeline is different. You know, there's an establishment of, you know, one of the problems you always had as a rookie, if you were just a player that pugged, or you were just a player that was, you know, aspiring to grow individually, it would take you quite some time to even find those opportunities, whether it was, you know, playing in community cups or, you know, paying yourself to enter into like these cash prize pool online tournaments.
I mean, bring your own computer lands in Sweden and stuff like that,
And even then, vetting through and finding teammates, difficult, incredibly so. And so the fact that, you know, you have a platform like 5e, for example, where, you know, there are these community cups, there are these tournaments where you can express yourself. There are players now actively looking deep within those statistics to see whether or not you are just all aim or whether there is something more. And sometimes it's sometimes luck of the draw. I think, you know, when we talked previously about Advent, I think it was Mosea first, where I think it was Advent just in a 5e pug and had him on his team, liked the way he communicated and was like, let's get you in.
Have we ever considered that maybe the reason why Advent was less individually skilled was because he chose not to be, so he can see who's carrying me in these pugs? That's how I'm going to find the real talent, yeah. Well, so with Jam Young, like, oh my God, I've gained so much elo with this guy.
He keeps making these calls and I'm just believing them and it's working.
Yeah. But also, I mean, that's sort of where we've been so pleased with ACL in terms of, hey, not next generation, now they get to play lands.
Yeah, we saw players from the Chinese Open qualifier. We saw, hell, even in the show match, from some of those teams that made it to the close qualifier, we had a couple of talents that we were looking at, and we're looking to the future with them as well. I mean, there were moments where these 5e players or these lower level teams, you saw just how strong things could be, just how much potential was kind of untapped. Even if their teams didn't succeed, you saw these flashes of brilliance that were riveting to watch.
And that's where you start to wonder about what the future is going to look like, right? With these teams coming in and with opportunities like this showing up. We've got more collegiate lands as well. We've got more opportunities for, you know, regional tournaments within China to be brought forward, and this is stunning. I mean, we've never had a time like this before in Asian Counter-Strike where we have both a grassroots and a top-tier scene, Michael.
Yeah, there's definitely quite. I think what's so nice is that because we have a bit of diversity in that kind of market, and we have a lot of players and teams that have different styles as well now developing inside of Asia, it can actually be almost like a pick your poison. If there is somebody that is ambitious enough and actually has drawn enough attention to themselves, they can actually almost have their pick of the litter. I mean, they obviously want to take an opportunity where it presents itself, but it also might not just be the right opportunity for you. And especially as the world becomes a little bit more international, seeing more players that are far more comfortable in English.
100%, yeah.
A lot of opportunities given to players that are impressive enough that they might even just take a risk, even if their English isn't actually that good. You know, that seems to be our international communication.
I mean, we always think about, you know, the Asian exports that have happened, right? Primarily, it's been Machine Gun and Bintet. Now when you look out towards players like, you know, Call Me Sue, he started over in North America. We know he's very fluent in English as well. If he's going to have a meteoric rise, we could genuinely start to see, you know, some teams be interested, like, hey, what's going on over here? So for Lin Vision, for Tyloo, there's always that little threat in the back of your mind as well now that, hey, the world is changing. It's more international than it ever has been before in Counter-Strike. Now listen, I don't think we're there quite yet, but we don't know how this route will actually develop, because when you look out towards the past, it felt like very often some of the talent within the Chinese region, within, hell, some of the other Asian regions as well for Southeast Asian, what was a little bit wasted away too. Right? You're looking at your Child Kings, you're looking at your Li Hangs. It felt like it took forever to get them into a real team. Think of how long that Wings Up team was going around, and it's like, hey, will Gas maybe ever get a team?
Yeah.
Will Child King ever really get a team?
Will LAN
ever get a team, right? And now we live in this era where it's actually happening. Why? Because there's more major slots than ever. There's reasons to make roster moves. There's reasons to have buyouts. There's reasons to take risks like the Tyloo Super Team.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is as well is that as we're seeing the rise with teams like the Mongols, even the performances that we're getting out of Tyloo or Lin Vision, the further they climb up the rankings, the easier it becomes almost to actually take slots that could be regional invites for your region. You know, when you're seeing these opportunities, the growth, it seems like the rising tide is one that raises all ships right now for the Asian market. And you know, the Europeans, the North Americans, there has been quite a lot of help given over because they're markets that have traditionally done quite well. But as Asia continues to grow, sometimes the priority also will shift as well.
I mean, I remember Blair actually, you know, one of the more iconic voices for Asia. I always have to give a little bit of love to the OGs.
Of course.
Blair actually tweeted this out about a year and a half, 2 years ago, Michael, and I cannot believe how prophetic it has been. He tweeted, that watching Blitz's Mongols feels like watching Fallen's LG did in the very beginning days. And now we have an Asian team that had actually made it to the top 5 in the world, like a legitimate top 5. This isn't just, we're top 5 for a week in the HLTV rankings or VRS or this or that. No, it's legitimately 5th best team in the world in the beginning of this year for about 2-3 months or so, right? And now we start to maybe see that shift the same way the South American scene did. South America ends up having, what, like 30, 40 teams coming into Brazil where they have professional players. We have probably about 7 or 8 teams getting chances to international tournaments every year.
Some of them get totally locked down, to be fair. But, I mean, listen. See talents retained in some of those rosters, and I think that's also kind of a testament to what you're saying, is that as they see the shift, the priority to hold on to retain the talents actually becomes probably, a very fiscally responsible thing to do almost.
And look, at the end of the day, that's how we got academy teams in Europe, right? That's how we get all of these players being given more structure than ever. And in a lot of ways, it's easy to sit down and say, man, these damn bites are ruining the game. I'm not getting to see the team I want to see. Why can't everyone be like Falcons? But also at the same time, it means that we get this crop of talent. I guarantee you, I absolutely guarantee you, Yosuke, Monesi, these players would have taken more time to come online if not for the fact that they've been getting coaching staff for like a year, 2 years before they enter into the fray. When have we ever seen pure rookies with no coaching staff take on positions as important as like a star entry frag or star opper and then immediately get to like finals of a tournament, win tier 1 tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, even the teams that we had in the Chinese Open qualifier, some of them were boot camping. Some of them are, I mean, these are organizations that have packed up some of these teams. They were boot camping. They had opportunities to scrim other teams here. They get the exposure to a stage environment, a crowd as well. There were a lot of different things where, when we see rookies often enter the stage, sometimes the lights like genuinely are too bright. And I know that is a turn of phrase, but it is quite, I imagine, relatively distracting when you're used to maybe just a solid black wall behind your screen, something that you can just tune out on your peripherals. This takes getting used to. Every stage is different. Every flash of the light is different. Every audience reaction is different. You have to be able to tune a lot of that stuff out. And the fact that we get teams that are able to get that exposure early, you're absolutely right. That increases their growth opportunities much faster.
And once upon a time, I mean, look, I paid attention to a lot of different esports as well, just as a fan. And I have seen what China and Korea did in games like StarCraft and games like League of Legends. They evolved so fast. And you know why, Michael? Because it's a team that comes through from a region that has so much talent, but it's still geographically limited. So you can have, Gavin Baseline J told us that Gatron have been boot camping for quite a while, coming into this tournament, living in one house and doing something that it probably wouldn't be possible if you're from 6 different countries, including your coach from a European continent, maybe out towards America, maybe you're from the very corners of the country and whatnot as well. It feels like in countries like China and Korea, you can have a genuine culture of getting together, getting boot camps done much more easily. Even if you're a semi-professional organization, it doesn't cost as much. There's chances to accelerate like no one else has ever seen. I mean, hell, that's one of the reasons why Mongolia is so good, because everywhere you go, it's just a LAN cafe in Ulaanbaatar and, Blitz is standing there like, this Senzu kid seems pretty damn good.
Also, if you're anywhere, you're in the one city that has,
Mongolia does have that big advantage as well,
it's very high density in one cluster. So if you're going to find talent, you're going to find people at internet cafes, that's the place to do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, it makes sense.
And, that's sort of what we started to see developing in China as well. It's one of the cool things, actually. And look, I've never been to China before. Maybe this was common knowledge, and maybe I'm just dumb about this, but I've seen so many esports cafes around pretty much even in some of the most popular malls that we've been to and whatnot. The culture's always been there, and that's what the rest of the world has always lamented, like, oh my god, if only we had like China coming into Counter-Strike the way they did once upon a time in Dota 2, the way that they are currently in League of Legends, the way they have once upon a time in StarCraft and whatnot. If only we had this massive market of gamers who are absolute competitive beasts, who have a culture of excellence and the resources to actually get together.
Yeah, I mean, from when I used to live in Asia as well, it was like, it often wouldn't be in malls. Like, if you're going to find an opportunity to play video games with your friends, you'd usually have to go to like
a rinky-dinky cafe.
Yeah, kind of like a random place, like very specific specifically to go and play video games.
You got the plastic chairs over there as well, the classic ones that cost $5, and they're always one broken in the back.
And the biggest luxury was getting drinks delivered to your table.
Oh yeah, I mean the second you got that interface, like, oh my god, I can get my chips right here. Oh yes, the filthiest keyboards known to mankind.
There were definitely some drawbacks, but as we've grown, so have our standards. So that's also another thing. That's,
I mean, you know, we actually visited a place that had an esports hotel in it in Yancheng as well, above us, the place where we sort of went to when the tournament ended and everything as well. It's just cool to see. But what's also going to be interesting is sort of how we lean forward from this point onwards, right? Because as much as we've outlined, oh my god, grassroots are amazing, this is fantastic, China's growing so much, it also has to come with success internationally. It also has to come through with success at the top. Everything cannot be grassroots and grassroots alone. And that's why you look at all of these streamers, you look at all of these influencers, they all say the same thing. Look, we might be fans of Tyloo. You know, some of us might have played for Tyloo once upon a time, but whoever goes needs to perform.
Yeah. It's all about pride. All they really want to do is see China succeed.
Well, we're going to have to see China succeed in just a bit, guys. We're very sorry about the technical timeout. We're going to be back in just a bit. It's a small break. Hopefully, we're going to be back with some fantastic Counter-Strike.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分，喝东鹏特饮；组团开黑，喝东鹏特饮；巅峰对决，喝东鹏特饮；累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
对手是一个非常强劲的对手，我们之前也跟他们交手过几次，然后他们有他们独特的战术风格吧，确实是挺厉害的。赛前我们把他们就是会打到的5个图我们都看完了，这回合是最后一把嘛，那我们这边有把狙，然后呢，但是我们整体的经济是不是很好的？然后像这个 Info 这个图，其实狙能够拿到首杀的机会是比较少的，就是在 A 区的话，所以当时就决定是让一把狙去 B 区，让把狙去 B 区之后呢，先防对面的那种快节奏，看能不能找机会去偷人。然后 JE 也确实利用他的一个打法，激进的打法去拿到了一个人数优势，然后再打了一个心理盲区，就是马上交出了一个 B 的烟，让对面觉得我们就应该回去 A 了，但其实我们只能在 B。米亚举这一分，那个包在 L 楼其实只是单纯的队员忘记自己带着包了，白菜忘记自己拿着包了，然后其实那个包不是在他身上的，然后但是后续我们也是，因为我们那局开局就说了我们后续要打 A， 所以说那么他那个包你带着就带着吧，就也不去处理这个包了。然后我记得这分后续我们是打 A 成功了，但是我们残局输了，当时是3打2，我觉得也是个人选手那边有点进入残局之后有点打法有点僵硬吧，就是不知道哪里来人，然后该怎么站位，该怎么打。JE 这边他残局之后他不知道 B 小会漏，然后被 B 小杀了。同时牧师鱼在2楼那边被发现了位置之后，没有选择离开2楼，还是选择待在2楼。
The tension's still high, but still unresolved. We are yet to come through on Inferno. It has been a barn burner of a map. Even if it feels like we have had a whole series.
Yeah, no, I mean it's definitely been a long state of affairs just to get Inferno done and over with. And part of that has to do with how inseparable these teams have been. We've seen crazy rounds, we've seen a lot of retake attempts, we've seen bursts, last-minute scrambles. And it does seem like neither team has really been able to take reins of this game. And I think some of that has actually come down to either the coaching calls out of these tactical timeouts or some of these very, very sporadic decisions that seem to be made in these mid to late rounds. It does seem as though neither team can just knock the other one out, which is kind of what the fans in China want.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, listen, they also want some more games. But,
yeah, if the fight is to be
witnessed at
yes,
all.
they would at least like it to be close.
Well, listen, I asked for a long series today. Maybe I should have been more specific on that Genie was asking.
This is a Genie's wish.
Yeah, this goddamn monkey's paw. Somebody get these paws out of here.
Never make a deal with a Jin unless you're ready to make a very lengthy question.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I am not a lawyer, so I don't even try and go for that. I've seen all the Reddit comments be like, if you were to ask a Genie, how exactly would you phrase it? Like, put that lamp away. Don't even try it. That's a mystical being, much like Tai Lu, and it does feel sometimes like Tralu's had a bit of mystical energies on their side as well. A couple of those last-second bomb plants coming through, good kills, good double kills here and there and whatnot as well. That's not to say that Lin haven't had their own superheroes, but it's felt more like individual performance rather than battling against time.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of time, at the very least.
Unfortunately, we are having some issues with Westmoreland's microphone, and you know what they say, silent IGL is a useless IGL.
Yeah, I think we had to substitute a PC out during that break we had earlier, and now it seems a problem is still present. So
yeah,
we've had a couple of substitutions of PCs. They've been trying their hardest to sort out these
How many PCs
minor
do you
issues.
think you bring to an event like this?
I mean, with all the practice PCs you have to provide as well.
Let's just say the ones that you're assuming you're putting on stage.
I mean, I'm just gonna, I'll just be completely ignorant. I mean, it's probably like 30 PCs. Probably actually closer to 40, 50 as backup.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because like normally, once upon a time, you think, yeah, you probably just have 15 PCs, 5 backups. Not everything can go wrong.
I mean, you'll have so many PCs as well for production as well. So.
Well, I mean, you're probably not going to unplug a production.
No, I know, but some of the backups will be for production.
Of course.
That's true. That's true. As well.
I've run an event once or twice where my computer has completely failed, and I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably have had another solution for that one as well.
We're probably massively undershooting it as well.
Yeah,
like we're expressing our ignorance and not actually having an insight on the logistical side of things.
There's one producer in the chat, maybe like Kaimin or someone from like one of the older Asian organizers who's just sitting there like,
these guys are so wrong.
Why are you guys saying this? Yeah. But listen, sometimes we're ignorant, and unfortunately this is one of those times.
There's a lot of things that can go wrong, and likeliness is they probably will at some point.
Let's not make promises that we know are going to be kept.
Yeah. Well, usually it's not everything absolutely all at once. Usually.
But listen, at the end of the day, it wouldn't be a first-time arena experience without some hiccups, and it is unfortunate. I will say a lot of love out towards some of the videos that we've actually had so far. We've seen some really cool cinematics in ways that we haven't really had before in Counter-Strike. You would maybe go back to 2015 or so, but fortunately I have been given word that we are ready to click and press keys.
I will hold my breath until that timer hits 0. And even then...
They're moving!
Yep,
they're alive!
We're right back into the swing of things. First round of that second overtime went the way of Lin Vision.
I don't remember how, don't ask me. It's going to be a 4-man setup out towards that A-bomb site for Tyloo. And they hope to take some of that rust off, but the blood's been taken out of Lin Vision. Amelia and Westmelon have been chunked down by the grenade.
Just to recollect, it was a double entry into an immediate save call on that A-bomb site. And just look how reinforced this time this A play is actually for Tyloo. They may have read this right.
And they're going to be hearing all of this utility coming out as well. Mercury comes in from behind. He's got 2, he's got 3. What a performance from Mercury right at the timeout. Starry. A commendable effort, but when you're 1 versus 5, 2 kills seems useless as well.
That's just another one of those moments. How many times have we seen in this map specifically where Mercury and this crunch play, the burst play that Lin have tried running into brackets, just get totally stuffed. This is an area of the map that is not easy to take. Not when Tyloo are in defense.
Yeah, it helps have 4 players. It's been unbreakable, honestly. It feels like it. Even on the USBs, if we have the memory to go back that far. This time Tyloo play a bit more conservatively. They will have 3 players back in B and a silent defender on the A-bomb side in the form of Attacker, who's playing a bit further forward. Amelia, 1 HP. And listen, as much as you're going to be grateful, it does feel like you're walking wounded in the ultimate way for the rest of the round.
Yeah, 1 more round in this half before we switch. And there could be an advantage to be gained here by Lin. Whether or not Amelia's retained 1 health could be enough to influence it or not. Good incendiary timing. Still a minute on this clock, though.
Attackers come to realize that Starry has always been up to some antics around this time. This is where, if Tyloo don't have control over Banana, but they do have information, and it's unlikely to be lots of players because the utility they threw earlier on, Attacker gets worried about Starry. Tyloo, however, only have 2 players over here at the B-bomb site. The problem for Lin Vision is they've only got 3. And they've been smoked off. 40 seconds. Time's not looking good once again. G backs off.
They're deciding to hit this site at such a late timing. They can't afford for anything to go wrong. A smoke that's blooming over towards that A-bomb site. It's going to section off this A play. And Mercury will try and wait, hope that G can get into position to take that first contact. Mercury needs to strike first. G has a line, a deep one at that, but the opportunities miss. It's between Attacker and Mercury that they sweep up these kills on the A play.
I mean, both players in the crossfire playing completely hidden, playing in a way where it really doesn't feel like they can defend the other. But at the end of the day, they still get their multi-kills. Attacker, enough of a distraction to make it so Mercury couldn't be wide swung into thrice over. That kill was all he really needed. And we come out of this second half of the second overtime, or the first half of the second overtime, with Mercury getting consecutive triples.
And both in defensive A. The timing actually seemed good there for Lin Vision. G was rotating to support B, try and help in some capacity. But then Mercury steps up to the plate between him and Attacker. Strong angles held. I think Attacker did get caught by the flash, but with Mercury taking all the attention, then that crossfire could really be put to use. And there is an unfortunate banner.
I've seen that one before.
One of the positives of Attacker, at the very least, is that with how many times he plays very similar positions, actually, sure, you can get targeted, you can be abused, but you can also try and counteract that in as best way as you possibly can.
I mean, you can compare it to maybe someone like Liaz from FlyQuest, right?
Sure.
Where if you contrast that first map of Inferno versus Tai Lu that he played in the upper bracket of Group B versus the map of Inferno that he actually played versus Rare Atom, was very different looks, even though it was very similar positions. Often Liaz would back off, play from inside pit. Versus Tai Lu, he's getting flashed, he's getting naded, he's getting Molotov, he's getting shot by Starry. Versus Rare Atom, ooh, dodge a flash, dodge a nade. What? You've got Molotovs, I'm not even there anymore. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Yeah.
Feels like Attacker's more in the
It's kind of
latter camp.
understanding what their protocol was going to be, and what gaps there could potentially be exploited. And you don't necessarily always have that information. I think against Rare Atom, Liaz definitely was either in flow state or had very good info about how they would try and abuse him. But especially on Inferno, because there's so many nooks and crannies, even if you know where somebody is, you could just very, very much be opening up your back to a free kill by another CT.
Yeah.
So
I think
that's
one of the
important
cool
to
things
section.
about Attacker, though, is that, I look at the players like Freeman, and I always think, oh my god, I'd love to see this guy perform.
Sure.
And it doesn't feel like he has. Even when he got given a chance under the previous Tai Lu and the sort, it never felt like, we really saw, oh my god, this is a veteran player come back to give leadership. Attacker, I just wonder how he's been on the sidelines so far before this Tai Lu lineup, right? It felt like he was brought out of nowhere in a move of desperation. I'll be honest, when I saw this, I thought maybe Joking should have played. He actually looked really good in the team as well. But one veteran for the other, Joking on the coach. I don't know how they've done it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they were a little surprised with how well Mercury seemed to sort of take to the role, given that he was the third option.
I'll be honest, the second I saw that, I was like, this team's dead.
Yeah, they've tried everything.
Yeah.
Jamyoung, Mosea, Mercury. It's fine. Third time's a charm. Seems to be.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna let it count down to 0.
Yeah.
That's why we wait, guys.
This one's a tactical timeout. Is it? It looks. This is a tactical timeout. God. I knew I was right.
Oh, yeah. Got it this time. I mean, of course, look, I'm not sure on the rules, to be very frank, but I believe that players are not allowed to talk in the technicals. So, getting a tactical to come out of this big technical, of course, Gum's going to be able to get his players on the right page as well. At the end of the day, we cannot forget, Inferno has been the consistent win for Tai Lu.
Yeah, with a round advantage. Listen, we're going to forget some of the rounds that have happened in this game. These players will have forgotten some of the rounds that happened in this game.
Yeah.
Some of that is very important information to retain moving forward, whether it's, is there a flash coming after this HE that they like to throw on their default? Is there a smoke here? Have they used their HE on this bomb site? Do I need to worry about staring at the smoke? All these small details, some of it may be forgotten, as much as we may, joke about the back and forth and the extension of this map. That can lead to further mistakes. But it could also embolden players not held back by fear of what could be.
Oh, that flashbang forces Zacher away, and G now has the advantage because of it. No, actually, sorry, I thought G had taken a deeper line.
They're kind of just abandoning Westmelon. If a timing is taken here, I mean, with Jamyoung so close to that smoke just as it builds, in a way, I'm almost surprised to see that Tai Lu don't want to spring to action.
Westmelon's going back inside the bomb site. That means he'll have to actually proceed across the banana line if he wants to pick up that extra utility. That's why he just goes for retake util instead. He smokes it. Did he miss the Molotov? Is that why he's been forced to immediately smoke up the mouth of banana? That could be a mistake. There's 40 seconds left.
Yeah, seems to be.
They've called over a third player to this B bomb site.
They've got Su.
Tai Lu's deciding to go back over towards A. They've left behind Jamyoung. They've left behind G.
It's again a late time. This is like a taste of Lin Vision's own medicine.
Super
Super late
misses
timing.
the shot. Flashbangs to force him away as well. And now it's rotations. that they have to be expecting, but Linvision are not moving off of this A-bomb side. They still have two players. Great crossfire being set up. Molotovs will not be landing either. Westmelon reveals with a kill apiece. Starry's still around the corner. He's going to be spotted out and taken down still. That was the moment he had to perform.
The craziest thing, a late round timing, but Zacher will still try for it.
He's
a
trying to push.
1-on-3, but he will miss his opening shot. A trade was around that corner. And with Tyloo taking a risk, splitting the pack, two just running this fake on B, they still come away with their double kill, but they leave themselves vulnerable to falter, to fumble. But once again, Attacker seems to just step up in these hyper-important moments. Without his second entry, the round fizzles up.
Tyloo now, 2 map points, and Linvision, the pressure mounts. Starry's been such a stable hand. He's been such an important part of the defense. Zacher's alone, watching out for apartments. There will be no aggression in Banana again. There will be no real aggression in A, but they're trying to remedy that. They are trying to get Starry into a position where he could push into apartments and have the threat there. Is it too little too late?
Yeah, Lin are not pleased with losing rounds to late timings like that, to falling to fakes. So the fact that they have gone for that information play, Starry sets himself up inside of the apartments, knows that a smoke was thrown out towards middle, and he'll catch Mosea just as he's attempting to draw more over towards that A site. Flashed fully and a complete back-to-back. It's a two-man army that break straight through the crossfire on B. And just like that, Tyloo hold all the cards.
Lin are caught with their pants down over there. B-bomb side expecting it to be a more delayed hit, and Tyloo, the roars of the crowd behind them, and that just masks Starry's footsteps. He's in, he's about. Switches to the AK. Starry and Zacher both clutching beasts. Very often gods of the late round. A Molotov to displace, but it will not get the kill. Attacker is low, will not be spotted now. Hip exposed, taken down. Only Starry left. Incendiary, grenade, he's got everything. Wait. He's got the headshots as well. Jamyang plays a late round. It's always been him, but now, when he's needed the most, Starry stands tall. The full ace, denied before, but rises again.
The 5 sides of the star of Linvision. How on earth did they get that one back? A 4-on-2. And with Starry leading the charge and losing his teammate, he goes in with blistering speed. Emilia can't quite believe it. And you can certainly see why. The crowd thought Tyloo had it. We thought Tyloo had it, but now Starry is feeling bold. A good amount of damage onto Mercury, but it will fall away with just damage. And we have been here before. A team that can close, so close. But getting past that final barrier is too tall a task. Westmelon will try. MP9 drawn. He has Sue behind him on the same weaponry.
This is troublesome. Linvision. The B-bomb site will not always be retaken by a godlike performance from an individual. They need to hold down, and they need to find big kills.
Yeah, Tyloo are going to be nervous, though. Great. I mean, the finishing frag there for Westmelon is fantastic. But they're going to be nervous because they knew that Starry got aggressive last time over inside of the apartments when they were trying to take a late timing. And so they're conscious they could be contained.
I don't know if Westmelon's Incendiary is going to be enough over here. He needs to deploy it, he needs to deploy it soon, but he's so worried about being caught off now. Emilia is going to be the one who's called upon. Westmelon, Incendiary deployed, actually reveals Emilia's position. Attacker goes in through it. Incendiary just not enough, and now it has to be Sue in the back lines and MP9, and he will be able to smile on. And about give Linvision the 2 versus 1. Jamyang plants out in the open, a bold move. but a gamble that he will make successfully so.
The smokes were up long enough as well that he could have picked his poison as to where he sits in the post plant.
Zacher knows it.
9 bullets though.
It's going to be tough. Zacher turns away, running out of ammo. Is Jamyang needs it. Touts cannot get them once again. Starry to dig his grave. Emilia to rise and Linvision to equalize.
Another overtime. Tyloo had 2 chances at it. They had a 4-on-2. And now we're right back where we started. A clean sheet.
And it has been sullied, Michael. It's been sullied by timeouts. It's been sullied by problems, but both sides persevere.
And it's basically been the tone that's been set all game long. No one can get separation. No one can build momentum. There is no consistent way to win a round.
This is sometimes filthy, dirty Counter-Strike being played. But sometimes to find gold, you have to mine through. And we found gold. We found that big ace from Starry. We found this great defense from Su, even when Westmelon's been taken down. But can we find success from Linvision? Can we be seeing them trailblazing coming into the third overtime?
Somebody's got to win at some point. Someone's got to crack that case. Or will they be the one that cracks? Once again, one of these slower approaches here from Tyloo. They'll take that minute mark as they're signed to go, take control of brackets. They've been very bursty on these A plays.
There's 4 players here to defend.
But they're playing defensive. They're playing back.
It's going to be very split up, but the double swing comes in. Emilia and Komisu able to find one apiece. G as well, reveals position. No reason to peek back in. Now the pressure is on. The pressure is on Jamyang to go out towards the B-bomb site and make a clear path. Westmelon hasn't necessarily always been able to put up a defense here. He decides to play defensive.
Yeah, by playing it safe, they retain that numbers advantage for as long as possible. But when there is going to be a complete absence, a lack of presence, and with that smoke that's down, Tyloo will consider the approach of Westmelon. They'll consider this timing.
Incendiary being used to try and prevent the bomb from being planted in default, but that CT smoke will give them a lot more positions to go in for. It's still going to be pretty much close by. G moves back, secures Banana, and with that AWP, he can cover off that CT cross. This is not going to be an easy retake, numbers or not. No one's low enough to be taken down by the HE, so Starry might want to be using it just to try and prompt a response. Incendiary will be able to flush out Jamyang. He's fully blind, but he's able to recover in time. CT push is going to be spotted as well. Jamyang gets 2. You cannot cross, you cannot cross. It had to be Komisu, and when he falls, Zacher's fate was already decided.
I mean, they fall behind. They have less to retain, and by playing it safe, by playing it passive, even when they set themselves up for success, the flash did catch Jamyang. They just couldn't outmuscle him. Not when there was that high-low support. Moseo did his best to swing off Jamyang's contact. Tyloo have finesse. They have been together long enough. And they will build a boost so fast that Zacher cannot expect it. Westmelon, a molly that lands at his feet, and he draws a smoke. This may be dying embers here for Linvision. Komisu on the bomb site itself, but totally swarmed, and he just cannot find anything. A kill past it, above the smoke as well. Not even a fighting chance for a single defender of Linvision.
This B-bomb site has been weak in these past 6 rounds or so for Linvision. Be it Westmelon being unable to defend, forced to rely on Starry for retakes. Be it Zacher unable to predict a play that was attempted before, thwarted by Komisu getting aggressive down middle that time over. Linvision are tripping. It's Tyloo who are spreading control over the map, who are choking them out. And this time it was speed. That was their weapon.
Yeah, it's the one thing that's been benefiting them throughout this game. You know, if we're going to look at trends for these squads, Lin's timings, their tempo has been effectively the same for a lot of their rounds. But Tyloo have been more sporadic. harder to read, a little bit faster, a little slower in moments. They're sometimes waiting until the 23-second mark before they finally make a move on a site.
Bad position over here for Starry. Mosaic jumps up.
The timing
could not be better. Is this what they were looking for? Starry's got utility in his hand. Timing works both ways. Emilia tries to give him a chance, but in doing so will fall. Zaka alone. The MP9. The Deagle. They're fighting with their hands cut off. They're flailing with arms and no fists. Westmelon comes in, a nade overhead. And it's somehow a 2 versus 2. It's somehow calmed down.
Yeah, I mean, Su has done a slippery play past that smoke as well. They should never anticipate his position.
The storm is yet to come in through apartments, but the CT smoke might be what prevents him from finding success now. It's exposed off. Jamyoung taken down in the jump off. G alone. Called upon to clutch. He's looking for the first duel. It's easy one taken down. Su will trade. The protege of Stanislaw. The man from across the world will hold Lin's banner high.
Yeah, that instant headshot there from G. You started to believe there was a possibility. He had a read. I mean, he knew exactly where Su was, and he knew what to expect about how the approach would end up happening over towards Moto. The read is perfect, but this kill needed to be just as fast as the last, and Su doesn't give him that big a window. And so that will be a minor advantage here for Lin Vision going into that second half. And this will be a tactical for Lin. Some moments to breathe that have sometimes seemed fleeting, maybe even too much breath actually at times. But they want to discuss tactics. Make sure everybody's head is screwed on straight.
And if I'm being frank, Michael, I do hope that Westfeller on the C side can pick up what he was lacking on CT. He had great calls. He really did. In a lot of places, good stacks being called down, setting up his players in ways that they will get, you know, somewhat favorable duels coming out to them, but you still have to win them, and very often you have to win your own when you're given a role as important as being entrusted with the entire B-bomb site.
Well, a full line of util over towards Banana, but no one actually looking to take deep control. Jamyoung is actually someone that can be quite aggressive, has been. Something that has changed as his game continues to develop.
He's asked for another flash and a smoke. They're going to be catching them out with util in their hands, but Mosaic cannot support Jamyoung.
He wasn't ready, just as they weren't for that smoke to fade, and he didn't expect to be given such a free opportunity, only for that to come back to bite him.
Both sides losing track of utility, and listen, when a game's getting this late, when a game is getting this deep, you are surely going to have more mistakes coming in. Who will be Diamond, who will be Graphite? One side is going to come out stronger than ever, the other crumble. Tyloo has made the call. Leave attacker to his own devices, trust in the veteran, and reinforce B. It's a right call, and it's a right man at the right angle. G ready. Lin, will they contest this without a flashbang? Flash comes out, G forced away. They've got util in their hands as well. Mercury stops trying to take the peak. The CT smoke is late, but the man hasn't been eliminated. Westmelon finds a kill on a G right through the smoke. Knife out, needs to put it away. The gun is required, but Mercury will be the one to contest inside the bomb set itself.
14.
Zaka turns around looking for the bomb plant, cannot get it done. Mosaic and Mercury will hold on. A defense that has evaded this B bomb site until Lin Vision are on the T side. Now we see what a B hold really looks like.
And Lin try to get ahead of it. They almost get ahead of themselves. I mean, Westmelon trying to dive through spawn. He's trying desperately to cause some chaos. And in doing so, you know, you need to see this urgency from Lin Vision. They're trying to crack into this bomb site at 15 seconds, and not everyone is committing. They're worried about the possibility of a flank. They're not sure if Tyloo will have done some kind of counteraction, but that's not something that Tyloo have been doing pretty much all game. They have not been prioritizing moving for fast flanks. They haven't been pushing extremities. We haven't seen that aggression from attacker where it hasn't been punished in some capacity. And now this deep control, this faster timing, this time Jamyoung will succeed. He will not lose track of that smoke. Last time deterred by Molotovs and incendiaries. This time enabled by not only himself, but G behind him.
And now in the 5 versus 3. Tyloo last time over, they were thwarted by an ace from Starry. It doesn't feel like lightning strikes twice. Lin Vision, it might have been the victors of every series this team has played this year. But this is a different ball game. It's been breaks. It's been clutches lost. It's been the time itself against them. Can they make up for it over here? When they need to be the ones to stand tall, Mosea spots that information, doesn't want to take the peak without a flash to help, and that's why Starry will be taken down without a chance to fight. Su's trade seems meaningless. The nooses around their neck, it's only a matter of them being hung, but maybe Su can still get a finger in. 2 versus 2. Mercury undetected, but maybe suspected. He's missing his first chance. 15 seconds, bomb on the ground. Mercury finally puts them to bed. Tyloo once again, blaze on Inferno.
There was challenges all throughout. An endurance test for everyone involved. But there is still energy here. This is still Tyloo's turf. And they will continue to thrive in these late round moments versus a team that are desperate to prove they've got what it takes.
And for Lin Vision, it felt like they were in control so often, and it felt like they were making the better calls as well. But at the end of the day, you look out towards the defenses, you look out towards the micro plays, you look out towards the duels. You can make all the stacks you want if you're going to be caught with utility in your hands, if you're going to be caught not able to take the duel when you're flashed in, if you're missing your aim. Contrast that first regulation where you're seeing players like Su, players like Westman getting double kills when even the other one isn't, and it all tapered down.
Yeah, there was no consistency. I mean, we saw these great flashes from everybody, whether or not you were the in-game leader, the typical support player, the anchor, like every role did get stressed out and had to make these plays to answer back in so many of these moments. And listen, not all of them ended up panning it into round wins, but just having that threat, having that worry, both these teams had them as weapons throughout this game. And I think ultimately what the difference maker in this map felt like there was just these pace changes for Tyloo. That just continuously caught Lin Vision off guard.
And look, it's not to say that there weren't problems going on, right? Problems for both teams, problems that maybe do throw you off your game, that maybe do make you overthink when you're sitting in silence, but unfortunately, pressure is pressure. And there was nothing like it, and Lin Vision just caved.
And, you know, it's serious faces for a lot of the show, but I'm just happy we are done with Inferno. We were trapped in this hell for a while.
Well, listen.
And I'm glad Tyloo did salvage it.
Still a chance for Lin Vision over here to fight back and make it 3. That has been the consistent story.
Yeah.
But I do wonder whether a loss like this would be maybe a bigger blow to the mental than anything before. This has already been the most stressful series of every match that they've played so far, I guarantee it.
Yeah. Draining, I think, is maybe the way to describe it.
The hyperbolic time chamber, but now it's also for an EWC spot on the line.
Yeah, it's like constant flashbacks. Tyloo are about to win. Oh, but we pushed another overtime. Tyloo are about to win. We pushed another overtime. Tyloo are about to win. This time, third time's the charm. So I do expect that, you know, for Tyloo, this is also the environment is more familiar. They're used to having things like this happen, I think, a bit more. Even if their players are inexperienced, they were put through the ringer and thrown to very much the upper stratosphere of Asian Counter-Strike for quite some time, in a way that very infrequently are youngsters, I guess, stressed in that same capacity. So
I'll be honest though, Michael, I mean, Jam Young in a lot of those rounds was impeccable. If you're the entries, he's able to get out towards the B-bomb side. We've been praising his aggressive play, but even that measured play in, 20 seconds left remaining, all these timings, it's been fantastic. But I cannot wait to hear more about it from the desk. It's been a big game, and they've got a lot to say.
What a map that was, with Lin Vision going 7-5 at the halfway mark. Ultimately, Tyloo walk away with the victory, 22-19. Naokai, I'm going to come on over to you first. Is this worthy of a Tyloo victory and performance that we've seen this map?
I think the way to kind of break this sort of game down for me is, despite Kormisu and Starry's heroics, it still wasn't enough. As a whole, Tyloo is a more holistic victory. Everybody across, despite kind of the tech pauses, across that entire map, everybody was stepping up. All the way up until overtime, the kill disparity between the top and the bottom was actually so small comparatively to Lin Vision. We talk about Kormisu, who was flying. Starry was actually really struggling. At one point, he then came alive towards the latter end, but it wasn't really the entire team. Westmoreland has flashes, but Amelia went quiet when we needed him most, and unfortunately, they just couldn't shut him down.
Mercury was a big factor in that game, and no doubt about it. I mean, to address the elephant in the room, obviously, a lot of tech pauses, a seriously long, a marathon of a game of Inferno. The pressure on the leadership core to stay calm and composed, and they did look quite calm, actually, in the end of that overtime. That's hella impressive, because they have been sat there for a long time. People are obviously getting frustrated. Keeping a cool head is honestly 90% of the battle. You get that far into a game.
Well, before we headed into this series, this map, we were really highlighting Zaka as one of the players that really stood out for Lin Vision thus far. However, when we look at this map in particular, at the halfway point, he only had 2 kills to his name. Ultimately, he was able to build up that momentum, but if we had seen a bit more firepower coming out of him earlier on in the map, do you think they could have walked away with the victory?
Maybe. I mean, we look towards this Lin Vision side, and a lot of the times we focus on him to bring a lot of the numbers to the game, and unfortunately, he just could not get into it. He couldn't get going. And to be fair, on the flip side, neither could G for a while too. So I think both AWPers struggled to find their impact in the early part of the game. It wasn't until overtime that G started to step up a lot more, but Zachra across the board, we just didn't see enough from him. I feel like he's a guy that we look towards a lot, but at the same time, I think Inferno can be a really difficult map to AWP on, especially on that C side as well, and that's where Zaka really was quite uncomfortable. CT side had his moments, had flashes here and there, but it wasn't enough.
And that said, Call Me Sue and Starry had excellent maps. Starry had 2 or 3 colossal moments to keep them in this map. It would have been over an hour ago if it wasn't for Starry. Monster rounds, huge aces, big clutches. And we came into this series saying Starry's not necessarily playing his best tournament. He played a hell of a map 1 there. And I think we look at this series holistically, this should have been the most one-sided map. We all thought Tyloo was going to sweep this. They did not. It obviously could not have been any closer. Lin Vision might have lost, but they've probably given their opponents a better running on Inferno than they have in all of their winning series over the last few weeks.
Well, Alan, before we headed into this map, you said one of the key things that Tyloo had to do was isolate Zaka as a player. Do you feel like that's exactly what they did, and maybe that's why Zaka wasn't as effective as he was?
Potentially, was a factor. I think they did play fairly clean Counter-Strike. I do think, though, given the circumstances there at the end, simple Counter-Strike was the way forward. You didn't want to do anything complicated, and it really came down to who was on the same page the most, who was making the least mistakes, who was communicating the best. Obviously, given the scenario, that isn't easy. So, yeah, I mean, maybe by virtue of playing clean Counter-Strike, Zaka was slightly removed from the game, but equally, is Inferno the map where he's going to shine the most? He's probably got better chances later in this series.
And credit to Tyloo as well, actually. Off the back of the tech pause, which were pretty extensive, the next 3 rounds they called the T side, they just rush B. I mean, you go for nice, fast, simple rounds, and they worked. They punished Lin Vision, who were expecting this to go back into a slow default style of game. And I think at this point, Tyloo, frustrations about not closing out this map had got to them. They're like, let's close this out. Let's see this off. We've got to go back to what we do best, send the individuals in, and it worked.
Well, second map is going to be Ancient. That's Lin Vision's map pick. Coming off the back of that performance, so surely frustrations are going to be through the roof. How do you look to approach this against Tyloo?
I mean, good news is that this is a map which Zaka normally does thrive on. And then if you get the additions of Komisu, who actually has a struggling amount of impact on this map recently in this tournament, you get Starry back on the way we want to play, that's actually quite positive as a whole, right? Those three alone are enough to take down Tai Lu if they're playing towards their game. So if we get Zaka online on the same level as those two, it'd be great. The only issue is it's pretty unlikely that we get another Starry masterclass of aces and clutches galore, and Komisu having that much impact, especially on that CT side. So I don't know, I still favor Linvision in this map. It has been a really strong part of their pool, but we still need a little bit more, I feel.
I mean, absolutely, yeah. Obviously, we came into this series saying our biggest concerns for Linvision are big stage games, playing on LAN, playing under pressure. By virtue of the order of the veto, they're a map down now in this series, but we still favor them. And now is the test of their leadership core about staying on the same page, about not getting flustered. They are still believe it or not, the favourites to win this series. It might not feel like it after the gut punch of losing that map, but they love these next two maps. If they can make it to the third, they're a fabulous nuke team, and they've beaten Tai Lu on it multiple times. They've got to remember that. They can't dwell on this map. As painful as that's going to be, they're still in a fabulous position to win this grand final.
I mean, we can look at the stats as much as we want, but ultimately player exhaustion is very much going to factor into this as well. These players have been up there on this stage for God knows how long now. So do you think that that's going to potentially impact Linvision?
I would say the only person that could, you know, with the jury's out is Komisu being the rookie. But I think for the rest of the team, they're so experienced in terms of how long they've been playing at this sort of level. So I think they should be okay. You know, same thing over towards Tai Lu. The only thing that we actually question is just the IGL in a sense of Mercury. You know, how does he call deep games when he is starting to get tired himself personally? But as a whole, I think for Linvision, it's just about Komisu, whether, you know, as a rookie, how experienced is he going really deep in these long sort of games. But he seems fine to me, and I'm sure as a youngster, you know, I'm sure he's playing 5e and Face It when he was in NA until 4 in the morning. So
I mean, certainly for the Tai Lu core when they were on Rare Atom, they played in the ESL Challenges. If you were not placing first in your group, you're probably playing 2 best-of-3s in a day.
Yes.
And if you get first last, that's a hell of a lot longer than today is going to be for these teams. So certainly for them, they should be comfortable with the depth, but it is slightly different when you're under this pressure, when you're in a grand final, when there's no gap to reset. That is tough. I don't envy these players.
Do you guys think it's going to be another back and forth affair? Because, I mean, we headed into Inferno feeling pretty confident that Tai Lu would walk away with the victory, but it was an awful lot of back and forth. It was looking pretty dicey at times. So heading into Ancient, is this one where you feel like Linvision are going to well and truly dominate?
I mean, generally speaking, if you were to look at it just in terms of like the HG scoreline, the scorelines don't look too bad, but they never feel like they're that close. Watching back in a couple of their Ancient games they played against each other, it always felt like Linvision were in a spot to close it out. It was just making sure they got that final hurdle over the line. So I think sometimes you look at it and you'd be like, okay, 13-11, oh, that's pretty close, or 13-10, it's not bad, but it never felt as much like Tai Lu had a real grasp on this map. And I have a feeling that might be the same. Everyone's just going to follow trends and follow historical data with what we've seen. Generally speaking, Linvision make most of these games look relatively comfortable.
I could see it being fairly convincing for Linvision. I think I didn't expect Komisu and Starry to play so well in that first map. If they carry over even 80% of that form, they have all the pieces, and we've seen it in their previous games. They've won a lot of Ancients against Tai Lu, so if individually they were running at a higher level, we shouldn't doubt them. We should expect them to win the second map.
So let's say theoretically we do end up going into that nuke. Are you still feeling like it's going to favor Linvision, the nuke as well?
If anything, yeah, like kind of twice as much, right? Because they've recovered off the back of a really grueling map. You then win your own map pick, your confidence on high, you're rolling through momentum. So I feel like, you know, it's a map in which is traditionally, it has been, at least the argument is that they could have picked into it and made it a bit of a punish here against Tai Lu, because it's a map they've won before, it's a map they've played before, and it's a map that's been a strong part of their pool. So yeah, if anything, if they can push it towards nuke, I favor them kind of even more.
Tai Lu's best chance might be to 2-0 this series.
Yeah, I agree.
We speak about all these mitigating circumstances. If we get onto nuke, that's so far in the past. They've all played a lot of Counter-Strike. So, you know, if there's going to be issues with Linvision coming into the start of this game, they can't throw that away. They need to win Ancient if that opening is there.
One thing is for certain, the crowd have been cheering on G non-stop. I've been loving the energy they've been sending his way, although I'll be honest with you, there was a moment in which G was going like this and it was just radio silence.
Yeah.
Radio silence. At that point, I was like, oh no, I think the fans just want you to win out already. But ultimately, they've been showing up. Everybody's gone to grab their drinks, their snacks. And I think we should be fairly ready to get the next map started, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Asia delivers. I mean, this is going to be a real testament to Westmelon in terms of what he can do to, and even Gum as well as kind of the coach, in terms of how do you then brush off what is a really difficult map to sort of recover from. You had plenty of chances to win it yourself. You recovered time and time again, denying the map points from Tai Lu. You get so close. If anything, I mean, I don't know if you'd agree as well, and you know, with your days of being a coach, but I always think that it's actually better to be blown out on a map because you can just brush it aside. Like, oh, well, what happened? It happens. But they brought it back. They time and time again.
If it wasn't for the context that I think they expected to lose that map anyway, or they should have, and they have in the past, they made it so close. I think an interesting angle now for this grand final is we speak about these teams and we're saying, you know, who actually could get into tier 1.5 or tier 1? Who could get up that VRS ranking? You win this series from here. If Lin Vision are capable of playing top 15 level Counter-Strike, you brush aside all the crap going on, all of the mid-game circumstances, losing that first map, that being painful, and you just win this series and make us forget about it. That is the mark of a champion. That is the sort of CS they need to produce.
Would you agree with that, Alan? That, you know, you'd almost rather lose a game pretty convincingly so that you can reset and go?
I mean, they all feel the same in the end. It's a lot of energy to throw into the mix to not win a map. But no, I think I'd rather take a map like that. As much as it might sting, there's so many more positives than just losing 16-4 and then being like, well, why did we even show up? What was the point in that?
Well, Lin Vision, obviously tentatively, if they do manage to walk away with the overall victory in this series, will end up going up 4 places in the VRS rankings. Meanwhile, if Tai Lu end up losing this, they only drop 1 place. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, it really isn't. I mean, I think it also shows just how close these two are in terms of not only the ranking, but in terms of where they stand in overall VRS points and all the rest. But the good spot is whoever wins this game does climb us out of the top 20. That is massive for this region. To now then start to have real conversation. I mean, we can have legitimate conversations about having 3 teams from Asia in the top 20. It's just such a rarity. I mean, also in them you can include FlyQuest as well, who are just outside in the 23rd, 24th. So
yeah,
we talk
it's better than NA.
Yeah, exactly.
Not even a contest.
There is a legitimate world, especially if FlyQuest think they're not going down. So I think the next event is just a major, right? So if they get a decent run there, we could have 4 teams from Asia instead of the top 20. That's pretty impressive. No two ways about it. So the scene's in a good spot. It's in a healthy spot, I think, generally. And having rivalries like this, it is sick to see who is the next up to try and challenge the Mongols.
Yeah, it's so much more fun as well when they played each other so much, and you can build off that rivalry and see where this matchup is heading. I mean, honestly, 2 Chinese teams playing like this well in a grand final, that would have been unthinkable maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But yeah, the CS out here is improving. I'm sure a lot of the younger teams as well are watching on, seeing their favorite star players performing well too, thinking we could be on that stage in no time as well. So it's not just about these teams, it's about the whole scene. And yeah, it's so great for them that they get represented by both of their top squads here in this grand final.
More case openings.
Is that a case 1? CSGO case 1? They're worth like £80.
Are they really?
Yeah. I got one from a Facebook the other day.
How have they all got so much energy? Still so much energy to give. I'm here for it.
Good on them. The appetite for Counter-Strike here in China, you know, I think for a while there was definitely this notion that it was, you know, all the FPS players went to kind of Valorant or to kind of Crossfire, but the appetite is super ripe here, and we've seen it. I mean, even kind of in Yanchong, which is, you know, quite out of the way, we're still getting fans coming out for Tai Lu, Rare Atom, Lin Vision, getting them supporting, seeing some of these big teams, obviously here in Shanghai as well. It's been pretty fantastic. So it's been quite a nice discovery to just see how deep the scene goes, not only in terms of the fans, but also the teams as well. There's so much talent coming through now, as we saw from the Chinese Open qualifiers. I think it's a good time to be in Chinese
the number of
Counter-Strike.
good teams they have, it's actually kind of similar to Mongolia. You're just like, how would they have so many decent teams? Where are all these players coming from? Endless conveyor belt. Mag 7 on the screen, he wanted better than that. That's unfortunate, but yeah, the Chinese scene is in a good place. They also have, you know, a lot of teams, storied orgs that have been around for a long time. Tai Lu's been playing competitive Counter-Strike as long as I can remember, well in excess of a decade and a half. Older than probably some of their fans. It's almost certainly, I'll be willing to bet.
I got to ask you guys though, obviously Tai Lu have walked away with the map 1 victory. Now what are the win conditions in order to guarantee them to walk away with another victory on Ancient? What is it that they need to do?
I think, you know, it's quite a basic point here, but I think actually G needs to be a little bit more proactive in shutting down Zaka. I think, you know, for me, when I've seen this map do really well for Envision, you know, it's easy to say because we always will say it. It sounds like a repeated point, but Zaka puts up serious numbers on this, especially on the CT side. This is where it's his domain. He's very difficult to make him feel uncomfortable. He's very flexible. He adapts on the fly. He likes to kind of get into the thick of the fight. So I look towards somebody either like G to kind of challenge him in these long-range duels, or actually sending a rifler up close and personal and see what they can do. Maybe like Attacker.
We need Mercury. He needs to be a monster.
All right, well, the weight of the world is weighing in heavy on the shoulders of Lin Vision, hoping to remain in this series. Will we take it to map 3? We got to get through that Ancient first. Take it away, boys.
It's time to find out whether it's done into and Tai Lu can head home, breathe a sigh of relief as they find their first win over Envision in the year, or will the bear fight back? Can 5 Chinese men fight a bear, Michael?
I don't have the answer to that question, actually, but there will be significant hopes put on Lin to perform. I mean, a very, very close game, a nail-biter, a so back and forth. As many twists and turns as the Huangpu River here in Shanghai.
Are you sure you got that pronunciation right?
Probably wrong, actually, but...
Why don't we give it 2 or 3 different ones just in case?
I'm trying my best out here.
Yeah. Well,
and Lin are going to need to answer back in this series. They will not want to go out with a whimper. They definitely did not on Inferno, and now that they were on their map pick, they have to justify it. They have to show that they have the endurance, that they belong, that they can beat Tai Lu, lest the dynasty start to form with this new age under a very familiar brand. A map to the good, but it took absolutely everything. And now Lin will start here on this T side. A play for Red Room, the gap here for Tai Lu on their defense.
It's a bait and switch coming out for Dono, but it ends up being a slip and slide back over towards the B-bomb side. Call Me Sue's making the call that, hey, maybe I can come, but they're looking for the fight. Starry has to be careful. He has the bomb, Michael. Stays alive. It's 1-for-1. The bomb will still be in their possession, but Mosaic has fought back. He's found the lurker, and now he's looking for more duels. Misses out on his chance, but G, in the meanwhile, looks for lurkers elsewhere. Zaka closes the gap, brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Jamyang still unsuspected. Flashbang comes out. He turns around. Jamyang shuts him down. Starry. First headshot is good. He needs a little bit more where that came from. Doesn't have the bullets. Still gets it done nearly. That one bullet that goes by the side of G's head. That's enough to lose in the round.
That 2 health is all he needs. The shooting looked on point. Lin found a gap. They exploited it, but as much as there is some heroism here for Tai Lu at the end, if not for the fact that Mosaic is able to buy that space, get some more time to fold their way, those rotates may not have hit in time.
Look, man, Mosaic might not have made it as an IGL, but the fact that he's got this amazing recognition over here is just wild. He looks out towards that deep Red Room bush. He spots out information. Oh, they're coming B. Well, I'm pretty sure I know that there's going to be at least one player here, right? Absolutely. He goes back into cave, takes the duel, takes him down, and with that round's back on the menu. It didn't feel like it should have been. It looked like Sue was in a great position, even has that close-range Glock duel. But what a read from Isaiah.
Yeah, no, I understood exactly how he was being funneled in that moment. If they're going to put pressure on him, his easiest escape path is through to cave, so...
Yeah. And look, let's take a minute to revisit some of the wrongs and some of the rights of Inferno as well, right? In terms of what went wrong for Envision, what went right for Tai Lu. You compared the anchoring performance that was coming through between, you know, someone like Westman versus someone like a Jamyang.
Sure.
This could be a dangerous territory for them as well on Ancient, right? If Mosaic is able to get raids like this, if Mosaic is able to get a hold of the B-bomb side, you're going to be reminded a bit of Child King. It's a lot of that same mechanical prowess. It's a lot of that decision-making that feels like it's instant, but it's with more experience. It's with more pizzazz at times as well.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot that can sort of be meta-gamed almost internally between these two sides, especially when it comes down to some of those micro choices, but also some of the experience that they would have taken away from playing against other teams, not only from the region, but also from abroad when they've had those international opportunities. If they recognize something even vaguely similar, they should be leaping or sort of chomping at the bit to be ahead of that play in any capacity. And you know, if there is a team to do it, it is Tyloo within this tournament. They have been so good at coming up big in these critical moments, and a lot of that is actually based on the reads, whether or not that's individuals, whether or not that's Mercury calling, whether it's Joe King's preparation. This Tyloo team does have that X factor about them.
And it's weird because obviously we talked about Zacher. Oh my God, what a second half performance that he has and whatnot. Tyloo's had a few full team-wide second half performances. Hey, yo, FlyQuest can have a word with you about that. Losing 11 rounds in a row on this very map. Tyloo is, it's a scary team. Let's be frank about it. And especially when their mice work.
Yeah, and one of the positives as well is that when we look at Lin Vision and their runs, I mean, a lot of their officials, a lot of the games that if they are able to steal wins away from Tyloo, if they even have opportunities like it, hell, even if they just take maps off, a lot of it is online. And you know, this is why this is an important proving ground for them, because they want to do it in front of their audience, they want to do it online. They don't have these chances as frequently. You know, they're often fighting in domestic tournaments just to best each other in the rankings.
Yeah. And I'm going to be frank, man, I've seen this team crumble.
Yeah.
I've seen this team crumble a lot in the past, even online. And look, I do think that this is the best Lin Vision has ever looked. This is one of the best Chinese teams we've had in the past, like, 8 years of Counter-Strike or something like it. They are absolutely deserving of a spot at EWC. They're absolutely deserving that $100,000 that are on the line, lest we forget. But you still have to defeat the crumble.
Yeah. 100,000 for first, 60 for second.
And listen, man, it doesn't have that same ring to it. 5 figures, ugh.
Yeah.
The ick. I wouldn't put that on a Tinder profile.
Earned 5 figures in this one tournament.
Oh.
And then it was split 6, 7 ways?
Could have been 6 though, yeah. You know what is wild though? I know I mentioned this before, but you know what? We can bring it back.
Yeah, sure.
Sponge, probably one of the most celebrated figures from the APAC region in Counter-Strike. I think it's fair to say over the past like 10, 11 years or so. I looked at all the major winnings that he got across his career.
Right.
It's $8,000 for him individually. You know what our third place team is getting across the 5 of them? $8,000 individually. Third place at ACL 2025 is equivalent of 4 major attendances from Sponge.
Doesn't account for stickers, but I hear you.
Yeah, Counter-Strike, man.
That's the growth.
It's been a revolution. And Lin Vision hope to be participating in this revolution in Riyadh. Tyloo, however, they know they're the ones in the lead. They know they're the ones in control. Flash is good, Mercury pushed away, but Mosaic on the other side is still good for a trade from Call Me Sue. Mercury still out and about. He had to win that duel, and somehow he has.
That will be a threatening combo all throughout this CT side. The aggressions of Mosaic and Mercury. Players that so often, for the longest time within this course, sometimes just weren't able to play together. They'd be forced to separate extremities. When one was on, the other would frequently falter. Under Mercury, though, both can pop off, both can have those moments. And sure, Mercury is not seen as much of a star, but he doesn't shy away. He doesn't make critical blunders. With him fighting for that man advantage, Lin will be hard-pressed to get anything back. A smoke that's inside of red, and they'll wait for it to disperse. Jamyoung's around the other side, waiting to greet him. Shoulder offered up. Jamyoung looks behind. He wasn't sure if Starry might have cheated past that smoke.
The fear creeps in, and now G at range is smoked off.
But if they start to move to attacker's bomb site, this is a guy that can be so good, can step up in so many of these important moments. He is waiting, he's hesitant. He knows Lin will try and fight for a post-plant position.
The bomb is going to be planted. Invisibility towards him as well. He's taking it down. Time is ticking it out. And with G coming in from behind, Emilia no longer had that covering power of Starry, who turned around to focus on the donor player as well. A little bit of a misread on the situation, forgetting about the existence of Attacker.
Well, that's why he's actually so devastating on this side of the map, is that, you know, especially if you're going to put so much pressure towards B lane, or you're going to throw presence in through middle, sometimes he'll set up his nest inside of Donut. Other times he'll have pushed A main. He's someone that actually doesn't fear either of those avenues and knows how important they can be to stopping an eventual A play.
And just when you think you find him, pops out a temple.
And if you don't put pressure on him, he can also threaten your flank.
Absolutely. Good start to things in the anti-deagle round as well. It's Tyloo to start building up the economy. Of course, they invested into many MP9s, expecting the 4 spies on the other side earlier on, so their money's already been built. Now that they get to keep 4 M4s alive, ye gods, we're rich.
Yeah, G gets his couple of kills and then falls into the loving embrace of Attacker to cover. Good coordination off each other, but also a little shift up there for Tyloo to call for this quick boost on G to Tree. And I don't know if he's the one that called it, but Lin were definitely unsuspecting. Full rifles now out for Lin Vision. This T side needs to get going, needs to get started. The smokes are down and a full flash onto Attacker, who tries to take the aggression himself. Su will try and even just walk a smoke. They find an advantage and they do not want to pump the brakes. Mercury gets caught dancing back and forth for that duel.
He keeps committing to it.
He had an escape.
A full window of opportunity to retreat.
But he's a fighting man.
And right now he might regret that.
That could be the blunder that lets Lin in.
Mosea is hoping that it's not. A flashbang into Cheetah reveals his position and he backs off. They're worried about Red Room. It's been threatened too many times. And what they're worried about is, hey, we saw multiple people in middle. Could they be coming through? Could they overrun G? But by moving back, Mosea misses out on his advantage. A Molotov will give him a chance to start swinging out. It's not gone deep enough to actually prevent him from peeking. The second one does. But all in the meanwhile, Mosea still finds his sideline onto Emilia, takes him down. The Invasion still looking for the trade, will be able to find it, and now Tyloo have to back.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, they needed Mercury. They needed just a little bit more success out of that play. If Mosea was able to hover around and create a path where G could safely rotate, because he was sectioned off by a smoke, Mosea needed to throw that chaos in, and it was simply too tall a task. Molotov on both sides. Now, G will be able to secure an exit, but that should be all it is. Even knows that another player's coming his way, so Zacker's down as well. This first gun round here for Lin Vision will find success, but it comes at quite a deep cost to their economy.
Not less than the advantage is that Emilia and Starry actually had some money built, saved even in the previous round. They had about $1,000 a pop. So, you know what? It's not going to affect them now, but should that next round become another hairy one or go the way of Tyloo, anything like that, Lin are in a difficult position. It has to be consecutive rounds chained together, and this was a good one, right? This is where they're able to force Mosea away. We talked about how important his position as an anchor will be. We've talked about how important Attacker will be as well on these CT defenses. If you could put either one of them out of position, that could be a win condition. Right now, though, Attacker is in middle. Doesn't need to be in that A-bomb site, but then fight is coming to Mercury. Westmelon jumps through the smoke with a Mac-10. Finds Mercury with a smoke in his hand, and G is going to be caught just as off guard. This progression up ramp is going to be interrupted. Mosea still alive, always good for the one, but his multi is necessary. Zacher trying to circle in from behind, but it's Jamyang to cover it off with the smoke. That smoke is false cover. Zacher still here. Mosea found out as well. Zacher with the AK. The triple kill. The second round. Lin Vision are back in business.
The beast that is Lin does not respect the smoke. I mean, Westmelon just leaping through, catching Mercury, and then Zacher doing much the same, not quite to the same pace, but here's the spam of Jamyang and knows that's his time to strike. You can see just how quick Mosea tried to turn. The immediate responses trying to trail past Zacher in that smoke to no avail. There have been many dangers for Tyloo. There was a created opportunity, but it just goes to show the fearlessness that players like Westmelon have. You know, as a caller, to take that leap of faith, didn't have a player to trade behind him, had effectively no contingency plan, but wanted info and felt a play.
And I'll be honest, that fearlessness was one of the things that was missing out of Inferno, right? We never see them getting aggressive on the CT side. We never see them disrespecting a smoke, except for the one time he's able to push through and play containment for the retake, right? This is the Westmelon that struck fear into the hearts of everyone who was playing out against. And to be honest, you think back to it, it's always been Ancient. It's been one of his most successful maps where he's able to get an excellent read onto an opponent that he's researched.
Yeah, I think, you know, maps, weirdly, it's a lot of the newer maps. I mean, an Ancient, an
Anubis.
I mean, when we look back at, like, Overpass, for example, mainly it was Zacher, to be quite frank.
Westmelon would always be good for like one round on the outside of B
Yeah.
or something like it, but you did mostly look out towards Zacher when X-Pro was there.
Yeah, definitely a player that's specialized, though. Even if he is calling now, just a really intuitive sense for the tempo of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you look out towards, you know, players like Kixon, for example, who sometimes have had these insane performances in finals and whatnot, stepping up when he's recognizing what's going on, asking for flashes, maybe where sometimes he'd be delivering them otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think Westmelon's a shy guy. If he wants something, he asks, and he may get it.
Sometimes he takes, as he's taken that second round away as well. Tyloo, hoping against hope that this weird buy, this almost eco, is going to be giving them success. Now, with that B-bomb side stack, getting aggressive and finding information, they do get the pendulum back to A. Smokes out towards CT and Donut are going to betray the fact that they are right about this, but a smoke at main might be problematic over here for Lin Vision.
They're trying to play in front of the smoke.
And with Mosea having that Mag 7, there was certainly a possibility, but Sue takes him down while fully blind. Mercury comes in, and Jamyung Soul on the Mag as well. Have Tyloo done it? Jamyung will sacrifice Zacher.
And Jeef threatened the flank. I mean, he got his kill inside of middle, so that's why Sue had to trail back. It's why Lin had to feel fear, running through a smoke, knowing they were going into a meat grinder, and that they could have also been boxed in simultaneously.
This cannot be the kind of round you lose twice in a series. Jamyung with the AWB will finish it all off as well. With the Mag 7 going down early on, it felt like most of the threat had been eliminated somehow. Mercury gets 2.
Yeah. I mean, a damn good job. The blowing of the smoke only saved them for so long, and then all of a sudden they realize that they have to deal with this high-low player behind the box, reinforcements en route, and a very, very important kill for G to have found the lurker.
And remember those monetary issues?
Yeah,
they're back.
Come to pass. Good HE onto Westmelon.
Yeah, he's not liking that one. He's not going to be pushing any smokes today. And something tells me that Tyloo might not be falling to as many force spy rounds as envisioned it. Now, this is still one with a lot of threat. 3 rifles, more than enough to be a cause for concern. And those 3 rifles are looking to go out middle. Now, it doesn't feel like there's going to be anyone to throw utility for them. Zacher's only got the single flashbang if they want to reclaim anything. He moves back for a re-smoke as well. The flashbang will force Starry to stay his hand. Westmelon plays control out towards Cave, will spot out the fact that there's no one there.
At the very least, Lin identified very quickly that this was all bark, no bite on that retake for mid-control on Tyloo.
The problem is that Mosea just flashed Mercury through, gave him information about the solitary lurk that was Westmelon. Emilio is still blocked off by the CT smoke. He's got nowhere to go. And with Jamyung, he only needs to get a good timing on the spam. There's 35 seconds left over here. When they start to cross over, Jamyung's spam itself is going to be so dangerous. Starry cannot make a single bit of noise.
And Amelia can't reveal. He can't take that risk. Attacker goes back to Adressa and they line up. A double headshot in from Attacker and they try and move past that smoke. They know that there will be urgency here for Lin Vision. The flash, it's ineffective. G will hit his mark. And Zacher dies trying to emerge from spawn.
I mean, the second Westmelon dies over there, it felt like the round was on a timer. Red Room gets smoked off, but there's so much time given to Tyloo to adjust, have Attacker come back over. There's no one in Donut who's able to truly pressure because G's also covering it all off. It's, I mean, this is incredibly good positioning coming out from Tyloo. They know exactly where to prioritize their hunt for information, how they're going to be able to converge back and around should they have their weaknesses exploited.
It's that turncoat in G as well that started off very well, 9-1. He has had some issues, inconsistency. His attitude has been stellar. You know, most people would latch to that personality. But sometimes has, you know, had these underperformances, doesn't look like the most threatening AWP or the most threatening player on the server. But a significant reason as to how Tyloo find themselves in this lead. He is not alone in this effort. He just has that gap in performance right now. And since he has that AWP up against these pistols, it's something that Lin would love to get their hands on for free if they can.
That's why you see him backing off to Temple. Takes the most defensible position that he possibly can.
But I mean, they have one flash to try and facilitate these pistols somehow, and it's all Deagles. There's nothing that can really play in the chaos, try and play for close, but the Glock of Amelia.
You've got it there, Michael, you asked for it.
Outpowers Mosea, that should not happen. Flash is out.
They can plant the bomb if they only get this one kill, but that one kill is harder asked for than fought for. Eventually, Jamyung gets taken down, but he buys enough time for his teammates to come over.
How on earth did a Glock get a kill there?
Amelia, unfortunately, could not build up on his unlikely success.
Yeah, I love the immediate response as well there from Lin. Or rather from Tyloo. As soon as they realized that they lost a player in at ramp, and that it was a player with a Glock, made sure that he didn't have time to reset, set up for these flashes that he was designated to throw. They knew that there were players spotted inside of Cave.
This could be Lin's last chance of a head to actually fight for a good round score. Jamyung's out and about him. He has to turn around. He's worried about the flash. But it's Komisu who still equalizes, still threatening Jamyung's position. They know he has it backed up. G, 10-1. But it would be hard to maintain if he does not step up massively once again. A deep incendiary gives him time to trail away and take another fight. Westmelon swings too wide. G's not on the mark.
Wait, but they disregard red. And so Mosea answers. They also just don't look back to ledge. Any possible threat, they have their backs turned. And so it will be an answer from Tyloo.
They thought they were safe. Mercury's dead. Surely there's not going to be a backstab from Cheetah. Mosea's alive. Surely he's going to be on the B-bomb side.
It's just a continuous trailing of different players that find themselves inside of middle. Neither wanted to cede control. Neither wanted to give the other team space to breathe.
Tyloo are toying with Lin Vision right now.
And Lin won't know what hit him. A timeout called as Tyloo get themselves some rounds of separation. That Inferno was constantly back and forth. We didn't know who was going to come out ahead. But a 7-2 start here on this CT effort for Tyloo. Lin would have expected more.
And Lin looked concussed right now. They look like they're being made to just be dizzy in a lot of ways, turning back and forth, always worried about where the re-aggression is coming through. Is it going to be a flashbang from Mosea to help Mercury? Is it going to be this weird push where attackers somehow rotate it back towards the B-bomb site, pushes through Cheetah in the end? Oh, wait, what? G's just walked out in the middle and he's taking fights with us? What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. You barely got a chance to make this half look convincing. You realistically need to show signs of success. Even in this round, it feels like almost a must-win. Can you let Tyloo get away with 8 rounds on the CT side? Jamyung wants to guarantee those. Will be able to recede as well. He's got Attacker nearby. Attacker with a full belt of utility, a smoke and an incendiary. If he wants to use it. This B lane aggression from Tai Lu, there isn't an answer for it. Not with the weapons that Vision have. Not with the positions they hold.
There may even be a play attempted here by Tai Lu as the round continues to dwindle down on time. They could have made a play for ramp, but instead they boost up Mercury. Don't opt for that high-low setup, but still an angle that will be somewhat difficult for Lin to address.
I mean, so far, every single time Lin Vision has had to make a play, it's been through Westmelon.
Could see the Zacher flash. No, they're just contacting.
They're really hoping it's going to be the solitary player, and well, it was for that duel at the very least. Mercury's able to find two, and Amelia and Starry will be looking to recover some of these weapons. They also take damage for it. Mercury's still nearby. This is the easiest round of his life. 8-2. Tai Lu feel like they are getting into ticket buying territory.
Yeah, I mean, they got caught by their own flash as well. I mean, they lined up a flash to try and displace these players, and it caught one of them, but they still never displaced Mercury. Did more harm than good. And it's, I think, a little evident that Lin are starting to feel the pressure. I say starting, they have been.
Yeah.
They are not finding that same success. They're not finding these gaps to exploit.
And where on Inferno it felt like fate was against them, now on Ancient it feels like they're against themselves.
Yeah, at least before they were getting into these tight clutches, these rounds that could have been but still slipped through their fingertips. At least they knew that there was ways in which they could exploit their opponent. But right now, I mean, you've got players like G, like Mercury, hell, Jamyoung Mosaic are not far behind either. These guys have come in sharp, and they've been aggressive, and you can't do anything to stop it right now.
There was a rallying cry before. It's okay, guys. They got lucky. It's okay, guys. That's just one round. We've got this, and they always bounced back. But now, where is the wall? There's nothing to bounce off of. Lin Vision need a pillar. They need to be propped up one way or another. And Westmelon is hoping he can give them an opportunity. But that is hope for the Folly. Su fights back. He always has. But he doesn't really get much of an advantage on all in the meanwhile. While Zacher gets aggressive, the problem is that the bomb is out of reach. Zacher will always have to go back to collect it. And if he does, Mercury might have a timing. G takes on Amelia as well. And Attacker's getting aggressive. Su takes away Mercury's life. That could be it. It might be a 3 versus 3, but the deep Molotov displaces G. He'll take a more aggressive line, but in fact moves back to worry about Cave.
With how scarce these rounds have been, you got to take what you can get. So the fact they have a little bit of weakness over towards B, or at least that's how they perceive it to be.
But they still haven't collected on the bomb. Attacker can still cut that off, and with the gun barrel shown, G knows. G knows! He knows where Zacher is. And he knows that now he only needs to wait for Attacker to make that play. Sorry.
He has to push forward. They need space. They need room for this bomb.
And Mosaic on the other side is just toying with him. G around the corner. He goes. He controls the game. He controls the crowd. He controls the fate of Tai Lu.
The flow of combat. The play there for G. Once that tap was made, they heard that flash for long. They knew that Star would be trying to get some space, some security. But they don't expect G to make a play so crazy. Blistering kills. A 4K from G. And they know. The question was always, did G make the right choice with the rise of Lin? But Tai Lu are hitting that much stronger, and G is a critical component.
Westmelon, a flashbang that's supposed to assist, and it does. Lin's on their last limbs. Last round of the half. 3-9, a possibility. 2-10, an impasse that you simply cannot move ahead of. G trying to beat the timing on the utility, will be dodging all the flashes, will be taking a chance, but the chance is stolen away. Mosea again will shine. He shines so damn bright, but it's still Linvision who comes out on top. Jamyoung inside the smoke. Wants to be the difference maker. Could be. Everyone's so low. Emilio's on 12 HP, Zacker's on 11.
The smokes won't last for much longer either.
And well, they're waiting for their utility to land. They're waiting to clear things out as well. And he's taking it home! Where they finally had a ray of light. It is the darkness of Jamyoung that will envelop them.
An experience difference, a class difference, and a crowd difference. They have stuck around. They will persevere as Tyloo did on that first map. And now Tyloo look to pay that forward. A 10-2 half where Lin's victories were sporadic. They were rare. There was no one feeling like they had an intuitive way into these rounds. No masterclass, no big performance. Most convincing round was Zacher making a play through smoke just after Westmelon made his. And Tyloo can feel victory now.
And I'll be honest, Michael, I don't know if I can see a pathway forward for Linvision. I want to believe, I really do. I want to come out here and say, pistol round, first gun round, you're back in it. But it's all about the mental.
Yeah, I mean, Tyloo will know. 10-2 is still not a job well done. It was FlyQuest that had that exact scoreline against them on this very map, where they clawed back. Piece by piece, inch by inch. They know that there are possibilities, but Lin do look defeated. Tyloo will just know not to let their foot off the gas.
And right now I just wonder who can I even pray for to show up. Normally it would be your Zacher.
Yeah.
Guess what? He might not have an op in the rest of the game.
But you can just tell there are gaps there for Lin. I mean, when they're setting up for plays on B slope, no one is spotting for these aggro pushes. Tyloo kept on going for these timings. There were a couple of rounds where they did try and recede and play more passive. That was often against these lower buys, but especially these timings, Lin had basically no idea, and it felt like Tyloo read them every step of the way. If there was a gap, if there was someone that was supposed to be holding an angle but wasn't, somehow Tyloo slipped on in. But they're losing track of timings on smokes. Their communication isn't as fluid as you would like. There's a lot left to be desired here by Linvision, but we're getting a Tyloo that can continue fighting.
That can continue steamrolling.
And any round that, some of these rounds that just looked promising, Tyloo can also continue to steal rounds back.
And while Tyloo have been giving their own fans something to cheer for, it's been stealing every little bit of hope away from anyone in the audience watching for Linvision, anyone at home hoping for Linvision. Oh, 3 versus 2? Doesn't matter, we get behind them, we get the advantage duel. Oh, they actually feel like they have some mid control. G walks out mid with an AWP. Oh, they've got to kill a Mercury. They've got to kill a Mosea, maybe he's displaced away. Attacker's there for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh, they're on an eco round. Oh, well, Mercury's just got 2 kills with a 5-7. Jamyoung just picked up a mag 7. G's got a flank on you as well.
And I do wonder whether the comms have come quiet. You know, you see some of these suicidal plays that Westmelon is trying to make, just trying to create opportunities. Has Su behind him often for those types of plays himself. And, you know, outside of these two, in terms of driving initiative, these seem to be the only weapons that Lin have brought to the table. They opted for this map. They picked into it. And yet when push come to shove, you can only really look to Su or Westmelon to create opportunity. And it was still so fleeting.
Mosea is able to clear out Cheetah very quickly. That'll give them an inkling about what's going on over here. Likely going to be multiple players either pushing out ramp or taking control of Cheetah. Could also be an 8-sided stack, but that feels like a very likely improbability. Tai Lu also don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, Lin, I mean, are playing fully for a retake on A, and they realize that there could be a timing. So they break down their setup. Mosea and Mercury, this power combo breaks through. Kolmisu will try and hold on to this B bomb site, but he knows that he can't stick around for long. Westmelon has dealt with another and has come up to sweep up the pieces. It's now Mercury that will try and get his hands on that bomb, will retreat, but Westmelon is quickly right behind him. He's on his coattails, but riding behind him is the rest of Lin Vision. They know that that package cannot afford to make it round the corner, and so now these duels get awkward. They'll continue bounding back and forth, but they've escaped back red. Lin have missed their chance, and now it's a guessing game. Is it A or is it B? Should they stay or go? And they'll split up.
And either way, Jamyang is ready to be coming in for a backstab. Mercury spots out Starry, gives the call over to Jam. Mercury will be moving back and watching out for Red Room. He knows the possibility of the CT splitting as well, but as Jamyang starts to come in from behind, as he creeps through, swims these treacherous waters, he is going to be the guillotine that swings down on this bear's head. Tai Lu are 1 kill away, they know. Jamyang will only need to play patience, but maybe Kolmisu can stick the bomb defuse. Time is not on his side, and that's where Jamyang, even with the duel being lost, the round will be his.
And Su does not even escape with his life. Even just a sliver, some angle to feel positive about. Nothing is retained. That was hectic. Tai Lu didn't know which way to go. They found opening kill after opening kill only to find themselves at a deficit. They were panicked themselves, but they come up with a creative solution. Sure, they split, but that timing from Jamyang, he is round security. He can be aggressive, he can close. He does what the team needs him to do in that moment. And he was a key piece to close out on FlyQuest. He may be a key piece to close out here as well. Lin came into that round playing full retake on A without a kit. They had less resources. They wanted to fight for their advantage. And even if they get it, there's still no guarantees. It's a force buy from Lin. What else could you do facing an 11-2 scoreline? The util is good onto Mosea, but it's a stack. They want to try and get these pistols up close and personal, but a smoke down at the doors. Tai Lu should be anticipating some kind of aggression.
And all in the meanwhile, Envision, they've gone for it. They've got information, but it feels like unless Su's able to find a kill and soon onto G, it'll be meaningless. Starry takes that peek forward, reveals position, and with an eagle being shown off, Jamyang is just looking to hunt it down. Great kill from Su. Is there more? That bomb yet to be recovered, but Su will be given at least a fighting chance versus G. Swings out wide. Takes it away.
Important play there for Su. He realized just he was going to get crunched and was able to commit to that reload. So, yeah, no, Tai Lu absolutely cannot continue to attack that B bomb site. 2 men down against this force buy. They know that they have to account for every possibility. Amelia's just right behind them. And so while they lower their guard, dropping smokes into the site, it's Mosea that does answer back with a couple.
It's still another flank that's being prepped and primed up from Lin Vision. They're coming in from A main as well. Westmelon might not be expected, especially with Starry playing distraction with an eagle. And now Westmelon comes in from behind. Attacker cannot fight back either. Lin Vision, they are given a lifeboat.
Yeah. They knew they needed to fight for something. When they're in a deficit like that, they either fight forward or they try and clear out their behind. If they cleared out A main, they might have even set up for a boost on tree if they felt like they had time. But Lin were quick.
And Su's had a few moments like this, but this is the first one where we've actually seen it materialize. Very often the chaos that's coming through that Lin Vision are able to create is through his hands. It does feel like he is maybe not the player to shine the brightest very often, but if he can be just that one plank of wood for Lin Vision to furiously hold on to, maybe this can be his time.
Counter force here for Tai Lu.
That damn Tyler. Zeo.
They're looking to burst.
They're also concerned at the same time about Lin Vision getting aggressive into their faces. Jamyong starts to move back. He'll be hunting and hoping to maybe even force rotations.
Westmelon will attempt to play behind that smoke, but won't stick around to see the fade. These Tech-9s can be quite unruly when they lodge themselves inside of cave. A deep smoke that's thrown by Westmelon that should give him a decent advantage should Tyloo pursue.
Tyloo was still just trying to set up for Jamyong to have some success over here. The deep grenade out onto Misu, and now they're going to commit onto the bomb side, but only with the one. Mosea's found the kill. That is going to be critical. Jamyong now takes his time to start pushing forward. It's not just Jamyong, it's also going to be Mercury coming in from middle. Jamyong has everyone turned around, and all in the meanwhile, Emilia doesn't know it, but Lin Vision have already lost the round. They thought they'd made the right play. They thought they had to fight. But it's always the back of their head that they have to watch out for. It is always Jamyong creeping in.
They were toying with them. They set up for the possibility of maybe bursting. Once Westmelon smoke goes down, they try and work off of this Jamyong timing, sliding his way through red. And it was all hands on deck there for Lin Vision. No chance to look behind, no chance to slow things down. They were losing numbers on the site proper, and they were totally off the mark. There have been many moments. This will be another that could haunt Lin Vision. When they get to the stage, sure, they lose out on clutches. They get outmaneuvered in a couple of these moments. They pull out smokes on pacey plays that Tyloo bring forward. I think it's clear that they just have not had the read.
And it just feels like it's finally the prophecy dominance of Tyloo, the dominance that fans have been waiting for, we have been waiting for years for. Attempts have been made, super teams created, entire lineup stolen from their rivals.
And where we typically look at Lin as one of these holistic teams, we are seeing a couple players fall behind, where Tyloo don't have that. Mercury can answer, Mosaic can also find the entry, and they crack right into this B-bomb site, no problems.
It's going to be the end of a hair. Your representative in Riyadh is about to be found out. G to guarantee. Zakir alone. Lin Vision will falter. Tyloo will proceed. The entire year they have lost out, but here on home soil, the banner of the dragon will wave once again. Zakir to be eliminated. Tyloo are your ACL champions. Tyloo are your representatives. The dragon flies to Riyadh.
An important moment for young stars emerging. A shift in responsibility, an understanding of how they might change when they were in front of a stage, when they had a crowd that they could play with. There is so much that you can see in the faces of Lin. They've definitely seen moments, glimpses of success. There were definitely chances within this game, but they did not endure. They did not persevere like Tyloo did. Tyloo almost missed out on this opportunity to be in front of this crowd. They have missed out on opportunities in times gone by, but this time, they will be crowned.
And it all comes down to the veterans, to the youngsters, to everyone, to the brains behind the scenes. This is a team of broken dreams that comes back together. Jamyong, a man we almost lose to the Wild, comes in, will get a chance at the major, will get his chance now at the World Cup as well. G, sometimes doubted, sometimes forgotten in that conversation, now rises strong. Mercury, Messiah, Advent's finest attacker, the original man in red. Kami in behind, Zhouking as well. This is a team that we almost wrote off. This is a team that we almost felt like had been left behind, an era forgotten, but the magic and mystics of the East still live.
And while they know They know it was devastating inside of the server. It's all love for Chinese Counter-Strike, love for ex-teammates, and chances that still can be, but only on the recovery.
And you understand the tears, you really do. They fought so hard, but at the end only one can rise. Only one can have that trophy, can take the bow. And at the end of the day, the throne is singular. And the decision is made. Fate will smile down as Tai Lu are your new emperors of China, as Tai Lu are your ACL champions.
恭喜天路获得了2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛 CS2 的总冠军。
Congratulations to Tai Lu for winning the championship of the ACL Grand Finals 2025 Counter-Strike. Wow, what a performance! 打得非常精彩。
白菜进电竞世界杯了，有什么目标 ？Attacker, you guys just qualified for the Esports World Cup. What are your goals?
目标就是替我们 CNCS 争光嘛。
We're gonna make CNCS proud.
G， 在这样的一个场馆比赛，听到观众和粉丝的欢呼声，并且赢下了比赛，有什么感受可以跟我们分享一下吗 ？Performance in front of the audience and crowd here. Also, you win the match. It's very important. Is there any feelings you want to share with us?
就是感谢每一个能来现场就是支持我们两个队的观众们，感谢你们。然后还有电竞金钱，热爱 CS 这个游戏的玩家们，我也爱你们。
I just want to say thank you to every individual fan come to the venue to support both of the teams, not only us. I just want to say I love you. I love all the CNCSer. I love all the fans play this game.
然后就是我平常也爱晚上冲浪嘛，就是我想对每一个热爱 CS 这个玩家说，就是不管是我们还是 LBG 还是 RA， 我们都是很纯粹的职业队。我希望大家真的不要去踩一捧一，去骂别人，就是拉踩别人。就是我们真的是很纯粹、很热爱这个游戏的，就是这个人，好吧？就不管是我们还是 LBG 还是 RA， 希望大家支持每一个热爱 CS 的职业选手，好不好？感谢你们。
I also want to say that I have the internet, you know, guys. I also go on I also go my account, social media. I just wanted to say that it doesn't matter if you're a fan of LBG or Tai Lu or RA. I just want to say we're pure gaming boys. We just love this game. We want to play the best game on the stage. And I don't really like people like flaming other teams because there's always a loser team, there's a winner team. I just want to say, please support us, give us your love, and we will perform the best.
莫思雨，对 LPG 5连败了，今天发生了什么 ？So 有 5 consecutive losses against Lin Vision. What happened today?
破除心魔了。我的队友们都太牛逼了，感谢你们，感谢你们，也感谢所有在现场支持我们的观众，谢谢你们，谢谢你们。
Yeah, we were able to overcome our psychological block. All my teammates are so good. Yeah, thanks everybody who came here to watch.
Mercury, 想问一下，去 EWC 代表 CNCS 对你来说有没有什么特别的意义 ？You're qualified to EWC, represent CNCS. Is there a special meaning to you?
因为这个决赛是我们2个中国队来打，所以说无论谁进都可以去打那个沙特那个比赛，所以说对我们来说就是能为 CNCS 出去，就是打出我们自己的水平就行了。
I just want to say both of the team at the grand finals are Chinese teams, so no matter who win qualify to the EWC, we just want to go to the EWC and play our best to show the CNCS.
小菊有什么想对粉丝和家人们说的 ？Jamil, anything you want to say to your fans and your family?
谢谢大家的支持吧，你们支持，帮助我们今天赢下这场比赛。
Thanks everybody for your support. It's your support that helped us win today.
那一个队伍在场上比赛的有选手，当然也离不开教练的支持。教练想问一下，你对小伙子们的表现还满意吗？而且去 EWC 有没有一些特别的战术 ？Well, we all know that there's not only players, coaches are also important. How do you feel about the boys' performance today? And do you have any special strategy or prep for the EWC?
其实我们参加这个比赛以来，我们遇到的每一个对手，我们教练团队都会去分析和制定专门打这个队伍的策略。然后战术的话呢，其实我们是挺多的，然后也准备了很多。然后场上的5位选手也执行得非常好。然后其实选手的功劳更大吧，对。
I just want to say that every opponent we played against during this whole tournament, we prepared really well, and the group of the coaches, not only me, we made a lot of like detailed strategy and how we're gonna play against each individual team. And I feel, of course, the credit goes to the players. I think I'm really happy that we're going to EWC.
好的，感谢各位接受采访。现在让我们为冠军战队天路授予冠军奖牌，有请英雄亚冠联赛 ACL CEO 王新义为2025 ACL 总决赛 CS2 的总冠军天路颁奖。
Please welcome ACL CEO Johnny Wong to award the champions. 现场支持天路的粉丝们，让我们听到你们的呼喊声好吗？
好，恭喜 Attacker！ 恭喜 Mosaic！ 恭喜 Jamil！ 恭喜 Joking！ 恭喜 Mercury！ 报一个！恭喜高一一！请留步，请大家面向镜头合影留念。
Please look at the camera. Smile, cheese.
好，现在请 Johnny 与我们共同揭晓2025 ACL 总决赛 CS2 的 FMVP 选手。
Well, who will be the FMVP of the final match? 你们觉得是谁？
恭喜高一一
！Congratulations, G！
来，高一过来，来这里来。刚才已经说了很多了。那么你其实在国外有很多粉丝，有什么直接跟他们说的，直接整英语来。So anything you want to say to your fans outside of China?
I want to say again, it's if you love CS, I love you.
好，我们有请 Johnny 为 FMVP 选手颁发定制手链。
Please welcome Johnny to give FMVP's custom championship bracelet.
好的，好的，我们再面向摄影机啊，再合影留念。
Right, one more photo.
现在，我怀着激动的心情宣布，获得电竞世界杯名额的队伍是天路。
Congratulations, Tyloo, qualified to EWC.
好，我们现在再有请 Johnny 为天路颁发电竞世界杯晋级钥匙。
Now it's time. Let's give them the EWC qualification key to our champions, Tyloo.
好，请大家面向镜头合影留念。好的，谢谢各位，请 Johnny 稍事休息。
Thank you, Johnny. Please join us backstage. Thank you.
此刻，在英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛 CS2 的舞台上，在场的每一位热爱电竞、享受比赛的玩家朋友们，为冠军献上最衷心的祝福，助力选手们在电竞世界杯的赛场再创佳绩，请冠军队伍再次捧杯。
Right now, we're not only watching the history, we're making it together. Champions, raise up the trophy high as we send you off to the Esports World Cup with all our support.
感谢每一位选手付出的辛劳与汗水，感谢所有电竞玩家们对2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛 CS2 的喜爱、陪伴与支持，让我们电竞世界杯再续新章。
To all players and fans, this is just the beginning. See you at Esports World Cup for the next chapter. Now, let's congratulations, Tyloo!
声音就是太多对自己的干扰，然后一定要加油，争取夺得一个好的成绩。
我觉得他们应该打出他们队伍里边的个人能力吧，然后团队作战能力，然后打出他们的风采。希望他们都能更进一步，祝福他们能取得更好的成绩。
成绩越来越好吧，因为毕竟也是从咱们这个上海出去的，对。
希望就是不管哪个队伍呢，能进到这个世界赛上面去，对吧？跟强队交流，然后呢，我就希望他们就是都能取得好成绩嘛。
To the day I die, I'll be a legend to the day I die. Feel the crowd call my name, and there's really only one more thing.
To medication, I can handle my own. Don't need your congratulations to make it. No sob story, no excuses. I'ma do this daily. If I ever stop, it's cause I wanted to, not cause I'm jaded. Demonstrated confidence, the loss of my life. We can't control a lot of things, but we can channel our minds and